9 swords, God Slayer. I forged the 9 swords with my blood. United, they possess the power to slay gods. After 8 years of unconsciousness, I have seen through the hearts of men. Upon awakening, Xia Yu discovers that the world has transformed. His once young disciples have become prodigies. His former subordinates have turned into malevolent servants. And his once kind father has revealed himself as a foe. So this is the nature of humanity. Then what rightfully belongs to me shall be reclaimed. Chapter 1. 8 years in a coma. Cultivating in dreams. In the depths of winter, the earth lay frozen and desolate. Last night's heavy snowfall was compounded by this morning's frost, rendering the streets of Lujing City a treacherous sight. Even the stray dogs, typically seen roaming about, huddled in their shelters, shivering against the cold. As the dawn broke, thick icicles hung from the eaves, refracting the sunlight into a prism of colors. The Xia family, one of the 4 prominent families in the city, resided in the eastern part of the city. In the backyard of the Xia estate, beside the well, a young woman clad in thin white garments was diligently washing clothes. Her face was covered by a white veil, revealing only her exquisite eyes. Despite the biting cold, her hands were red from the frost as she persevered in her labor. Suddenly, the courtyard door was forcefully flung open, producing a resounding crash. An elderly woman, adorned with a black hairband, strode into the courtyard with a group of fierce-looking servants, exuding an air of arrogance. A prominent black mole on the side of her nose accentuated her fierce demeanor, making it clear she was not to be trifled with. Upon entering, she placed her hands on her hips and barked, "You there! Throw out all those piled-up clothes. And that broken jar, smash it!" The servants, like hungry wolves, sprang into action immediately. "Wait a moment, ma papa." The young woman, still washing, quickly dried her hands and, forcing a smile, asked, "Ma papa, what is the meaning of this?" In response to the concubine's orders, "You and your family must vacate this courtyard for the Zhenghuan family to reside in." After speaking, the malicious old woman waved her hand dismissively, scolding, "What are you all staring at? Help the concubine move. Vacate this courtyard." Yunju trembled, disbelief washing over her as she exclaimed, "Ma papa, where are we supposed to go? Yuer is still in a coma. 8 years of unconsciousness. He is but a living corpse." Ma papa retorted loudly. "The concubine has decreed that the dead should not vie for space with the living. It has been decided. You will move to the woodshed, and the courtyard will be given to the Zhenghuan family. Yuer will surely awaken." Yunju pleaded anxiously. Regardless, he is the master's bloodline. Zhenghuan, though a brother of the concubine, cannot possibly have such authority. What nonsense are you spouting? Ma papa glared at her. Zhenghuan is not only the concubine's brother, but also the second steward of the Xia household. He has changed his name to Xia and is now a member of the Xia family. But Yuer is the master's true son. Yunju exclaimed, desperation evident in her voice. And what of it? The master has over 20 sons. How can he possibly care for a living corpse? Ma papa sneered, her prominent mole appearing even more glaring, and barked, "Haven't you had breakfast? Hurry up and move. Anything left behind will be smashed." As she watched her belongings being tossed out one by one, Yunju stamped her foot in distress. She hastily retrieved 2 taels of silver from her waist and offered it, pleading, "Ma papa, I have 2 taels of silver. Could you perhaps make an exception? I seek an audience with the master." "Get lost." Ma papa, robust and malevolent servant, swung her hand and sent Yunju sprawling to the ground, the silver rolling into the well. Observing the slender figure of Yunju on the ground, a glint of jealousy flickered in Ma papa's eyes as she bellowed, "Move." In the inner chamber of the courtyard, a young boy lay quietly on the bed. It was both his sleeping place and sickbed. Although he had been in a coma for 8 long years, his visage was clean and handsome. A delightful little girl, around 8 years old, was holding his hand, her eyes red from crying. "Brother, please wake up. Mother is at her wit's end. Those wicked servants are trying to drive us out of our home. Brother, I don't want to leave." The little girl grew increasingly aggrieved, tears streaming down her face as she wept on Xia Yu's chest. "Brother, please wake up quickly. Don't let the bad people bully Mother anymore." Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Several fierce-looking servants barged in, shouting, "Get out. All of you get out. You cannot do this." Concubine Yunju rushed in, positioning herself protectively in front of her son's sickbed, tears in her eyes as she cried out, "Do you have no conscience? Have you forgotten the Battle of Hong, your mountain 8 years ago? Yuer was injured and fell into a coma for the family's sake. The Battle of Hongya Mountain had secured the Xia family the century-long mining rights to the spiritual iron ore, and Xia Yu had been the greatest contributor to that victory. The fierce servants hesitated, their expressions faltering. Hong Ya Mountain, day in and day out. Is the Xia family to support this living corpse for a lifetime based solely on that minor achievement? A middle-aged man in steward's attire entered with a cold smirk. Greetings, second steward. Ma Papa and the servants bowed their heads in respect. This man was the second steward of the Xia estate, Zheng Huan, who had changed his name to Xia Huan. Casting a cold glance at the boy on the bed, Xia Huan remarked, 8 years in a coma. What purpose does he serve? It is more than sufficient to have cared for him for 8 years. He then turned and barked, still not moving. Toss this living corpse out to the woodshed. Yes. Ma Papa and her gang lunged forward. Not so fast. Although the woman appeared fragile, a mother's strength surged within her. In a critical moment, Yunju found an unexpected strength within her slender frame, pushing Ma Papa aside to shield her son. Ouch! Ma Papa stumbled, crashing into the wall. This action stirred a hornet's nest. The malicious servant, emboldened by her cruelty, seized a white veil from Yunju's face, a sinister smile spreading across her features. Concubine, I heard you were the most beautiful in the capital in your youth. With that, she yanked it away. The scene fell into shocked silence. The concubine's face was marred with scars from blades and flames. Even her lips were uneven, revealing a glimpse of her white teeth in a horrifying display. The once enchanting figure and beautiful eyes now bore a visage that resembled a terrifying demon. The servant stood in shock, utterly astounded. No, Yunju was thrown into a panic. This disfigurement was the result of her sacrifice to save her husband when they fled the capital, turning into her worst nightmare. The veil on her face had been her last shred of dignity. Now torn away, she felt as if her modesty had been stripped before the public, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xia Yunxiao, you must stand up for me. Concubine Yunju was overwhelmed with a sense of injustice, covering her face with her hands, weeping silently. What a hideous face! How can you dare to linger in the Xia family? Bah! Xia Huan spat at her and commanded, hurry up and move that living corpse out. Seize her. Ma Po lunged forward, her substantial figure leading the charge. Just then, a golden aura enveloped the boy on the bed, shielding him from the approaching hands. Meanwhile, in the dream world, a young man was practicing swordsmanship, his blade gleaming brightly, soaring skyward one moment and sweeping horizontally the next, turning into a dragon of sword energy that spiraled upwards. This young man, with starry eyes and a radiant smile, was none other than Xia Yu, who had been in a coma for 8 whole years. While others believed him to be a living corpse, they remained oblivious to the extraordinary encounters he had experienced in his dreams, where he had gained unparalleled celestial fortunes. Nearby stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman, reminiscent of a celestial being, clad in a form-fitting gown that accentuated her figure. Her eyes sparkled like stars, her hair cascading like waterfalls, and her skin was as fair as snow. Over the course of 8 years, Xia Yu had spent every moment in her company. She was his enchanting master. The woman spoke softly, her red lips parting gently. I sense just now that your physical body has been subjected to malicious contact. Something may have transpired. What? Xia Yu halted his sword practice, surprise etching his features. Has something happened at home? What of my mother? The woman slowly shook her head, stating, I am merely connected to you through dreams and cannot perceive the circumstances surrounding your physical form. What should we do then? Xia Yu furrowed his brow, deeply. 8 years of unconsciousness were not due to his unwillingness to awaken, but rather because the sword techniques imparted by his enchanting master were extraordinary, far surpassing the cultivation level of his world, and not easily mastered. In a few days, the Mengzhan Xianju will reach a minor completion. Must I ultimately give up? Xia Yu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. After 8 years of training in the dream, success was merely a step away. To leave now would be intolerable. His beautiful master pondered for a moment before saying, this is what I will do. I have employed great powers to protect your physical body for 5 days against any harm. Strive to master the final move within these 5 days, then awaken to manage family affairs. Xia Yu grasped his sword tightly, his gaze resolute as he declared, 5 days. I will certainly succeed. Chapter 2. The Master emerges. A drama unfolds. In the backyard of the Xia family, adorned with carved railings and exquisite architecture, tranquility reigned in a remarkably refined courtyard. A middle-aged woman stood by the window, copying Buddhist scriptures. She was the second wife of the Xia family. Behind her stood Xia Han, who had hurried over from the concubine's quarters. Golden light surrounding the body. It must be a haunting. The second wife set down her brush, speaking coldly. I suspect some people have ulterior motives. Xia Hun quickly interjected. It must be Yinju's doing. Sister, you have not seen her. She is as hideous as a ghost. No wonder the master does not want her. I have my suspicions all along, the second wife scoffed. Xia Hun continued. Now, Xia Yu is enveloped in a golden light. We have no way to touch it or remove it. The second wife contemplated for a moment, then sneered. The haunting is a ruse. It is likely that this Yinju, that unseemly woman, has been restless and practicing demonic arts. She has gone mad, trying to save her son. Sister, do you think the golden light surrounding him is demonic magic? Xia Hun inquired. Without a doubt. The second wife gritted her teeth. How dare she practice demonic magic in the Xia family? Soon it will be the day the master emerges from seclusion. I will report this to him and eliminate her demonic influence. But my residence, the second wife laughed. Do not worry, brother. Coming to the Xia family as a steward will not leave you wanting. Aside from the other wives' courtyards, Yinju's courtyard is the best. Thank you, sister. Xia Hun beamed with satisfaction. 5 days later, in the back mountains of the Xia family, the sound of machinery echoed as the door to the quiet chamber slowly opened. A middle-aged man with black hair and beard emerged. He was tall and imposing, exuding an air of authority. However, his eyes were slightly small, revealing a hint of coldness. Unlike before, his gaze now sparkled with brilliance, and an invisible spiritual power radiated from him, setting him apart from ordinary individuals. Congratulations, Master, on successfully entering the Lingquan realm. A multitude of women, who had been waiting, rushed forward to offer their congratulations. Behind them were the younger members of the Xia family. Congratulations, father, uncle, on entering the Lingquan realm. The Xia family shall surely prosper. Lastly, the servants knelt on the ground, exclaiming, the master has emerged. The Xia family shall thrive. Ha ha ha. The head of the Xia family, Xia Yu, was in high spirits, laughing heartily, advancing from the extremes to innate mastery. Reaching the Lingquan realm signified that Xia Yu had become a generation's master, now a practitioner of the lowest tier. Upon entering the main hall, Xia Yu sat down and jovially inquired, Ladies, what events transpired during my year of seclusion? What else could have happened but that ghostly Yinju? The middle-aged second wife was the first to scold. Yinju? Xia Yu frowned, a look of disgust flashing in his eyes. The other wives chimed in. Who would have thought Yinju was so hideous? It truly terrified me. Master, please expel her from the estate. Indeed, the whole city now knows she is as ugly as a ghost, bringing shame to the Xia family. Wasn't she supposed to cover her face with a white veil? Xia Yunxiao's expression darkened. The second wife coldly laughed. Master, you kindly allowed her to wear a white veil, yet she used it to perform her sorcery. As devoted entirely to her husband, she sacrificed her beauty. Her son, Xia Yu, fought for the family, falling into a coma for 8 long years. Yet, the outcome was unexpectedly grim. As the old matriarch, Ma Papa, drenched in black dog blood, recalled something and scolded, Are you all dead? Carry that bucket into the side room and pour it over that living corpse. Inside the room, Xia Yu lay still, oblivious to the world around him. A delicate layer of golden mist enveloped his body, shimmering under the sunlight, oscillating and transforming in a most extraordinary manner. The two servants set down the wooden bucket and picked up a ladle, hesitating to act at a critical moment. 8 years prior, young Master Yu was the most distinguished son of a master, possessing exceptional talent and remarkable strength, garnering the attention of the entire Xia family. He did not disappoint, leading the Xia family's disciples and servants to a glorious victory in the Battle of Hongya Mountain, securing a century-long mining right for the family. Remembering young Master Yu's past grandeur instilled trepidation in the two servants. Useless fools, let me do it. A minor head servant, a nefarious wretch who had long since allied with the second steward, strode in. He snatched the ladle, scooping up a spoonful of black dog blood from a particularly foul spot, and poured it over the bedridden Xia Yu. In that instant, the golden light surrounding Xia Yu flared brilliantly, and an invisible force repelled the liquid entirely. Not a single drop touched Xia Yu. Instead, it splattered all over the minor head servant's head and face, even finding its way into his mouth. I spit. Damn this misfortune, he exclaimed, nearly retching in disgust. Suddenly, the golden mist enveloping Xia Yu expanded, bursting like bubbles, and vanished in an instant, leaving the three present momentarily stunned. The minor head servant, recovering from a shock, was soon overtaken by wild joy. Eshote ma popo, ma papa. The witchcraft has been broken. The witchcraft has been broken. Outside, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm. Ma Papa rejoiced. We must not let our guard down. Pour the remaining black dog blood entirely over that living corpse. As you command. The minor head servant, having received his orders, returned to the room, ladle in hand, ready to scoop up the black dog blood. But at that very moment, the young man who had lain in a coma for 8 years, Xia Yu, suddenly opened his eyes and awakened. Chapter 3. Never to be wronged, not by anyone. A mere moment ago, in the realm of dreams, petals danced in the air, and the flora thrived vibrantly. While the reality outside was enshrouded in frost and snow, the dream world flourished with peach blossoms, ablaze with color, like a picturesque painting. Xia Yu, adorned in white, resembled a white dragon, twisting and darting through the air, his sword illuminating the surroundings as it cut through the falling petals. In an instant, he reached the final move of his sword technique. The youth softly uttered 4 words, De Meng Zhan Xian. In that fleeting moment, he soared alongside the sword light. Rising above the peach grove, embodying a celestial being, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, akin to a deity. The brilliance of the divine sword cast a chilling aura, rendering the entire world motionless. De Meng Zhan Xian, a dreamlike strike, enveloped all in a trance. Flash! The youth's voice thundered, reverberating like spring thunder. Clang! The sound of the sword echoed, shattering the illusion. A blinding sword light cascaded from the heavens. The aura of death loomed, the sword light enveloping the earth, while pink peach petals rained down like confetti. The spectacle was both magnificent and breathtakingly beautiful. Wonderful! A stunning woman emerged from the cloud pavilion. Gazing at the descending youth with a smile, Xia Yu, you have mastered the De Meng Zhan Xian technique. Though it is only a minor achievement, with diligent practice. As your cultivation advances, success will surely follow. Thank you, master. Xia Yu's face beamed with joy as he hurriedly bowed. He had devoted 8 years of relentless training in this dream, and at last, he had achieved complete mastery. It was an arduous journey. Indeed, it had been incredibly challenging. It is important to note that his innate cultivation was merely at the 8th level of the acquired realm, while the De Meng Zhan Xian was an extraordinary sword technique. After 8 years of honing, he had only just reached a minor accomplishment. Yet even this minor achievement surpassed any combat techniques Xia Yu had ever witnessed, wielding immense power. As the transmission of knowledge concluded, the moment of parting arrived. The beautiful master regarded Xia Yu with reluctance, yet she spoke. Yuer, 5 days have passed. Even with my strength, I can only ensure your safety for 5 days. Now that your sword technique is complete, it is time to awaken. The beautiful master had long known Xia Yu wished to awaken, but as the moment approached, his heart was filled with a multitude of emotions. Will we meet again? He pondered, sighing at the difficulty of rekindling old dreams. The beautiful master gently stroked Xia Yu's hair, saying, if it were so easy to meet, why would I have let you remain in slumber for 8 years? As Xia Yu realized he might never see his master again, he instinctively clung to her long legs. Foolish child, go now, she said, shaking her head with a wry smile. She then raised her delicate finger and pressed it to his forehead. Let me bestow upon you a little more aid, so perhaps we may meet again in this life. After 8 years of unconsciousness, Xia Yu finally awakened. He opened his eyes to find Xia Ding, the little head servant, standing bewildered by his bedside. Xia Ding, what are you doing in my room? He exclaimed. Xia Ding was so startled he nearly dropped the half-filled ladle of dog blood, spilling it all over himself. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Yu's gaze sharpened. Sensing something was amiss, and he noticed the large wooden tub beside the bed. Realizing the turmoil at home, his eyes flashed with intensity as he demanded, what is happening here? What are you doing? Thud. The 2 lowly servants by the tub were already paralyzed with fear. Their legs weakened, they fell to the ground. Young master, spare us. Spare us. Xia Ding, too, was frightened pale, dropping the ladle and fleeing, shouting, young master has awakened. Young master has awakened. His cry resonated like a thunderclap. In the courtyard, everyone turned pale with shock. Why would young master awaken at such a critical moment? Yunju was the first to react, struggling violently as she shouted, Yuer has awakened. Let me see him. Hold her down. Madame Ma bellowed. She glanced at Yunju, thinking, this time, Xia Yu has been gravely offended. He will surely go mad. I'm doomed. However, a cunning plan formed in her mind. How could he awaken after 8 years? It must be that the vile wench Yunju summoned a yellow weasel spirit, and young master is now possessed. Madame Ma screeched maliciously. Possessed by a yellow weasel. The yellow weasel, also known as Huang Xian. is a weasel that has cultivated its essence and attached itself to a living person. In this world, where immortals, demons, and various philosophies coexist, yellow weasels indeed exist. Madame Ma's scheme was quite deceptive. Awakening at such an inopportune moment, it must surely be a case of possession. Madame Ma cackled inwardly, thinking, if I can pin this possession on him, Xia Yu will be finished. Having made this connection, she commanded, someone, go report to the second steward. Inform him that young master is possessed by a yellow weasel spirit and to send someone to eliminate him. Yes. Immediately, a servant hurried away. At that moment, the door to the side room creaked open, and a young man in green stepped out. Tall and upright, he exuded an imposing presence despite his youth. His hair was tied high, and his striking features were accentuated by a pair of sword-like eyebrows that were slightly arched, giving him a handsome yet rebellious air. This was the long unconscious Xia Yu. The scene before him left him dumbfounded, utterly unable to comprehend. His mother, Yunju, was being held down by two burly servants. Kneeling on the icy ground, her body covered in foul dog blood, her face and hair a pitiful sight. Xia Yu could hardly recognize her at first. Mother? Is this how you treat my mother? Xia Yu's eyes turned blood red, filled with rage. In his dream, his master had mentioned trouble at home, and he had assumed it was the Su family's external interference. Little did he know, this was the horrifying reality. Fury ignited within him. His gaze turned cold as he transformed into a whirlwind. You seek death. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the two burly servants. His fury manifesting as he struck one with a powerful punch to the chest. Bang! The nearly 2-meter-tall man was sent flying, crashing into the low wall of the courtyard before falling, creating a spray of snow. Upon landing, he lay motionless, blood gushing from his mouth, staining the snow a vivid crimson. The other servant, terrified, released Yunju immediately. Xia Yu showed no mercy, seizing the man's thick arm, his eyes blazing with fury as he twisted with all his might. Do you dare to lay hands on my mother? Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed for all to hear. The man cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his distorted arm in excruciating pain. Xia Yu, enraged by their audacity, struck him again at the nape of the neck, incapacitating him, his body convulsing. Mother! Xia Yu rushed to support his mother, disregarding the filth, using his sleeve to wipe her face clean. Though she looked terrible, he would never consider her ugly. She was his mother, who had cared for him throughout 8 years of unconsciousness, nursing him back to health daily. Mother, I was wrong. I should not have remained in slumber for 8 years. Tears of blood welled in Xia Yu's eyes. Do not cry. It is good that you have awakened. Yunju's face was drenched in tears, overwhelmed with joy. After enduring countless hardships, scorn, and torment over the 8 years, she had persevered, believing that her son would one day awaken. Now, their suffering had come to an end, and her son had returned. Xia Yu felt profound regret. Had he not been so enamored with the ultimate sword technique, he would not have remained unconscious for so long, and his mother would not have endured such humiliation, being drenched in filth, the veil torn away. Xia Yu could hardly fathom. Mother, I am awake. From this day forth, I shall never allow anyone to bully you. Not a soul. Xia Yu composed himself, his gaze resolute, and clenched his fists. Chapter 4. Those who bully my mother deserve to die. Brother. A sweet, youthful voice interrupted, as an 8 or 9-year-old girl tugged at Xia Yu's arm. Are you Chanu? Xia Yu turned around, his expression illuminated with joy. 8 summers ago, on a summer night at Hanja Mountain, Xia Yu was on guard when a flicker of light appeared in the wilderness sky. He led a team to investigate, but found nothing unusual, only to discover a small girl swaddled in a blanket. The infant, barely a few days old, was crimson and rather unattractive, but now she had blossomed into an adorable young girl. Upon bringing her home, Yunju took a liking to her. The girl wore a jade cicada necklace around her neck, thus earning the name Chonner. Brother, Chonner. Xia Yu lifted the little girl, wiping the blood from her face and pinching her cheeks, which brought him considerable solace. The yellow weasel has killed, Granny Ma exclaimed, momentarily stunned before her shrill voice pierced the air. Surround him. Don't let him escape. Witnessing Xia Yu's ruthless methods, Granny Ma was engulfed in panic. She understood that if she did not eliminate Xia Yu, her fate would be sealed. Quickly, kill the yellow weasel. Yet, despite her frantic shouts, the servants present dared not advance. What are you all afraid of? Granny Ma scolded. Even if he is the true Xia Yu awakened, he is merely at the 8th level of the acquired stage. What is there to fear? Indeed, many servants began to awaken to the truth. Xia Yu had once been formidable, but he had not practiced for 8 long years. Many of them were now also at the 8th level. Good. Very good. Xia Yu raised his head, observing the restless servants, and sighed. You speak the truth. 8 years have changed many things. My cultivation has not progressed. Yet each of you has improved. Of course. Granny Ma crossed her arms. You wretched beast. I advise you to be sensible. Kneel before me at once. Let me pour a few spoonfuls of black dog blood on you, and see if you are genuine. Then let me see your capabilities. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in Xia Yu's eyes. Granny Ma instinctively felt fear. Despite her imposing stature, she lacked cultivation. Xia Ding, seize him at once. Xia Ding was the small leader who had just splashed black dog blood on Xia Yu, and he too appeared to be at the 8th level of the acquired stage. Young Master Yu, don't force me to take action. Xia Ding licked his lips. Having already offended Xia Yu, he did not mind offending him further. After 8 years without cultivation, one either stagnates or regresses. Do you understand? What is there to fear? Very well. Xia Ding, you have indeed grown. Xia Yu placed Chon'er down and approached. The Xia Xiao Yi of 8 years ago is no longer relevant. Xia Ding suddenly lunged forward, throwing a punch at Xia Yu. The force of his fist slicing through the air, embodying the might of the 8th level. Xia family's martial arts, military flesh fist, Xia Ding thought to himself. Even the Xia Xiao Yi of 8 years ago could not have surpassed this. In response to the provocation, Xia Yu scoffed coldly, his expression one of disdain. Before raising his hand to grasp the void. Great dream slaying immortal technique, initial move. Gather chi to form sword. Spiritual energy surged wildly, coalescing in Xia Yu's hand to form a vibrant, rainbow-hued sword aura, a manifestation of spiritual energy. Though Xia Yu had cultivated his sword technique to a minor success, he was still at the 8th level of the acquired stage, resulting in a somewhat slender sword aura. Condensing chi to form a sword was sufficient. Xia Yu's eyes narrowed as he held the slender sword and slashed down fiercely. With a splatter, the sword light struck true, and blood gushed forth as Xia Ding's arm fell away in an instant. What? Xia Ding had never encountered such a technique. The next moment, he turned to flee, only to see Xia Yu raise his hand once more. Wherever blood had been spilled, it was met with a swift slash. If 2 arms had been sullied, both would be severed. Xia Ding, having lost both arms, stumbled and collapsed to the ground, his cries echoing in the small courtyard. Blood, severed limbs, and anguished screams. The servants, witnessing this scene, began to awaken to reality. Xia Xiao Yi was still Xia Xiao Yi. The Xia Xiao Yi of 8 years ago had returned. Xia Xiao Yi, I did not wish to come, but I was assigned. I meant no offense to the concubine. One servant knelt, raising his knife to sever his little finger, bowing in apology. Xia Xiao Yi, I too will sever a finger. Please forgive me. Servants who had not harmed Yunzhu hastily followed suit. Those who had dared to assault Yunzhu and Chon'er felt Xia Yu's cold gaze upon them. Yunzhu softly urged, Yu'er, today is your joyous awakening. Let us not dwell on this, shall we? Naturally, she harbored resentment towards these individuals. However, with Xia Yu newly awakened and exhibiting such ferocity, what would the second concubine and Lord Xia Yingxiao think? Xia Yu replied solemnly, these wicked servants have gone too far. Originally, I intended to take your lives, but in light of my mother, I will allow you to sever an arm. Although these wicked servants could preserve their lives, the thought of self-mutilation was too much for them to bear. Xia Yu's expression hardened. Then allow me to assist you. With a flash of sword light, several more arms fell to the ground. Granny Ma was paralyzed with fear. The ground was strewn with severed limbs and blood, resembling a hellish battlefield. Yellow Weasel, do not be arrogant. Granny Ma spun around to flee. Thinking to escape was too late. Xia Yu, like lightning, pursued her. Just as she attempted to step over the threshold, Xia Yu kicked her down, causing her to land face first onto the ground. Young Master Yu, spare me. Granny Ma turned over, lying on the ground and pleading loudly, this is not my doing. It was the second concubine who wanted the second steward to seize this courtyard. But your mother refused and used golden demonic light to protect you, hence informing the Lord. It was the Lord who said to use black dog blood to dispel the demonic spell. The second concubine, the second steward, the Lord. Xia Yu's eyes turned icy. 8 years ago, they were not like this. Images flooded his mind. 8 years prior, he had enjoyed the trust of his father, Xia Yingxiao, who entrusted him with the management of several family enterprises, including Hanja Mountain. The second concubine had treated him as her own, entrusting her son, Xia Yang, to his care. Reflecting now, it seemed absurd. Father, second concubine, it appears I was merely a pawn in your game. On the opposite path, a middle-aged man accompanied by 7 or 8 attendants strode forward. This was the second steward, Xia Han. Upon seeing Granny Ma beneath Xia Yu's foot, Xia Han immediately barked. Wretched spawn, cease your arrogance. Release Granny Ma at once. Granny Ma, sensing reinforcements, regained her bravado, shouting, "Little beast, get away. I am now in service to the second concubine. If you dare touch a hair on me, the second concubine will break your and your mother's legs." Xia Hun likewise reprimanded, "Wretched spawn, release Granny Ma at once. Kneel, and we shall take you before the Lord. You are the second steward?" Xia Yu raised his head, his expression darkening as he inquired, "I have heard it is you who wishes to expel our family from the courtyard. Is that true? Wretched spawn. We shall discuss this later." Xia Hun coldly retorted, "Release Granny Ma at once. Kneel and submit, and we shall address it before the Lord." "Kneel before you?" A glint of murderous intent flashed in Xia Yu's eyes as he looked down at Granny Ma. Granny Ma, trembling, cried, "Second steward, save me. The little beast truly intends to kill me. Those who insult my mother deserve death." Xia Yu's gaze turned frigid as he waved his hand. The rainbow-hued slender sword light slicing through the air, severing the neck of the wicked Granny Ma. With a splat, blood gushed forth like a fountain as her grotesque head toppled to the ground. Granny Ma was executed in an instant. Gasp! He is killed. Xia Hun and his entourage gasped in shock. Xia Xiaoyi was indeed Xia Xiaoyi, capable of killing without hesitation. A chill crept into Xia Hun's heart. "Wretched spawn. You dare to kill." Xia Hun, "See that? Do you know where this is? This is the Xia family's rear courtyard, not a place for your recklessness." Xia Yu chuckled coldly. "If we speak of the true villain, second steward Xia Hun, you are certainly among them." Xia Hun's face turned pale, and he spoke sharply, "Xia Yu, what do you plan to do? I am the younger brother of the second madam. Anyone who bullies my mother deserves to die. Block him." With a thunderous shout, Xia Hun commanded. Suddenly, swords were drawn, and 8 household servants rushed out, forming a line before Xia Yu to obstruct his path. These servants were once the personal soldiers of Xia Yungxiao and represented the true martial strength of the Xia family, unlike the previous servants. "Young Master Yu, we are ordered to protect the second steward," declared a middle-aged servant, drawing his sword. Xia Yu did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward. He slapped the servant across the face and scolded, "Xia Jiao, back in the day, your young son was mischievous and fell victim to the poison of the spirit worm. The antidote cost 30 taels of silver, yet you borrowed from friends and family and managed to gather only 17 taels. When you begged my father, you only received 10 taels, leaving you 3 taels short. A single coin can stifle a hero. I watched as your son was on the verge of dying from the poison." The struck servant, filled with guilt, bowed his head and said, "In the end, it was young Master Yu who heard the news and rushed to deliver the antidote overnight. Young Master Yu's kindness is unforgettable. But how do you repay that kindness?" Xia Yu bellowed, "My mother has suffered such injustice in the Xia family, and what are you all doing about it?" At Xia Yu's reprimand, the servant's face flushed red with shame, and he fell to his knees, exclaiming, "When young master saved my son, I secretly vowed to serve you loyally. But I failed to fulfill that vow. I am willing to be punished. Now that was a man. Then sever an arm, and I shall spare your life." Xia Yu stated with a blank expression. "Yes." The servant complied. Xia Yu then walked towards a slightly younger servant. Chapter 5. The first evildoer must be punished. The second steward must die. Seeing Xia Yu approach, this man could not help but lick his lips and muttered, "Young Master Yu." Xia Yu's face darkened as he pointed at the man. "Xia Shizhu, back on Hanja Mountain, you were cowardly and timid. I gave you a chance due to your youth to escape unscathed. When the Su family attacked, you nearly lost your life. It was I who kicked away that Su family servant. Is this how you treat your savior?" Xia Shizhu's face turned awkward as he lowered his head and dropped the steel knife in his hand. "Young Master Yu." Xia Yu's tone was cold. "I saved your life, yet you merely watched my mother suffer such humiliation. You did not lend a hand. How can you assist the oppressors?" "Young Master, I did not wish to come. It was the Master's order," the man said helplessly. "I understand you are here on orders," Xia Yu replied, offering a reluctant support. However, just as the man felt a sense of relief, he heard Xia Yu add, "But you are not the principal offender. You may escape the death penalty. Yet you must sever an arm." "What?" Xia Shizhu's face turned pale. Though he felt remorse for failing Xia Yu, he was utterly unwilling to sever an arm. Seeing him hesitate, Xia Yu waved his hand, and a flash of 7-colored sword light appeared, spraying blood as a living arm and steel knife fell to the ground with a clatter. Xia Shizhu clutched his arm, screaming in agony. Xia Yu did not even glance at him before moving to another servant with a bushy beard. "Xia Kai, I need not speak of your past, do I?" Xia Kai, filled with self-reproach, knelt immediately, saying, "My real name is Zhao Kai. I made a mistake in the military and fled to serve the Xia family. Later, this matter was reported, and the wild camp guards came to capture me. It was young Master Yu who intervened." allowing me to change my name to Xia and escape with my life. And you? Xia Yu's eyes gleamed with intensity. Xia Kai began, but was interrupted by the voice of his mother from behind. Do not misjudge a good person. Xia Kai has guarded the gate, secretly letting me go and providing financial assistance. Xia Yu then retracted his gaze and said, you cannot distinguish between good and evil, yet you draw your sword against me. Sever your little finger. Thank you, young master Yu. Xia Kai, surprisingly agreeable, extended his little finger and severed it with a single stroke. After cutting off his finger, Xia Kai turned and shouted, brothers, this is not some yellow weasel possessing him. Young master Yu has awakened. Young master Yu has returned. The other servants also laid down their weapons. If young master Yu recognized everyone, then it was indeed the true young master. Seeing that all 8 servants had put down their swords, Xia Han's face grew anxious, and he scolded, Xia Yu, do not act recklessly. I am the younger brother of the second madam. Is that so? Xia Yu's face bore a murderous intent as he advanced step by step. At that moment, Yunju hurriedly approached, advising, since you have awakened, let the past be the past. The courtyard is already strewn with arms and blood. Do not continue the killing. Mother cannot bear to see such things. Upon hearing this, Xia Han felt as if a great mercy had been bestowed upon him, quickly asserting, indeed, the concubine is right. It is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned to flee. 8 years ago, he had yet to arrive at the Xia family, and today he finally witnessed young Master Yu's might, frightening him and preparing to return to discuss matters with the second madam. However, just at that moment, a slender beam of sword light surged forth, swiftly piercing through his chest. Boom! The sword light erupted at his chest, creating a gaping wound, shattering his heart into pieces. Xia Han halted, unable to believe his eyes as he looked down at his chest, then collapsed with a thud. From behind, Xia Yu's merciless voice rang out, my mother may spare you, but I cannot. Alas! Yunju sighed deeply. She had tried to stop Xia Yu, fearing that killing Xia Han would offend the second madam. During the 8 years Xia Yu lay unconscious, the second madam had taken control of the Xia family, becoming its true ruler. The second madam's son, Xia Yang, had awakened his celestial roots 4 years ago, possessing exceptional talent and joining the celestial sect. By killing Xia Han, Xia Yu had truly forged an enmity with the second madam's faction. But at this point, Yunju did not know what to say. With a life lost, this matter was bound to become complicated. Today is a momentous day for your awakening. I believe we should let it go. Yunju urged once more. Looking at the courtyard filled with severed limbs and blood, she secretly sighed, knowing that with the second madam's son already in the celestial sect, they were likely in deep trouble. Xia Yu nodded and finally spoke. Xiajiu, clear this place. My mother does not wish to see these corpses and severed limbs. Understood. Xiajiu immediately led the others to get busy. As Xia Yu followed his mother and took a couple of steps back, he paused to say, inform my father that I have awakened. Whenever he is free, I shall pay my respects. Yes. Xiajiu and the others bowed once more. At that moment, the servants and household members felt a tumultuous wave of emotions. As soon as young Master Yu awoke, he caused such a commotion. Killing an old woman is one thing, but Xia Han was the second madam's brother. This time, they had stirred up a significant problem, and no one knew where the master stood. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Xia Yu felt somewhat dizzy. Although he had practiced the great dream-slashing immortal technique in his dreams, his physical body remained weak. The spiritual power he could wield was far too little. Just now, he faced only some servants. If he were to confront true powerhouses, he would be unable to showcase his true abilities and would be easily killed. This was also why he did not pursue the matter further. After returning to the small courtyard, Xiachan also emerged, and both mother and daughter changed into clean clothes. With a son to support her, Yunju finally found the courage to wear a veil. Brother, 9-year-old Xia Chan rushed over. Chaner, Xia Yu embraced his younger sister. You have grown so big. Tell me how those bad people bullied our mother. Those bad people want us to move. If we refuse, they beat us. They say mother practices demonic arts. And they call me a little servant picked up from the streets, even throwing stones at me. Innocent words flowed from Xia Chan's mouth, revealing years of grievances. Now that her brother had awakened, all her pent-up frustrations poured out. Yunju, however, dared not let her continue, hastily interrupting, Chaner, do not speak carelessly. Mother has been doing well all these years. Xiachan was understanding and lowered her head, not wanting to say more, but her big, round eyes glistened with tears. Xia Yu's expression darkened. It seemed that his mother and sister had been bullied for far longer than just a day or two. The situation was not merely about moving houses. It It was a comprehensive oppression filled with insults and suppression. My mother, in her disfigurement, and he, in his unconscious state. Both suffered for the sake of Xia Yu and the Xia family. Such an outcome is truly chilling. Have these people bullied us to such an extent? And yet father remained silent? Xia Yu suddenly inquired. Chan frightened, dared not speak, while Yunzu, startled, quickly replied. Yungziao is likely unaware, as the outside world has been proclaiming that he has been in seclusion all these years, striving to reach the Lincoln realm. If he knew, he would undoubtedly not permit this. After speaking, she asked, You have just awakened. Do not concern yourself with such matters for now. Are you hungry? Xia Yu, upon hearing this, realized he was indeed very hungry. I am hungry. At last, a smile graced his lips for the first time since awakening. This smile brought joy to the little household. Xia Chan laughed, and Yunzu's face blossomed with a relieved smile. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she retrieved a few copper coins from her waist, handing them to Xia Chan. Chan, go to Si Niang's house on the back street and buy some steamed buns, preferably white flour buns, and also bring back some pickled vegetables. Receiving the coins, Xia Chan exclaimed with delight, Yay! Finally, I can eat white flour buns. With that, the little one grabbed a small bamboo basket and dashed off. Why such joy over white flour buns? Xia Yu was bewildered. Moreover, it was even more significant that the Xia family had a centralized supply system, forbidding each courtyard from cooking their own meals. Food was provided by the kitchen. For the masters, buns and such were always available upon request without the need to purchase them. Mother, doesn't the kitchen send us meals? Xia Yu asked. Ah, they do, Yunzu stammered. Mother, did they send anything or not? They did. Of course they did. Otherwise, would we starve? Yunzu wore a broad smile, appearing relaxed. Yet, Xia Yu still frowned. If they sent meals, why send Chaner to buy buns? Observing Yunzu's inability to answer, Xia Yu made a beeline for the main hall of their home, where a large table was set with food. Chapter 6. In 2 days, I shall ascend to the 8th level. Xia Yu lifted the food cover, revealing several bowls. As he picked one up to sniff, he nearly retched. A pungent, rancid odor assailed him, filled with vegetable scraps that were unidentifiable, resembling swill. They sent this? The kitchen sent this? Yunzu rushed after him, realizing the gravity of the situation. Is this all they sent? Xia Yu's eyes reddened instantly. Now he understood why Chaner was sent to buy buns. It was because the kitchen had only provided leftovers from others' meals. Even scraps that should have gone to the pigs, laid out on their dining table. Mother, have you been living like this for 8 years? Xia Yu's eyes burned with rage. He had already known his mother and sister were being bullied, but each revelation shattered his worldview anew. They were treating the 3 of them not as humans, but as mere livestock. Tears that Yunzu had held back for 8 years now flowed freely. She had endured so much humiliation without shedding a tear, for she held on to her faith to see her son awaken. But now that her son had indeed awakened, her tears could not be contained. Deep down, her heart had long since died. She had even contemplated ending her own life once her son regained consciousness. Yet now, she found herself too afraid to do so, fearing Xia Yu might cause trouble. Yunzu said through her tears, please do not inquire about these matters, all right? No matter how much suffering I endure, I am willing. It means nothing to me. Just to see you awake brings me immense joy. Let us not dwell on this. We should live together peacefully as a family, shall we? Parents often bear hardships themselves to maintain peace, fearing their child might stir up trouble. Those who have never experienced parenthood cannot comprehend this, and those who lack empathy toward their parents will never understand. Mother, I understand. I shall not ask further. Xia Yu gently embraced his mother, patting her back soothingly. Yunzu smiled through her tears and added, I do not desire much. I simply wish for no more troubles and for you all to be well. All right, I understand. After bearing so much over the years, both physically and mentally, Yunzu was utterly exhausted. Holding her son brought her a sense of peace, and she unwittingly fell asleep. Xia Yu laid her down in her room, his brows furrowed in thought. Though his mother urged him not to pursue the matter, he could not let it go. His mother had been bullied to such an extent. As long as he had any blood left in him, he must seek the truth. He knew well that such brazen cruelty from the servants must have someone backing it. The second madam was undoubtedly involved. But what of his biological father, Xia Yungziao? At that moment, a deep voice echoed from outside. Young Master Yu. Everything outside has been tidied up. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Wait a moment. Xia Yu stepped outside to find Xia Jiu and Xia Kai at the door, while the other servants and attendants lingered outside the courtyard, wary of any entanglement here. Come in with me. Xia Yu led the 2 back to his room and inquired, what has transpired over the past 8 years? Why does the second madam treat my mother so poorly? Xia Jiu and Xia Kai both owed him a great debt of gratitude and were upright men. So he hoped they could reveal the truth. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Jiu finally spoke. Actually, during the first 2 years of your coma, the family treated the second madam quite well. And then, Xia Yu pressed. Then, Xia Jiu hesitated, but Xia Kai, straightforward as ever, interjected. It was because the second madam's son, Xia Yang, was discovered to possess a spirit root and was sent to the Yin-Yang sect to become a cultivator. After that, the second madam's attitude changed. Xia Yu's eyes flickered. The little brother who had once followed him, whom he had cared for in various ways, had unexpectedly gained such fortune. I see. Xia Yu did not press further, but could infer the rest. 8 years ago, when he held power, the second madam treated him with courtesy, but in truth, she merely saw him as a pawn. The more contributions he made, the more she envied him. And when he fell into a coma, he became as good as a dead dog. After Xia Yang became a cultivator, the second madam cast aside all pretense, revealing her true intentions, driving the family of this dead dog out. Very well. A sharp glint flashed in Xia Yu's eyes. He then raised his head and asked, Does father remain silent in the face of the second madam's actions? At the mention of his father, Xia Yunxiao, both Xia Jiu and Xia Kai's faces paled. Even Xia Kai, who was usually bold, could not find his voice at this moment, awkwardly laughing. The master still hopes to one day enter the Yin-Yang sect. Young Master Yu, when you meet with him, it would be wise to speak kindly. After all, he is your biological father. Now that you have awakened, do not let things become too strained. I understand, you may go. After seeing them off, Xia Yu watched them exit the small courtyard, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He had originally hoped that Xia Yunxiao would show him some paternal affection and regard his mother with spousal kindness. But it was not to be. Xia Yunxiao had always been a cold-hearted man, gradually neglecting Yunzu upon returning from the capital, marrying one beautiful wife after another, making it difficult for Yunzu to even catch a glimpse of him. It was only as Xia Yu grew, with commendable talent and a fighting spirit, that Xia Yunxiao treated them a bit better. Furthermore, Xia Yunxiao had once jokingly remarked, when the people from the Yin-Yang sect come to test for your spirit root, do not forget your father. At the time, Xia Yu had brushed it off. But now, Xia Yunxiao's intentions were glaringly clear. He too wished to enter the Yin-Yang sect and become a cultivator. The path to entering a cultivation sect is fraught with difficulty. Not only does one require talent, but age and connections are of utmost importance. Back then, Xia Yu's extraordinary talent led Xia Yunxiao to hope he would enter the Yin-Yang sect and later help him gain entry as well. But who could have foreseen? During the battle at Hanja Mountain, Xia Yu fell into a coma, and naturally, he lost the chance to enter the Yin-Yang sect. Instead, it was Xia Yang, who had followed Xia Yu, who was discovered to possess a spirit root and brought into the sect. Consequently, Xia Yunxiao treated Xia Yang as the family's treasure, while the second madam rose in power, taking control of the Xia family. Father, so it turns out your true intentions lie here. Your intentions are commendable. Yet you have shown undue harshness and ingratitude towards both my mother and me. A flame burns fiercely within Xia Yu's gaze. The disfigurement of Yunzhu's face was all for the sake of rescuing him. Xia Yunxiao. Others may have the audacity to disdain Yunzhu, but Xia Yunxiao? You have no right. The perilous conquest of Hanja Mountain, achieved by Xia Yu at the cost of his life, also served to aid Xia Yunxiao. If it weren't for the spiritual iron, what would Xia Yunxiao offer to honor Yin-Yang zone? To dismantle the bridge after crossing it. To slay the donkey after the grinding is done. Is this not precisely what Xia Yunxiao has done? Despicable to the utmost, a shameless scoundrel. Upon grasping these realities, Xia Yu understood that if he did not seek trouble, trouble would inevitably seek him. By killing Xia Han earlier, he has forged an unending grudge with the second madam's faction. With such a father, retaliation is surely imminent. Strength is imperative. Xia Yu's gaze sharpened. Over the past 8 years, he has mastered the extraordinary sword technique, Demeng Zhan Xianju, but to unleash a powerful swordplay, one must first possess the requisite cultivation. Adequate cultivation begets sufficient spiritual power. After a brief manifestation of the gathering qi into sword technique, he sensed his spiritual power faltering. After all, he had not practiced for 8 years. The 8th layer of the Hushan realm is far too weak. It seems I must hasten to elevate my cultivation. A fierce glint flashed in Xia Yu's eyes. Chapter 7. Imperial Class Techniques. The Grand Feast of the Xia family. As Xia Yu contemplated this, he promptly retreated to his chamber. The remnants of the black dog blood and wooden tub had been cleared away. Once he settled onto his bed, he sat cross-legged in meditation. While it appeared to be mere meditation, he had already entered a dream. Indeed, This was the final gift bestowed upon him by his enchanting master upon their parting. Ding Hua Meng Jing. Countless messages coalesced within the depths of Xia Yu's consciousness, forming an ethereal, ancient bronze cauldron. Upon entering the dream, his spirit plunged into the cauldron, where a boundless sea of peach blossoms awaited him. Within the peach grove stood a cloud pavilion, and there, a peerless beauty graced the scene. "My beautiful master, are you still here?" Xia Yu exclaimed with delight, rushing over. He had thought he would never see her again. "You are," the beautiful master smiled, her countenance captivating beyond measure. "In truth, this is neither my true form nor my dream, but merely a fragment of my consciousness." As she spoke, she waved her hand across the pavilion's pillar, her delicate wrist appearing almost translucent as it passed through. The beautiful master was but a shadow. Nevertheless, Xia Yu felt compelled to honor her, bowing deeply. "Master, regardless of whether you are my true form or a fragment of consciousness, you will always be my beautiful master. She continued. Your determination to seek me is why I have left this fragment of consciousness. However, I must caution you, only by mastering all that I have imparted and honing the foundational techniques to their zenith may you come to find me. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for us both." Meeting her gaze, Xia Yu nodded solemnly. "I understand." Her words hinted at danger even for her, strengthening Xia Yu's resolve. "Master, I shall undoubtedly refine all techniques to their peak, and then seek you." The beautiful master then revealed a hint of a charming smile. "This fragment of consciousness, preserved in the dream, will endure for 3 years. During this time, you must diligently study and practice. Your talent is commendable, do not squander it." "What? This fragment of consciousness can only exist for 3 years? Xia Yu's countenance shifted in alarm, urgently inquiring, "Will 3 years be sufficient for me to reach the apex?" The beautiful master chuckled softly. "This set of techniques is notoriously difficult to master. Many spend their entire lives without success. 3 years, how could that be enough? But I don't even know your name. How will I find you later?" "My name will naturally be revealed to you when I dissipate." She smiled gently. As the surrounding peach blossoms lost their vibrancy, "I leave you this imperial-class foundational technique, which I believe will lay a solid foundation within 3 years, enabling you to cultivate independently thereafter." "Excellent." Xia Yu recognized the arduous path ahead but glimpsed a glimmer of hope. "Master, I shall diligently train and seek you in the future." Indeed, this technique is named Su Kong Jiujianjing. Upon concluding, she gracefully lifted her jade hand, and with a flick of her delicate fingers, an immense page materialized before Xia Yu. This page was adorned with an overwhelming array of images and texts. Sitting cross-legged, Xia Yu scrutinized it, yet the content proved overwhelmingly intricate and obscure. Each character he recognized individually, yet strung together, they eluded his comprehension. No wonder the beautiful master had mentioned that some might never succeed in mastering it. He looked up and said, "Master, to be honest, my mother and I are currently on the brink of danger. The second madam may retaliate at any moment. I fear I lack the time to cultivate slowly. This Su Kong Jiujianjing is exceedingly complex. Even a single sentence could occupy my understanding for an entire day. How long will it take to truly master it?" The beautiful master smiled knowingly. "This is an imperial-class technique. Naturally, it is challenging to master. Do you think achieving success would be so simple without my assistance?" With this realization, Xia Yu felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, solidifying his resolve to train diligently and repay the profound kindness of his beautiful master. The beautiful master continued, "In essence, while this technique may seem complex, it is fundamentally simple. The fabric of our world is derived from the 9 elemental forces: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, darkness, and stars. The so-called Su Kong Jiujian is the process of refining these 9 elements into 9 celestial swords, constructing 9 sword realms within your being." In the grand hall of the Xia family's front courtyard, Xia Yunxiao, the family patriarch, radiated with joy, seated amidst formidable elders. Should anyone from Lujing City chance upon this scene, they would be astounded. These were the renowned heads of the prominent families of Lujing City. The Su, Xia, Shun, and Huang families were the most illustrious among them, collectively referred to as the 4 great families of Lujing City, and all the clan leaders were present. Seated at the head of the guest table was the esteemed Lord of Lu City. "Congratulations, Brother Yunxiao, on advancing to the Ling Quan realm. Such joyous news. We must nurture our bonds and not let past grievances between the younger generations tarnish the friendship between the Xia and Su families," declared the patriarch of the Su family, a smile adorning his face. The other clan leaders echoed their congratulations. It was indeed unexpected. The Xia and Su families, once embroiled in mortal conflict 8 years ago, now shared the same hall, conversing amicably. However, in the realm of cultivation, such occurrences were not uncommon. With sufficient strength, the Su family naturally bowed in deference. After all, the battle at Hongya Mountain involved the younger generation, and the elders had not turned hostile. Yuan Shao's ascension to the Lingquan realm adds yet another formidable cultivator to Lujing City, a true blessing for us. Congratulations, congratulations. Xiao brother. May you continue to prosper. Ha ha ha. The Huang family shall follow brother Yuan Shao's lead henceforth. The other 3 great families all expressed their support, while the heads of the smaller families lacked even the right to speak, merely smiling and nodding in agreement. At this moment, Xia Yuan Shao was in high spirits. Just days earlier, he had successfully advanced to the Lingquan realm. He knew this would surely alter the dynamics of Lujing City. He had not anticipated this day to arrive so swiftly. From now on, the Xia family would hold the premier position among the 4 great families of Lujing City. Even the Lord of Lu City, a regional sovereign, would have to show the Xia family a measure of respect. I am immensely grateful for your esteemed presence today, Xia Yuan Shao exclaimed. From now on, should Lujing City face external provocations or incursions from foreign clans, it is my duty to respond. Esteemed clan leaders, although there have been misunderstandings in the past, let us unite in purpose moving forward and foster closer ties. My friends, Yungziao has prepared a modest drink in the backyard. Please join me. All the clan leaders present rose to their feet, each harboring distinct thoughts. Xia Yungziao, known for his cold disposition and lack of benevolence, had just broken through to the Lingquan realm, likely to stir new turmoil in Lujing City. Yet, some pondered in silence. During the battle at Hongya Mountain, the younger generation of the Su clan suffered significant losses, with their most talented descendant, Su Sun, being brutally slain by Xia Yu, thereby severing the Su clan's opportunity to enter a cultivation sect. The Su clan harbored deep resentment towards the Xia clan. Why would the Su clan leader personally come to offer congratulations? Perhaps it was due to the fact that Xia Yungziao's son, Xia Yang, had entered the Yin-Yang sect. However, Lu Chenzu, adorned with a tall crown, seemed unconcerned with such matters, focusing solely on his cultivation as he walked alongside Xia Yungziao. Brother Yungziao, I did not expect you to reach the Lingquan realm so swiftly. I wonder what your next plan is? Lu Chenzu inquired. Chapter 8. Expulsion from the family. Severing ties. Xia Yungziao sighed. At my age, entering the Lingquan realm means the cultivation sects likely will not accept me. What else can I do but remain a loose cultivator at home? Being a loose cultivator is no easy task. Lu Chenzu lamented. He too was a loose cultivator and understood the hardships involved. Without the support of a cultivation sect, one must rely entirely on oneself. The lack of spiritual herbs and elixirs is secondary. The most critical issue is the absence of suitable cultivation methods. This is the dilemma faced by all loose cultivators. Xia Yungziao echoed Lu Chenzu's sentiments. Your words ring true. Without a lineage of teachings, cultivation is arduous. Entering the Lingquan realm is akin to having one foot in the door of cultivation. One must possess a foundational method that is consistent. Lu Chenzu chuckled. Isn't your son Xia Yang now a member of the Yin-Yang sect? Surely he has access to extraordinary methods bestowed by the sect? How can I dare to think so? Xia Yungziao's expression changed in alarm. The cultivation sects are quite strict about foundational methods. If you put it that way, it would lead to my family's demise. It is not as serious as you think. Lu Chenzu laughed heartily. While sects do have unique foundational methods that are not meant for external dissemination. Since Xia Yang has entered the sect, he will have many opportunities to access these methods. If he could assist in procuring a suitable foundational method for your cultivation, that would be quite beneficial. No, he has only just joined, and I cannot burden him, Xia Yungziao insisted, waving his hand in refusal. Lu Chenzu raised an eyebrow, seemingly understanding, and replied, speaking of which, the Xia family has a rich heritage. Although several elders have not emerged from seclusion, they must have left behind some family cultivation methods for you to practice. Xia Yungziao forced a bitter smile. At present, it seems that is the only option. In this world, the cohesion of a family, its long-term survival, and the passing down of its legacy hinges not on wealth, but on its cultivation methods. A robust and powerful lineage of cultivation methods can lead to a plethora of strong individuals within a family, ensuring its prosperity. Just consider the current royal family in the capital, which also rose from a foundational scripture. This underscores the significance of cultivation methods. The group proceeded to the rear hall, where a banquet had been prepared, replete with exquisite wines and delicacies, all arranged on a lavish table, attended by professional chefs and maids from the Xia residence. As everyone took their seats, the atmosphere was lively. Esteemed guests, today marks a momentous occasion for Yungziao. Do not hold back, indulge yourselves. Xia Yungziao said a few words before sitting down, laughingly adding, Lu Chenzu, would you like to say a few words? Please, do not be shy. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Lu Chenzu, devoted to his cultivation and indifferent to such matters, spoke briefly before lowering his voice. Brother Yungziao, if it is not too rude, may I inquire about the level and tier of your family's cultivation method? Cultivation methods are categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, xian, and huang, with each level further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, making a total of 12 ranks. The rank of a method is determined by its content and the ultimate heights it allows one to reach. However, such details are typically family secrets and not meant for public discussion. Lu Chenzu, focused on his cultivation, was somewhat naive in social matters, which prompted him to ask. Xia Yungziao found it awkward to remain silent and could only respond, Chenzu, we are but a small family. What powerful methods could we possess? They are merely Huang-level methods. Here, he was being a bit cunning. Loose cultivator families primarily possess Huang-level methods, so his statement was almost redundant. The crux lies in the upper, middle, and lower tiers of Huang-level methods, which dictate how far a family's strong individuals can progress. He chose not to disclose that. Lu Chenzu did not press further and instead chuckled. In fact, I am somewhat better off than you. I practice a set of lower-tier Xian-level foundational methods. Oh, Xia Yungziao's eyes brightened. The difference between Xian and Huang levels is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. In truth, the Xia family's ancestral foundational method is merely a Huang-level middle tier, making it truly a vast gulf from the lower tier of Xian-level methods. Lu Chenzu's decision to mention this matter must have an ulterior motive. Xia Yungziao quickly exclaimed, Chenzu, I truly envy you. Haha, you too could cultivate. Lu Chenzu smiled slightly, inscribing 2 characters, Wu Huang, on the table with drink. Upon seeing these characters, Xia Yungziao's complexion paled, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. In the past, while serving as an official in the capital, I was wrongfully accused and nearly lost my life there. I no longer wish to serve the royal family. The characters Lu Chenzu provided referred to the royal scroll Wu Huang Wan Sui Jing, which is a lower-tier, Xian-level method. Once cultivated, one becomes an agent of the royal family, and any betrayal would prevent access to further methods. Therefore, those who cultivate this method must be prepared to remain tethered to the royal chariot for life. Upon hearing Xia Yungziao's refusal, Lu Chenzu said no more, wiping away the characters with his hand and chuckling. Brother Yungziao's son is in the Yin-Yang sect, reportedly receiving considerable attention. It seems he may eventually bring you to enjoy the blessings of the Yin-Yang sect. This little opportunity, of course, is of no concern to me. In truth, Xia Yungziao hoped for precisely such a fate, and with Lu Chenzu voicing it, he felt embarrassed and quickly replied, Let us do good deeds without questioning the future. We are striving toward that end, and the final outcome is in the hands of fate. Now let us drink. Excellent. Just as the two were about to raise their cups for a toast, the chief steward of the Xia residence hurried in, glancing anxiously at Xia Yungziao as he paced back and forth. Take your time, Chenzu, I must attend to a matter. Xia Yungziao apologized and left the table. What is so urgent? Xia Yungziao's expression darkened, clearly displeased that the chief steward interrupted his reception of guests. The chief steward forced a smile, my lord. Please do not blame me. Something significant has occurred in the backyard. Significant matter? Xia Yungziao's expression shifted, and he stepped aside with the chief steward to a secluded area before stopping. The chief steward then explained, Today, Xia Hun and Ma Pa led people to the Yunzu courtyard, intending to use black dog blood to dispel Yunzu's demonic magic, but unexpectedly, they encountered young Master Yu awakening. Awakening? Xia Yungziao's expression turned grave. Indeed, the chief steward confirmed. Xia Yungziao's expression grew increasingly complicated as he pressed, and then, upon seeing Yunzu drenched in dog blood, young Master Yu flew into a rage and ordered everyone present to sever their own arms. Outrageous! Xia Yungziao bellowed. Who does he think he is? That arrogant wretch. The chief steward continued. Upon awakening, Ma Pa and the others concluded he was possessed by the yellow-skinned creature. Incited by this, he executed Ma Pa on the spot. Xia Yungziao remained silent, yet his expression had darkened considerably. Those familiar with Xia Yungziao understood that his previous outburst of fury was not genuine. It was this current silence, marked by a scowl, that indicated true rage, teetering on the brink of eruption. The chief steward trembled and dared not speak further. Speak, Xia Yungziao commanded. Yes. The chief steward continued. At the moment he killed Ma Pe, Xia Han arrived with the servants, asserting that he was not possessed by the yellow creature. He recognized Xia Jiu and Xia Kai and remembered those past disgraceful incidents. However, he became extremely violent upon hearing that Xia Han intended to seize his residence and subsequently killed Xia Han. What? Xia Yungxiao's expression was one of shock. Killing Mabo and severing the servant's arm are, in essence, trivial matters. However, taking the life of the second housekeeper, Xia Han, is rather excessive. One must remember that Xia Han is the younger brother of the second mistress. Upon returning, the second mistress is unlikely to relent, which will surely vex Xia Yungxiao. Wretched child. Madman. Has he lost his senses? Xia Yungxiao seethed with rage, pacing back and forth, his complexion darkening with shades of green. The chief steward interjected. Young Master Yu has also requested that Xia Jiu inform the master that he wishes to meet when convenient. Wretched child. What does he want to see me for? Is he trying to drive me to my grave? Xia Yungxiao's fury knew no bounds. At that moment, a maid rushed in, kneeling before Xia Yungxiao, exclaiming, Master, it is dire. Hurry to save the second mistress. She is attempting to hang herself. Damn it. All because of that wretched child. Xia Yungxiao did not rush to the backyard. The second mistress's suicide was but a ruse, designed to compel him to address the situation. Return and inform the second mistress that I will ensure justice is served, and she should refrain from seeking death. I still have guests to entertain. After uttering this, he turned again. That wretched beast has awakened after 8 years in a stupor, and now he is a fearsome menace. Who knows what unclean entity has possessed him? And as for Yun Zhu, practicing demonic arts, she is not welcome in the Xia family. I have already declared that their family of 3 is irrevocably severed from the Xia clan. They must leave without delay. Chapter 9. Using a knife to kill. Void 9 swords. Expulsion from the family, severing ties. The chief steward was taken aback by Xia Yungxiao's words. Knowing full well that Xia Yu was his own flesh and blood, the chief steward urged, Master, young Master Yu is still your son, and he has contributed significantly to our Xia family. His actions are brutal and tyrannical. Who knows what spirit possesses him? Xia Yungxiao coldly interrupted. It is only due to his contributions that I do not break his legs. I give them until this afternoon to vacate the Xia family. Understood. The chief steward sighed and turned to leave. Watching him depart, Xia Yungxiao stood there, his expression fluctuating between rage and despair, cursing the wretched beast before finally returning to the banquet hall. The events unfolding in the Xia family's backyard were difficult to keep under wraps. Particularly, the Su family had already infiltrated the Xia household with spies, and their patriarch, still indulging in drink, was soon whispered to by those around him. So it is true. The Su family's patriarch, known as Su Leho, with his fierce countenance and short black beard, was filled with malevolence. Years ago, Xia Yu had seized the mining rights of Hanja Mountain. Not only that, but had also slain the Su family's prodigy, Su Sun. With Su Sun's demise, none from the Su family of this generation had entered any cultivation sect, and their hatred for Xia Yu had reached a boiling point. Upon hearing that the Xia family intended to sever ties with Xia Yu, he rejoiced. Yet, Su Leho was cautious. With Xia Yungxiao recently entering the Lingquan realm, his power was formidable, and he was currently establishing his reputation through bloodshed. Su Leho could not afford to be reckless. What if Xia Yu was merely a bait in Xia Yungxiao's scheme? After a moment's contemplation, he stood up, raising his glass. Brother Yungxiao, I wish you great advancements in your cultivation and a surge in power. Excellent. Xia Yungxiao laughed heartily, raising his glass in return. However, Su Leho was not in a hurry to drink. He continued, Brother Yungxiao, I have just received word that your son, Xia Yu, has awakened. Upon hearing this, the countenance of all present shifted. Xia Yu, who had once led the Xia family to victory at Hanja Mountain, had become a legendary figure. And for 8 years his name had echoed throughout Lujing City. Everyone awaited Xia Yungxiao's response. Xia Yungxiao did not wish to conceal the matter, for it was impossible to keep such news hidden. He shook his head and sighed. The misfortune of our family has birthed such a wretched child. I apologize for the embarrassment. What happened? The crowd was taken aback. Xia Yu was, after all, Xia Yungxiao's biological son, and his awakening should have been a cause for celebration. Why then did Xia Yungxiao exhibit such a demeanor? At once, a curious onlooker approached, embellishing the tale of the events in the Xia family's backyard. What? Is that so? Xia Yu is truly too arrogant. No wonder Xia Yungxiao seeks to expel him. Such methods are indeed ruthless. After 8 years of coma, he suddenly turns to murder? I cannot believe he is not possessed. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Su Lahu interjected, Brother Yungxiao, I wish to inquire. After Xia Yu leaves the Xia family, will you truly wash your hands of him? He cunningly refrained from mentioning the battle at Hanja Mountain. As expected, Xia Yunxiao nodded, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, let me make this clear. Once Xia Yu departs the Xia family, he is no longer one of us. I sever all father-son ties with him. Our bond is irrevocably broken. Any actions or consequences he faces outside are of no concern to the Xia family." Excellent. Su Lehe laughed heartily. The younger generation of the Su family, fueled by their hatred for Su Sun's death, saw their opportunity for revenge finally at hand. "Brother Yungxiao, allow me to toast you." Su Lehe downed his drink in one gulp before leaning down to whisper a few instructions to those beside him. The onlookers understood precisely what this meant. Witnessing Xia Yunxiao's actions, the heads of various families were filled with thoughts of their own. Some shook their heads in disapproval, deeming Xia Yunxiao cruel and ungrateful, while others felt his actions were justified, believing Xia Yu's brutality was indeed excessive. Meanwhile, in the Xia family backyard, Yu Xiang, what did the master say? The second mistress, with red eyes, sat by the window, sulking. Having lost her brother to murder, her mood was understandably foul, but she was not yet at the brink of despair. She awaited Xia Yunxiao's response. "The master has stated he will seek justice for you," the maid respectfully replied. "And he has commanded the chief steward to expel their family of 3 from the Xia family by this afternoon." "What good is that? My brother has already been killed by that little beast." The second mistress slammed the table in fury. Just then, another maid rushed in, reporting, "Mistress, the head of the Su family just publicly inquired about this matter. It appears they may take action against Xia Yu." "Little beast." The second mistress's expression softened slightly. Nevertheless, the fact that Xia Yu had personally slain her brother left her unsatisfied with mere vengeance from others. After pondering for a moment, she retrieved a jade pendant, instructing, "Yu Xiang, take my token back to my family." "Understood." The maid, Yu Xiang, accepted the order and departed. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in the second mistress's eyes. "Little beast, I initially only intended to expel you from the Xia family, but now you have brought this upon yourself." In the courtyard of the secondary wife, Xia Yu remained seated in meditation, appearing to cultivate, yet he had actually entered a dreamlike state. "My beautiful master, does this void 9 swords ultimately aim to forge 9 celestial swords?" Xia Yu questioned, filled with curiosity. "Incorrect," his master replied. "The crafting of 9 celestial swords is merely the surface goal. The true ultimate objective is to use these 9 swords to uphold a realm infused with 9 elemental forces. To forge a realm within one's body." Xia Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Though he had only attained the 8th layer of postnatal cultivation and had little understanding of the path, his 8 years spent alongside his master had broadened his horizons. However, the notion of creating a world within oneself was indeed overwhelming. His master chuckled, "Of course. Do not forget, this is an imperial-level technique. How could it be ordinary?" Imperial-level technique? Xia Yu was unfamiliar with the term. Had he known that his father, Xia Yunxiao, was troubled over a mere yellow-level technique, he would have grasped the rarity of an imperial-level technique. The fundamental techniques of this world are categorized into the small 1,000 worlds, divided into 4 layers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The middle 1,000 worlds also have 4 layers: Dan, super, and sacred. When it comes to the great 1,000 worlds, there are again 4 layers: Marquis, King, and Emperor. The imperial-level techniques, also known as ceiling emperor-level techniques, are the finest techniques known to me. Is that so? Xia Yu was left in shock. He never anticipated that this cultivation technique would be so invaluable, nor did he foresee that his esteemed master would impart such a supreme method to him without reservation. "Thank you, master." Xia Yu was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion, rendered speechless. The beautiful master gently caressed his hair, yet, as she existed merely as a wisp of consciousness, she could not physically touch Xia Yu. She continued, "Although this technique is precious to you, its difficulty is formidable. Firstly, your physical body is lacking, vastly inferior compared to practitioners from the Deqian world. Choosing this path will undoubtedly be arduous." Xia Yu was already aware that he resided in a mere Shaoqian world, far removed from the Deqian world where his beautiful master dwelled. Nevertheless, he still wished to give it a try. "Master, I will strive diligently in my cultivation. Wherever we fall short, we shall endeavor to improve. I fear neither hardship nor death," Xia Yu declared with unwavering determination. The beautiful master smiled and nodded, appreciating Xia Yu's resolute demeanor, believing that he would indeed create miracles. She added, "The foundational technique can only be cultivated upon reaching the Lingquan realm. Your immediate task is to break through to that stage as swiftly as possible." Chapter 10. arranging the formation to wash the marrow, expelling the Xia family. Xia Yu naturally wished to break through to the Lingquan realm. However, he was currently merely at the 8th layer of the acquired realm, with an innate realm standing between him and the Lingquan realm. He needed to reach the pinnacle of the innate realm before entering seclusion to break through. It was evident how challenging this was, as his father, Xia Yu, only advanced to the Lingquan realm in his 40s. Observing Xia Yu's dejected expression, the beautiful master smiled and said, to rapidly advance to the Lingquan realm. The first step is to enhance your physical aptitude. Every practitioner's body is akin to a rough jade, possessing vastly different cultivation qualities. Some are born with exceptional talents, while others are inherently flawed. The better the aptitude, the quicker one will progress in cultivation. What is my aptitude like? Xia Yu asked eagerly. He felt quite confident, as he was considered among the better talents of the younger generation in the Xia family and was favored by Xia Yu. Your aptitude, the beautiful master replied with a smile, is merely mediocre in the Shaoqian world. Xia Yu was greatly disheartened. Being merely mediocre in the Shaoqian world meant he would be deemed worthless in the Zhongqian world. As for the Deqian world, that was a different story altogether. The beautiful master, however, was unfazed and chuckled. I mentioned that everyone's aptitude is like unpolished jade, yet it can change after refinement. Thus, polishing is of great importance. Polishing? Indeed, the beautiful master explained. To put it simply, it involves washing the marrow and refining the body, employing various techniques and elixirs to eliminate the impurities within your body, allowing you to better adapt to cultivation. Xia Yu suddenly understood. He had heard of washing the marrow and refining the body, but the required materials were numerous and exceedingly valuable. Master, I too wish to do this, but I lack those precious elixirs. Even in the Xia family, only my father, Xia Yu, is capable of affording such a process. Xia Yu had been a paragon of the Xia family in his youth. The family had high hopes for him, purchasing marrow-washing elixirs thrice. Yet all had ended in failure with minimal results, after which the Xia family could no longer afford them. The beautiful master continued, in theory, true marrow-washing and body refinement cannot be completed in just 1 or 2 attempts. Besides elixirs, methods can also include techniques and formations. Therefore, I will teach you some fundamental techniques. While they may not be as effective as the precious elixirs, they will suffice for your improvement. Wonderful, Xia Yu exclaimed. Once you leave this dream, practice the techniques I imparted to you. First, open your spiritual vision, and then use it to observe and refine the impurities within your body. Having received the teachings from the beautiful master, Xia Yu diligently memorized them, but soon encountered difficulties. Master, you mentioned that opening the spiritual vision requires a spirit stone, but I do not possess one. That is of no consequence. Simply find a location rich in spiritual energy. In the Xia family, where could I possibly find such a place? This time, the beautiful master was at a loss. In the Deqian world, there were countless places of cultivation, but she had never considered that finding a suitable training ground in the Shaoqian world would be so challenging. After pondering for a moment, she asked, do you have any objects containing abundant spiritual energy? Xia Yu's eyes lit up. He had several pieces of relatively pure spirit iron ore. That should suffice. The beautiful master conceded, imparting some basic formations to Xia Yu. Before long, Xia Yu awoke from the dream. Although he had sought much guidance, it had only taken a few moments, and Xia Chan had yet to return from buying bonds. He recalled the techniques taught by the beautiful master and retrieved a pickaxe from beneath his bed, heading straight for a corner of the small courtyard. After a few swings, the pickaxe struck something solid. Clearing away the surface dirt revealed a sack, roughly the size of a backpack. Upon opening the sack, he discovered it contained a dozen pieces of iron ore. These ores boasted high purity, all being the finest spirit iron mined from Hanja Mountain, some of which did not even require refining, as crystalline spirit iron was clearly visible. 8 years prior, while managing Hanja Mountain, Xia Yu had not been foolish. Seizing the moment, he had hidden a dozen of the finest spirit iron ore pieces in his small courtyard for future needs. He never imagined they would come in handy now. Having retrieved the spirit iron ore, he swiftly set up a simple formation in his small room, following the method outlined by the beautiful master. After several adjustments, a rudimentary gathering formation was successfully established. Not only did spiritual energy gradually converge from all directions, but some also seeped from the spirit iron ore, gathering within the formation. Standing at the center, Xia Yu felt the spiritual power intensifying. At that moment, however, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of chaotic footsteps outside, accompanied by a loud voice declaring, Concubine Yunzu, illegitimate son Xia Yu, the master has issued a decree. How swift! Xia Yu's expression darkened as he exited the formation and opened the door, only to find dozens of Xia family servants standing in the courtyard. These servants were all elite soldiers of Xia Yunxiao, each one robust, with several possessing innate cultivation, brandishing drawn swords. Surrounding the courtyard were more than 10 servants, standing behind the walls with drawn bows, creating a tense atmosphere. At the forefront of this assembly stood an elderly man with white hair and beard, exuding the formidable presence of a ninth-layer innate master. "Chief Steward, it has been a while," Xia Yu remarked, dismissing the swords and approaching calmly. The chief steward, known as Xia Fu, was affectionately referred to as Fu Bo by some, and Xia Yu had called him Fu Grandpa during his childhood. Seeing Xia Yu, Xia Fu sighed. "Young Master Yu, now that you have awakened, you should assess the situation and act with discretion. Given the circumstances, I find myself at a loss for words." Xia Yu smiled faintly. "I understand your character, Chief Steward. I trust you comprehend mine as well. My mother has suffered such oppression and humiliation. To remain low-key is beyond my capability." Xia Fu had no retort. He felt sympathy for Yuanzu, yet with the second wife in power, he could only discreetly care for her. While they conversed, the door swung open, and Yuanzu emerged. "Fu Bo is here," she exclaimed joyfully. But her face paled upon seeing the surrounding servants with drawn bows. Xia Yu hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Xia Fu sighed once more before standing firm and announcing, "The master has decreed that concubine Yuanzu has violated her duties and practiced sorcery. Illegitimate son Xia Yu is brutish, unrestrained, and excessively cruel. Both are deemed unworthy of the Xia family. Henceforth, these two shall be expelled from the Xia family, severing all ties. The Xia family and I, Xia Yunxiao, are irrevocably severed from them, and all their actions henceforth will have no connection to the Xia family. They are to leave by nightfall today." "What?" Upon hearing these words, Yunzu's complexion turned pale, and she appeared on the verge of collapse. Had it not been for Xia Yu's support, she would have already collapsed to the ground. In the past, she had sacrificed her beauty for Yunxiao, resolutely accompanying him away from the capital to this place. Did she ever imagine that one day she would be cast out by him? "Yunxiao, is this your promise to care for me for a lifetime?" Yunzu let out a bitter laugh, suddenly recalling something. She quickly asked, "Where is Yunxiao? I must see him. I want to hear him say it with his own mouth." Xia Yu added, "After I awakened, I also wish to meet my father. Please have the steward convey my request." Xia Fu shook his head and said, "The master said, what does that wretched son want to see me for? Does he wish to drive me to my grave? Let them leave." Xia Yu laughed heartily. "How amusing. I ruined my appearance for him, and I fell into a coma for 8 years, only to be dismissed like this. He does not wish to see me. He is too ashamed to face us." Chapter 11, Innate Level 8. Guaranteed Survival. Xia Fu continued, "The master also said, if it weren't for Xiao's contributions, he would have broken your legs and expelled you from the Xia family." "How amusing." Xia Yu laughed in anger. Xia Fu then advised, "Young master, the master is currently in a fit of rage. After all, you killed the second steward, and the second madam is in despair. You should leave the Xia family for now. Perhaps when the master calms down, you might be able to return." "Return?" Xia Yu sneered. "Since he has expelled us from the Xia family, I shall never return. A good horse does not return to its old pasture. He will regret this." Hearing Xia Yu's intention to leave, Xia Fu whispered, "Young master, if you plan to go, you should hurry. Don't let the enemies you offended 8 years ago catch on. I have my own plans." With that, Xia Yu supported his mother back to their room and closed the door. Since Xia Yunxiao had instructed him to leave before dusk, he would take this time to enhance his abilities. Once Yunzu settled in, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, inhaling a refreshing aura that filled her lungs, providing immense comfort. Why does this room feel different?" Xia Yu replied with a smile. "Mother, please sit for a moment while I improve my cultivation. Since we must leave, we cannot behave like defeated dogs." Yunzu expressed her worries. In truth, considering how ungrateful and heartless Yunxiao is, it may be for the best that we depart. "However, where shall we go? What if those whom you offended in the past come after us?" "Mother, rest assured, I have my own plans." Xia Yu only mentioned having plans without elaborating further, and immediately sat in the center of the formation. At this moment, spiritual energy from all directions converged, and the aura emanating from the spiritual iron ore was already quite dense. After entering a meditative state, Xia Yu calmed his mind and began to enter a state of self-forgetful cultivation, initiating the inner vision technique based on the teachings of his beautiful master. Soon, he felt a stirring in his heart. The inner vision was not a literal eye, but a technique for introspection. Every cultivator must learn this technique to observe their body's internal state and monitor the changes in their danshan's energy C. It is a fundamental skill that everyone must master. However, Xia Yu was unaware that his beautiful master had an extraordinary background. Even this basic technique was unique in its own right. Xia Yu's inner vision was of a far superior caliber compared to others. Once he grasped it, he could not only observe his danshan's energy C and the meridians throughout his body, but also sense every organ, blood vessel, and even each hair on his body. So this is my body. Xia Yu's eyes were open wide. Humanity often focuses on external changes while neglecting to study oneself, which is indeed quite shallow. Upon observing his own condition, he recalled the cleansing method taught by his beautiful master to eliminate impurities from his body. This method involves inhaling the spiritual energy in the air to decompose and expel these impurities. This process was incredibly time-consuming, and Xia Yu practiced this technique for an entire afternoon. To his surprise, as the quality of his physical body improved, so did his cultivation. He advanced from the acquired 9th level to the acquired perfection and finally reached the innate 1st level, halting at the innate 8th level. He had ascended a full 10 realms in such a short time. This was astonishing. His innate talent was now vastly superior, promising rapid advancement in the future, progressing at an unprecedented pace. After who knows how long, Xia Yu opened his eyes. At this moment, he was drenched in dark sweat, appearing quite fearsome, as these were the impurities expelled from his body. Yet, his eyes sparkled with clarity, and he felt rejuvenated. Every cell in his body was invigorated. So this is the cleansing method? It feels truly wonderful. Upon seeing Xia Yu open his eyes, Yunzu finally spoke. Are you finished? After several hours of waiting. She understood her son was in deep cultivation and dared not disturb him, but her heart was anxious. I'm done. I need to fetch some water to wash up. Xia Yu stood up. After such an extended release of spiritual energy, the energy within the spiritual iron ore had been completely dissipated. Yunzu reminded him, hurry up. Chuaner went out to buy buns and still hasn't returned. What? Xia Yu suddenly halted, his eyes wide with anger. He had been so absorbed in his cultivation that he had forgotten about Chuaner. It had taken her several hours to go buy buns, from morning to afternoon. She must have encountered trouble. It seems some people are quite swift. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Xia's eyes. Yunzu anxiously said, I can't help but worry about that child. I would rather she had simply gotten lost. Getting lost is far better than falling into the hands of our enemies. 8 years ago, Xia Yu had offended many people. While they had initially feared the Xia family and refrained from acting, now that the protection over Xia had dissipated, all manner of troublemakers would emerge. Mother, do not worry. I will wash myself clean, and we shall go find Chuaner. Xia Yu dismantled the formation and pushed open the door. Stepping outside. In the courtyard, many Xia family servants were watching closely, waiting for the right moment to drive out Xia Yu and his family. Xia Yu disregarded them and approached the well, stripping down completely for a cold bath, despite the icy weather. During the season, the water in the well was warmer than the air outside, so while bathing, the steam made it feel almost like hot water. Shortly after, Xia Yu finished rinsing off and changed into clean clothes, tying his hair up high, feeling invigorated. At that moment, Yunzu also prepared a small bundle. Initially, she wanted to bring many items, but thinking of Xiaoquan's uncertain whereabouts, she lost interest in those possessions and only took some clothing. It was ironic that she, once the most beautiful woman in the capital, now had nothing but a few old garments. Should we leave immediately? Or find Chuaner first, and then return for our belongings? Yunzu asked. Xia Yu glanced around and sneered. Do you think we can return for our things after leaving? Sighing, Yunzu lamented. Yungxiao is too heartless. Once they leave, returning will be out of the question. Then let us go. That child Chuaner is truly unfortunate to be part of a family like ours, Yunzu thought, unable to hold back her tears. Mother, please wait a moment. Xia Yu went back inside to gather his belongings. He was also left with little. The only item he possessed was a sharp-tipped mining pick, forged from spiritual iron. Far superior to ordinary iron tools. Xia Yu held the pick as a makeshift weapon. Let us go, mother. Xia Yu pushed open the door and stepped outside. The winter sun shone brightly. Although the air was cold, the sunlight was warm, casting a radiant glow upon Xia. The servants and attendants present sensed that young Master Yu was somehow different. They could not articulate what was different, yet he seemed more handsome and charismatic. Yunzu stepped out of the courtyard, glancing back, knowing she would never return. She let out a soft sigh and turned her gaze toward the back door of the Xia family, straightening her back. The distance from the small courtyard gate to the Xia family's back door was not far, which was also why Yunzu found it convenient to help others with their laundry. Along the few steps, Xia Kai, whom she had seen earlier, caught up and whispered, "Young Master Yu, the Su family is making moves. We should wait until nightfall before venturing out." "That is indeed wise," Xia Yu replied nonchalantly, then inquired, "Do you wish to accompany us?" Xia Kai lowered his head and said, "Young Master Yu, I am not the only one who wishes to follow you. But others have families and cannot. I am but a worthless life. If I perish, so be it." Xia Yu nodded gently. He had long contemplated various escape routes, having not only hidden some belongings but also invested in certain individuals, which now seemed to bear fruit. "It is well that you join me. Take care of my mother, and leave the rest to me. I vow to keep you alive today," with Xia Kai pledging his loyalty. Xia Yu had no qualms about offering him a sense of reassurance. Chapter 12. The Street of Death, Slaughter. In the afternoon, the north wind howled, and the sky darkened. In the frigid air, tiny snowflakes drifted down. The Xia family's backyard was a secluded stone-paved street. At this moment, the street was immaculate, devoid of any human presence on either side. The shops lining the small street had all closed early, and amidst the silence lingered an eerie atmosphere. The three of them emerged from the back door. Although no one was visible, Xia Yu acutely sensed numerous eyes upon him. Yunju glanced back at the Xia family's small gate, feeling a pang of loss. She had once been welcomed through the grand entrance by Xia Yungziao, but now she was leaving in a disheveled manner through the back door. At that moment, she spotted the second madam approaching, accompanied by her maid. "Oh, is that not Sister Yunju?" The second madam sneered. "Yungziao has instructed me to bid you farewell, declaring that from this moment forth, the Xia family shall have no further ties with you. Whether you rise to power or meet your demise, you shall no longer be of the Xia family." Upon speaking, she raised her hand, signaling her maid to step forward and toss out a sign bearing Xia Yu's name. In this world, the rules dictated that only family members could place their identity tokens within the ancestral hall. To be born a member of the Xia family was to live as one, and to die as a ghost of the Xia family. This was a mark of identity and honor. Now that Xia Yu's identity token had been discarded, it signified his complete expulsion from the Xia family, rendering him a person without status. Henceforth, any actions he took in the outside world or in official matters would be met with scorn. Yunju watched this scene, tears welling in her eyes as she murmured, "Why is Yungziao so heartless towards me? I cannot fathom having wronged him. Even if he despises me, must he humiliate me in such a manner, and treat you in this way?" The second madam let out a cold laugh, as if she had anticipated Yunju's response. Her voice was sharp as she declared, "Yunju, Yungziao said to remind you to reflect on where you went the night before leaving the capital." Shameless. Yunju's face turned pale. "I was striving for his release," she protested. "Who knows what you have done, shameless woman? You were originally a renowned courtesan in the capital. What mischief could you not be capable of?" The second madam's words struck like daggers. "Second madam, if you continue to insult my mother, do not blame me for being impolite." Xia Yu ground his teeth in anger. They had already been driven out of the family. Yet these people still sought to humiliate his mother. Their actions were utterly excessive. "You vile wretch, you killed my dear brother. Just wait." The second madam spat at Xia Yu. "You are the true wretch, ungrateful and merciless. Who is it that sent their son to me for care? My son is now a practitioner of the Yin-Yang sect, far surpassing you." They stood at the entrance, confronting one another, while numerous servants and maids gathered around, pointing and whispering. Yunju disliked this attention. She pulled at Xia Yu and said, "You, let it go." Xia Yu swallowed his rage, stepping forward to crush his Xia family identity token underfoot, brandishing a sharp hoe at the second madam and declaring, "Go back and inform Xia Yungziao that what belongs to me, I shall reclaim. Today, as I leave the Xia family, I am forever no longer one of them. All past grievances are hereby erased. Should any of the Xia family dare provoke me again, I shall show no mercy. You arrogant fool. I hope you survive today." The second madam spat at the entrance before waving her hand to shut and bolt the door. With a resounding crash, the Xia family's back door slammed shut. The stone-paved street was engulfed in an intensifying storm, the cold deepening. Xia Kai stepped forward and inquired, "Young Master Yu?" His call implied a question about their next course of action and destination. Yunju's complexion was ashen. The three of them had become like stray dogs, with no one in Liujing City willing to take them in. Where were they to go? Standing resolutely in the wind and snow, Xia Yu asked somberly, "Xia Kai, is the safe house I established still standing?" Safe house. Xia Kai paused, then recollected. During Xia Yu's management of Hanja Mountain, he had taken precautions against potential threats, secretly purchasing a modest house in the middle of the small street. Who would have thought that it would now serve its purpose? Xia Kai chuckled bitterly. That place has been uninhabited for a long time. No one knows who the owner is. It was eventually occupied by a group of beggars, and remains so to this day. Very well, let us proceed there at once. The three of them made their way toward one side of the small street. Yunju quietly reminded, "You, do not forget to look for Choner. Just ahead is Cece's steamed bun shop." Understood. Xia Yu quickened his pace and soon spotted Cece's steamed bun shop, but before they could reach it, a group of individuals suddenly emerged from a nearby alley. "Young Master Yu, it has been 8 years. How have you fared?" A young man wielding a steel knife stepped forward. Following him was a woman, also armed, who coldly declared, "Xia Yu, you killed my brother Su's son, and now you think you can escape?" "Ah, the Su family." Xia Yu had anticipated this confrontation. His gaze turned icy as he replied, "Su Hong and Su Bin, as the saying goes, do not bring disaster upon the family, no matter what I did back then. I never harmed the women and children of the Su family. Return my sister, and let us settle our grievances here. Disaster does not spare the family." Su Bin's eyes reddened, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "The only potential cultivator of our generation, killed by you. From now on, the Su family has descended to a second-rate clan. How much humiliation have we endured over the years? Have you ever considered that? Such nonsense. He came to kill me and must possess the awareness of being killed. If I do not slay him, it would be against the natural order." Xia Yu stepped forward, shouting, "Return my sister, and I shall spare your lives." "Do not dream." Su Hong, with a steel whip coiled around her arm, sneered, "Xia Yu, today is your end." With that, she issued a command, and the sound of rushing footsteps erupted as several Su family youths and sturdy servants emerged from the doors of nearby shops. "Xia Yu, we meet again after the battle at Hanja Mountain." A scar-faced man emerged from the back, pointing at his face. "All thanks to you." Su Jun Xia Yu laughed heartily. "Excellent. The cowards who fled during the battle at Hanja Mountain have all gathered. After 8 years, it seems you have grown weary of life. You were given 8 more years, and yet still could not resist seeking death. Arrogance." Su Bin, the leader of the Su family today, bellowed, "Kill him. 3,000 taels of silver for the one who kills Xia Yu. 1,000 taels for the one who kills Yunju. 800 taels for the one who kills Xia Kai." Instantly, the Su family's servants grew fervent, raising their steel knives as they closed in from both sides. Xia Yu urged his mother to retreat a few steps until they reached a wall, and he instructed, "Xia Kai, do not worry about me. Protect my mother." Understood. Xia Kai was well aware of the impending battle and was armed with twin blades from his military service. He spat, rubbed his hands together, and gripped his dual knives, declaring, "Young Master Yu, rest assured, I will guard your back." Meanwhile, on the upper floors of the small street, many closed windows opened a crack, revealing individuals standing behind each window. Among them, several middle-aged men sat behind one window, stroking their beards. "You Su family truly dare to act today," one of them remarked. One of the men present was none other than the head of the Su family, known as Su Leho. With a cold smile, Su Leho declared, "Xia Yungxiao has publicly stated that Xia Yu is to be expelled from the family, with no concern for his life or death. What do I have left to hesitate about? If I do not kill now, when will I?" Another voice interjected, "Indeed, Xia Yungxiao is truly heartless. Xia Yu did contribute to the Red Cliff Mountain. I have heard a secret." Someone else added, "It is said that Xia Yungxiao suspects Xia Yu is not his biological son. After all, Yunzu was quite the sensation in the capital back in the day. Such matters are indeed perplexing." The crowd indulged in gossip, and another remarked, "Old Su, it seems your house servants are not very competent." With that, they peered out through the window once more. Chapter 13. Slaying Su Hong, the Safe House. Kill. Blood flowed freely on the stone-paved street. The sharp-tipped hoe in Xia Yu's hands drank the blood of his adversaries, splattering brains in every direction. Those who sought to spare him would not find him merciful. Most of the Su family's servants possessed merely the cultivation of the 8th layer of postnatal, which was utterly insufficient before Xia Yu. In terms of both strength and speed, they could not compare to him. Wherever the hoe struck, heads were pierced. In a flash, Xia Yu had dispatched over a dozen of Su's servants, awakening them to the reality that earning rewards was not as simple as they had thought. Young Master Yu remained Young Master Yu after 8 years. The legendary god of death had returned. The battle momentarily ceased. The servants, armed with steel knives, now displayed signs of trepidation. Who could have anticipated that despite Xia Yu being in a coma for 8 years, he would awaken with such formidable combat prowess? How could he still be so strong after 8 years of unconsciousness? Su Bin and the others were bewildered. They were well aware of Xia Yu's situation, knowing he was still at the 8th layer of postnatal cultivation. Useless trash. Su Hong spat at the feet of a nearby servant, rebuking Xia Yu. Even if your strength hasn't diminished after 8 years, you are still merely at the 8th layer of postnatal. We have already reached the innate stage. How can you contend with us? The so-called postnatal cultivators could not truly be considered practitioners. They were merely martial artists, possessing bodies far stronger than ordinary individuals. However, upon entering the innate stage, one begins to sense the spiritual energy, refining oneself with its aid, which creates a fundamental difference between the innate and postnatal stages. Xia Yu scoffed. Su Hong, you are a mere branch daughter of the Su family. Su Sun is not even your true brother. Your arrogance is simply an attempt to gain recognition. I advise you to tread carefully. I do not wish to harm women, but that does not imply I will not. Brat, Su Hong retorted sharply, her thoughts exposed. Xia Yu, were you not also a branch child, making a fuss in the past? Xia Yu shrugged. That is why I regret it now. Then you shall die. Su Hong promptly flipped over and leaped into the fray, demonstrating her innate strength. Such a leap was impossible for an ordinary person, but for an innate master, their physical form had long surpassed certain limitations, allowing them to perform feats beyond the reach of common folk. With a crack of the steel whip, Su Hong attempted to ensnare Xia Yu's weapon as if it were a venomous snake. She intended to disarm him first before gaining the upper hand. However, she was taken aback when her pull failed to budge the sharp hoe, as if it were welded to Xia Yu's grasp. Is that all the strength you possess? Xia Yu laughed coldly, twisting the hoe and pulling back forcefully, causing Su Hong to stumble and lurch towards him. Not good. Su Hong's heart raced. Yet, being battle-hardened, she quickly adapted and released her grip on the steel whip. With a flick of her wrist, a gleaming dagger emerged from her sleeve. Die! As she lunged forward, Xia Yu had already attained the 8th layer of innate strength, making her efforts futile. More crucially, despite only practicing a single combat technique, the Demeng Zhanxianju, during his 8 years of slumber, it was an extraordinary skill that had comprehensively enhanced his abilities. Xia Yu's figure was ghostly as he sidestepped Su Hong's attack, causing her to lose her target and crash to the ground. With ease, he raised his foot and pressed it against the back of her neck, exerting pressure that threatened to snap her cervical vertebrae, rendering her powerless in battle. Juja, Su Bin and Su Jun's expressions shifted dramatically. Su Hong lay prostrate, her limbs still twitching, yet under Xia Yu's relentless pressure, she dared not move. Release my sister, or she shall die. Xia Yu tossed the hoe and the steel whip aside. After completing this act, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward a window on the 2nd floor of the small street. Brat. Su Lehe's face darkened. He and several other family heads had gathered to display the Su family's might, seeking revenge while also instilling fear in the younger generations. However, they had not anticipated Xia Yu's overwhelming strength. A steward-like figure spoke. Master, should we not give Xia-chan to him? After all, they cannot escape. Nonsense. Su Lehe bellowed. Useless trash. What good is such trash alive? It was evident that Su Hong had brought him disgrace. Xia Yu, release Hengzhe, and we will grant you a complete corpse. Su Bin spoke solemnly. Then our negotiations have collapsed. A fierce glint flashed in Xia Yu's eyes. Su Jun sensed something was amiss, hastily calling out, wait. But it was too late. Xia Yu pressed down with force, the sound of cracking bones echoing as Su Hong was instantly incapacitated. Help! Su Hong cried out in desperation. Yet, Xia Yu continued to apply pressure, and she could no longer scream, blood seeping from her mouth and nose as she was crushed to death beneath his foot. Xia Yu die? Su Bin's eyes reddened as he roared fiercely, everyone, charge. Kill him. With that, Su Bin and Su Jun led the servants into another frenzied assault. Their eyes clouded with rage. Xia Yu had anticipated this and kicked Su Hong's lifeless body aside, while shouting, flee. Now, amidst the chaos, Xia Kai protected Yunzu, edging along the wall, his dual blades keeping at bay any servants who dared approach, blood spraying in all directions. Xia Yu continued to wield the sharp hoe, fending off the approaching throngs, while Su Bin and Su Jun, both innate masters of the 5th layer, remained unharmed. Something is amiss. A young family head from above voiced his confusion. How is Xia Yu so strong after being in a coma for 8 years? And look, he has had multiple opportunities to attack Su Bin, but has refrained. The crowd fell silent, and Su Lehe, upon closer inspection, gasped, this lad is concealing his strength. Impossible. The steward retorted, he is merely at the 8th layer of postnatal. What could he possibly conceal? Su Lehe's eyes narrowed in realization, exclaiming, he has entered the innate stage. A collective gasp echoed through the assembly. No wonder Xia Yu was so formidable. He was indeed an innate master. Su Hong's demise was not in vain. But how could this be? Wasn't he just awakened today? Could he have cultivated in his dreams? The crowd was befuddled. Some speculated. Even if he has attained the innate stage, why conceal it at this moment? Is he afraid I might descend and strike him? Su Leho, as the family head, quickly grasped the implication. The crowd finally understood. If Xia Yu revealed his strength too early, it could very well provoke Su Leho to take action personally. Thus, he intentionally concealed his prowess. This young man, despite his tender age, possesses remarkable cunning, murmured the family head in astonishment. Su Leho sneered. Regrettably, this narrow alley is lengthy. Should Su Bin and Su Jun perish, Su shall personally intervene to grant him some face. With that, a sinister smile crept across Su Leho's face. The onlookers sighed. Even if Xia Yu harbored schemes, he was ultimately discovered. At that moment, however, Xia Yu and his companions had reached a dilapidated courtyard situated within the alley. The crumbling abode appeared on the verge of collapse, housing several beggars within. Xia Kai's expression brightened. We have arrived. Enter. Xia Yu spoke in a low tone. Chapter 14. Good deeds reap rewards. The underground passage. Who goes there? The safe house that Xia Yu had established years ago had fallen into disrepair due to prolonged neglect. Now reduced to a stronghold for the beggars. Upon Xia Kai's entrance, a dozen beggars stood upright. Despite their tattered clothing, these were no ordinary beggars. They were well versed in the undercurrents of their world. Upon spotting Xia Kai, they all grew alert, brandishing makeshift weapons, their eyes gleaming with vigilance. The leader among them, seated by a fire to warm himself, raised a large pair of scavenging tongs as his weapon. Get them to leave. Those who obstruct shall perish. Xia Yu held back Su Bin and Su Jun at the doorway, simultaneously commanding Xia Kai. Let them all die. Xia Kai brandished his long knife, poised to unleash a massacre when he noticed the beggars, along with their leader, were taken aback. Lady Shifu? Yunju hastily called out, Xia Kai, do not engage. It turned out that Yunju, kind-hearted as she was, often encountered this group of beggars and would generously share what little she had despite her own hardships. Though her offerings of food and money were meager, the beggars recognized her kindness and were touched, remembering her benevolence. The beggar leader promptly gestured for everyone to clear the way, allowing the Shifu to come in and warm herself. Several beggars assisted Yunju into the half-collapsed interior, seeking refuge from the wind and snow. Seeing this, Xia Kai refrained from further violence. Instead, Yunju remarked, I recognize you. They call you Hongqi. The beggar leader chuckled, a humble name indeed. I never expected the Shifu to remember. Yunju sighed, Brother Hongqi, we are being pursued. Harboring us may put you in a precarious position. I fear I have brought you trouble. Do not speak like that, Shifu. Hongqi replied with loyalty. We beg on this street daily, and we see clearly that the Xia family has the kindest heart, never looking down upon us. To be honest, this garment I wear was gifted by the Shifu. If I can assist, I shall do so without hesitation. Xia Kai quickly stepped forward. If you gentlemen are willing to help, please move these fallen bricks first. Hongqi recalled Xia Kai's earlier intent to draw blood and shot him a disdainful glance, scoffing. Who do you think you are to command me? Xia Kai retorted angrily. You filthy beggar, do you not understand? This is the residence purchased by young Master Yu. You have lived here rent-free for years. What is wrong with doing some work? Is this your house? Hongqi laughed heartily. If this is your house, then the Xia manor must be mine. You, Xia Kai, infuriated, drew his knife, ready to strike. Yunju quickly interjected, Xia Kai, we are now the desperate ones. Let us speak amicably and avoid offending those who mean no harm. Xia Kai, chastened, fell silent. It was then that Hongqi stated, for the Shifu's sake, I shall help you move these bricks. With a commanding shout, he instructed, you lot, assist the Shifu in clearing these bricks. While they busied themselves inside, Xia Yu wielded his pointed hoe, each strike landing squarely upon the Su family's retainers. This hoe, designed for mining, possessed one end as sharp as a bird's beak, while the other resembled a pickaxe. Either end, when struck upon a body, could result in fractures or worse. A blow to the head would undoubtedly splatter brain matter, leading to instant demise. Initially, Xia Yu had concealed his strength, refraining from revealing his full capabilities. However, upon reaching the safe house, he cast aside his reservations, unleashing his innate prowess at the 8th level. Seizing an opportunity, he struck Su Jun, whose scarred face was left reeling from the blow. Crack! A gaping wound opened in Su Jun's arm. Su Jun screamed in agony, unable to comprehend why. As a practitioner of the 4th level, he could not best Xia Yu of the 8th level. With the hoe in hand, Xia Yu yanked Su Jun toward him. Despite the excruciating pain, Su Jun retaliated with a fierce punch, believing his innate 4th level would far surpass Xia Yu's abilities. If this punch landed, Xia Yu would surely be harmed, allowing Su Jun the chance for a counterattack. To his shock, Xia Yu, undaunted, returned the blow. Seeking death. Su Jun's scarred face contorted in cold fury. Bang! Upon impact, Su Jun nearly lost consciousness. His entire fist and arm shattered under the force, leaving him in agony. Yet Xia Yu remained unscathed. Why is this? Su Jun could not fathom as he succumbed to his fate. Xia Yu raised his hoe once more, striking Su Jun on the head, causing blood to flow profusely. Observing this, Su Bin, who had been trailing behind, realized the peril and hastily retreated, exclaiming loudly, "This is bad. That little beast possesses innate strength. He has already reached the level of an innate expert." They had underestimated Xia Yu's prowess, necessitating a reassessment of their manpower. Immediately, the retainers began to withdraw, halting the conflict temporarily. Meanwhile, within the safe house, the collapsed wall had been entirely cleared, and Xia Kai searched the ground until he discovered a movable stone. He drove his waist knife into it and pried up a large blue brick. Beneath the surface lay a dark, ominous pit. Hong Qi and the others stood in shock. Having lived there for years, they had no idea such a secret existed. After removing a few more stones, they revealed an opening the size of a square table. Xia Kai tossed in a firebrand, and, seeing the flames still flickering, he leaped inside. Moments later, he emerged, clutching an ironwood box filled with documents and deeds, which he handed to Hong Qi, saying, "Open your eyes and see. It bears young Master Yu's name. Is this truly young Master Yu's property?" Hong Qi scratched his head. Having already owed Yunju a favor, now having lived in young Master Yu's home for years, his debt had grown considerably. Yet he cunningly shook his head. "I cannot read. What is written there is of no concern to me." Xia Kai ignored him and approached the entrance, inquiring, "Young Master Yu, the passage is intact." "No issues. 8 years ago, when Xia Yu managed Hanja Mountain, he had offended too many, fearing ambush, hence the creation of this safe house. Within, there exists a tunnel leading straight to the outskirts of the city. However," Xia Yu shook his head, stating, "I cannot leave. If I do, my sister will be lost." Xia Chan remains in Su's grasp. How could he possibly depart? "What shall we do then?" Xia Kai asked anxiously. Though they were temporarily safe, should the Su family dispatch powerful individuals, the situation would turn dire. Xia Yu solemnly questioned, "Can the formation be activated?" When constructing this safe house, he had invested considerable effort, employing skilled artisans to set up a simple defensive formation. While rudimentary in the eyes of practitioners, it was more than sufficient to handle these innate and acquired warriors. Xia Kai replied, "However, activating the formation requires yuan stones." Yuan stones, a lower grade of currency compared to spirit stones, contained a mix of chaotic spiritual energy. Practitioners used spirit stones, while innate experts utilized yuan stones. As a mere retainer, Xia Kai possessed none. Xia Yu, having just awakened, also lacked yuan stones. Nevertheless, this did not deter him. He raised his hand and commanded, "Search their bodies." Xia Kai immediately rummaged through Xia Jun's corpse and surprisingly discovered more than a dozen yuan stones. This would suffice for the time being. Xia Kai exclaimed in delight. However, Xia Yu shook his head, indicating it was insufficient. He turned his gaze towards Hong Qi and asked, "Might you be able to lend a hand?" Hong Qi swaggered over and said, "Young Master Yu, I cannot presume to call myself a warrior in your presence." Although he had been unconscious when he arrived in Lujing City, he had heard many tales of Xia Yu over the years. Now that he stood before Xia Yu, who appeared imposing and decisive, he felt a sense of admiration rising within him. Xia Yu inquired, "Could you assist me? I am willing to brave fire and water for you." Chapter 15, Dare to Escape, and I'll steam your sister. On the second floor of a small street, behind a window, an old man chuckled. Su family head. Who would have thought that Xia Yu would be so cunning as to hide in the beggar's den? However, he surely did not anticipate that you, the Su family head, would be here. Once you make your move, there will be no place for him to hide. Su Laiho's expression darkened, but he was reluctant to take action. As the head of one of the 4 great families, it would be beneath his dignity to personally intervene against a junior. Furthermore, he believed that even if Xia Yu had reached the innate stage, his level was likely not very high, and thus did not require the intervention of a consummate innate master like himself. Have Su Yang and the others been notified? Su Lahu turned to inquire. "They are on their way," the family steward replied. "Bring more archers," Su Lahu reminded. While they awaited Su Yang, several beggars were forcibly brought out by Xia Kai, who shouted, "Get out! This is young Master Yu's residence. You have overstayed your welcome." With a kick, he sent Hong Qi sprawling to the ground. "Damn it! Once I get rich, I will make you pay?" Hong Qi cursed vehemently. Enraged, Xia Kai brandished his knife, causing Hong Qi and the other beggars to flee in terror. From the second-floor window, Su Lahu watched this scene unfold and remarked, "That beggar has some spirit. Bring him to me." Moments later, Hong Chi was brought before Su Lahu. "Beggar, do you recognize me?" Su Lahu asked arrogantly. Hong Chi shook his head in confusion. "Do you recognize me?" The steward interjected with a cold snort. "My lord, you are the steward of the Su residence." Hong Chi immediately bowed low. "This is our master." Upon hearing this, Hong Chi's face turned pale, and he hurriedly bowed again, saying, "I pay my respects to the Su family head, Su Delay." "Enough." Su Lahu looked down at Hong Chi, speaking proudly. "You will honestly recount everything that happened after they entered, including what was said, and I will reward you with 10 taels of silver." "Thank you, Su Delay." Hong Chi said tearfully. "After they entered, the one with the knife scolded us, saying that the dilapidated house was young Master Yu's property. I was puzzled. We have lived here for 7 or 8 years. How could it suddenly become his property?" The other family heads present burst into laughter. However, their amusement quickly faded. Hong Chi continued. "The one with the knife ordered them to move the bricks. And then he pried open the ground, revealing a tunnel. He jumped down and took out a wooden box, claiming it was young Master Yu's land deed. Then young Master Yu asked, 'What is it like inside?' The knife-wielding man replied, 'The tunnel is clear and can be exited at any time.'" "What?" Su Laho's complexion changed dramatically. He had never anticipated that a tunnel would exist beneath this derelict abode. If that were the case, Xia Yu could easily escape through it. The Su family had made a grand display to establish dominance in the city. If Xia Yu managed to flee, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. "Is this house truly Xia Yu's?" Someone blurted out. "Very likely." Another analyzed. "No wonder this house appeared to be ownerless. It turns out the owner has been in a coma for 8 years. Xia Yu must have quietly purchased this house back then to avoid being ambushed." Everyone marveled at Xia Yu's cleverness. After all, he was only in his teens 8 years ago. As the crowd expressed their astonishment, Su Laiho's expression darkened. Who could know where the tunnel led? If Xia Yu managed to escape, he would lose all face. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "A formation? This house has a defensive formation?" Su Laiho's face changed again, and he abruptly pushed open the window. To his astonishment, he saw that around the dilapidated house where Xia Yu had hidden, spiritual energy had gathered, forming a transparent barrier. "Damn it!" Su Laiho slammed the window frame in anger. Using a defensive formation to block the pursuers, they will escape through the tunnel. By the time the pursuers break the formation, they will have long fled. The family heads present recognized Xia Yu's clever arrangements and lamented that Xia Yungxiao had foolishly given up such a talented individual. Su Laiho cursed himself for not having acted earlier out of concern for his dignity. Now, it was too late. By the time he broke the formation, Xia Yu and his family would be long gone. However, after a moment's thought, he devised a plan. "They cannot escape. Bring that little girl out." Su Laiho commanded coldly. "If Xia Yu dares to flee, I will boil the girl alive." Upon hearing this, Hong Chi secretly admired Xia Yu. Recognizing that he had anticipated that these individuals would undoubtedly use Xia Chan to pressure him, he quickly bowed and said, "Su Lai, I have said all that I needed to. Give him the 10 taels of silver and send him away." Su Laiho replied impatiently, "Xia Yu, Yinzhu, look, who is this?" Amidst Su Bin's loud calls, the little girl, Xia Chan, bound tightly, was dragged out. She was already sobbing uncontrollably. Having had a most unfortunate day, first drenched in black dog blood in the morning, then captured by the Su family while going out to buy steamed buns. Following this, the stove and steamer from the fourth sister's bun shop were also brought out. Su Bin laughed heartily. "Xia Yu, if you wish to escape, go ahead. If you do, your sister will be thrown into the steamer and turned into a pot of buns. Be sure to come back and taste it." Indeed, Xia Yu's grim face emerged behind the barrier. Isn't the Su family being a bit too unreasonable? Xia Yu's gaze turned icy as he spoke. "My sister is only 9 years old. She has never harmed a single member of the Su family. She is not even a member of the Xia family and bears no grudge against you. And so what?" Su Bin laughed arrogantly. "Are you not planning to escape? We are well aware that there is a tunnel in the house. You may simply walk away, but your sister will suffer the consequences." Xia Yu's temper flared. Yet he found himself at a loss. "What do you want?" Xia Yu finally suppressed his anger. "Wait." Su Bin coldly smiled and turned around. "Throw her into the steamer." The stove in the bun shop was always lit. As soon as the furnace door was opened, flames erupted, and a large pot of hot water bubbled in the winter air. A massive steamer was placed on top, and Xia Chan was thrown into it. "Don't, brother, save me." The little girl was terrified, fearing a brutal death by steaming. "Bastard." Xia Yu took a sudden step out of the defensive formation. On the second floor, Su Laiho's face finally broke into a smile. The other family heads also praised him. acknowledging that he had indeed executed a brilliant strategy. Now, Xia Yu not only dared not flee, but would be compelled to confront them directly. Let Su Yang and the others take action. Figures began to emerge from various entrances along the small street. Su Hu, a direct descendant of the Su family, innate level 6, Su Chong, a direct descendant. Innate level 7, Su Bao, a direct descendant, innate level 8, and Su Yang, the first young master of the Su family, and Su Laiho's biological son, innate level 9. Second only to Su Lahu in strength. Xia Yu, we underestimated you back then. I truly regret not being sent to the Hanja Mountain battle. Su Yang stepped forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Although Su Yang's cultivation talent was lacking, he had practiced martial arts since childhood, relying on external refinement of spiritual energy. Over the years, he had spent a fortune on spiritual herbs and training, resulting in his physical strength far exceeding that of ordinary warriors. His weapon was his iron fists. Su Yang had long been vexed by the fact that he had not been allowed to take action during the battle at Hanja Mountain. Had he been given the opportunity, the outcome would have undoubtedly been altered. Now, unexpectedly, he found himself facing Xia Yu once more. To him, this was a fated confrontation. 8 years had passed since their last encounter, and fate, after all, is inescapable. Xia Yu was destined to perish at his hands. Xia Yu, the battle at Hanja Mountain 8 years ago established your reputation. Today, let us see the might of Su Yang on the stone-paved path. With that, Su Yang's body surged with energy. With a crack, his tight-fitting attire tore apart, revealing his well-defined muscles. Stand aside. One strike from me will suffice. Chapter 16. Gathering Qi to form a sword. Su Yang's demise. This time, that little beast is doomed. From a window on the second floor, Su Lahu stood proudly, looking down with a glint of coldness in his eyes. He had full confidence in his son. Although Su Yang lacked the qualifications to enter the cultivation sect, he had grown robust like an ox since childhood and had a passion for martial arts. While other members of the Su family indulged in debauchery, only Su Yang, the head of the family's son, seldom made an appearance, spending all his time honing his skills in the backyard. Why such diligence? Because Su Yang harbored a deep-seated resentment. As the son of the family head, he had not received the attention he deserved. Since childhood, the entire Su family had treated Su Sun as a treasure, for he possessed the potential to cultivate and would eventually enter the sect. But Su Yang had none of that. Su Sun, your ambition exceeds your talent. To die at the hands of this man. Today I shall avenge you. Let outsiders know that the Su family of this generation has not given up. There is still me, Su Yang, standing nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging. Su Yang approached Xia Yu, resembling a towering mountain, exuding an imposing presence. Hiss, is this Su Yang? Behind a hidden window on the opposite side of the narrow street sat a group of cloaked figures. They gazed at Su Yang, astonished. To have honed his physical form to such an extent was truly to reach the pinnacle of martial prowess. If Su Yang were to directly kill Xia Yu, we would not need to intervene, one of the cloaked figures remarked. Humph, do not forget that there is that wretched maid, the leader of the cloaked figures retorted coldly. Having received payment from the Zheng family, if we do not eliminate Xia Yu, we must at least dispose of his mother. Otherwise, how will we collect the final payment? Indeed, the leader continued. Xia Yu is doomed this time, but given his filial nature, if I am not mistaken, Xia Kai has likely fled through the underground passages with Yunzhu. The other cloaked figures nodded in realization. It became evident that Xia Yu was buying time for his mother to escape. Then let us dig up the underground passage. Once we locate it, we can find Yunzhu. At that point, we shall sever this woman's head, and the Zheng family will have nothing to say. As dusk approached and the sky darkened, these individuals vanished into the fierce wind and light snow. Meanwhile, Xia Yu stood face to face with Su Yang. Spirit energy external refinement, a martial artist. Xia Yu nodded, gripping his pointed pickaxe. I wonder which is sturdier, your flesh or my mining pick. If you dare, come at me with it. Su Yang donned iron knuckle gloves, grinning savagely as he advanced, his body crashing forward like a mountain, fists swinging and sending snowflakes flying. Die! In the face of this oncoming punch, Xia Yu did not hesitate. He swung his pickaxe with all his might, aiming the sharp, gleaming tip directly at Su Yang. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have sustained severe injury or worse from such a blow. But who was Su Yang? With a clang, he met Xia Yu's pickaxe head-on with his iron fist, producing a crisp metallic sound, sparks flying as the pickaxe was deflected. Su Yang's gloves were forged from spirit iron. Die! Su Yang grinned wider, swinging another iron fist towards Xia Yu's face. Good. On the second floor, Su family's overseers could no longer contain their cheers. The heads of other families were secretly astonished. Although the Su family lacked cultivators, with Su Yang as their ironclad mountain, they could likely rank second in Lujing City, only behind the Xia family. As for Xia Yu, he seemed destined to be struck down. Come at me. Xia Yu was somewhat surprised. Su Yang had cultivated his spirit energy externally for over a decade, and his physical prowess was formidable. In a direct contest of strength, he would surely fall short of Su Yang. Taking a quick step, Xia Yu moved like a specter, exploiting Su Yang's lack of agility. In an instant, he dodged the iron fist and appeared behind Su Yang. Not good. A Su family member gasped. Swiftly, Xia Yu raised his pickaxe and struck down with the flat side against Su Yang's nape. Everyone present widened their eyes in shock. Had it been anyone else, this blow would have likely crushed half a skull, yet only Su Lehu stood confidently on the second floor, assured of his son's capabilities. Bang! When the pickaxe struck Su Yang's nape, it rebounded with a loud thud, revealing a chunk of flesh on Su Yang's neck. Heavens! He has cultivated copper bones and iron skin. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Copper bones and iron skin render one impervious to blades and spears. Any part of the body can tense up. The strength of his flesh can withstand steel. Su Yang's physique was astonishing. Although Su Yang was not injured, the force of the blow sent him into a frenzied state. Bang! He swung a punch, and Xia Yu quickly leaped aside. The massive bluestone slabs beneath them shattered into countless sharp spikes, standing erect on the ground. Su Yang, as if possessed, relentlessly pursued Xia Yu, driving him back without a place to stand. Xia Yu, you are nothing but this. Su Lehu stood at the window, arms crossed, his expression proud. With Su Yang carrying the burden for the younger generation, the Su family would not languish. Revitalization was within reach. A true tiger from the Su family. Su's son is indeed extraordinary. After today, Su Yang's name will surely echo throughout Lujing City. Su Lehu laughed heartily, convinced that Xia Yu was doomed. At that moment, Xia Yu found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. His pickaxe was ineffective against Su Yang, forcing him to utilize the evasive techniques learned in dreams, continuously retreating to avoid Su Yang's iron fists. Xia Yu, are you not formidable? Have the courage to face me in a punch. Su Yang shouted, launching another punch. This punch struck the wall of the narrow street, causing a crash as the entire low wall collapsed. The ferocity of Su Yang's strikes was terrifying. Yet, Xia Yu maintained a faint smile, realizing why Su Yang could not cultivate. He only knew how to rely on brute strength. A powerful cultivator is not merely a brutish ox like you. Then you shall still die. As Xia Yu retreated while engaging Su Yang in battle, he found himself beside Su Hong's corpse, which still lay there. To everyone's astonishment, Xia Yu seized Su Hong's body as a shield. Su Yang, now completely deranged, cared not for whom he struck. With a thunderous punch, Su Hong's corpse was obliterated, blood and entrails splattering everywhere, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Yet, Xia Yu skillfully reached into Su Hong's pocket, retrieving a black bag. Upon opening it, he discovered dozens of yuan stones within. Indeed, there are yuan stones. Xia Yu's face brightened. Truly shameless. Even at this moment, you wish to steal money. You might have the life to steal, but not to spend. Su Hu and others watching began to mock. Xia Yu's intention in acquiring the yuan stones was not to steal money, but to harness the spirit energy contained within them. Previously, at the Xia family, he had expended all his spirit energy while wielding his sword techniques. Now, with the yuan stones to replenish his energy, his eyes gleamed with determination as he coldly declared, Su Yang, your time ends here. With that, he raised his hand towards the dozens of yuan stones, grasping them with ferocity, simultaneously activating the sword techniques he had practiced in his dreams. Demeng Zhan Xianju, gather qi and transform it into a sword. With the naked eye, one could clearly observe the spiritual energy within the yuan stone being drawn out, rapidly coalescing in Xia Yu's palm into a resplendent seven-colored sword light. Had the servants of the Xia family witnessed this, they would have been utterly astounded, for just that morning, Xia Yu had wielded this very power to sever the arms of over a dozen servants. As Xia Yu's cultivation reached the 8th layer of the innate realm, the sword light he conjured became significantly thicker, beginning to take on a more defined sword shape. This is sorcery? On the 2nd floor, the expressions of all the family heads shifted drastically. To them, sorcery could only be wielded by practitioners above the spiritual spring realm. Those who had not yet reached this level could not invoke such powers. Su Lehu's countenance changed dramatically as he bellowed, Su Yang, return. But it was already too late. A streak of vibrant seven-colored sword light sliced through the void in an instant, and the next moment, an enormous head soared into the sky. Chapter 17, Ling Huijian. The white-clad god of death. No, In the stone-paved alley, the wind and snow raged fiercely. Accompanied by Su Laihu's anguished roar, all present widened their eyes in disbelief. Just moments ago, Su Yang had been flaunting his invincible prowess, overwhelming Xia Yu. Xia Yu had been completely dominated, with no hope of victory in sight. Yet in the blink of an eye, boom, Su Yang's massive form toppled over, blood gushing from the gaping wound at his neck. Soon after, his head fell to the ground, rolling like a pig's head into the corner. Hiding behind the crowd, Hong Qi inhaled sharply. In truth, his alliance with Xia Yu had been a momentary impulse. When he had seen Xia Yu being ruthlessly beaten by Su Yang, he had doubted his decision and even considered fleeing from Lujing City. However, now Hong Qi's heart was filled with shock. The legendary young master Yu was indeed formidable. It seemed that this collaboration was a wise choice. He would become my pillar of support. With this thought, his gaze lingered on the steamer, licking his lips. You little beast, I underestimated you. Su Laihu's eyes brimmed with fury. He truly regretted his earlier hesitation. Had he known this would happen, he would have acted sooner. Several of Su family's younger generation had perished, including his own son. The agony of losing a child was driving Su Laihu to the brink of madness. Bang! He flipped over and leapt from the second floor. When he landed on the bluestone pavement of the alley, a series of cracking sounds erupted. A vast web of fissures radiated from beneath his feet, resembling a spider's web. Su Laihu was enraged. Su Yang was his own flesh and blood. He had several sons. But only Su Yang was not reckless or debauched, a diligent youth devoted to martial arts. Yet he had been slain by Xia Yu's sword. He should not have died. Su Laihu's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze sharp as a blade. If he could kill, Xia Yu would already be a mere pile of bones. Those who seek to kill me must be prepared to meet their end. Xia Yu snorted coldly, brandishing the sword of spiritual energy with a sneer. Su Laihu, if you wish to die, I can certainly oblige. The sword of spiritual energy was exceptionally sharp, rendering all mundane weapons inferior. However, Su Laihu was different. Not only was he a consummate master of the innate realm, but as the head of the Su family, he possessed the wealth to acquire rare treasures and could barely wield techniques and weapons meant for practitioners. While transforming spiritual energy into a sword was a commendable tactic, it still paled in comparison to a genuine spiritual artifact. Su Laihu unfastened the clasp of his grand cloak. With a flourish, the black and red cloak billowed in the northern wind, accentuating his imposing presence as a formidable warrior. Xia Yu noticed that at Su Laihu's waist hung a flat, exquisite pouch, an item exclusive to practitioners. The other family heads present gazed upon it with avarice. A storage pouch, a standard for practitioners, rumored to cost dozens of spiritual stones, and exceedingly difficult for ordinary martial artists to procure. To their astonishment, Su Laihu possessed such a pouch. Even more shocking was when Su Laihu suddenly slapped the pouch, bellowing, "Come forth." A sharp long sword appeared in his hand. Unlike an ordinary long sword, this blade shimmered with a bright sheen, exuding a flowing seven-colored luster that danced back and forth. Heavens! A low-grade spiritual artifact. This must be worth hundreds of spiritual stones. The Su family is truly wealthy. For the heads of these families, hundreds of spiritual stones represented an astronomical sum. Indeed, the Su family boasted deep-rooted foundations. Su Laihu had purchased a storage pouch and a low-grade spiritual sword, which explained his lack of fear towards Xia Yu's sword of spiritual energy. After all, a sword formed from spiritual energy still lacked the prowess of an authentic spiritual sword. You little beast. I have never publicly displayed this sword since acquiring it at great expense. Today, I shall make an exception for you. A sinister smile crept across Su Laihu's face. Once I take your life, I shall also slay your mother and steam your sister into meat buns. Su Laihu's hatred for Xia Yu was palpable, and he harbored thoughts of consuming Xia Yu alive. He advanced, speaking as he walked. This sword is called Ling Huijian. It is not only exceedingly sharp, but also imbued with a flame of spiritual energy, costing me 300 spiritual stones. Gasp! The heads of the families on the second floor were left agape. Su Laihu was indeed exceedingly wealthy. A low-grade spiritual sword worth 300 spiritual stones. You little beast. You have successfully enraged me. Su Laihu roared amidst the wind and snow. Xia Yu was finished. Behind a window in a certain attic, someone sighed. Within this room sat a middle-aged man with a five-branched beard, while a general clad in armor stood beside him. Had Xia Yungxiao been present, he would have been astonished to find the Lord of Lu City in attendance. The Lord of Lu City rose, peering through the gap in the window to observe Su Laihu's relentless sword strikes, as Xia Yu's sword of spiritual energy shattered repeatedly. He furrowed his brow. This young man possesses talent. If only he could serve the royal family. Before the Lord could finish his thought, The general behind him shook his head, saying, "My lord, it would be wise to abandon this idea unless you wish to completely offend both the Su and Xia families." Hearing this, the lord of Lu City also shook his head in resignation. He had come to see if there was a chance to save Xia Yu. Knowing him to be a person of merit, as a member of the court, he did not mind cultivating some fiercely loyal subordinates. However, now that Xia Yu had killed Su Yang, provoking Su Lehe's wrath, any attempt to intervene would only further incite animosity. It would be a loss with no gain. Thus, the lord of Lu City gazed out the window. In his eyes, Xia Yu had already become a dead man. The battlefield was decidedly one-sided. The low-grade spiritual sword, purchased with 300 spiritual stones, was indeed worth its weight. Each strike unleashed flames of spiritual energy, cleaving through the bluestone pavement and leaving nothing in its wake. Meanwhile, the sword energy in Xia Yu's hand was merely condensed spiritual energy. Against a true spiritual sword, it was utterly futile. Boom. The 7-colored sword threads in Xia Yu's grasp shattered once more. He was now solely reliant on his exceptional footwork to evade Su Lehe's onslaught. "You little beast. You possess some skill." Su Lehe had unleashed numerous strikes without managing to slay Xia Yu, and his gaze flickered. "If you were to surrender this peculiar footwork and the technique of condensing energy into a sword, I might spare your mother." Xia Yu chuckled coldly, replying, "Old fool. If you kneel and beg for mercy right now and give me your storage pouch along with the Ling Huijian, I may consider sparing your family." Arrogance. Su Lehe was furious. He had thought the terms he offered were quite generous, expecting Xia Yu to yield, yet he was taken aback by Xia Yu's retort. "Die." Su Lehe's years of training were not in vain. He pursued Xia Yu relentlessly, having refrained from using his full strength until the opportune moment arrived. Now, with Xia Yu cornered against a wall, retreating was no longer an option, and it was time for Su Lehe to unleash his full power. Sword strikes in all directions. Despite Su Lehe's reliance solely on martial techniques, the addition of his low-grade spiritual sword unleashed tremendous power. The sword transformed into 8 eerie beams of light, imbued with the flames capable of incinerating the 8 desolations, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat for Xia Yu, leading to a decisive strike. At that moment, Xia Yu's eyes narrowed with intensity. "Old fool, you wish to slay me? You lack the qualifications." What Su Lehe did not anticipate was that in that fleeting instant, Xia Yu would swing his sword with ferocity and soar into the sky. The sword technique, intended for ground combat, could not foresee an opponent rising into the air. Thus, Su Lehe's attack missed entirely, leaving him to witness Xia Yu hovering in the skies. How is this possible? Lord Lu stared, dumbfounded, out the window. At that moment, Xia Yu was suspended mid-air, unabated by the fierce winds and heavy snow, standing proudly in his white attire, resembling a deity clad in white. Chapter 18. The Dark-Clad Figures. Spiritual Stones for Salvation. The Great Dream-Slaying Immortals Technique. Entering the dream to slay immortals. In that instant, Xia Yu appeared godlike, casting all members of the Su family on the small street into a dreamlike state. He had practiced the sword technique in his dreams for 8 years, now unleashing it with full force. The sound of the sword rang out as light descended, a palpable aura of lethality enveloping the heavens and earth, surpassing the ability of words to describe such an extraordinary technique. With a single stroke, the dream was shattered. By the time Su Lehe grasped the situation, he was met with an overwhelming cascade of sword light. He understood the peril too late. With a resounding crash, the torrent of sword light engulfed him, tearing his body apart as if he had fallen into a meat grinder. Simultaneously, Su Bin, Su Hu, and the others behind him suffered the same fate. The sword light exhibiting no mercy. Some had their throats slashed, others were disemboweled, some lost their legs, while others were cleaved in half. In an instant, the stone-paved street became a hellish scene. My heavens! At that moment, countless onlookers from the second floor bit their tongues in shock. They had come to witness Xia Yu's demise, only to behold such a horrific spectacle. Lord Lu and the camp general stood agape, having just deemed Xia Yu doomed. With Lord Lu prepared to abandon any rescue, yet such a scene unfolded. Lord Lu was astonished. What sword technique was this? Sword techniques, like foundational practices, are categorized into levels, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower ranks. Lord Lu typically encountered yellow tier techniques, the most formidable being a low-grade mysterious technique he had perused, yet Xia Yu's swordplay transcended his wildest imagination. A glint of greed flickered in the camp general's eyes. Such a technique was extraordinary. One must not forget that Xia Yu was merely in the innate realm. Should he ascend to the spiritual spring realm and execute this move, it would be devastating. Lord Lu too was astonished. This was at least a ground-tier technique, possibly even a heaven-tier one. Instantly, both their eyes gleamed with avarice. Heaven-tier techniques were not merely priceless. They were astonishingly extraordinary. Even the royal family and exalted cultivation sects of the capital would be tempted, let alone a lowly practitioner like Lord Liu. At that moment, the camp general's eyes brightened. Xia Yu was exhausted and had depleted his strength. Xia Yu, being only at the 8th level of the innate realm, had severely overextended himself by executing such a grand technique. Upon landing, he appeared pale, lacking even the strength to move his fingers, standing there utterly drained. The heads of families on the 2nd floor all took note of this. A frenzied greed ignited in their gazes. Such a powerful sword technique. They were determined to fight for it, even at the risk of their lives. Suddenly, shadows leaped down from the 2nd floor. However, faster than them, several ragged figures burst forth from the opposite Four Sisters' steamed bun shop. Hong Qi and his companions had long been prepared, while others marveled at Xia Yu's sword. Hong Qi swiftly drew a rusted dagger from his waist and stabbed it fiercely into the back of a Su family servant. The other beggars followed suit. They overturned the cooking pot, pulling Xia Chan from the steamer, and Hong Qi was the first to rush to Xia Yu, turning to carry him on his back into the safety of the shelter. By the time those on the 2nd floor reacted, they had all entered the protective barrier. Damn it! Attack! The shock of witnessing a heaven-tier technique drove everyone mad. Initially, this matter had nothing to do with them. But human greed ignited a frenzy of assault on the formation. How are you? Yuan Zhu rushed forward. Xia Yu exhaled. We must hurry. Go! Xia Kai shouted. Leaping into the underground tunnel, followed closely by Yuan Zhu, whom he caught. Then he caught the dropped Xia Chan. Soon after, Hong Qi jumped down, carrying Xia Yu. A dozen or so other beggars followed suit. Once inside, they found themselves in a rudimentary tunnel, the walls constructed of stone slabs, dark and damp. Where Xia Kai had already lit a torch. Release the broken dragon stones. Xia Yu commanded, and Xia Kai immediately activated the mechanism. With a thunderous crash, several massive broken dragon stones crashed down, sealing the tunnel entrance completely. Those outside, even if they breached the formation, would find it impossible to enter the tunnel for the time being. Let us move. The group hurried onward. The seemingly inevitable demise had finally been averted. Xia Yu, resting on Hong Qi's back, could not suppress a smile of triumph, the first since his awakening. Thank you, Hong Qi, he expressed. Hong Qi chuckled. Young Master Yu, I have been in Lu Jing City for 7 years, often hearing others speak of you. At that time, I was rather unconvinced. But today, I bow to your prowess. That last sword strike was truly magnificent and awe-inspiring. Hong Qi realized that Xia Yu was not an ordinary individual. He had encountered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He must seize it. Thus, he willingly followed Xia Yu's command. As they raced through the tunnel, Xia Kai held Xia Chan in one arm, while pulling Yuan Zhu in the other. Leading the way, with Hong Qi trailing closely behind, and the group of beggars bringing up the rear. Just as they had traversed halfway through the tunnel, a sudden crashing sound erupted from behind. Xia Kai's expression changed dramatically. Not good. It's the sound of a collapse. Someone has found the tunnel. Hurry. Although they quickened their pace, they were all elderly, weak, or women and children, and could not run fast. Before long, they were pursued. Coming after them were a group of masked, dark-clad figures. These individuals were clearly not aligned with the Su family. They were all assassins. Their eyes behind the veils glinting like hungry wolves. They spoke not a word, simply attacking anyone they encountered, as the last few beggars fell in an instant, collapsing in pools of blood. There was no escaping. Xia Kai quickly set Xia Chan down, drew his blade, and charged back, shouting, Young Master, you all must flee. Xia Yu's expression shifted as well. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had not anticipated the presence of another group already digging the tunnel. What could he do now? Xia Kai, do you have any yuan stones left? He shouted urgently. All were used to maintain the formation. We're doomed. If there had been yuan stones, Xia Yu could have absorbed their power to restore his strength, but now, without them, all hope was lost. Unexpectedly, a beggar named Ho Sen awkwardly stepped forward, retrieving a storage bag from his waist. Hesitating for a moment, he tossed out a radiant short sword. Damn it! Hong Qi cursed vehemently. Ho San, are you trying to get us killed? I'm busy saving lives while you're hiding things. Ho Sen chuckled awkwardly. Boss, it's just a habit. Xia Yu clearly discerned that Ho Sen intended to hoard the item for himself, quietly consuming it. Now, seeing the dire situation, he had no choice but to relinquish it. However, this was not the time for grievances. Xia Yu quickly reached out to grab the storage bag. Although his cultivation was merely at the 8th level of the innate realm, he had trained his mental prowess for 8 years in dreams, surpassing the average practitioner. He merely raised his hand to grasp the mouth of the storage bag, and with his formidable spiritual power encompassing it, he imprinted his own consciousness upon the bag. The items within the storage bag became immediately discernible. Summer Yu, with a look of astonishment, hurriedly exclaimed, "Hongqi, put me down." Hongqi placed him on the ground, and Summer Yu disregarded his dignity, sitting on the ground as he slapped the storage bag. Instantly, a crystal the size of rock candy, pure and translucent, appeared in his hand. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. "This is a spirit stone." Summer Yu's face lit up with ecstasy. Though the elemental stone contained spiritual energy, its essence was chaotic, suitable for refining sword energy, but inhaling it would lead to blockages in the meridians. However, spirit stones were different. They contained only pure spiritual energy. How wonderful, a life-saving spirit stone. Without a moment's hesitation, Summer Yu began to channel his technique, absorbing the power from the spirit stone, and in an instant, the once radiant stone dimmed. After consuming the entire spirit stone, not only was Summer Yu's physical strength completely restored, but he also directly advanced to the 9th layer of the innate realm. With a swift motion, he flipped over and stood upright. "Let me see who has come to send me off." Chapter 19, Stormy Night, Hanja Mountain. At the moment Summer Yu stood up, it coincided with the most perilous moment for Summer Kai. Although Summer Kai was a fierce soldier, years of comfortable living away from the military had left him ill-equipped to face these trained assassins. Swish! A gleaming long knife sliced through his body, and the wound gaped open, blood gushing forth. The 5 men in black, like hungry wolves, remained silent, taking turns to strike, revealing a meticulously trained formation. Run! Summer Kai realized he was doomed. Yet, he felt no regret. His life had been saved by young Master Yu, and he owed no one anything in this lifetime. There were still many loyal and righteous individuals in this world. However, he was frustrated that the time he desperately fought to buy for young Master Yu and the others was wasted as they did not flee. Leave. With no time to assess the situation behind him, he could only shout in desperation, wishing for his life not to be in vain. But in that moment of distraction, one assassin seized the opportunity, thrusting his long knife from a peculiar angle. The blade flashed like a viper, fierce and swift. Summer Kai reacted too late. The blade pierced his waist, destroying his kidney and spleen, sealing his fate. Just as he faced imminent death, Summer Yu suddenly stood up, roaring, "Let me see who has come to send me off." With that, he raised his hand toward the fire spirit sword on the ground, and, with a mere thought, the low-grade spirit sword that originally belonged to Su Lehu was drawn by an unseen force, directly into his grasp. His eyes sparkled with determination as he instantly exerted his strength, sweeping his hand forward once more, and the fire spirit sword transformed into a brilliant streak of light. The brilliance was unparalleled, especially in the dim tunnel, its speed incomparable, arriving before the assassin in an instant. As the assassin's blade barely touched Summer Kai's body, he was met with the dazzling light charging toward him. In a panic, he raised his long knife to block, but it was too late. Boom! When the fire spirit sword pierced through his chest, a surge of spiritual fire ignited, exploding forth as he was enveloped in flames, collapsing to the ground like a fiery pillar. Heavens! A low-grade spirit artifact. The other assassins turned pale with fear and hastily retreated. They had not witnessed the battle between Su Lehu and Summer Yu, so they were bewildered, unaware of where Summer Yu had obtained such a low-grade spirit sword. Moreover, it was astonishing that the low-grade spirit sword in Summer Yu's hands could kill from a distance. Return. Summer Yu raised his hand once more, and the fire spirit sword was pulled from the assassin's body, flying back to him. What? Spirit Spring Realm? The remaining assassins felt as if they might vomit blood. Generally, ordinary martial artists could only wield a spirit sword for close combat, just as Su Lehu had done. But Summer Yu was different. After 8 years of Dream Realm cultivation, his spiritual power far exceeded that of many practitioners, allowing him to control the sword to fly and strike. Thus, these individuals mistakenly believed Summer Yu was of the Spirit Spring Realm. Once one enters the Spirit Spring Realm, they are no longer mere martial artists, but belong to the realm of true practitioners. The assassins were not fools. Upon realizing Summer Yu was a practitioner, they knew it would be futile to fight. They were courting death. Flee. The four turned to escape, but it was too late. Filled with rage, Summer Yu pursued without mercy, swiftly advancing and waving his hand again. Go. In the tunnel, these individuals could hardly run fast, and with Summer Yu releasing tracking missiles, escape was impossible. In the blink of an eye, 2 more were struck, transforming into fireballs, screaming and rolling on the ground. Spiritual fire is not an ordinary flame. It can reduce everything to ashes, and encountering it means death. The remaining 2. realizing they could not escape, knelt in surrender, pleading, "Young Master Yu, we bear no grudge against you. It was our folly to pursue you. Please spare us." They bowed their heads repeatedly. Illuminated by the firelight, Summer Yu approached with a cold expression, inquiring, "Who are you? And why did you attempt to kill me?" "Young Master Yu, spare us. We are assassins from Xia Yu, merely following orders for remuneration." Xia Yu Summer Yu had heard of it in earlier years. Recognizing it as an assassin organization, he pressed further, "Who hired you to kill me?" The two hesitated, and one finally said, "Young Master Yu, we cannot disclose our client's identity. It is a rule in our line of work." Without waiting for him to finish, Summer Yu swung his sword, striking his shoulder. The blow was not lethal, but imbued with spiritual fire, igniting from his shoulder and burning fiercely, no matter how he tried to pat or roll. The flame could not be extinguished. "Help!" In an instant, he was consumed by the flames. Summer Yu's gaze then turned to the last assassin. "You're the only one left." The assassin, terrified, quickly knelt, stating, "Young Master Yu, spare my life, and I will tell you everything. We are assassins from Xia Yu, and we were commissioned by the Zheng family to eliminate your entire family for 200 elemental stones." 200 elemental stones to kill my family? Summer Yu's eyes darkened with fury. Which Zheng family? The maternal family of the second madam of the summer residence. So it was. Summer Yu's expression grew grim as he swung his hand again, decapitating the man. He had long suspected this, and now it was confirmed. "Second madam, if you wish to kill me, be prepared for death. And your maternal family, Zheng family." Upon returning, Summer Kai was drenched in blood. Summer Yu retrieved the storage bag and quickly found a vial of healing elixirs inside, essential medicines for those traversing the martial world, which Su Lahu had prepared well in advance. "Take it. This is a spirit pill," Summer Kai exclaimed, astonished. "Stop the nonsense." "Yes." Deeply moved, Summer Kai thought to himself that he had been saved by young Master Yu once again. Meanwhile, Hong Chi was beating Monkey San, scolding, "You little brat. If I hadn't taken you in, you would have starved to death long ago. Now that something good happens, you think of keeping it all to yourself." Monkey San squealed, "I won't do it again, I swear." Summer Yu approached, saying, "Enough, the situation was urgent, and I forgot about Su Lahu's treasures. Monkey San's ability to retrieve it is commendable." Monkey San quickly knelt before Summer Yu, bowing, "Young Master Yu, I was wrong. I swear never to be selfish again." Summer Yu laughed heartily. "Thanks to you. From now on, follow me and enjoy good fortune, but do not harbor any selfish thoughts." "I absolutely won't. I swear to the heavens." "Then let us set off." After this battle, only 8 of the dozen beggars remained, a natural selection. Those who died were the weak and infirm who could not keep pace. Soon, they emerged from the tunnel. Here, outside Lujing City, was a small creek. The cave entrance disguised as an outlet for the city's sewage, covered with dead branches and leaves. At this moment, the sky had turned completely dark. The north wind howled, and the snow fell ever thicker as several figures traversed the frozen stream. After consuming the elixir, Xia Kai's wounds had significantly healed. He exhaled warm breath into his hands and inquired, "Young Master Yu, have we finally left the city?" The others present, glancing at the distant city walls, collectively sighed in relief. Having departed from Lujing City felt akin to escaping a den of tigers. Hong Chi lamented, "It seems we may never return to Lujing City." As beggars, they had always roamed freely. Now, having offended the Su family, lingering was no longer an option. Xia Yu, however, sneered, "What does it matter if we return? It is merely a matter of time." "Indeed," Xia Kai replied excitedly. "Even the ferocious Su Lahu was slain by your sword. The news must have spread like wildfire within the city." Xia Yu sighed. "It is a pity that killing Su Lahu has only benefited Xia Yungxiao, having severed ties with him and cast them out. Xia Yu would no longer acknowledge such a father. While paternal love is often likened to a mountain, there are many parents in this world who are utterly unworthy." Xia Kai then asked, "Young Master Yu, where shall we head next?" The group looked to him. In this frigid weather, failing to seek a safe haven could lead to starvation or freezing to death. Yet Xia Yu was well prepared. Where else could we go but Hongya Mountain? Chapter 20. The city in tumult, the ancestors emerge. In Lujing City, the night snow fell heavily. The cobblestone streets were blanketed in white. However, this whiteness did little to conceal the corpses sprawled haphazardly on the ground. The dried bloodstains were a gruesome sight. A middle-aged man with a short beard hurried over, flanked by several servants, and abruptly halted upon arrival. Was this the work of that wretch? Xia Yungxiao exclaimed in shock. After expelling Xia Yu's family from the Xia household, he had not paid much attention, believing that Yun Zhu and Xia Yu were doomed. Little did he know, news had emerged that Xia Yu, single-handedly, had slaughtered a multitude from the Su family, including the infamous Su Lehu, whose remains were nowhere to be found. It was known that Su Lehu possessed peak innate strength, mere steps away from the Lingquan realm. Indeed, a head of a minor clan affirmed. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Xia Yu feigned weakness at first, but upon reaching a small room, he suddenly activated his defensive array. The Su family forced Xia Chan to lure him out, and once he emerged, he first killed Su Yang, and then Su Leho before escaping with his sister through the underground passage. Xia Yungxiao gasped in disbelief. He had never imagined that after 8 years of unconsciousness, Xia Yu not only retained his strength, but had ascended to an unimaginable level. Had he known of Xia Yu's prowess, he should have continued using soft measures to bring him under his control. But now it was too late. He cast a glance at the ruined safe house. That wretch had begun his scheming 8 years ago. Overwhelmed with shock, Xia Yungxiao's expression darkened. Xiaofu, do you think this wretch used his coma as an excuse to secretly cultivate demonic techniques? The steward, Fu Bo, shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but his 8 years of unconsciousness seems genuine. At that moment, the Lord of Lu City approached, smiling. I never expected to meet you again so soon after our daytime encounter. Xia Yungxiao forced a smile. I apologize, Lord Lu, for the spectacle. This rebellious son possesses such capabilities. The Lord replied, you have a fine son indeed. Both his temperament and methods are exceptional. Upon reflection, he could have executed his sword technique to slay Su Lehu at the outset. Why did he wait until this moment to act? Xia Yungxiao, no fool, looked around and noted, this is a dead angle, but the area ahead is open. Employing his unparalleled sword techniques here would allow him to eliminate more of the Su family. Precisely, Lord Lu sighed. He is truly a talent. Merely a few steps out of the Xia residence were filled with his calculations. Moreover, he strikes ruthlessly. He would not let a single opportunity for slaughter slip by, resembling a god of death. That wretch, Xia Yungxiao muttered, uncertain of his own thoughts. He cursed before asking, Lord Lu, do you believe he truly possesses a heavenly grade sword technique? I cannot say, Lord Lu replied. In my lifetime, I have never encountered a heavenly grade sword technique, nor even a ground grade one. However, Xia Yu's sword technique is remarkable. I cannot ascertain its level, but even if it is not heavenly grade, it must be high-level ground grade. So high. Xia Yungxiao felt a surge of blood rising. Had he known of Xia Yu's swordsmanship, he would have relentlessly pursued and seized it for himself. Suddenly, amidst the wind and snow, several figures appeared, standing before the snow-covered corpses. These figures were elderly men. Upon their arrival, all Su family members knelt and cried out, Elder of the second clan, Elder of the third clan, you have finally arrived. Our family had met a dreadful fate. Lord Lu and Xia Yungxiao exchanged glances. Quickly stepping forward to pay their respects, we pay our respects to the esteemed elders, a family with the deep heritage of the Su clan. Although outwardly led by Su Leho, had numerous elders behind the scenes. These elders typically devoted themselves to cultivation, remaining oblivious to worldly affairs, only emerging when the clan faced monumental crises. Xia Yungxiao, this is your doing. One elder from the Su family stepped forward, his countenance dark, releasing a pressure that made Xia Yungxiao feel breathless. Elder, I had no part in this. Xia Yungxiao's face turned pale with fear. Old 7. An elderly man with white hair and beard intervened, adding, the head of the Xia family likely had no knowledge of this matter. Otherwise, he would never have permitted this child to leave the Xia family. Of course, Xia Yungxiao felt deep regret. Had he known of Xia Yu's capabilities, he would have lowered his pride, treating him as he did 8 years ago, keeping him under his thumb. The elders of the second clan are discerning, Xia Yungxiao continued. The elder of the second clan nodded. Head of the Xia family, may I inquire where this little killer might have fled? Those who had previously pursued him through the underground passage found no trace. Once they exited the city, the footprints had been covered by the snow. They returned empty-handed. Xia Yungxiao shook his head. Yunzhu returned with me from the capital many years ago. She has no relatives or friends here. I am unaware of where they may have escaped. The elder of the second clan pondered for a moment before asking, did Xia Yu have any friends or secret hiding places before his coma? How would I know? It has been such a long time. Xia Yungxiao wore a bitter smile. The elder of the second clan gazed deeply at him before saying, head of the Xia family, given that Xia Yu has slain so many from my Su family, does the Xia family have no response? Elder of the second clan, Xia Yungxiao replied respectfully, that wretch is merciless and has killed indiscriminately. I publicly announced at noon that he has been expelled from the Xia family. From now on, his actions have no relation to us. Given the heinous acts he has committed, the Xia family will pursue him and offer no protection. Very well. The elder of the second clan turned and departed, instructing the others, "Clean this up and return to discuss further." Xia Yu looked around, glancing again at the city outskirts before sighing and turning back home. Shortly after, upon returning home, the second madam approached him. "My lord, what is the situation?" In disbelief, Xia Yu replied, "I never anticipated that this wretch, after 8 years of unconsciousness, would not only retain his cultivation, but actually advance to the innate realm. Most astonishing of all, he has acquired a heavenly grade sword technique. Its power is boundless." A glimmer of greed shone in Xia Yu's eyes. "Heavenly grade sword technique? What shall we do?" The second madam's face paled. "Quickly send someone to search for him." Just moments ago feigning ignorance, Xia Yu's eyes now glinted with intensity. "Capture those servants and attendants who were close to Xia Yu and interrogate them. Let us find out if this wretch has any other safe houses." "Understood." Although steward Xia Fu sighed, he always executed the family's orders without fail. Heavenly grade sword technique. Xia Yu licked his lips in anticipation. The second madam remarked, "This wretched creature is so formidable. Is there truly no way to punish him?" Xia Yu coldly scoffed. "What does it matter if he possesses a celestial level sword technique? As long as he has not entered the Lingquan realm, he is no match for me. Those who do not cultivate will forever remain oblivious to the vast chasm between the innate and Lingquan realms." The second madam sighed in relief and continued, "My lord, you must stand up for me." "Haha, rest assured," Xia Yu reassured her. "Since the Su family patriarch has intervened, my Xia family patriarch cannot afford to miss the opportunity to seize the celestial level sword technique. I shall go to the ancestral hall to seek an audience with the patriarch. My lord, do attend to your matters." After bidding farewell to Xia Yu, the second madam proceeded to her small courtyard. Upon entering, a young man suddenly knelt before her, exclaiming, "Aunt, you must intercede for my father." This was Zheng Qiao, the son of Xia Han and the second madam's nephew. The second madam coldly retorted, "Did I not provide you with funds to seek help from the Finjiayu Tower?" Zheng Qiao bowed his head, stating, "We did hire assassins from Finjiayu Tower, but they have reported that the mission failed. They claim the intelligence we provided was inaccurate, resulting in the loss of 5 assassins. Finjiayu Tower demands compensation." Hearing this, the second madam nearly fainted from rage, cursing, "What nonsense! How can this wretched creature be so powerful?" Chapter 21. What belongs to me, I shall reclaim. Amidst the frenzy of all the noble families in Liujing City over the celestial level sword technique, the death of Su Leihu seemed comparatively inconsequential, whether celestial or terrestrial level sword techniques. For these families lacking in cultivation texts, such treasures were unattainable. Now that they lay before them, how could they resist the temptation? After all, one must look out for oneself. Search. In the shadows, certain cloaked figures received the latest orders. They must capture him alive. Indeed, the frigid weather and heavy snowfall had sealed the city, yet such a night could not extinguish the fervor of the hearts within. Shadows darted through the snow, scouring the city, while others hastily departed towards nearby villages and towns, even venturing hundreds of miles away to other cities. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the storm, Xia Yu and his companions arrived at Hanja Mountain. This was a place where he had fought valiantly, labored painstakingly, and honed his strength. Hanja Mountain was characterized by its sheer cliffs, dotted with countless caves. Along the cliffs, wooden stakes were embedded, forming a winding and treacherous staircase. Workers ascended these wooden ladders to enter the various mining caves. They extracted heaps of spiritual iron ore, which were then hoisted up to the summit by sturdy ropes, where a sorting yard awaited. Experienced old craftsmen would meticulously classify the ores. The finest spiritual iron would be treated as treasures, gathered for the elders of cultivation sections. Inferior ores were packed into sacks and sent to the sects in exchange for rewards, which could be yuan stones, gold, silver, or even some lower-tier cultivation texts. The lowest quality iron ores would be transported to ironworks for mass smelting, transformed into blades and implements for martial artists. Ultimately, the refuse deemed utterly worthless would be discarded in a waste yard, which over the years had accumulated into a mountain of debris. Amidst the storm, miners huddled in their dormitories, living a harsh life but managing to fill their bellies. In such weather, a bowl of hot soup was more than enough to satisfy them. At the summit, a row of buildings stood. In the largest room, several middle-aged men gathered around a large table, drinking and eating while grumbling. "If it weren't for young Master Yu leading us back then, how could we have claimed this mining site? Who would have thought young Master Yu's 8-year coma would lead to such a fate? The family head is truly ungrateful. Indeed, if it weren't for young Master Yu, those other young masters would have been a bunch of cowards." Haha, young Master Yang was so frightened he nearly wet himself. Don't speak carelessly. Xia Yang is now a cultivator of the Yin-Yang sect, capable of taking lives from 1,000 miles away. You should refrain from such talk. Amidst the chatter, a young man entered with a composed expression. The moment he stepped inside, the middle-aged servants fell silent, afraid to utter another word. The young man did not speak. He approached the table, poured himself a cup of wine, and downed it in one gulp. With a crash, he smashed the wine cup, startling the middle-aged men into standing. Xia Quan, what is the meaning of this? Xia Quan's eyes gleamed with malice as he surveyed the crowd, enunciating each word. I heard everything you just said. Are you all eager to curry favor with Xia Yu now that you've heard he has awakened? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. Xia Yu has been cast out of the family and severed all ties. Tonight, he is as good as dead. The servants, having been indulging in drunken complaints, felt their faces flush with embarrassment at Xia Quan's outburst. An elder among them spoke up. Young Master Quan, we were merely joking around. A little wine makes us speak out of turn. Joking around? Xia Quan sneered. Though he was also a branch member of the Xia family, assigned to oversee the mines, he harbored no sympathy for Xia Yu. Rather, he felt envy and resentment. Hearing you all talk about young Master Yu for 8 years, isn't it tiresome? After venting his frustration, he added, if I hear any more sympathy for Xia Yu, I will report it to my father and bring misfortune upon your families. With that, Xia Quan snorted coldly and turned to leave. The middle-aged men lowered their heads in silence, not daring to retort. At that moment, as Xia Quan reached the door, he suddenly took a step back, drawn by a familiar voice. Xiao Quan, you were still so young 8 years ago. Did I ever wrong you? Why do you harbor such animosity towards me? A youthful figure stepped through the snow, followed by Yun Zhu and others. Young Master Yu. The middle-aged men erupted in joy. They remembered well the battle at Hanja Mountain, where Xia Yu had fought alongside them, forging bonds of brotherhood. Xia Quan's expression soured, but he quickly composed himself. Brother Yu, I was merely drunk and speaking nonsense, he said with a forced smile. The news of Xia Yu killing Su Leho had not yet reached them, leaving Xia Quan puzzled about why Xia Yu had come out of the city. Speaking nonsense? Xia Yu smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. As he entered, the crowd immediately surrounded him. Young Master Yu, it is truly you. You have awakened after 8 long years. Their excitement was palpable, recalling how Xia Yu had treated them well during his management of Hanja Mountain. Young Master Yu, we heard the family had expelled you. What is the situation? Xia Quan did not leave, but remained, curious, and continued to smile. Brother Yu, could it be that father has changed his mind? Xia Yu coldly chuckled. My mother and these brave souls have not eaten all day. Is there anything to fill our bellies? Yes, of course. Soon, the table was laden with white buns, meat soup, pancakes, and even wine. Mother, Choner, please eat first. Xia Yu served soup to his mother and sister, then turned to Hong Qi and the others, saying, do not hold back. From now on, Hanja Mountain shall be our home. Hearing this, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Xia Yu's meaning. Xia Quan pressed, Brother Yu, has father truly changed his mind? Are you once again in charge of Hanja Mountain? If that were the case, it would be delightful. The middle-aged men chuckled, eager to work under Xia Yu's command. Xia Yu took a sip of wine and shook his head. Xia Yungxiao has expelled my mother and me from the family, severing all ties. My Xia family disciple plaque was thrown out, and I shattered it beneath my feet. Is that so? The crowd was left in a state of confusion upon hearing this. Xia Quan advised, Yugu, one stroke cannot write two Xia. Your father has a bad temper. Why must you provoke him? It would be wiser to kneel before him and seek his forgiveness. Perhaps a chance for reconciliation still exists. I have sworn to sever ties with the Xia family. Xia Yungxiao's treatment of me is of no concern, but his behavior towards my mother has left my heart cold. Xia Yu resolutely declared, even if Xia Yungxiao were to kneel before me, I would never return to the Xia family. Xia Quan felt a twinge of confusion. Given your current state, what brings you back to Hanja Mountain? The other middle-aged men present were equally taken aback. One elder could not contain his curiosity and asked, Young Master Yu, what are your plans moving forward? I intend to establish my roots in Hanja Mountain, Xia Yu replied with a smile. Isn't that evident? Not so fast. Since you have vowed never to return to the Xia family, what does it mean for you to settle in Hanja Mountain? Xia Quan sensed the gravity of the situation. Xia Yu's expression darkened as he spoke earnestly. Having left the Xia family, I must reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Hanja Mountain is something I fought for with my life. It naturally belongs to me. What? Xia Quan and everyone present were utterly astonished. You go. Have you lost your mind? You are opposing your father. He will not show you mercy. Xia Quan exclaimed, horrified. Chapter 22. Xia Yu's secret for the Xia family. The Hanja Mountain mine is an immensely significant asset. Their connection with the Yin-Yang sect, which allows Xia Yu to train there, largely hinges on the spirit iron ore produced by Hanja Mountain. A substantial portion of the Xia family's income also derives from this mine. Now, Xia Yu boldly claims Hanja Mountain as his own. This is sheer madness. Not only Xia Quan, but even Yun Zhu was taken aback. She had come here expecting to avoid trouble, only to discover Xia Yu's intentions. You err, Xia Quan is right. You are opposing Yun Xiao. He is not a man to show leniency. Over the years, Yun Zhu had come to see Xia Yun Xiao for what he truly was. Rest assured, mother. Xia Yu responded with a calm smile. What belongs to me cannot be taken away. He added resolutely. Though his words were casually spoken, they resonated with unwavering determination. By the heavens, what does it matter if you take Hanja Mountain? Hong Qi, who had been sitting there sipping soup, interjected angrily. Young Master Yu has even slain Su Lahu. Xia Yun Xiao is nothing to fear. What? The crowd at Hanja Mountain was left speechless. Xia Quan nearly stumbled to the ground. You Gu, you truly killed Su Lahu? Xia Kai raised his head with a sly grin. Young Master Yu displayed extraordinary prowess today. Not only did he kill Su Lahu, but Su Jun, Su Bin, Su Hong, and Su Yang as well. Heh. I also dealt with a few fools. What? The crowd was once again flabbergasted. The young men from the Su family were the new generation of that clan, often causing trouble for the Xia family. For them to be slain by Xia Yu? More importantly, Su Lahu was the head of the Su family, a powerful being at the pinnacle of innate cultivation. Xia Quan found it hard to believe, yet the expressions on Xia Kai and Hong Qi's faces suggested they were not fabricating tales. Yun Zhu was at a loss for words. Her son had always been independent-minded, doing things in his own unique way, yet somehow managing to succeed each time. Thus, she found herself unsure of how to advise him, merely sighing. You err. Despite Xia Yunxiao's ruthlessness, he remains your father. Such familial bonds should not be disregarded. You cannot treat Su Lahu the way you would your own father. Her words were not meant to plead for Xia Yunxiao, but to highlight the inherent laws of the world. The patriarchal system is as immutable as the heavens. If Xia Yu were to murder his own father, he would be utterly doomed, forever ostracized in this world. No one would associate with a beast who has slain their own father. Mother, I understand, Xia Yu replied, lifting his gaze. Please have the East 7 rooms prepared for you and the others to rest. As for the rest of you, you will also reside in East 7. I have my contingencies there. Make haste to prepare. Xia Quan forced a smile and quickly exited. For years, he had monopolized the East 7 rooms. Now he rushed to tidy them up. Watching him leave, Xia Yu's expression turned icy as he patted Xia Kai's shoulder. Xia Kai immediately understood, wiping his mouth with his sleeve and brandishing his knife as he stepped outside. Indeed, when Xia Quan arrived at East 7, he instructed several individuals to clean the rooms. He then retrieved some valuables from his own quarters, donned a thick fur coat, and hurriedly made his way down the mountain. Young Master Quan, where are you heading? Xia Kai suddenly emerged with his knife. Xia Quan's expression faltered, and through gritted teeth, he replied, Xia Kai, I must be honest. I intend to return to the Xia family and report you all. Xia Yu has lost his senses. Who does he think he is? My father has advanced to the spiritual spring realm. He is doomed. I advise you to come with me to atone for your sins. Xia Kai sneered. And what of that? Today, I witnessed young Master Yu's extraordinary might. I know the tides in Lujing City are about to shift. Even Xia Yunxiao cannot stop it. How foolish can you be? Xia Quan scolded. My father is still under the watch of the clan elders. They typically remain in seclusion, but if something significant occurs, they will emerge and take lives. Since you've decided to follow young Master Yu, risks must be taken, Xia Kai declared, raising his voice. Brothers, since we are here, let us take action. Then, several middle-aged men, all overseers of the mine, stepped forward. Having decided to follow Xia Yu, they needed to prove their loyalty. Seeing such a scene, Xia Quan's face turned pale as he stammered. What are you all planning? I am the young master of the Xia family, the son of Xia Yunxiao. To hell with you. The middle-aged man who had been drinking earlier swung his knife and cursed. Didn't you want to report to the master and ruin my life forever? I dare not. Spare me. Xia Quan, known for his small-mindedness, had long been unpopular at the mine. The overseers already harbored resentment towards him, so when he was attacked, they felt no guilt. Soon, with everyone taking turns, silence fell upon the scene. Xia Kai watched with crossed arms, and when Xia Quan lay lifeless, he chuckled. Congratulations, everyone. Your paths have just widened. Today, I witnessed young Master Yu's sword technique. It was as if he were a celestial being. Even the old Master Xiao wouldn't survive. As these men had already pledged their allegiance, Xia Kai no longer felt the need to keep them on edge and recounted the events of young Master Yu's might. Then let us follow young Master Yu to the very end. The crowd began to loot Xia Quan's belongings, stripping him of his fur coat, and erupted into laughter. They also discovered a stash of spirit stones and fine iron ore from him. Xia Yu instructed, Xia Kai, take these spirit stones. If anything seems amiss, activate the defense array immediately. Years ago, Xia Yu had arranged for defenses in East 7, unbeknownst to others. He then arranged for Yun Zhu to rest. Shan Er, exhausted from a long day, had already fallen asleep, her cheeks flushed. Xia Yu pinched her little face and reassured her, Mother, you need not worry. I am here. Yun Zhu wished to say something, but ultimately sighed. Hong Qi, accompanied by his subordinates, also sought a place to rest. In a quiet chamber of East 7, Xia Yu sat cross-legged, his expression grave. The conflict between the Xia and Su families was merely a secondary issue. The true dilemma lay in the exposure of the Demeng Zhan Xianju. The Demeng Zhan Xianju was not merely a heavenly or earthly technique. It was a solid imperial-level combat skill. Invaluable. The entire Lujing city, and even the great Zhou royal family, would go mad for it. Xia Yu must prepare for the forthcoming storms. Strength is what he needs. To all those who wish to seize the technique, come forth. A cold smile crept onto Xia Yu's lips. The metallic vial he had left behind 8 years ago must be nearly full by now. After a prolonged wait, as midnight approached and the snow began to fall heavily, Xia Yu set off alone towards the abandoned mine in the back mountains. Here, mountains of discarded ore, deemed inferior and cast aside, lay before him, an endless sight. 8 years had passed, and the accumulation had only increased. Xia Yu confirmed his orientation and swiftly made his way toward the center of the ore mountain. The individuals dumping waste, or had been rather lazy, allowing the minerals to accumulate on the outskirts, while the depths of the mountain remained largely unchanged. It did not take long for Xia Yu to reach his destination. He picked up a piece of waste ore and, upon a gentle squeeze, it crumbled into dust as if it were mere soil. Remarkably, it had been entirely drained of its essence. Xia Yu was elated. He hastily employed his pickaxe and began to dig below. The excavation process was exceptionally effortless, as the ore here had been stripped of its spiritual energy by some mysterious force, rendering it remarkably soft. A crisp sound echoed as Xia Yu dropped his pickaxe, and, reaching into the depths of the soil, unearthed a metal bottle adorned with peculiar patterns. His face lit up with excitement as he quickly twisted off the cap. A luminous mist erupted, bright as the moon, revealing that the bottle was filled to the brim with a liquid that radiated this enchanting glow. However, as the mist emanated, the liquid within the bottle began to diminish, clearly evaporating. Xia Yu hastily replaced the cap. Wonderful, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, he possessed his own secret, and this small bottle was his most significant treasure. Chapter 23. Half of the Tao Foundation, a useless treasure. Xia Yu was not of this world. He had traversed from Earth. The metal bottle in his possession was the key to his journey. This small vial was a family heirloom. Once, while intently observing the bottom of the bottle, his soul was inexplicably drawn into it, leading to his arrival in this world. At that time, the real Xia Yu was merely 8 years old, and his soul had taken over. Since then, a new Xia Yu emerged. Thus, the current Xia Yu calculated every step with precision and held no respect for Xia Yongxiao, who he did not consider his father. Collaboration was permissible, but if not, then a confrontation would ensue. Upon arriving in this world, Xia Yu meticulously studied the bottle and discovered its ability to absorb and refine energy. His recognition by Xia Yongxiao as someone of potential was due to the few drops of spiritual liquid he had consumed from the bottle. However, the speed at which the bottle refined the spiritual energy from the air was excruciatingly slow. By the time Xia Yu reached the age of 15, he had secured a position at the Hanjishan mine, burying the bottle amid the waste or with the intent of refining the spiritual energy within these minerals. After a full 8 years, the bottle indeed lived up to expectations, yielding an entire vial of spiritual water. It is worth noting that previously, he had only consumed a few drops and had already distinguished himself among his peers. If he were to drink the entirety of this vial, what might he achieve? After sealing the bottle, he returned through the snowstorm to his quiet chamber and locked the door. Once seated in a meditative posture, he retrieved the small bottle from his storage pouch. He opened the cap and brought it close, daring to inhale just a minuscule amount. He refrained from drinking more, for even a few drops had once caused him excruciating pain and burning sensations. This time, he only dared to take a slight breath. Afterward, he quickly closed the bottle, feeling overwhelmed by its potency. Although the liquid was extraordinary, it was truly not meant for mere mortals. It felt akin to molten iron flowing into his mouth and stomach, expanding violently. Alas, he had overindulged. Should anyone enter at that moment, they would be astonished to find Xia Yu enveloped in a radiant mist, his body emanating a red glow from within. The pain. He felt every part of his being, every cell, expanding uncontrollably. The sensation was unbearable, and Xia Yu felt as though he might perish. In a critical moment, he recalled the teachings of his enchanting master regarding the Sikong Jiao and began to operate the technique. Despite having never practiced it before, as it required one to be at the Lingquan realm, he had previously only attained the Xiantian realm and was unable to cultivate. However, upon attempting it now, he succeeded. Moreover, as he executed the technique, his suffering began to abate. His master explained that the Sikong Jiao was fundamentally about refining a world of 9 swords within one's body, and before the formation of this world, one must first establish the Tao foundation. The spiritual water he had consumed coursed through his limbs and veins, vaporizing midway and converging in his qi si. Time flew by, and after an indeterminate duration, Xia Yu opened his eyes. I have attained the consummate state of Xiantian. Regrettably, the Tao foundation was only half constructed. With just a bit more spiritual water, I could very well ascend to the Lingquan realm. Xia Yu was ecstatic. Although the dawn was breaking, he yearned to rest a while longer, to enter a dream and inquire with his enchanting master if his cultivation was on the right path. Moments later, still seated in meditation, he had indeed drifted into slumber, his consciousness venturing into the realm of enlightenment. Master, Xia Yu exclaimed joyfully, rushing into the cloud pavilion. His enchanting master remained standing, smiling. Xia Yu, you seem quite pleased. Have matters at home been resolved? Those are mere trifles, Xia Yu replied, glancing around. Master, do you find yourself bored in my absence? Haha, not at all. I am merely a fragment of my true self, tasked with fulfilling its commands. In your absence, I enter a dormant state, so boredom is not a concern. That is reassuring. Xia Yu then added, Master, I practiced the Sikong Jiao today. It is truly remarkable. It took an entire night to construct half of my Tao foundation. Half of the Tao foundation? His master's expression turned peculiar. Are you certain? Xia Yu nodded. Give me another day and night, and I will undoubtedly succeed. Is that so? His master remained skeptical. Bear in mind, this is an imperial-level technique. Even geniuses from the vast worlds find it challenging to cultivate this technique. Establishing a Tao foundation can take 3 years at most, or several months at the least. Yet, you, an ordinary individual from a lesser world, have achieved such progress in one night? Xia Yu, boasting is unbecoming, his master admonished. I am not exaggerating. Xia Yu replied with a wry smile. It took me 8 years in my dreams to cultivate the Demeng Zhan Xianju. I am not embellishing. His master furrowed her brow. Yet, your speed is astounding. Tell me, what does your Tao foundation look like, and what was your cultivation process like? Very well. Xia Yu recounted his experience in detail, though he refrained from mentioning the bottle, merely referring to it as a liquid spiritual essence he had stumbled upon. I see. His master acknowledged. It seems the lesser world also possesses such pure spiritual water. Your rapid cultivation is likely due to this liquid, which contains an abundance of spiritual energy, allowing you to establish your Tao foundation overnight. That makes sense, Xia Yu affirmed. Master, do you know what kind of spiritual water this is? Could it have side effects? His master replied, in this world, treasures are myriad and peculiar. The pure spiritual water you mentioned could be from the Liao Palace's Yuaquan, the Lucian Valley's Tianjing Ling Quan, or the Ziyu Dong Tian's Chao Chun Ling Lu, all of which are composed of the purest spiritual essence. Generally, they have no side effects, but excessive consumption can overwhelm an ordinary person. Exactly. After drinking it, my entire body ached and felt as though it was on fire, with my meridians being scalded, only to heal instantaneously. Repeating this cycle, it was truly unbearable. That is because your physical body is too weak and cannot withstand the enhancement. His master cautioned. Cultivation is a long-term endeavor. One must avoid blind impulsiveness. No one achieves success overnight. I understand, master. Xia Yu nodded before inquiring. Is there a treasure that can absorb the spiritual energy from surrounding items and refine it into liquid? His master chuckled. It seems you have indeed come into possession of such a treasure. I thought it curious where you obtained such pure spiritual liquid. Unexpectedly, the mere thought of a divine consciousness from the beautiful master stirred a sense of admiration in Xia Yu, who could only manage an awkward smile. The beautiful master contemplated that such treasures did exist, albeit in limited quantity. Practitioners required spiritual energy for their cultivation, yet spiritual energy alone was insufficient. Thus, investing immense effort into crafting an artifact that could solely condense spiritual liquid was utterly futile, akin to a superfluous trinket. Xia Yu was taken aback to hear his prideful little vial referred to as a mere trinket, yet he felt no remorse. This small vial, capable of transporting him through realms, was undoubtedly extraordinary, far from being a trivial object. He further inquired, "Master, is there a pill that can restore my mother's visage?" Yunju always concealed her face behind a veil, and Xia Yu had never questioned it before. Upon witnessing Yunju's true appearance, he realized it was indeed quite unappealing. However, Xia Yu was not one to judge by appearances. It was Yunju's own self-doubt that rendered her incapable of holding her head high. The beautiful master chuckled. "Little Yu, you are wise beyond your years yet foolish at times. You possess spiritual liquid, which is the finest healing elixir." "Thank you, master," Xia Yu exclaimed with delight. Chapter 24. Rebirth of a Severed Finger, Yunju's Restoration. Although Yunju could only be considered Xia Yu's surrogate mother, she treated him exceptionally well. For 8 years, she had diligently cared for him, cleansing and mobilizing his body, administering various medicines, and ensuring timely exercise of his limbs. Regardless of Xia Yu's needs, her kindness was genuine. Deeply appreciative, Xia Yu wished to repay Yunju in some manner. After concluding his inquiries with the beautiful master, Xia Yu focused his thoughts. Awakening from his dreams with eyes wide open, having cultivated through the night, he had yet another dream. It was now midday, in earthly terms. It was around 8 or 9 in the morning. Beneath the warm winter sun, the entire mine was bustling with activity. The laborers at the lowest level remained oblivious to the change in ownership, toiling away as usual. The mid-level mine managers were equally unaware. Only the upper echelon knew the truth, including 7 or 8 household servants sent by the Xia family, who were Xia Yu's trusted confidants. "Young master, what are the plans for today?" inquired an elderly servant named Xia Gong, the leader of the household. "Should we announce the news to bring joy to everyone? They all wish for your return." "Not just yet," Xia Yu replied. "I will be in seclusion for the next few days to break through to the Lingquan realm. So it is best to keep this under wraps for now." "Young master, you are about to advance to the Lingquan realm?" The household servants were filled with delight. Everyone knew that the Lingquan realm represented a significant threshold. Upon Xia Yu's entry into this realm, it would instill a sense of security within them all. "Once I reach the Lingquan realm, not only will I ascend, but you all shall follow suit, and we will all become practitioners together." The servants laughed awkwardly, acknowledging their past shortcomings. "Stay with me, and you shall have the opportunity." Xia Yu beamed, then added, "From now on, do not call me young master. Should I have an additional title of lord atop that? Then let us call you Gongzi." "Very well." The servants returned to their posts to manage the mine, while Xia Yu proceeded to Yunju's quarters. "Mother, brother." The little girl Xia Chan joyfully dashed over. Xia Yu lifted his sister, playfully pinching her cheeks, and asked, "Where's mother?" "Mother went to prepare food for you. She said you loved her buns the most when you were little." Xia Chan also pinched Xia Yu's face, giggling. "I haven't eaten buns in years." "Then let us go eat." Xia Yu laughed heartily, carrying his sister to the kitchen. There, Yunju had just finished steaming a basket of buns filled with beast meat and green onions, the aroma enticing. Xia Yu eagerly took one for his sister, indulging himself as well. "Be careful, it's hot." Yunju wiped her hands on her apron, gazing lovingly at her son. 8 years of unconsciousness had made her long for this day. Witnessing her son healthy and vibrant before her was her heart's deepest wish. "Mother, you should eat as well," Xia Yu urged. "You two eat first. I will join you shortly," Yunju replied with a smile. She was not one to sit idly. Noticing a pile of clothes nearby, she felt compelled to wash them. "Mother, leave those be. Eat a couple of buns first. There are important matters to attend to afterward," Xia Yu insisted, stuffing 2 buns into Yunju's hands. Reluctantly, she had no choice but to carry her son on her back while lifting the veil to eat the buns. Observing his mother's back, Xia Yu's heart ached. She felt so insecure that even eating required her to hide. Before long, Yunju finished her meal. "Mother, please follow me," Xia Yu said. Xia Chan wanted to tag along, but was gently pushed aside by Xia Yu. "Return to your room. There will be a surprise." Pouting, Xia Chan ran off. "Mother, please sit." Xia Yu instructed Yunju to sit on a mat and began to slowly unveil her face. Yunju gasped, instinctively trying to stop him. "Mother, do not move. I have acquired a miraculous elixir." Yunju smiled wryly. "My face has been marred by blades and burned by iron. No ordinary elixir can mend it. Even Yunxia tried back when I returned from the capital." Xia Yu scoffed. What could he possibly do? He only knows how to bully his own family. With that, he lifted the veil. Yunju felt uneasy under her son's gaze, pleading, Your stare makes me uncomfortable. A son does not disdain his mother's appearance. What is there to fear?" Xia Yu's words rendered Yunju speechless. He then produced a small metallic vial from his storage bag, retrieved a piece of cotton, dipped it in the spiritual water, and gently applied it to Yunju's face. A fiery sensation enveloped her. Xia Yu cautioned her, and Yunju felt her face ablaze, accompanied by a swelling sensation. However, having endured much suffering, she deemed these sensations trivial. Rather, this pain instilled her with confidence, secretly hoping that it might prove effective. In truth, she held no expectations of regaining her former beauty. As long as she was not so unattractive, she would be content. Moments later, the pain on her face subsided. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with Xia Yu's astonished smile. How is it? Did it work? Yunju, who had initially resisted, was now astonished, her hands covering her face, wanting to rejoice yet unable to believe it. Mother, you were so beautiful, Xia Yu exclaimed. After her face was restored, Yunju truly appeared exquisite, resembling a classical beauty, surpassing any of the 8 concubines married by Yunxia. Have I truly been restored? Yunju questioned, glancing around in search of a mirror. I will find one, Xia Yu said, stepping outside. Upon exiting, he spotted Xia Kai and waved him over. Xia Kai, come here. Young master, Xia Kai now addressed him differently. Extending his hand, he revealed a finger missing from his left hand, a consequence of Xia Yu's earlier punishment. He bore no resentment, believing himself deserving of the penalty, for Xia Yu had treated him so kindly, and he had failed to assist Yunju. Xia Yu promptly applied the remaining 2 drops of spiritual water from the cotton onto Xia Kai's severed finger. It hurts, it itches, Xia Kai exclaimed in surprise as he watched his finger gradually regenerate. After a moment, Xia Yu pressed the cotton against Xia Kai's finger. Thank you, young master. I will serve you faithfully. Xia Kai knelt, overwhelmed with gratitude, astonished at the miracle of regeneration, and delighted to have chosen wisely. Following Xia Yu would surely be better than remaining a mere servant in the Xia household. All right, Xia Yu reassured him, now go find a mirror. Find a mirror? That poses quite the challenge for Xia Kai. In the desolate expanse of the mine, an absence of women lingered, leaving only men amidst the rugged terrain. The men searched in vain for a mirror, but none could be found. In a moment of desperation, Xia Kai unearthed a colossal chunk of pristine ling tai from the storeroom. The quality of this ling tai was exceptional. Upon extraction, it gleamed with purity, its smooth fracture surface reflecting light like a grand mirror. With great effort, 6 men transported this massive ore to Xia Yu's quarters. Upon entering, Xia Kai was greeted by the sight of Yunju, clad in flowing white garments, her beauty reminiscent of a celestial being. Not only Xia Kai, but even the laborers accompanying him were left spellbound. Xia Yu chuckled, Mother, look at their astonished faces. Realizing the situation, Xia Kai exclaimed, Good heavens, my son. What miraculous remedy have you discovered? My fingers can heal, and the visage of the concubine is restored. Yunju now believed, moving toward the magnificent ore. She gazed into its mirror-like surface, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. The scars of 2 decades of ugliness had deeply etched themselves into her heart, and now, with the restoration of her former beauty, there was no greater surprise for a woman. At that moment, Xia Chan rushed in, gasping, Mother, is that really you? You look so beautiful. Xia Yu replied with a smile, You too shall grow into beauty in due time. Chapter 25, A Citywide Search, each with their own motives. I am truly restored. Yunju wept as she beheld her reflection, her cheeks adorned with tears. So many grievances and trials had been endured. In this moment, all her pent-up emotions were released. After her disfigurement, she had never known a single day of peace. The journey to Lujing City had been fraught with hardship, and upon giving birth to her son, life grew even more challenging. She wore a veil daily, too ashamed to reveal her true self, enduring ridicule and scorn, taunted as a monster or a frightful creature. All this torment came to an end today. Thank you so much, Yunju said tearfully. Who can repay the warmth of spring with mere grass? Xia Yu gently embraced his mother, feeling that his efforts were but a small token compared to her sacrifices. Seeing her mother in tears, Xia Chan also began to weep, her face streaked with tears. Enough of the tears. We shall now live a joyous life. Xia Yu declared once they had wept enough. Indeed, we will live well. Yunju wiped her tears, her faith in her son growing stronger. I shall soon enter seclusion. Xia Yu announced. Xia Kai, you will oversee the mine. Do not reveal the truth to anyone below until I have ascended to the Lingquan realm. Understood. Xia Kai acknowledged, then inquired, Shall we remove this, or leave it here? It may prove useful, Xia Yu replied. Yunju, upon hearing that her son was also preparing for advancement, quickly embraced Xia Chan. You focus on your cultivation. We shall step out for now. Xia Yu suddenly called out, Mother. Yes? Xia Yu has sent word through the second concubine inquiring what you were doing the night before we left the capital. Upon hearing this, Yunju understood immediately, her face flushing with embarrassment. He is merely speculating. At that time, I was rushing throughout the city to rescue him from imprisonment. How could I have done anything else? Would you have acted differently to save him? In other words, am I truly Xia Yunxiao's biological son? Xia Yu had long desired to ask this question, pondering whether there was any discrepancy in the coldness Xia Yunxiao displayed toward them. I swear before heaven, I have never wronged Xia Yunxiao. You are undoubtedly his true son, Yunju affirmed resolutely. Well, that brings me peace. With this certainty, it was evident that Xia Yunxiao was indeed a heartless wretch, and Xia Yu would harbor no further illusions about him. Boom. As he closed the door to his seclusion, Xia Yu settled into a meditative position, sipping from a small vial of essence, embarking on his cultivation journey. The bitter chill of winter and heavy snowfall enveloped Lujing City. The prominent families spent the night searching, but yielded no leads until midday the next day. Those who had ventured out returned with the same disheartening news. 3 individuals had vanished. In the Lord's Hall, Lu Chenzu sat amidst several armored soldiers kneeling before him. You have worked hard. Return and rest, he instructed. After dismissing the others, the general furrowed his brow and said, Lord, we have searched the nearby villages and even visited several towns. They seem to have disappeared without a trace. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chenzu remarked, Xia Yu is exceptionally clever, and he had prepared for this 8 years ago. I suspect they may still be within the city. It's dark under the lamp. The general added, but we have also searched the city. Then do this, Lu Chenzu commanded. Use military channels to relay the message to the capital. Instruct all cities of the Daizhou kingdom to commence a search. Regardless of where they flee, they shall be found. Yes, the general promptly took his leave. Meanwhile, in the Su estate, an elderly man raged. How could the head of the Su family die so inexplicably? How will the Su family establish itself in Lujing City henceforth? Calm yourself, old 7, the elder seated at the center advised thoughtfully. This heavy snow would impede any ordinary cultivator, let alone Xia Yu, who is burdened with the elderly and women and children. Where could they possibly go? Wherever they go? Old 7 retorted angrily. I fear the Xia family is involved. So many lives have vanished into thin air. Xia Yu alone cannot wield such power. Xia Yunxiao must be offering aid from the outside. I shall confront the Xia family. With that, he turned to leave. The third elder interjected, Old 7. Do not be hasty. The second elder restrained him. Let Old 7 go. Regardless of the outcome, we will confront him. Very well. The third elder sat back down, his eyes gleaming with greed. Brother, if our Su family could acquire the heavenly level combat techniques, the entire Daizhou kingdom would be compelled to regard us with deference. The second elder shook his head. That is unwise. A gentleman is innocent but bears the burden of wealth. Heavenly level techniques would incite madness throughout the Daizhou. If we were to obtain them, we must present them to the Ling Ji sect. The elders of the Su family had once been external disciples of the Ling Ji sect in their youth. If they offered the techniques to the sect, they would surely be well compensated. We could all have a chance to become inner disciples. The third elder mused, dreaming of the possibilities. At that point, not only the Lingxi realm, but even the Changhe realm would be within our grasp. Haha, whether the Su family flourishes hinges on this occasion. At this moment, the Xia family found Xia Yunxiao in a state of utter distress. Countless individuals had been dispatched to search overnight, yet all returned empty-handed. As dawn broke, more visitors arrived to inquire about Xia Yu, eager to glean information from Xia Yunxiao, who was entirely oblivious. Rebellious child, had I known of your extraordinary powers, I would never have severed ties with you. Xia Yunxiao silently cursed. At that moment, a messenger approached. My lord, trouble arises. The 7th elder of the Su family has entered the estate. Do not panic. Xia Yunxiao scoffed. He had already met with the elders of the Xia family. The arrival of the Su family's 7th elder was a matter for the Xia family elders to handle without his involvement. His primary concern was how to resolve the situation if Xia Yu could not be found. My lord, a middle-aged woman entered the hall. Second concubine, do not bother me. I am already overwhelmed, Xia Yunxiao frowned. I am merely offering suggestions. If you do not wish to hear them, I shall take my leave, she replied. Suggestions? I wish to hear them, Xia Yunxiao responded eagerly. Madam, please sit down, said the second madam after calling for her. The second madam then remarked. That wretched creature Xia Yu possesses unparalleled cunning and skill. Who knows where he has hidden himself? I believe, given our mortal limitations, it is futile to seek him out. Instead, we should relay this information to Yanger, allowing him to recruit a few practitioners from the Yin Yang sect. At that point, Xia Yu will find it impossible to escape. Should we report this to the Yin-Yang sect? Xia Yunxiao frowned deeply. If we let the Yin-Yang sect intervene, the ultimate prize of the cultivation technique will no longer belong to the Xia family. Driven by greed, he did not wish for the Yin-Yang sect to be informed. Alas, the second madam urged, "My husband, do not be overly greedy. The news of the cultivation technique is already widespread. Do you truly believe you can monopolize it? The best course of action now is to report to the Yin-Yang sect, allowing Yang to gain their favor. When Yang finds success within the Yin-Yang sect, do you still fear not having your day in the sun?" Xia Yunxiao considered her words and found merit in them. A heavenly-level cultivation technique is unlikely to be retained by the Xia family. It is all that rebellious child's fault for concealing this from me. Xia Yunxiao cursed. Then added, "I shall send someone to the Yin-Yang sect immediately. Coincidentally, we also need to transport this batch of spiritual iron ore to them. I will dispatch someone to Hongya Mountain to escort the ore back." Chapter 26. An assault on Hongya Mountain. Xia Yunxiao did not anticipate that Xia Yu would venture to Hongya Mountain, nor did the others in Lujing City. After all, the mining area at Hongya Mountain was under Xia Yunxiao's tight control. Fortified like a steel fortress, how could Xia Yu possibly throw himself into the lion's den? Yet, unexpectedly, not only did Xia Yu go to Hongya Mountain, but he also managed to seize control of the area. Around noon, a convoy was making its way towards Hongya Mountain, led by He Quan, an elder hired by the Xia family, who possessed a cultivation level of innate perfection. Transporting spiritual iron ore was the Xia family's most crucial enterprise, and thus a capable leader was imperative. He Quan, having been with the Xia family for some time, had become rather crafty. Upon receiving Xia Yunxiao's orders while he was drinking, he permitted the Xia convoy to set off first. It was only in the afternoon, slightly intoxicated, that he mounted his steed and galloped towards Hongya Mountain. In his calculations, he would arrive at the foot of Hongya Mountain just as the convoy was ready with the iron ore, allowing him to join them. However, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he found that the convoy had not yet returned. His arrogant nature led him to disregard the guards stationed at the base and ride straight to the summit. He intended to reprimand the convoy manager, only to find Xia Kai and the elegantly dressed Yun Zhu at a glance. In an instant, He Quan sobered up. So it turns out the Xia Yu, whom the entire Lujing city was searching for, had come to Hongya Mountain. It made sense. After all, Xia Yu had managed affairs here 8 years ago. Where else could he possibly be? As for the convoy that had arrived before him, it was undoubtedly detained. He abruptly reined in his horse and turned to flee. If it had been anyone else, Xia Kai would have ordered pursuit, but with He Quan's innate perfection cultivation, blocking him would be futile, and chasing after him would be tantamount to courting death. Xia Kai's expression changed dramatically. He hadn't anticipated being discovered. It seemed they could only prepare for defense now. The alarms sounded, mining operations ceased, and everyone readied for battle. After Xia Yunxiao seized control of Hongya Mountain, he had laid numerous traps along the way to deter any competitors, various snares, and hidden arrows, with all miners trained to fight. Following the sounding of the alarm, the miners were distributed weapons and took their positions, lying in ambush along the path up the mountain. Meanwhile, He Quan galloped back hastily towards the Xia residence. By the time he returned, it was already dusk. Reporting to the family head, Xia Yu has fled to Hongya Mountain. He Quan burst into Xia Yunxiao's study. "Is that so?" Xia Yunxiao stood up abruptly. He Quan continued, "I encountered Xia Kai, and judging by their demeanor, it seems they have taken control of Hongya Mountain, and the convoy has been detained." Arrogant, Xia Yunxiao slammed his fist on the table. He instantly grasped Xia Yu's intentions. He aimed to seize this lucrative opportunity from the Xia family. This rebellious child, how audacious! A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Xia Yunxiao's eyes. "Family head, we must depart immediately," urged He Quan. "Xia Kai and the others have already seen me. I fear they may flee in panic, and we will lose track of them. Let us go now." Xia Yunxiao turned and exited the study. He Quan added, "Xia Yu has even slain Su Lehu and taken his inferior spiritual sword. His strength is formidable. Should we not inform the clan elders? This rebellious child, I doubt he would dare to kill his father." Xia Yunxiao's expression darkened. He did not wish to inform the clan elders, as the two elders who had recently emerged from seclusion were currently dealing with the Su family elders. If the Su family elders were alerted, the news would undoubtedly spread. Thus, he resolved to personally venture to Hongya Mountain to test the waters. "Let us depart." Xia Yunxiao traveled light, accompanied by a few trusted soldiers, riding a fine steed out of the city. Unbeknownst to him, many were watching him closely. The city lord's residence and several family heads quickly received word that Xia Yunxiao had left the city, likely heading towards Hongya Mountain. They all promptly reacted. Indeed. Hongya Mountain, how had we not thought of it earlier? They set off immediately. Before long, yet another convoy sped towards Hongya Mountain. Xia Yu and his men arrived at the foot of the mountain when a dark arrow suddenly whizzed through the air towards him. Damn it! Xia Yu felt a jolt of panic. Thankfully, as a practitioner of the Lingquan realm, his perception and reflexes far surpassed those of ordinary warriors. He raised his hand and struck the horse's head, propelling himself swiftly into the air. With the tip of his foot, he redirected the giant crossbow bolt. Soaring into the sky, and bellowed, Xia Yu is here. Who dares to shoot at me? The miners and servants at the foot of Hongya Mountain emerged. They had received orders from Xia Gong, but upon seeing the family head, they immediately surrendered. Family head, we were unaware. They exclaimed. Humph. Xia Yu snorted coldly. You have all revolted. Form ranks immediately, and follow me up the mountain. Few were aware of Xia Yu's takeover of the mine. Upon realizing that Xia Yu had arrived, the miners and servants surrendered without resistance, allowing Xia Yu and his entourage to reach the summit without hindrance. What shall we do? The young master is still in seclusion. The defensive array at the summit was activated, and everyone retreated into the East 7 chambers. A protective formation set up by Xia Yu with the assistance of a master. Once infused with spirit stones, it formed a barrier of light. Seeing Xia Yu's arrival, everyone was thrown into a panic. Xia Gong and the other servants at Hongya Mountain had once been Xia Yu's trusted soldiers, and they naturally felt a deep-seated fear of him. Upon his arrival, their faces paled. Even Xia Kai felt a twinge of trepidation. Fortunately, Xia Kai had witnessed Xia Yu's miraculous abilities, and he forced himself to rally the others, shouting, Everyone, do not lose your composure. Xia Yu is merely at the Lingquan realm. When the young master emerges from seclusion, he will also be at the Lingquan realm. Who will win or lose is yet to be determined. Hong Qi also shouted loudly, Fear not, for I have seen the young master in action. As long as we hold our ground until he emerges, we shall be the great contributors. With their encouragement, the morale of the miners and servants was somewhat restored. However, as Xia Yu approached the barrier, they once again quaked in fear. Xia Gong, Xia Hai, Xia Wu, you all are quite bold. Do you wish to rebel? Xia Yu's voice thundered. Xia Gong and the others quaked in fear. They had lived their lives in Xia Yu's shadow, having been his trusted soldiers since childhood. They later became servants, benefiting from the Xia family's provisions, and even their families were now part of the Xia household. Xia Yu held an innate authority over them. If you come out now, I shall not hold it against you. Xia Yu's expression darkened as he stood outside the formation. Clang. Xia Kai suddenly drew his sword, shouting, Do not forget that you all took part in the murder of young Master Quan. The group froze in shock. You scoundrels, you killed Xia Quan? Xia Yu's face turned furious. However, Xia Quan was merely a bastard child. He waved his hand dismissively and said, I stated that I would not pursue past grievances. Now, come out at once, and I will grant you a chance at life. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our past ties regarding your kin still within the Xia family. Xia Gong and the others' faces turned pale. That was precisely what they feared most. Xia Kai attempted to intervene, but Yunju spoke up, saying, Xia Kai, let those who wish to leave go. This matter concerns only the three of us. It will not implicate you. Reluctantly, Xia Kai stepped aside. Xia Gong and several other servants exited, kneeling before Xia Yu. Xia Yu smirked inwardly, thinking, Is this all you can muster, you ungrateful wretch? How will you contend with me? Begin by kneeling and reflecting. With a cold snort, he turned to Yunju and queried, Yunju, do you intend to rebel against me as well? Accustomed to wearing her veil, Yunju continued to don the white fabric. She replied coolly, Yunxiao, if you still hold any affection for our marriage, grant us three a chance to escape. Xia Yunxiao sighed. Yunju, my anger was but a fleeting moment. The awakening of Yuer should have been a joyous occasion. I was genuinely pleased to hear of it. However, he killed Xia Han, and now the second madam demands justice from me. My wrath is difficult to suppress. Yunju, having seen through Xia Yunxiao over the years, interrupted with a cold laugh. Yunxiao, you remain unchanged. Your eyes do not blink when deceiving. Your sweet words now surely conceal ulterior motives. I suspect you covet Yuer's techniques. Though Yunju was sincere, she was far from foolish. She was astutely perceptive, a renowned courtesan in the capital, and not easily deceived. She discerned Xia Yunxiao's intentions at a glance. Chapter 27, Xia Yunxiao's Malice. Xia Yunxiao altered his demeanor, attempting to persuade her gently. After contemplating, Yunju found his words implausible, realizing he was merely fixated on Xia Yu's abilities and techniques. Her disappointment in Xia Yunxiao deepened. As expected, upon having his true motives exposed by Yunzhu, Xia Yunxiao became furious. Indeed, I am interested in Yuer's techniques. But do you not realize that all the families in Liujing City have mobilized? The elders have emerged from their seclusion. Yuer is trapped. As his father, I would never harm him. If he falls into my hands and relinquishes his techniques, I will ensure his safety. Otherwise, if he is seized by others, he will suffer greatly. Observing Xia Yunxiao's mix of benevolence and intimidation, Yunzhu scoffed. Should we be grateful to you then? Xia Yunxiao stepped closer to the light barrier. Addressing her, Yunzhu, I know I have wronged you over the years, but I had no choice. I was consumed by my training. Upon my return, I promise to elevate you to the status of a legitimate wife, and I will not neglect you. As for the scar on your face, I will seek out rare remedies. Do not trouble yourself. My face has been healed, Yunzhu declared, suddenly tearing off her white veil. After enduring humiliation for so long, she aimed to make Xia Yunxiao regret his past decisions. Once, she had been a proud woman. What? Xia Yunxiao stared in shock at her beauty. Although more than 20 years had passed, Yunzhu's allure had not faded. Her fair complexion radiant, her bright eyes captivating, her brows like mountains, and her lips resembling petals. In his youth, Xia Yunxiao had fallen for the renowned Yunzhu at first sight. Now, to witness her exquisite beauty once more left him regretful. Yunzhu. Xia Yunxiao truly felt remorse. Had he known her beauty had been restored, had he known of Xia Yu's capabilities, had he been aware of all this beforehand. Yet, there is no remedy for regret. Those who desire without cherishing must face consequences. Once, everything belonged to Xia Yunxiao, but he had failed to appreciate it, severing ties and publicly disowning her. Now, all Yunzhu harbored was hatred. Xia Yunxiao gazed deeply at Yunzhu's delicate face, sensing that he might never possess her again. Yunzhu, I will say this once more. Return with me, and I shall treat you well. Ha ha ha. Yunzhu laughed. You seem to have uttered such words countless times. Allow me to respond. Regardless of what rumors you hear or any suspicions you harbor, I assure you, on the eve of leaving the capital, I disfigured myself to save you. I committed no wrongdoing against you. If I lie, may I meet a terrible fate. You. Xia Yunxiao's mood darkened, his expression grim. Yunzhu's public declaration only solidified her resolve to never return to the Xia family. Ha ha ha. Xia Yunxiao suddenly laughed. Yunzhu, regardless, you are a member of the Xia family. This matter concerns my family, and I will take you back. No one will dare oppose. Xia Yunxiao had made up his mind. Whether she agreed or not, he would employ force. When the time came, he would not fear her resistance. As for Xia Yu, once captured, he could be coerced or his powers rendered useless, ensuring Yunzhu would yield the techniques. Everyone, attack the formation, he commanded. Immediately, his entourage and the workers from Hanja Mountain unleashed a concerted assault on the defensive array. This low-tier spirit formation would drain its power under attack. Xia Kai hastily produced the yuan stones Xia Yu had given him, continuously feeding them into the formation's core. Boom, boom. The sounds of impact echoed as the formation began to distort, the yuan stones disintegrating into powder, their spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Why hasn't the young master emerged yet? Hong Qi and the others were anxious as ants in a hot pan. Xia Yunxiao observed through the light barrier, clearly seeing the unfolding events. Yunzhu, return home with me. Couples may quarrel, but they reconcile. I offer you one final opportunity. Grabbing a dagger from Hong Qi, Yunzhu pressed it against her fair neck, stating deliberately, when the formation crumbles, so shall my life. If you wish for my demise, then continue your assault. You. Xia Yunxiao's countenance darkened further, his eyes growing colder. Yunzhu, my patience has reached its limit. Since you refuse my goodwill, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, he summoned all his strength, his palm glowing with intensity. Hu Shao Fist. He not only launched a frenzied attack on the formation, but also employed the low-tier martial technique, Hu Shao Fist. The wind from his strikes roared like a tiger descending the mountain, repeatedly battering against the light barrier. It's over. A beggar's face turned pale. Under Xia Yunxiao's relentless assault, the formation twisted increasingly, resembling a bubble on the verge of bursting. Ha ha ha. Yunzhu, what makes you think you can contend with me? Xia Yunxiao's expression turned frenzied as he sneered. You foolish woman, when I break the formation, you will regret it. Just then, several figures swiftly ascended the mountain. Indeed, they are here. The Xia family's schemes run deep, hiding Xia Yu in Hanja Mountain. Xia Yungxiao's expression shifted as he realized that several elders from the Su family had also received word and arrived. Accompanying the Su family elders were two from the Xia family, standing beside Xia Yungxiao, coldly mocking him. Xia Yu is one of us. Any crimes should be dealt with internally. Internally? An elder from the Su family scoffed. Xia Yu has killed many of my kin, including the head of our family. He must be handed over to us. Do not dream. What are your intentions? Does the Xia family think we are unaware? As they bickered, more individuals emerged from the shadows, representatives from various families in the city. They had been lurking in the dark, but now they could no longer remain hidden. Any delay would mean missing their chance. The Su and Xia families were on the brink of war, yet faced with so many onlookers, they hesitated to strike. As the stalemate continued, Xia Yungxiao grew anxious. Everyone, hear me out. Regardless, today's protagonist is Xia Yungxiao. On the summit of Hanja Mountain, the biting wind chilled the bones, yet the dozens of experts present were filled with fighting spirit, all eyes fixed upon Xia Yungxiao. Xia Yungxiao spoke. Perhaps you are unaware of the situation. I have just questioned these traitors of the Xia family. My rebellious son Xia Yu is currently in seclusion, striving to reach the Lingquan realm. What? The assembled powerhouses were taken aback, their hearts trembling. Xia Yu, even at the innate realm, exhibited tremendous prowess by vanquishing Su Leho. Should he ascend to the Lingquan realm, what devastation could he unleash? Coupled with his celestial-grade combat skills, who could possibly contend with him? Xia Yungxiao delivered a forceful kick to a kneeling servant, exclaiming, Xia Hu, confess at once, what is the situation with that unfilial son? The servant, Xia Hu, one of the stewards of Hanja Mountain, hastily prostrated himself and replied, Young master Yu has stated he wishes to enter seclusion to break through to the Lingquan realm, and he expects to emerge in approximately a day and a night. We must steadfastly guard the formation until his return. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. A breakthrough in merely a day and a night was nothing short of astonishing. This suggested that Xia Yu had likely encountered an extraordinary opportunity, possessing not only celestial-grade combat techniques, but also potentially celestial-grade foundational techniques. Was it possible he had acquired celestial-grade foundational techniques? The crowd was driven to frenzy, their eyes filled with envy. Should this news spread, various cultivation sects would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. Xia Yungxiao continued, the situation stands thus. If we squander time here, by the moment my ungrateful son emerges, the circumstances will deteriorate drastically. Initially intent on a fierce contest, the assembly reconsidered their approach. The elder of the Su clan declared, let us first dismantle the formation and seize that little wretch. Then we can discuss further. Agreed. Chapter 28. Lingquan Realm, Battle with Yungxiao. Haha. You truly are a commendable father. Yunju laughed heartily, though her eyes burned with hatred. With so many forces assembled, these individuals, akin to dogs fighting amongst themselves, had inadvertently bought Xia Yu precious time. Little did they know, all their fantasies were shattered by Xia Yungxiao. Xia Yungxiao, you are truly ruthless as a father. Hongqi could not restrain himself from cursing aloud. This ungrateful son does not acknowledge me as his father. Why should I concern myself with his life or death? Xia Yungxiao sneered coldly, turning to the gathered crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, let us join forces. This inferior formation will be breached in no time. Once we capture that ungrateful son, we shall interrogate him, and each of us will receive a copy of the techniques. Would that not be delightful? Indeed. The head of the Xia family possesses great ambition. Such was the sentiment among those gathered, as their primary motivation was the acquisition of the techniques. Even the Su family placed vengeance secondary to obtaining the techniques. With Xia Yungxiao promising a share for all, any lingering grudges seemed trivial. The elder of the Su clan clutched a storage pouch at his waist, and a stream of dark light shot forth, materializing into a black iron ruler, circling like a compass before him. It is a spiritual weapon, someone exclaimed. The elder chuckled with satisfaction. This is a low-grade spiritual weapon, the Wujin ruler. You need not intervene. Watch how I dismantle the formation. With that, he formed a hand seal, his expression turning solemn. He raised his hand and pointed, shouting, if not now, then when? Buzz. The short iron ruler instantly expanded to 3 zhong, resembling a massive black ruler looming over the eastern formation. Then, with a fierce glare, he pointed at the formation and uttered a single word of truth. Break. In that instant, the 3 zhong ruler descended with a rush of wind. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as the formation buckled and warped, akin to a bubble being compressed, violently shaking and swaying, on the verge of collapse. Ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. Another voice chimed in. The elder of the Su clan truly is formidable. The might of this ruler must surely be in the tens of thousands of pounds. One more strike, and the formation will surely crumble. Xia Yu stood outside the formation. Casting a cold glance at Yunju, his gaze venomous as he stated, I offered you a chance, which you spurned. Now, the day the formation shatters will mark your descent into despair. You brought this upon yourselves. Despair filled the faces of those within the formation. With the clan elder attacking and the spiritual weapon unleashed, how could the formation withstand such onslaught? Furthermore, Xia Kai's supply of yuan stones was nearly depleted. The shattering of the formation was imminent. Xia Kai knelt before the place where Xia Yu was in seclusion, bowing deeply and pleading, Young master, I have risked my life to save you twice, but I possess only one life. I owe you another life. I shall repay it in the next lifetime. Yunju, realizing the gravity of the moment, offered a bitter smile. Xia Kai, Hong Qi, this matter concerns my son and me, yet I have inadvertently implicated you both. You would do well to surrender now. Hong Qi and the others shook their heads. We cannot leave. We are but beggars in their eyes. Our lives as worthless as dogs. To exit would mean death, so we might as well perish here. Observing the adults bidding farewell, Xia Chan could no longer contain herself. Crying out, Brother, brother, will you not emerge? At that very moment, within the stillness of his chamber, Xia Yu sat cross-legged, the distant voices faintly reaching his ears. However, he was at a critical juncture in breaking the formation. After an entire day, he had forged a substantial foundation within his chi-si. This foundation, comprised entirely of the purest spiritual energy, formed a transparent surface resembling a crystalline platform, layered and appearing almost miraculous. Beneath this foundation, the turbulent chi-si roiled. A furious tempest that would terrify any other cultivator. Even those at the Changhe realm would find the spiritual energy within his chi-si astonishingly tumultuous. Yet, despite this, Xia Yu had not yet broken through to the Lingquan realm. Consider that others may take years, even decades, to achieve this breakthrough. His beautiful master had also remarked that this was a celestial-grade technique, one that even the most gifted individuals in the vast world would require months to transcend. But time was not on his side. A surge of determination welled within Xia Yu as he abruptly opened his eyes, uncorked a metallic vial, and took another sip. Boom! A blinding white light erupted from within him, every cell in his body feeling as if it had exploded. Pain. Excruciating pain. Yet, Xia Yu paid no heed to the agony. He focused his mind once more, gathering all the spiritual energy within him, and surged forth. In that moment, he forgot the pain and the tumult outside. Time seemed to stand still, or perhaps merely a second had passed. Before his carefully crafted platform, a slender crack suddenly appeared, followed by a gushing stream of spiritual water. With this occurrence, all pain vanished from his body, replaced by a vibrant surge of power flooding through him. The water gushing from the spring transformed into pure spiritual energy, coursing through his limbs and bones, ready for his command. He had succeeded. Boom! A slender beam of spiritual energy shot forth from Xia Yu's seclusion chamber. Though delicate, it radiated brightness, piercing through the roof and soaring into the heavens. In the dark sky, it resembled a firework bursting into bloom. Soon, thousands of auspicious clouds materialized in the night sky, adorned with blossoms. These were mere embellishments. At the center of this breathtaking spectacle stood the silhouette of a young man. Though his face remained obscured, the figure was unmistakably familiar. It was young Master Yu. A cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. Xia Yu had broken through. This was a celestial phenomenon. My heavens! Is it true that the Lingquan realm brings forth such heavenly signs? Xia Yu, that little wretch, has achieved a breakthrough. The countenance of all present shifted dramatically. Xia Yu had not only advanced, but had done so with such overwhelming brilliance. Just days prior, Xia Yunxiao had also broken through to the Lingquan realm, yet there had been no sign of such celestial phenomena. This ungrateful son. Xia Yunxiao gritted his teeth, bellowing, such a heavenly spectacle indicates that the techniques this wretch is cultivating are certainly extraordinary. Everyone, prepare to act. Indeed. Let us first dismantle the formation. The elder of the Su clan echoed with a fierce shout, break. The colossal iron ruler struck down once more. Boom. Following the second strike, the entire defensive formation shattered, bursting like a bubble into fragments. Kill. The exhilaration among the gathered throngs was palpable. Celestial-grade combat techniques, celestial-grade foundational techniques. Greed overran the eyes of all present. Boom. The door to Xia Yu's secluded chamber was flung open, and a youthful figure emerged. You are Gij Gongzi. The people here are filled with astonishment. At a crucial moment, Xia Yu has finally made a breakthrough, entering the Lingquan realm. You should take refuge in the quiet room. Leave this to me. Xia Yu sent his mother and sister into the quiet room. Only then did he fix his gaze and scan the crowd before him. The heads of the 4 great families and the patriarchs and elders of the prominent families in the city had all gathered. Excellent. A cold gleam flickered in Xia Yu's eyes. You little wretch, do not act so arrogantly. Elder Su of the Su family scolded sternly. You killed the head of my Su family. Such a crime deserves 1,000 deaths. Kneel down, sever your own arms and legs, and sincerely repent. And perhaps I shall spare your miserable life. Xia Yu sneered. To sever my own limbs without demanding my life in return. The Su family truly is merciful. The elder of the Su family ignored his mockery, and another elder spoke up. Xia Yu, if you do not think of yourself, you should consider your mother and sister. As long as you sincerely repent and join the Su family, I will ensure their safety. Upon hearing the Su family's intention to monopolize, Xia Yungxiao quickly interjected, Elder Su. Did we not agree that everyone would receive a share of the cultivation method after it was obtained? We must not engage in meaningless disputes and allow this rebellious child to exploit the situation. Very well, Xia Yu said coldly. Xia Yungxiao, you are indeed remarkable. Is this how you serve others as a father? Rebellious child, by leaving the Xia family, you have made an enemy of us. Enemy? Xia Yu retorted. My mother has suffered disfigurement for you all these years, and I fought to seize Hanja Mountain for you. What wrong have we committed against you? You old wretch. You deserve to die? Scoundrel. Xia Yungxiao shouted angrily. Now that you have entered the Lingquan realm, do you dare to fight me fairly? Chapter 29. One-on-one. Ruin your cultivation. You wish to challenge me? A cold smile crept onto Xia Yu's lips. Xia Yungxiao, are you certain you want to challenge me? He held no feelings for such a wretched father. The father he acknowledged still resided on earth. If Xia Yungxiao dared to challenge him, he would dare to obliterate him. Let us engage in a fair fight. Xia Yungxiao declared loudly. We shall only use our own fist techniques, and no spiritual weapons or sword techniques. Rebellious child. Do you dare? Xia Yungxiao was cunning. He knew Xia Yu had just made a breakthrough, and his cultivation was still unstable. By restricting the use of spiritual weapons and sword techniques, his chances of victory would greatly increase. Xia Yungxiao, you truly have the audacity. Hongqi could not contain himself and exclaimed, you lack sword techniques and spiritual weapons, yet seek to restrict others. What do you call a fair fight? Shameless. Xia Yungxiao laughed heartily. Rebellious child. I thought your breakthrough caused a heavenly phenomenon, and thus believed your Lingquan realm was extraordinary, which is why I challenged you barehanded. Now it appears, you are nothing remarkable, a coward I overestimated. The reason he openly challenged Xia Yu was rooted in jealousy. After years of cultivation, he had only just entered the Lingquan realm, while Xia Yu achieved it in a mere day and night. I believe your rapid breakthrough has left your foundation unstable. Xia Kai advised, young master, we possess strength in hand. Why take the risk with him? Xia Yu waved his hand dismissively. Xia Yungxiao, I know you have just entered the Lingquan realm, without purchasing spiritual weapons or techniques, so I will grant you your wish for a fair fight. However, I must make it clear, on the battlefield, there are no father and son. When we truly engage, life and death will be disregarded. Xia Yu's agreement to a fair fight was also based on his own calculations. This world is one steeped in feudal ethics. Parricide is intolerable by heaven. Committing such an act would lead to social death. However, if they were on the battlefield, there would be no excuses. If one inadvertently killed or injured the other, it would be their own fault. Very well. Xia Yungxiao did not believe that a newly advanced individual possessed any real ability. Ladies and gentlemen, grant Xia a moment's grace. If I subdue this rebellious child, there will be no need for anyone else to intervene. Hearing Xia Yungxiao's words, the onlookers retreated, as Xia Yu was already trapped, and they did not mind waiting. They were curious to see Xia Yu's strength. Since that is the case, we shall trouble the head of the Xia family. The elder of the Su family dispersed the crowd, sealing off all escape routes for Xia Yu. Rebellious child, come forth. Xia Yungxiao's expression hardened, and a tremendous aura erupted forth. The spiritual spring within his energy sea surged, filling his entire body with spiritual power, forming a gray spiritual armor around him. What kind of technique is this? Someone gasped. The elders present shook their heads, stating, this is not a technique. It is the innate effect of his foundational cultivation method. If I am not mistaken, it is a military technique he has practiced. Now it was clear to everyone that Xia Yungxiao had such an advantage in challenging Xia Yu. He had served in the military for many years, rising to the rank of a commander, and this foundational technique was evidently honed during his time in the army. Rebellious child, I will ensure you understand your fate. Xia Yungxiao scoffed. This foundational technique, known as the Iron Blood technique, was imparted to me by the esteemed General Bai Yu of the Dazhu dynasty. It is a low-level, mysterious technique. No wonder Xia Yu was so arrogant. It was indeed a mysterious level technique, and the crowd realized this all at once. I have heard of the Iron Blood technique. It is said that General Bai Yu led his troops to countless victories through this technique. Moreover, cultivating this technique allows one to absorb blood energy in battle. Forming armor, generals die in combat, achieving great feats through their iron blood. Gasps filled the air as they realized Xia Yu was likely doomed. In the midst of this conversation, Xia Yu charged forward. Since it was agreed that weapons and techniques were forbidden, it would only be a contest of physical strength. With the Iron Blood technique providing him with spiritual armor, victory seemed assured as he lunged, delivering powerful punches aimed at Xia Yu's vital points. Rebellious child, die! Bang! Xia Yu's body suddenly leaped. Xia Yu's punch struck the ground, sending dirt flying from the spot where Xia Yu had just stood, creating a large crater. Dressed in white, Xia Yu resembled a spirit in the night, deftly evading while observing Xia Yu's techniques. Although he had fought many battles since arriving in this world, this was his first experience in a fight between practitioners of the Lingquan realm. Rebellious child, dare to face me with a punch. Xia Yu unleashed several punches, all of which were deftly dodged, igniting his ire. After a few exchanges, Xia Yu comprehended that the Iron Blood technique was merely a low-level, mysterious technique, far inferior to the Void Nine Sword technique he had learned. Xia Yu, I fear your punches will not reach me. Xia Yu's figure floated like a white leaf, gracefully descending. Arrogant, rebellious child, if you have the courage, come forth. If I am struck down by you, it will be my own fault. Seeing Xia Yu continuously evading, Xia Yu mistook it for fear, thus growing even more arrogant. Come then. This time, Xia Yu chose not to evade. His feet landed firmly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Within his energy sea, the Baiyu platform surged, spiritual power erupting wildly. Although he bore no spiritual armor, this punch was imbued with ferocious strength. Here it comes. Xia Yu activated the Iron Blood technique to its utmost. Xia Yu, you are doomed. On a nearby mountain peak, General Yi Yingwei remarked, Xia Yu has battled in the military for over a decade and has been nourished by tremendous blood energy. So do not be fooled by his mere entry into the Lingquan realm. His combat prowess rivals that of a third-layer Lingquan realm practitioner. Xia Yu, on the other hand, is a newly advanced practitioner with no enhancements. His defeat is inevitable. Lord Lu stood atop the mountain, his face devoid of expression, merely stating, is that so? A single punch will determine the victor. General Yi urged, I suggest we order an immediate encirclement of Hanja Mountain to capture Xia Yu. In truth, they had long arrived, but had not appeared on Hanja Mountain, instead hiding on another peak not far away. Lu Chenzu shook his head, expressing a differing opinion, suggesting they continue to observe. At that moment, atop Hanja Mountain, the two fists collided with a resounding crash. The impact sent snow swirling in chaotic disarray, obscuring the battlefield from view as flakes erupted in all directions, striking the faces of onlookers. Fearing that Xia Yu might seize the moment to escape, the elders of the Su clan leaped into the air to get a better vantage point. As they looked down, astonishment gripped them. Under the force of that punch, the spiritual armor enveloping Xia Yu's fist shattered into fragments. Not only that, but one of Xia Yu's arms twisted at an unnatural angle, resembling a broken branch. At that instant, everyone present bore witness to the scene. An eerie silence enveloped the area. Xia Yu had, with that singular blow, rendered one of his arms useless. Even he was momentarily dazed, staring in disbelief at his limp arm. A glint of murderous intent flashed across Xia Yu's face as he transformed his fist into a palm and struck downwards with ferocity. Just then, a voice called from the rear, Yuer, that is your biological father. It was Yunju speaking. Although she harbored no desire to forgive Xia Yu, the tragedy of father and son turning against one another was a grim spectacle. If Xia Yu were to kill his father with his own hands, it would undoubtedly be a grave misfortune. Xia Yu's expression darkened, but he ultimately restrained his blow. In that fleeting moment, Xia Yu suddenly became aware of his imminent demise. Had it not been for Yunju's warning, he would have already met his end. No, panic flickered in his eyes. Xia Yu sneered, you may escape the death penalty, but the living punishment is inescapable. For my mother's sake, I shall spare your wretched life. With that declaration, he withdrew his fist, delivering a powerful kick to Xia Yu's lower abdomen. The impact shattered his energy core, stripping him of his cultivation. Chapter 30. The mysterious bottle, the sound of Xia Yunxiao crashing onto the frozen ground echoed as he writhed in agony, his energy core obliterated, causing an outpouring of spiritual energy from his body. Years of arduous cultivation had been reduced to nothing in an instant. The spiritual energy he had cultivated returned to the natural world, leaving him a mere shell of his former self. No, Xia Yunxiao wished for death. Attempting to rise, he heard a crack as his already broken arm fractured again, sending him into unconsciousness from the pain. What? Everyone present was left in shock. Xia Yu had incapacitated Xia Yunxiao with just a single punch. While some had anticipated a victory for Xia Yunxiao, and others a narrow win for Xia Yu, none had foreseen that Xia Yu would triumph so effortlessly. On a nearby peak, General Yi Yingwei stood dumbfounded, murmuring, "How is this possible?" Lu Chenzu remarked calmly, "I am beginning to believe that Xia Yu has indeed cultivated a celestial-grade technique." Indeed, a glimmer of greed sparked in General Yi's eyes. It must be a celestial-grade technique. Otherwise, such prowess is unimaginable. City Lord, should we? Lu Chenzu's gaze deepened as he countered, "We must be cautious. We may not be his match." How can that be? Atop Hanja Mountain, following Xia Yunxiao's defeat, the clan heads and elders, momentarily stunned, soon found their hearts consumed by greed once more. Xia Yu has indeed cultivated an extraordinary technique. The elder of the Su clan stepped forward, his iron ruler hovering above him. "You have only just entered the Lingquan stage. Yet your power is so formidable. If I am not mistaken, it is closely linked to the foundational technique you practice. Pray tell, what technique is it?" His question echoed the curiosity of all present. What cultivation method did Xia Yu employ, and at what level? "Do you wish to know?" Xia Yu retorted with a cold smile. "You are not worthy." Seeking death, the elder of the Su clan erupted in fury, his voice harsh. "What audacity for a mere novice in the Lingquan stage. I have been in the Lingquan realm for 83 years and have reached the 5th layer." Hiss. The crowd gasped in shock. Compared to the elder, Xia Yunxiao paled in comparison. Xia Yu's chances of defeating the elder seemed grim, especially considering the elder wielded a spiritual artifact. "Young man, if you kneel and forfeit your cultivation, I will ensure your family's safety." The elder's countenance was as cold as ice. The other two elders from the Su clan blocked Xia Yu's escape route, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. "And if I refuse?" Xia Yu responded, retrieving the Linghuajian from his storage bag. "Then you shall perish." The elder scoffed, raising his hand and uttering a single command, "Go." Instantly, the iron ruler transformed into a dark flash, hurtling towards Xia Yu. Upon entering the Lingquan realm, cultivators could manipulate spiritual artifacts, ensuring their safety while diversifying their attack methods. Xia Yu did not unleash the Linghuajian, but rather wielded it with one hand, engaging in a fierce exchange with the iron ruler. The metallic clashing rang out continuously as the elder maneuvered the dark flash from multiple angles against Xia Yu. With grace, Xia Yu danced like a specter, his white attire billowing, as the sword and ruler met in a flurry of sparks. Observing this clash, many were astounded. How could Xia Yu, having just entered the Lingquan stage, contend equally with a 5th-layer elder? It was utterly unbelievable. However, they were mistaken. Xia Yu's strength surpassed their comprehension. He felt an inexhaustible source of power within him. A royal-grade technique was not something an ordinary cultivator could fathom, placing him leagues ahead from the start. The reason he had not decisively defeated the Iron Ruler was due to a newfound revelation. The moment he entered the Lingquan realm, he sensed a faint connection, but the urgency of the situation had prevented him from delving deeper. Yet, as he battled the Iron Ruler, that connection became increasingly pronounced. To his astonishment, his consciousness could perceive the metal bottle. This bottle contained his soul, having traversed from Earth to this realm, establishing an undeniable bond. However, Xia Yu had lacked the requisite strength to awaken this connection until now. Upon ascending to the Lingquan stage, he was finally able to sense the metal bottle. At that moment, the bottle rested in his storage bag, yet he could feel its surface patterns shifting without needing to see. The intricate designs, initially resembling clouds, transformed into branching twigs, sprouting delicate shoots. Moreover, the metal bottle conveyed a sense of hunger to his mind. Indeed, it was a feeling of hunger. Xia Yu struggled to comprehend how a bottle could experience hunger, yet he felt it acutely. This sensation intensified as the Iron Ruler approached. Did the bottle wish to consume the Iron Ruler? After grappling with the ruler for a while, Xia Yu grasped the bottle's desire. Although this bottle was a family heirloom, it had shown no peculiarities during his time on Earth, leaving him unaware of its true nature and capabilities. However, since the bottle sought something, Xia Yu was more than willing to assist it. In an instant, Xia Yu accelerated his movements, leaving the lesser-skilled warriors astonished as they could barely discern his actions. He transitioned from defense to offense, unleashing the Ling Huajian, each strike targeting the Iron Ruler's vital points. Despite its agility, the Iron Ruler's control faltered under Xia Yu's relentless assault, destabilizing its connection to the Elder. The Elder of the Seven Clans wore a grim expression. He had wielded this Iron Ruler for many years, having first employed it upon entering the Lingquan realm. Even when not in use, he would often train and temper it. In battle, it was as nimble as his own arms and fingers, striking wherever he directed. Yet, during the confrontation with the newcomer Xia Yu, he found himself somewhat at a loss, struggling to control it. Damn it, grow larger. The Elder of the Seven Clans resolved to unleash the ultimate capability of the Iron Ruler, intending to enlarge it and crush Xia Yu. However, little did he know, Xia Yu's movements were even swifter. Before he could give the command, Xia Yu unleashed a fierce strike with his spirit fire sword, sending the Iron Ruler tumbling to the ground, whereupon he shadowed it, seizing the ruler in his grasp. In the moment the ruler expanded, he swiftly stowed it into his storage bag. What was happening? The Elder's face was a mask of confusion. He felt his connection to the Iron Ruler vanish. Simultaneously, Xia Yu clearly observed that once the Iron Ruler was placed in the storage bag, the metallic vial acted like a magnet, firmly pulling the ruler inside. Initially, the ruler struggled and twisted, but soon it appeared utterly powerless, becoming still within a mere 2 seconds. After a few more moments, the magnetic pull between the ruler and the vial dissipated. The ruler lay inert, as if a woman rendered powerless, while the metallic vial exuded an air of satisfaction. What was this? Xia Yu watched in astonishment. At that moment, he yearned to extract the ruler and vial for careful examination, but the battle was far from resolved amid the watchful eyes of many. Brat, what sorcery did you employ to reclaim my spiritual artifact? The Elder of the Seven Clans bellowed furiously. Xia Yu replied with a smirk. Perhaps if you kneel and bow to me, I might show mercy and return your Iron Ruler. You dare seek death? The Elder, being at the 5th layer of the Lingquan realm, had means beyond just the Iron Ruler. He patted his storage bag and produced a handful of spirit talismans, which were consumables, each representing a precious spirit stone, something he usually hesitated to expend. Brat, perish. Chapter 31, Binding Immortal Rope, Serpent Flag, Low-Grade Spirit Talisman, Fireball Talisman. Each fireball talisman unleashed 3 small fireballs, and in his rage, the Elder of the Seven Clans used 7 or 8 talismans in succession. Dozens of small fireballs danced in the sky, hurtling towards Xia Yu. The warriors present were captivated by the spectacle. For them, these were the techniques of cultivators, evoking great envy. Although Hong Qi and the others were merely beggars on the surface, they too admired such divine abilities. If only we could become cultivators, sighed Xia Kai. Worry etched on his face, uncertain if his master could withstand this trial. He will certainly prevail. Hong Qi grinned. Do not be deceived by my appearance as a beggar. I possess insight into people, and I believe my master is destined for greatness. The fireballs soared, their power immense. These were no ordinary fireballs, but rather manifestations of spiritual fire. Where the spiritual fire landed, not even the slightest blade of grass survived. Even stones or water would burn for an extended period upon contact. Should they strike a person, they would be inextinguishable. Yet, these tactics were scarcely sufficient in Xia Yu's eyes. His figure, clad in white, resembled an ethereal spirit under the moonlight, gracefully evading the fireballs. Meanwhile, he wielded his spirit fire sword, cleaving through fireball after fireball, sending them crashing to the ground in a blaze. In no time, dozens of fireballs transformed into pyres, burning fiercely on the ground, while Xia Yu stood resplendent before the conflagration, exuding an imposing aura. The elders of the 2nd and 3rd clans exchanged glances. This youth was proving to be a formidable opponent, and they could no longer adhere to the rules of the martial world. The elder of the 7 clans, having exhausted his fireball talismans and finding himself at a loss, called for assistance. Clearly, this youth had acquired extraordinary opportunities. Even his footwork was exceptional in nature. The elder of the 2nd clan's eyes glinted with avarice. To him, Xia Yu was a veritable treasure trove. Heavenly battle techniques, celestial methods, and remarkable footwork. This youth must have gained an extraordinary inheritance. Elder 3, let us join forces and capture him alive. Agreed. The elder of the 2nd clan's expression turned serious as he stepped forward, producing a large azure flag from his storage bag. As he waved the flag, a spectral azure serpent emerged from its surface. This serpent was not a physical entity, but rather a spirit body, yet its attacking force was nonetheless formidable. It lunged forward like a flash of azure lightning. Xia Yu executed a graceful maneuver to evade the serpent, which crashed into a building behind him, shattering several walls. The serpent turned and lunged at Xia Yu once more. The onlookers, mostly martial artists, had never witnessed such techniques and retreated in fear. Meanwhile, those hiding in the quiet chamber, including Yun Zhu and others, were equally terrified, with Xiao Xiachan bursting into tears. Boom! The serpent's tail swept through the area where Xia Yu had stood, gouging a deep trench in the ground, evoking terror. At this moment, Xia Yungxiao had awakened and was being helped to the side. Initially, the elders of the Xia family had instructed him to descend the mountain for healing. But he adamantly refused, his eyes filled with resentment. Years of cultivation had been rendered futile, leaving him a mere shell of his former self. And he loathed Xia Yu with a passion. Unfilial son, I will watch you die here. At that moment, Xia Yu found himself in dire straits. Had it not been for his extraordinary footwork, he would have undoubtedly faced severe injury or worse. Moreover, the elder of the third clan stood at a strategic position. Watching Xia Yu with sinister intent, his hand resting on his storage bag, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Suddenly, the serpent circled around, ensnaring Xia Yu within its coils. The elder of the second clan's face lit up with excitement as he shouted, "Now?" In truth, the elder did not wish to kill Xia Yu. After all, the so-called inheritance of techniques could only be divulged with Xia Yu alive. The moment Xia Yu was trapped by the serpent was the perfect opportunity to strike. The elder of the third clan's eyes narrowed as he swiftly patted his storage bag, producing a golden thread of light, which he hurled toward Xia Yu while uttering a single command. Bind. This artifact was none other than the binding immortal rope, specifically designed to capture opponents alive. Regardless of whether one was a martial artist or a cultivator, those ensnared by the binding immortal rope would find their powers suppressed and unable to escape. Brat, let us see how arrogant you remain. The elder of the seven clans sneered ominously. Yet, even in the face of such peril, Xia Yu remained composed. His figure in white leaped into the air, evading the serpent's tail, and lunged toward the binding immortal rope. In that instant, both the elders of the second and third clans wore smug smiles, believing Xia Yu to be too inexperienced. If he attempted to strike the binding immortal rope with his sword, it would be the end for him. Once the rope was severed, it would strike back, binding him on the spot with no chance of escape. However, what they did not anticipate was that Xia Yu suddenly raised his hand, producing an object resembling a vial. In the next moment, the binding immortal rope lost all control, as if drawn to a magnet, and adhered itself to the surface of the vial. Initially, the rope writhed and struggled like a small serpent, but in the blink of an eye, it lay still, as if lifeless. Meanwhile, the elder of the third clan found his connection to the binding immortal rope severed instantaneously. Brat, how dare you claim my treasure? The elder of the third clan was infuriated, nearly spitting blood. The binding immortal rope was a rare and precious artifact, even combined. The spirit fire sword and the iron ruler could not rival its value, yet Xia Yu had taken it away. However, this was not the end. After securing the binding immortal rope, Xia Yu lifted the vial's cap and directed it toward the serpent. The serpent transformed into azure mist, all of it drawn into the vial. The elder of the second clan stared at the empty beast flag in his hand, his expression one of despair. Brat. The two elders erupted in fury. The Kungxian Suo and the Yamong Qi are their most treasured possessions, invaluable in worth, yet in the blink of an eye, they were entirely seized by Xia Yu. The loss is immense. The heads of the clans and the elders of the three families darkened in countenance, declaring loudly, "Everyone has witnessed that this little wretch possesses demonic powers. Relying on just the three of us from the Su family, it is unlikely we can subdue this beast. Instead, let us all strike together, and the spoil shall be shared among our families." Agreed. The leaders and elders of the attending clans all exhibited glimmers of greed in their eyes. Xia Yu displayed extraordinary capabilities, having just entered the Lingquan realm. Yet he could contend against three, leaving the three Su family elders utterly disgraced. If such techniques and powers were to fall into their hands, what heights could they reach? Even the elder of the Xia family spoke up. "Xia Yu, you are indeed a member of the Xia family. I offer you one final opportunity. If you divulge the cultivation techniques you possess to each family present and return the small vial to the Xia family, I can guarantee your survival after your powers are rendered void." Xia Yungxiao, bloodied, laughed heartily. "Rebellious son, you will meet the same fate as I. Strip him of his powers." Xia Yu stowed the metallic vial into his storage bag, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he stood alone beneath the moonlight. Clad in white as pure as snow, he drew out his sword, sneering, "Do you truly believe you can dominate me?" "Arrogance," the elder of the Xia family rebuked. "This is your only chance for survival. With so many formidable warriors present, a single strike from each could cleave you into hundreds of pieces. Xia Yu's gaze sharpened as he observed the avarice and madness in the eyes of those around him. Then he licked his lips. I am curious to see who shall be the one to fall. Foolish. The second elder of the Su family interjected. Xia, there is no benefit in idle chatter. This boy is too enigmatic. Let us all unleash our full strength. However, what if he is killed? The second elder of the Su family chuckled ominously. Fear not. I, as the elder of the Su family, possess a treasure that can extract his 3 souls and 7 spirits even upon his demise. That is splendid. The elder of the Xia family exclaimed in delight. Initially hesitant, fearing that killing Xia Yu would result in losing the techniques. It now seemed that even his death would pose no issue. Then let us not hold back. Kill him. With that, the heads and elders of each family shouted in unison, Charge. Chapter 32. Uninvited guests, kneel before me. Atop Hanja Mountain, a throng of over 1,000 individuals gathered. Among them were predominantly workers and servants from the mines, all martial artists treated as cannon fodder, thrust into battle first. These individuals brandished weapons and surged forward. Xia Yu unleashed the Linghuo sword, employing techniques from the Grand Dream/Immortal method, releasing a massive sword light extending dozens of meters. Boom! The sword light cleaved down, annihilating all martial artists within its wake, igniting a continuous stream of Linghuo that ignited upon contact. With a swift change in technique, the sword light transformed from a downward slash to a sweeping horizontal arc, akin to a windmill, turning the surrounding area into a hell on earth. As over 100 individuals were instantly bisected, limbs and blood littered the ground, many with their upper and lower bodies severed, writhing in agony. A sight too harrowing to behold. The servants and workers from various clans were utterly horrified. Despite knowing their fates as expendable, none dared to advance. This is a god of slaughter, the white-clad god of death. Arrogance. The numerous clan heads and elders present all shouted in unison, launching their attacks. They understood that no matter how many martial artists there were, it was the cultivators who must intervene. Dozens of cultivators unleashed their weapons, striking with all their might. Rebellious son, die. Xia Yunxiao's eyes were filled with malice. Not far off, a general from the camp lamented, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. No matter how ferocious Xia Yu may be, facing such a multitude, he is doomed. Mayor, when shall we intervene? Mayor Lu shook his head in lament, a promising seedling. To perish here. But at that moment, a thunderous crack echoed from the heavens above. A loud sound reverberated as the entire sky over Hanja Mountain was illuminated by brilliant beams of light. In the face of such an anomaly, all eyes turned skyward. A massive rift tore open in the sky, with countless beams of white light cascading down like a waterfall, a sight of unparalleled grandeur, as night instantaneously transformed into day. The heavens have split. What is happening? As all stood in stunned silence, a flying lion-tiger beast emerged from the rift. This beast, clad in iron armor, with wings sprouting from its sides, soared gracefully, and upon its back sat a knight adorned in golden armor. This knight emanated an unprecedented aura, akin to a celestial being descending. Yet, unbeknownst to all, this godlike knight was merely one of the guards. More knights and lion-tiger beasts soon appeared, followed by a magnificent flying palace emerging from the rift. The palace was so colossal that the rift was insufficient for its passage, with only a corner protruding into the opening. However, even this corner was breathtakingly magnificent, resplendent in gold, whereupon a diverse assembly of men, women, and children stood. All present on Hanja Mountain were left in astonishment. In a small place like Lujing City, having a few cultivators was an extraordinary event. Such a spectacle had never been witnessed before. The martial artists all cowered to the ground, worshipping the celestial beings. The heads and elders of each family were thrown into disarray, gazing up at the sky, bewildered by the identities of these divine figures. At that moment, from the flying palace descended a young man and woman, accompanied by a squad of lion-tiger beast guards. They descended with overwhelming might, leaving all breathless merely from their aura. The man appeared strikingly handsome and valiant, while the woman possessed a beauty that could only be described as ethereal. What captivated attention even more was the transcendent aura surrounding them, instilling a sense of reverence and awe. In the midst of a conflict between mere mortals, the noble young man, in his 20s, cast a disdainful glance over the crowd below. The woman mirrored a haughty expression as they hovered 3 meters above the ground, refusing to descend further. A captain of the guards riding a lion-tiger beast landed in the heart of the battlefield. The beast, with its wings unfurled, appeared even more ferocious upon closer inspection. Surveying the blood-soaked ground and severed limbs, the beast's eyes glimmered with a greedy thirst. Just lowly blood food. The captain of the guards patted the beast to calm it and proclaimed from atop, "The ancient G family commands. All irrelevant persons retreat to the side and kneel." His voice bore an authoritative weight. Although merely a captain, his strength was unfathomable. In an instant, a wave of kneeling swept across Hanja Mountain. Those once proud clan heads and elders now trembled and fell to their knees, leaving only Xia Yu standing defiantly in the center of the battlefield. The captain of the guards, noticing Xia Yu's defiance, found him exceedingly irksome and shouted, "You, why do you not kneel?" Xia Yu's gaze hardened. "Why should I kneel?" He hailed from Earth, where he had no custom of kneeling to anyone, seeking death. As the captain of the guards prepared to strike, the young woman hovering above furrowed her brow, saying, "There is no time to waste. We must find someone." Upon hearing this, the captain shot Xia Yu a fierce glare before announcing, "Who among you carries the token of the ancient G family?" All present wore blank expressions, perplexed by his inquiry. They recognized the immense strength of these individuals and feared that a single misstep could lead to their doom. The noble young man in the air scoffed, "These ants. How could they possibly comprehend what a token is? Allow me to demonstrate." He raised his hand, biting his index finger, and a drop of blood emerged. He fixed his gaze intently, and as he opened his mouth, a stream of golden flames erupted forth. Under the searing heat of the flames, a single drop of blood was astonishingly refined into a slender needle-like beam. He glared fiercely and bellowed, "Go find her." The delicate beam immediately descended from the air, gliding towards the quiet chamber behind Xia Yu, ultimately halting at the young Xia Chan's chest. "Mother, I'm scared." The little girl, Xia Chan, was instantly frightened and clung tightly to Yunju, her heart racing in fear, uncertain whether she was encountering misfortune or fortune. The man and woman hovering in midair exchanged delighted glances. The lofty woman, who refused to descend, unexpectedly floated down, standing before Xia Chan with a gentle tone. "Little girl, may I see the token you carry?" Xia Yu hurriedly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his sister. "Senior, this is my younger sister. What do you intend to do?" "Your sister?" The woman's expression shifted. At that moment, the nobleman descended as well, revealing his resplendent golden hair, which exuded an air of unparalleled nobility. "Aunt," the golden-haired nobleman coldly stated, "why should the G family explain their actions to you? With a mere flick of my finger, you could perish here. Do you comprehend?" "Ji Hui, do not act recklessly," the woman reprimanded softly, then turned to Xia Yu with a pleasant demeanor. "We are from the ancient G family. Our purpose here is to locate an important descendant of the G family who bears the family's token." "G family descendant? Token?" Xia Yu pondered. Indeed, the woman began to speak, but was interrupted by the golden-haired man. "Sister, why complicate matters? Just eliminate everyone here and summon that little girl for questioning. Then it will be clear. Do not act recklessly," the woman insisted. 13th uncle's bloodline has been missing for 9 years. Who knows what she has endured? If these people have aided her, would it not be a senseless slaughter of the innocent? What good or evil? Merely ants, the golden-haired man scoffed, dismissing the concern. The woman then addressed Xia Yu, stating, "We need to examine the token on this little girl. If it is indeed hers, it will bring her nothing but benefit. If it is not, we will not harm you." At this juncture, Xia Yu grasped the implications and refrained from allowing them to inspect. Instead, he inquired, "If she is a descendant of your G family, what do you intend to do? What the G family does is of no concern to you." The golden-haired man retorted angrily, pointing a finger at Xia Yu and commanding, "Kneel and speak." A formidable, invisible pressure descended upon Xia Yu's shoulders, compelling him to the ground. Chapter 33, G Family, Dongwang Region. A terrifying force suddenly crashed down upon Xia Yu's back, marking the first time he felt such peril since arriving in this world. Even with his solid foundation, the disparity in strength compared to the golden-haired man was insurmountable. Xia Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, a more dreadful mental force assailed him. It felt as if countless tiny figures invaded his mind, urging him with various voices to submit, to yield. In the face of absolute power, defiance was utterly futile. Had it not been for the tempering of his soul in a small vial, he might have found himself prostrate before the golden-haired man. Yet when Xia Yu lifted his head once more, his eyes shone with clarity, determination, and anger. He bore no grudge against these individuals and may have even been indebted to them, yet they had resorted to such aggression. Was there no reason left in this world? Strength is the only truth. The golden-haired man, surprised to see Xia Yu remain standing, had initially thought that even if the ant resisted his oppressive force, it could never withstand the mental assault. To his astonishment, The other party remained mentally intact. This ant is rather intriguing, he thought, licking his lips and observing Xia Yu with curiosity. You wicked people. Xiao Chan suddenly dashed forward. Though merely 9 years old, she was perceptive enough to recognize that these individuals sought her. She shouted, "You are looking for me. Do not harm my brother." The beautiful woman cast a disapproving glance at the golden-haired man before smiling gently. "Little girl, I am not a bad person, and your brother means no harm. We merely wish to see your token. Is that all right?" Despite her polite words, it was clear that refusal was not an option. Xiao Chan pulled the necklace from around her neck, revealing a jade cicada of vibrant green. The golden-haired man's eyes lit up, as if he had seen this jade cicada before. The beautiful woman reached out for it, and with an unknown method, the cicada began to glow with an ethereal green light, enveloping Xia Chan. The token is correct, and the person is also correct. After the noble woman completed her examination, she set the jade cicada down and stated, "If I am not mistaken, you found this child 9 years ago." Yunju and Xia Yu remained silent, awaiting further clarification. The beautiful woman continued, "I can now inform you that this girl is the bloodline of my 13th uncle. Due to certain circumstances, he was forced to abandon this child in the lower realm. Our purpose in coming here is to find her. Now that she has located her family and roots, we must take her back to the Ji family." Yunju's expression turned alarmed, though she had long anticipated this day and hoped for Chaner to find her kin. The suddenness was overwhelming. Xia Yu's face hardened as he questioned, "How can you prove you are her family? You appear so abruptly. Who knows who you truly are? Fool! Do we need to deceive you, ants?" The golden-haired man barked. The beautiful woman smiled. "Young man, I understand your concern for this child. However, consider the magnitude of our efforts to find her. Once she joins the Ji family, she will undoubtedly receive the best of care and will ascend to a prominent status. Do you believe it is better for her to remain here or to accompany me?" The golden-haired man scoffed. "Why waste words? Just take her away. I will not leave. This is my home, and I refuse to go." Xiao Chan shouted defiantly. "Chaner, they are indeed your family," Yunju reasoned, coming to terms with the situation. Xiao Chan following them would mean a precarious future, yet these were her family members, and it was imperative not to hinder the child's prospects. Of course, they had claimed that such a grand endeavor was solely to locate this child. "Chaner, do not worry. Once you return home, there will still be opportunities to visit here," the beautiful woman assured, taking Xia Chan's hand with a smile. She then turned to Xia Yu and said, "Since you have raised her for 9 years, the Ji family never forgets a kindness. You may voice your request as a token of gratitude from the Ji family." Yunju waved her hand. "We did not raise this child with the expectation of anything in return." The beautiful woman replied with pride, "I understand, yet the Ji family prefers not to owe anyone. What do you require?" As she spoke, her gaze swept around, clearly indicating that with a single word from Yunju, all enemies could be eliminated. Xia Yu stepped forward, addressing the noblewoman, "Senior, we have raised Chaner with no expectation of recompense or gain. If we desire anything, it is merely the address of the Ji family, so that we may visit Chaner in the future." It was evident that although the beautiful woman spoke courteously, she did not regard them with much importance. The notion of allowing Chaner to return for a visit was merely a platitude. Xia Yu felt it imperative to obtain an address for future visits. "Aunt, you wish to visit the Ji family? How do you plan to do so?" The golden-haired man mocked with a sneer. The beautiful woman also appeared somewhat displeased. In her view, the denizens of the lower realms ought to demand some spiritual stones, or perhaps request martial techniques, or even seek powerful weapons. The Ji family possessed an abundance of such items. The higher Xia Yu's demands, the more he could repay the 9 years of nurturing. Yet, this lad was utterly oblivious to the gravity of his situation, even inquiring about the address of the Ji family, an unreachable sky for him in this lifetime. "Are you certain you only desire an address?" The beautiful woman fixed her gaze upon Xia Yu. "Indeed," he nodded, "for Chaner is my sister. One day, I shall visit her and see how she fares. She will forever remain my sister." "Very well," the proud woman declared. "The address of the Ji family is quite simple. Once you reach the Donghuang region, merely inquire about the ancient clan Ji, and you shall find it." After speaking, she tossed a pure white jade tablet to Xia Yu, stating that if he ever reaches the Donghuang region, he can present this to the Ji family and meet Chaner. Xia Yu accepted the jade tablet. It was merely a common piece of jade, inscribed with an archaic character for Ji. It bore no magical properties whatsoever. "Fool," mocked the golden-haired man. "As if you could truly reach Donghuang in your lifetime." Meanwhile, many kneeling outside were secretly astonished. These individuals hailed from Donghuang. Donghuang, a legendary region spoken of in this world. Over thousands of years, many versions of its tale have circulated. The most widely spread version recounts that Donghuang was once part of this world until a superlative being emerged thousands of years ago, and the entirety of Donghuang owed him a debt, thus he ascended with it. Ever since, the Donghuang region has vanished, leaving behind only a myth. Whether Donghuang truly exists or remains merely a legend is a matter of debate, largely overlooked. Yet, the revelation of Donghuang's existence was indeed true. A tumultuous wave surged through everyone's hearts. Third miss, the time for the rift token is limited, reminded the head of the guards. Then we shall depart. The beautiful woman raised her head with pride, taking Xia Chan's small hand, and floated into the air. She did not employ any spiritual artifacts or techniques. Yet she ascended effortlessly. Such a feat was rare in the current Dezhou dynasty. Brother, Xia Chan cried out, but her pleas were in vain. The golden-haired man chuckled. Dear Chan, once you return to the Ji family, you will discover it to be a splendid place. These ants will soon be forgotten. The head of the guards coldly remarked, Fool, you will never know what you have missed. With that, he squeezed his legs, and the lion-tiger beast beneath him unfurled its wings, soaring into the sky. Chapter 34. A Grand Dream, Left in Vain. As Xia Chan was taken away, the magnificent palace gradually faded, the lion-tiger beast followed suit, and the sky returned to its former state. Tears cascaded down Yunju's cheeks. Though Xia Chan was not her biological child, having raised her as her own daughter for 9 years had forged a profound bond. The abruptness of her departure left Yunju heartbroken. Mother, do not cry. We shall reunite sooner or later. Xia Yu gazed into the sky, his expression darkened. Chaner will only receive better cultivation upon returning to the Ji family. He did not share this belief. Xia Chan would thrive better in his company. Yet, why did he not intervene? The circumstances were beyond his control. Xia Yu had merely just entered the Lingquan realm, while those riding the lion-tiger beast possessed cultivation above the Chenghe realm, and the young couple surpassed the Shanhai realm. As for the elderly figures in the celestial palace, he could not even fathom their level of cultivation. With a mere wave, they could cause the entire Dezhou dynasty to collapse. Faced with such terrifying power, he truly felt like an insignificant insect. Thus, he could only watch as they took away his sister. Chaner, I will surely find you. If the Ji family treats you well, that would suffice. But if you suffer there, I shall make them pay dearly. Xia Yu brooded. As the Ji family vanished without a trace, the various clans present stirred once more. Clearly, the Ji family had no intention of meddling in the affairs of the lower realms insects. Therefore, the necessary actions must proceed. The elder of the Xia clan spoke again. Xia Yu, you unfilial beast, this is your final chance. Surrender and kneel, and we may grant you a path to survival, allowing you to live as Yun Xia does. Haha. Xia Yunxiao laughed heartily. Ungrateful child, you have brought this upon yourself, and your fate will mirror mine. The 3 clan elders of the Su family also closed in. The formidable members of various clans surrounded them from all directions. They understood Xia Yu was not to be trifled with, yet they believed in their numbers. He was destined to perish. Xia Yu emerged from his secluded chamber, gazing at the avaricious eyes of the crowd. He narrowed his eyes slightly, issuing his own ultimatum. Those wishing to preserve their lives may depart the mount now. Otherwise, I shall consider you my enemies. Upon hearing these words, not a single family retreated. Only a few quarry workers from Hanja Mountain quietly withdrew, leaving several hundred atop the peak from a once 1,000-strong assembly. Stubborn fools. The elder of the Xia clan's expression darkened as he waved his hand, proclaiming, there is no need to hold back. Eradicate them all. Kill. Various spiritual artifacts were unleashed, radiating brilliant light as they surged towards Xia Yu. Simultaneously, the servants of the clans brandished their weapons, aiming to slay Xia Yu. If they could not kill him, they would settle for anyone else. Kill. In this cacophony of slaughter, a spark of madness flickered in Xia Yu's gaze. The sword technique he had rehearsed countless times in his dreams materialized before him. In that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the peach grove. Instantly, a torrent of spiritual energy roiled within his danshan, an immense quantity of spiritual mist transforming into power that coursed through his limbs. Grasping the Linghuo sword, he let out a piercing howl and soared into the sky. The technique he had painstakingly refined over 8 years was the Grand Dream slaying immortal technique. A grand dream left in vain. Atop another mountain, the Lord of Lu City's eyes widened as he beheld Xia Yu rise like a dragon, his white figure piercing through the heavens. Such a display, such a sword technique, was beyond comprehension. Xia Yu hovered at the pinnacle of the sky, then executed a swift maneuver, flipping downwards, and with a violent slash of the Linghuo sword, he unleashed a dreamlike realm. At that moment, All present felt as if they were transported to a world adorned with blossoming peach trees, surrounded by a sea of pink petals, lost within the grove. Just as they succumbed to their bewilderment, a thunderous voice thundered from the sky, "Die." A terrifying sword technique descended, suffused with lethal intent, blanketing the earth. In that instant, the dream was shattered, and all the peach blossoms scattered, each petal transformed into a shard of sword light. Clang! Each person's vision was graced by at least one flash of sword light, and only then did they grasp the essence of fear, though it was too late. The wilderness camp's general was left dumbfounded. Not far away, atop Hanja Mountain, scarcely a few stood alive. Hundreds lay slain or grievously injured beneath that single sword strike. The closer one was to Xia Yu, the more utterly they perished. Some fell to multiple strikes, their bodies shattered into pieces. The elders of the Xia and Su clans. These formidable beings were all dead. Was this the might of a heavenly-level sword technique? The Lord of Lu City was left speechless. Though he had long known of the sword technique's prowess, he had not anticipated it to be on such a grand scale. He even doubted it surpassed heavenly level. One strike fell, slaying thousands. The Lord of Lu City had witnessed many top-tier experts, yet none compared to this. Was this truly a cultivator who had merely entered the Lingquan realm? Blood soaked the ground, severed limbs and dismembered bodies lay scattered. The once arrogant clan elders were now lifeless, beyond the point of no return. The summit of Hanja Mountain had turned into a veritable hellscape. How is this possible? Xia Yu was left utterly stunned. He could hardly fathom how Xia Yu, a mere novice in the Lingquan realm, could possess such formidable prowess. It is worth noting that he himself had only recently entered the Lingquan realm as well, and in comparison to Xia Yu, he felt utterly inadequate, a deity of slaughter. Indeed, a harbinger of death. Those who remained alive were merely the laborers and some retainers on the outskirts of the mountain summit. Some were so petrified that they nearly succumbed to madness, while others fled in terror. With a single sword strike, Xia Yu had dispatched so many, embodying the very essence of a divine executioner. Why would anyone choose to remain and await their demise? In the blink of an eye, the summit was deserted by the frightened onlookers. Xia Yu, unbeknownst to him, had mingled with the crowd and hastily escaped down the mountain. After a considerable distance, he turned back to gaze at Hanja Mountain, regret etched across his features. Had he known this would transpire, he would have acted differently from the outset. In truth, Xia Yu had exerted himself to the utmost in delivering that strike, leaving him in a state of severe exhaustion. Upon landing, he coughed up blood, his gaze languid. This scene did not escape the notice of those on the nearby mountaintop. The general of the camp guard's eyes flickered, and he spoke, "City Lord." In fact, they had arrived quite early. Shortly after Xia Yu's arrival, they had made their presence known. Their intention to remain hidden was to benefit from the conflict between the two parties. Now, with the various clans being slaughtered and Xia Yu weakened, it was the perfect opportunity for the opportunist to strike. However, City Lord Lu was already in a state of shock. "We must not act recklessly," he interjected, halting the general's words. "Xia Yu's capabilities far exceed our expectations. Although he is exhausted and bloodied, he has not sustained any true injuries. If we attack now, can you guarantee he will not retaliate with lethal force?" The general was rendered speechless. Even a dying camel is larger than a horse. Xia Yu's prior strike had been too shocking, leaving an indelible psychological scar on all present. "Are we to leave empty-handed then?" he queried, unwilling to concede. "Haha." City Lord Lu chuckled heartily. "We need not be adversaries. We can become allies instead. Should we extend our kindness now, Xia Yu will surely repay us in the future." Although the general was reluctant, he pondered that this was indeed a viable strategy. Shortly thereafter, City Lord Lu ascended Hanja Mountain alone. "Young Master Xia," he greeted as he entered the quiet chamber, only to find Xia Yu seated in meditation, hands clasped around two spirit stones, absorbing their energy to replenish his strength. Typically, a novice in the Lingquan realm could fully absorb the energy from a single spirit stone. But Xia Yu managed to deplete 6 stones before finally opening his eyes to meet Lu's gaze. "I apologize for the spectacle, Senior Lu." "Not at all," Lu responded, relieved. If he had heeded the camp general's advice and led a large force against Xia Yu, it would have certainly been a path to destruction. The spirit stones Xia Yu possessed were spoils of war, found within the storage bags of the recently slain clan elders, particularly abundant in the bag of Su Laho. Xia Yu inquired, "What brings you here, Senior Lu?" Lu smiled. "I have heard that my esteemed nephew is in some trouble, and I am here to assist." Although Lu was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, he was still a shrewd official. If he could not conquer his adversaries, it was better to forge friendships. If one cannot defeat them, then join them. Thus, he altered his original intent and presented himself as a helper. At this moment, Xia Yu indeed required assistance. The foreman of the iron mine at Hanja Mountain, who had initially aligned himself with Xia, had betrayed him and was subsequently slain, leaving many miners fleeing. Now, Xia Yu had only a handful of allies, including Xia Keiheng and Qi, and was sorely lacking in manpower. Given Lu's goodwill, Xia Yu graciously accepted the offer. "I am grateful for your assistance, Senior Lu." Lu nodded with a smile and added, "Young Master Xia, have you considered that although you have vanquished these foes, the real crisis has only just begun?" In truth, even without Lu's warning, Xia Yu was acutely aware. His formidable techniques and combat skills had already spread far and wide. Treasures inspire greed, and many would come seeking to claim what was his. After eliminating one batch, another would undoubtedly follow, and their strength would only increase. Xia Yu now stood at a crossroads. The first path was to flee swiftly with his mother to an uncharted territory where they could focus on cultivation. The second was to seek refuge with a powerful faction for protection. However, neither option appealed to him. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Since Senior Lu has come to assist, I shall not be impolite. I wish to enter seclusion for a few days. During this time, I would appreciate it if the city lord could ensure the safety of my mother and others." "This is a minor matter," Lu replied with a hearty laugh, promptly issuing orders for the guards to secure the entire mountain, leaving no entry unguarded. Excellent. Xia Yu knew that soon a second wave would arrive. And in preparation for the retaliation from these families, he needed to enhance his strength expeditiously. Lu stood beside him, saying, "Young Master Xia, if necessary, the Dazhou dynasty will dispatch additional soldiers to ensure your safety." Dazhou dynasty? Xia Yu raised an eyebrow. Initially, he believed Lu was merely extending a personal favor. However, Lu's mention of the Dazhou dynasty indicated a royal overture. Indeed, Lu confirmed, observing the mobilization of troops below. "I will write to the court to persuade them. And the ninth prince will also lend his assistance." Understanding dawned on Xia Yu. Lu's visit today was not merely to forge an alliance with him. It also represented the Dazhou dynasty's goodwill. The true favor would be owed to the ninth prince of the Dazhou dynasty. Xia Yu harbored little fondness for the court's enforcers, and he was indifferent to the intrigues of the royal family. Yet, he was a man of gratitude. With everyone in Lujing City now against him, he appreciated Lu's timely assistance and accepted this favor. Lu assured him that in the future, he would receive ample recompense. "Ha!" Lu laughed heartily, then commanded, "Quickly clean up the corpses and bloodshed on the ground." Lowering his voice, he warned, "The clan elders of the Su, Xia, Shan, and Huang families are formidable foes. Be cautious." Soon after, Xia Yu found himself alone in the quiet chamber, facing 6 storage bags. These bags belonged to the clan elders of the 4 prominent families of Lujing City, and with a single strike, Xia Yu had offended the Su, Xia, Shan, and Huang clans. 3 bags were from the 3 elders of the Su family, while 1 bag each belonged to the Xia, Shan, and Huang families. Having slain their elders, he had forged an unbreakable enmity. According to rumors circulating outside, the clan elders of the Su and Xia families had already reached the Lingzi realm. For rogue cultivators, attaining the Lingzi realm could establish a prominent family. Even within sects, it granted the right to remain long-term. In terms of strength, those in the Lingzi realm could traverse the land effortlessly, covering vast distances with ease. Fortunately, these powerful figures were currently in seclusion and did not emerge easily, granting Xia Yu some breathing room. He promptly opened all 6 storage bags, along with the one he carried, totaling 7 bags. Within, he discovered over 2,000 spirit stones. An unimaginable fortune, considering that prior to this, acquiring even a single spirit stone had been a monumental challenge. Among these 2,000 spirit stones, 1,000 had originated from the second elder of the Su family. Perhaps he had been saving for a particular purchase, but before he could make the acquisition, the wealth had fallen into Xia Yu's hands. The number of yuan stones was even greater, forming a small mountain. Truly, it was a case of killing brings riches. Xia Yu could not help but reflect on the harsh reality of this world. It was a place devoid of mercy, where it was either kill or be killed. Having come from Earth, Xia Yu held on to the belief in lawful conduct. Yet here, the rules of survival were starkly different. Although he had previously taken lives, it was always based on a sense of justification, only resorting to lethal measures when provoked beyond reason. However, following recent events, he gradually came to comprehend that in this merciless world dominated by the strong, excessive compassion was unwarranted. In this alternate realm, fear of power supersedes reverence for virtue. To deal with such adversaries, there is but one course of action: to kill. A fierce glint flickered in Xia Yu's eyes. Among the 6 storage bags, alongside spirit stones, lay an array of other treasures: lower-grade spiritual weapons, low-grade talismans, cultivation manuals, combat techniques, medicinal pills, and various low-level heavenly materials, all spread before him. Despite having spent over a decade in this foreign land, his understanding of the cultivation world remained superficial. After all, he had been confined to the small locale of Lujing City, never having encountered true cultivators, thus rendering many of these items unfamiliar to him. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential. Having embarked on this path, he could gradually learn and explore. After categorizing and storing all the items into the largest bag, he set the others aside for the time being. Then, lifting his hand, he retrieved a small metallic vial. He believed this vial to be his most prized possession, an artifact that carried his soul from Earth, a treasure that had traversed 2 worlds. How could it not be precious? With his ascension to the Lingquan realm, a mental connection had forged between him and the vial, solidifying its status as a remarkable item. What kind of treasure could this be? Curiosity piqued. He examined the intricate patterns adorning the vial. Initially, the clouds depicted in the design were orderly, but as he entered the Lingquan realm, these cloud patterns inexplicably transformed into branches. Some of these branches began to sprout buds. As he rotated the vial, the metallic sheen glimmered like flowing water, reflecting his visage. It was then that he noticed a particular bud on one branch that was conspicuously larger than the others. Why did this bud sprout more rapidly? Xia Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he reached out to touch it. Upon contact, he was taken aback by an astonishing discovery. From this slightly blooming bud emanated an ancient aura. What was happening? Startled, Xia Yu withdrew his hand. Yet upon sensing the absence of malice in the aura, he touched it once more. Instantly, an influx of information flooded into his consciousness. There were fragments, texts, insights, voices, and an overwhelming expanse of darkness and silence. After a prolonged moment of absorption, he retracted his finger, his eyes shimmering with peculiar light. Was this the information recorded on the Kungxian Suo? The information that flowed into his mind detailed the crafting process of the Kungxian Suo, the appearances of its various masters, accounts of past battles, and most prominently, the reflections of each master who had wielded it. Xia Yu was confident that if he were to possess a Kungxian Suo now, he could wield it with remarkable skill. Alas, the Kungxian Suo had been drained of its power by the vial, rendering it an ordinary rope, devoid of spirit. He then recalled that the vial had also absorbed the power from the Iron Ruler, prompting him to search further. Indeed, he soon discovered another tender bud beginning to bloom. Placing his finger upon it, he was greeted once again by an ancient aura. To his surprise, this Iron Ruler had existed far longer than the Kungxian Suo. However, despite its long history, the information contained within it was less abundant. Xia Yu deduced that the Iron Ruler's usage methods were simpler, and its past users had lower cultivation levels. So that was it. After a considerable time, he withdrew his finger. The insights gleaned from the Kungxian Suo and the Iron Ruler heightened Xia Yu's anticipation for this wondrous world. Simultaneously, he had gained a clearer understanding of the vial's function. Upon contact with spiritual artifacts, the vial actively absorbed their spiritual energy while also extracting the lingering consciousness of their former masters. However, this consciousness, or experience, was of little utility. With both the Kungxian Suo and the Iron Ruler having been rendered useless, what good would it do to learn their usage experiences? Xia Yu vaguely sensed that the vial's significance extended beyond this. He would need to wait until the branches and buds on the vial grew larger before continuing his research. Next, he unscrewed the vial's cap, recalling that he had previously captured the soul of a monstrous python within it. Upon opening it, he found that the soul had long since dissipated, leaving behind a substantial amount of spiritual liquid. The fate of the monstrous python's soul was unclear. Xia Yu frowned slightly. In haste, he had hastily sealed the python's soul within, and now it seemed rather imprudent. Could this liquid still be consumed? Typically, Xia Yu would discard the liquid, cleanse the vial, and refill it anew. However, given that this spiritual liquid had been accumulated over 8 years, he hesitated to pour it out. After contemplating, he tentatively took a small sip. As the liquid touched his tongue, it ignited a fiery sensation, akin to a burst of concentrated spiritual energy dispersing throughout his body, elevating the density of his spiritual essence. Yet, this time was different. A strand of spiritual energy infiltrated his consciousness and transformed into a delicate droplet of rain, gently falling into his mental sea. What was this phenomenon? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Yu surmised that this was undoubtedly linked to the soul of the monstrous python. The vial had decomposed the python's soul, thereby refining its power to nourish his consciousness. Could this be considered a fortunate turn of events? Nevertheless, Xia Yu remained hesitant to drink further. He set the vial down and settled himself, intending to enter a dream state to consult his master, seeking guidance from his beautiful mentor. In a picturesque peach grove, suffused with shades of pink, Xia Yu entered the dream realm, where his enchanting mentor stood serenely in the cloud pavilion, her grace radiating brilliance. Xia Yu, she greeted. Seated upon a cushion, Xia Yu relished the moments spent with her, finding peace and relaxation in her presence, even in silence. Xia Yu, you have advanced to the Lingquan realm? His mentor's face lit up with joy upon seeing him. Indeed. So soon. She could scarcely believe it. The imperial-level techniques are not easily mastered. The higher the level of the technique, the greater the challenge. It is akin to constructing a towering edifice versus a simple cottage. The foundational requirements differ vastly. Even prodigies in my world would not lay the groundwork for the Void Nine Sword technique in a mere few days. Yet here you are, a youth from the lower realms, achieving such a rapid breakthrough. It has only been a day and a night. If I am not mistaken, your swift progress is undoubtedly related to the pure spiritual water you acquired. Her insight illuminated the situation. You are truly astute and beautiful, Xia Yu complimented, then added, Master, I must confess that I did not merely obtain spiritual water, but a small vial. With that, he elaborated on the vial's characteristics and functions. However, he refrained from disclosing its origin from Earth, as that was a personal secret he would not share with anyone. Such a vial? His mentor smiled warmly upon hearing this. I previously remarked that if there existed a treasure solely for the purpose of creating pure spiritual water, it would be a trivial artifact. Now, I retract that statement. Your vial is certainly not a trivial artifact. Xia Yu chuckled, recalling her earlier assertion about trivial artifacts. His mentor continued. The vial's capabilities extend far beyond merely producing spiritual water. It surely possesses greater significance, one that you have yet to uncover. I share that sentiment, Xia Yu remarked. I have now discovered that the patterns on its surface can record information pertaining to spiritual artifacts. The beautiful master replied, in this world, treasures abound in myriad forms, some of which are beyond your imagination. As for this bottle of yours, even I cannot fully articulate its nature. Yet I sense that it is undoubtedly an exceedingly rare and valuable item. You must quickly discern its purpose. Xia Yu nodded, saying, currently, the sole function of this bottle is to provide me with pure spiritual energy. However, it is regrettable that each time I consume the water within, I experience an excruciatingly fiery sensation, almost as if it could shatter my very being. I see, the beautiful master pondered for a moment. The sensation of explosive pressure arises because the spiritual water is excessively pure, containing an abundance of spiritual power that your current cultivation level cannot withstand. However, I cannot comprehend the pain and fiery sensation you describe. She continued. I have consumed the purest lunar spring spiritual water and even used it for bathing without experiencing any discomfort. Xia Yu reflected, feeling that something was amiss. This seemed somewhat incongruous. After considerable contemplation, the beautiful master inquired, you say this spiritual water has been absorbed and refined over 8 years beneath a pile of ore? Indeed. Xia Yu confirmed, a vast expanse of abandoned mine, where all the ores have turned into worthless dust. If that is the case, I believe I have found the reason. A confident light shone on the beautiful master's face. Is that so? Xia Yu exclaimed in delight. The beautiful master smiled and said, fortunately, you have not consumed much. What you have is not pure spiritual water, but the purest golden spiritual water. Golden spiritual water. Precisely. The beautiful master continued. All things in the universe, seemingly diverse, ultimately distill into the 9 fundamental elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, lightning, and stars. Golden spiritual water is the most pristine of all metal-based spiritual waters, containing not only pure spiritual energy, but also an astonishing amount of golden elements. That explains it, Xia Yu realized. The spiritual water in the bottle is infused with the essence of the absorbed ores, thus it must contain golden elements. If the bottle can absorb soul and elemental forces, how could it lack golden elements? Therefore, he concluded that the spiritual water he consumed was not the purest spiritual liquid, but rather one imbued with metal properties. Could it be that I have applied it to my mother's face for healing? Will that pose a problem? He couldn't help but worry. A minimal amount poses no significant risk, the beautiful master reassured him with a smile. For cultivators, daily absorption and refinement of spiritual energy is routine, allowing the natural energies of the world to become part of oneself. Yet have you considered that even the spiritual energy in the air is not entirely pure? Indeed. Xia Yu nodded in agreement. The beautiful master added, If one were to use golden spiritual water over an extended period, it would certainly affect your cultivation. However, in your case, it is different. What about me? For you, it is an exception. At this point, the beautiful master chuckled and said, "Have you forgotten the purpose of the Su Kong Jiujianjing? Su Kong Jiujianjing?" Xia Yu suddenly recalled that it involves manifesting a world of 9 swords within oneself, supported by 9 colossal swords of various attributes. So, does this mean that this golden spiritual liquid can assist me in refining the first sword of my world? Observing Xia Yu's realization, the beautiful master smiled and said, "Indeed. You are quite clever, as I was thinking along those lines. However, in my view, the golden content in your spiritual liquid is still insufficient." Chapter 37. The Great Clan Elder Emerges. Within the tranquil chamber, Xia Yu opened his eyes. In the dream, he sought guidance from the beautiful master and clarified many matters, particularly regarding the liquid in the metal bottle, which, rather than being harmful, holds significant potential. What troubled him now was the inadequate content of golden elements. However, contemplating this, he soon chuckled. If the current spiritual liquid is already causing me such distress due to insufficient metal content, what would happen if it achieved a substantial level? Having understood this, Xia Yu resolved not to dwell on the issue of insufficient golden content, but instead to focus on enhancing himself. In his dream, he sought further advice from the beautiful master regarding formations. Previously, setting up formations had been a daunting task, but now it felt effortless. With formation eyes, plates, lines, and flags all available among his spoils, along with an abundance of spiritual and elemental stones, he promptly established a spiritual cultivation array. This array not only gathers spiritual energy, but also provides a degree of defense. Most importantly, it isolates external disturbances, allowing him to cultivate peacefully within. After arranging the formation, he cast a spiritual stone into the formation eye, and immediately a hazy light screen illuminated, resembling a colorful Mongolian yurt that enveloped Xia Yu within. The spiritual energy from all directions seemed to receive a signal, beginning to converge, and the concentration of spiritual energy escalated, doubling, quadrupling, octupling. If Xia Yu were to step outside the tranquil chamber at this moment, he would undoubtedly be astonished to see that spiritual energy from all directions was coalescing into a vaguely visible colossal funnel cloud, directly leading to his sanctuary. This astonishing scene left the Lord of Lu City in awe. The general of the Wild Camping Guard was equally astonished at this moment. He was entirely convinced of the Lord's decision. Had he followed his initial instinct to lead the army for personal gain, he would likely have met the same fate as the Su family's elders. "My lord, what kind of celestial fortune has Xia Yu encountered?" He couldn't help but inquire. The Lord of Lu City shook his head, his gaze flickering. "The path ahead is too obscure to discern, even now. I cannot assert whether my decision was right or wrong." "What?" The general of the Wild Camping Guard was perplexed. In his view, the Lord of Lu City's decision was astute, preserving everyone's safety while also aiding the Ninth Prince in establishing connections, an undeniable achievement. Why the sudden change in sentiment? The Lord sighed. "I fear that if young Master Xia's celestial fortune is too extraordinary, even the Ninth Prince and the Dezhou dynasty will be unable to protect him." The general gasped, privately agreeing. If Xia Yu were indeed in possession of heavenly-grade battle techniques and skills, even the most elite sects would be tempted, leading to the emergence of formidable adversaries, which would spell doom for Xia Yu. He is still too young and unaware of the need for discretion. Had it been me, I would have sought refuge in a remote mountain for 100 years before re-emerging. Who could rival me then? The general lamented. The Lord of Lu City sighed. "We can only take one step at a time. Fortunately, I have only promised to protect his family. We shall wait for the Ninth Prince's people to arrive. I hope the strong ones sent by the Ninth Prince arrive soon. The second, third, and seventh elders of the Su family have all perished. The fifth elder of the Xia family, the third elder of the Shen family, and the second elder of the Huang family have also met their demise. Even Xia Yungxiao has been rendered powerless by young Master Yu. It is said that the blood flowed like a river on Hanja Mountain, with young Master Yu slaying 1,000 with a single sword. Such prowess! A single sword slaying 1,000. Young Master Yu truly is a harbinger of death. Few have returned alive." That evening, the news spread throughout Lujing City. The 4 prominent families in the city were not spared. Each family lost elders. And such events could not be concealed. Not only did the elders perish, but the heads of the 4 families, aside from Xia Yungxiao, who was stripped of his power, all perished on Hanja Mountain. As a result, the internal dynamics of the 4 families became tumultuous, with many seeking to rise amidst the chaos. From this day forth, the hierarchy of the 4 families would undergo a reordering, an internal competition would commence. With Xia Yu's decisive strike, the very foundations of Lu Jing City began to stir. Su family. What? The second, third, and seventh elders are all dead? Following the death of the family head, the subsequent slaying of 3 elders was catastrophic news for the Su family. Once the largest family in Lu Jing City, they now faced immense losses. While the death of the family head was merely a blow to their pride, the loss of elders severed the roots of the Su family. Xia Yu. In the eyes of nearly all the members of the Su family, there was an overwhelming sense of animosity. The young beast had already ascended to the Lingquan realm and possessed heavenly sword techniques. It seemed that only awakening the patriarch would suffice. The patriarch, the most venerable elder of the Su family, had become increasingly reclusive after entering the Lingzi realm, retreating into seclusion and no longer concerning himself with worldly affairs. Only when the Su family faced imminent destruction would anyone dare to disturb him. His long-term retreat was located beneath the family ancestral hall. Immediate action was required to seek an audience with the patriarch. In a tranquil chamber deep underground, an elderly man clad in black slowly opened his eyes. The last time he had given the second elder 1,000 spiritual stones to procure longevity elixirs, could it be that there was now a lead? Suddenly, the underground formation activated, and a figure rushed in, followed by wails of despair. The patriarch, second elder, third elder, and seventh elder have been slain. Our Su family is in peril. Heavenly level martial arts. Heavenly level sword techniques? Upon hearing this, the patriarch did not erupt in rage. Having lived to such an age, he had long grown indifferent to the lives and deaths of his descendants. His primary concern was his own existence. He had little time left. After advancing to the Lingzi realm, he had been unable to progress further due to the inadequacy of the Su family's martial arts, which were incomplete and insufficient for his continued cultivation. Now, an opportunity for heavenly level martial arts lay before him. The second elder, a worthless individual, was dead. His spiritual stones seemed to have been given in vain. Yet, upon hearing the good news, he pondered whether it truly was heavenly level martial arts. A sinister smile crept onto the patriarch's face. Regardless of its classification, the ability to strike down 1,000 foes with a single sword was formidable. If he could acquire either the martial arts or sword techniques, it would be a substantial gain for him. With this thought, he emerged from his retreat. At that moment, more family members appeared, kneeling in reverence. Some spoke. Patriarch. It is said that the Xia family and Shun family have also gone to seek an audience with their own patriarch. Shall we wait for them? Wait for what? The patriarch's gaze sharpened, and he inquired, I only need to confirm one thing. That young beast named Xia Yu has indeed just entered the Lingquan realm? Absolutely true. Haha. Heaven is aiding me. The patriarch of the Su family produced a spiritual sword from his storage bag, and, upon stepping onto it, became one with the blade, transforming into a streak of light that shot upwards into the sky, like a long rainbow. The ability to ride a sword and fly was a skill only available to those above the Lingzi realm. From this day forth, he would traverse vast distances in an instant, appearing as a celestial being in the eyes of mortals, who would not envy such power. Upon witnessing the patriarch taking action, the entire Su family erupted in cheers. With the patriarch's involvement, Xia Yu, the young beast, was undoubtedly destined for death. This was certain. The Lingzi realm suppressed the Lingquan realm. With a mere glance, the patriarch could shatter Xia Yu's soul. Everyone, do not linger. Let us hasten to Hanja Mountain and witness the patriarch's divine might. With that, they set off. Meanwhile, within the Xia family, the once mighty Xia Yungxiao sat in the backyard, sighing heavily. News had already reached the patriarch, and he was engulfed in anguish. Decades of cultivation had been obliterated in an instant. Even if Xia Yu were to perish, he could not regain his strength. He was now a powerless cripple. Unfilial son, you have brought about my ruin. The more Xia Yungxiao contemplated, the angrier he became. Striking the table forcefully, creak, the door swung open, and a middle-aged woman entered. My lord, someone has already gone to inform the patriarch. I believe the patriarch will take action, and that unfilial son will surely meet his end. What good is that? I have become a waste, my energy channels shattered. I shall never cultivate again. The second wife spoke coldly. My lord, your position as head of the Xia family may now be in jeopardy. Xia Yungxiao, alarmed, asked, what shall we do? There is only one way forward. The second wife articulated, inform Yang. Chapter 38, The True Steel Sword, Third Layer of Lingquan. Indeed. Xia Yungxiao nodded slightly. He had become a cripple and needed to consider not only avenging Xia Yu, but also securing his position as head of the family. The only support he had left was his son, Xia Yang. Xia Yang had been in the Yin-Yang sect for 4 years, benefiting from the resources of the sect. And with diligent cultivation, his strength would undoubtedly soar. More importantly, Xia Yang had the formidable backing of the Yin-Yang sect. With Xia Yang's support, Xia Yungziao could still retain his position as head of the family. Thank goodness for Yang, sighed Xia Yungziao. The second wife added, if we are to notify him, we must act quickly. If the patriarch cannot defeat that unfilial son, we must have a backup plan. Haha, that is impossible. Xia Yungziao laughed. The patriarch is at the Lingzi realm, a full realm above me. Not to mention, the Lingzi realm can fly with a sword, performing feats akin to a celestial being. With the patriarch's intervention, that unfilial son is doomed. The second wife breathed a sigh of relief and said, perhaps I was overly frightened by that unfilial son, worried that the patriarch might fail. At this, her expression darkened. That unfilial son has killed my brother and so many others. If the patriarch captures him, he must be subjected to 1,000 cuts. You need not worry, Xia Yungziao chuckled. The patriarch has many methods. Being captured by him would be a blessing in disguise. That is good. The second wife's eyes glinted with malice. And what of Yunzhu, that ugly woman? I want her dead. Xia Yungziao fell silent. He had not anticipated that Yunzhu would heal her face and look beautiful again. At this moment, he felt a flicker of desire. Regardless, we must first send someone to the Yin-Yang sect. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Yungziao suddenly stood. At Hanja Mountain, in the cultivation chamber, a visible massive funnel-shaped cloud swirled above the mountain peak, its base connecting directly to the cultivation chamber. The techniques and battle skills imparted by the beautiful master were exceptional. Even a single spiritual cultivator could create a powerful formation. The influx of spiritual energy here was incomparably more abundant than that of other cultivation formations. At this moment, peering into the formation, one would be astonished to see that the spiritual energy had coalesced into a dense white mist, the concentration far exceeding normal levels. Within the formation, Xia Yu sat cross-legged. Even with such rich spiritual energy, he still needed to gulp down the liquid essence from the bottle. From small sips at the beginning, he now drank deeply, his progress swift. As his realm advanced, his ability to refine spiritual energy also improved. Furthermore, his foundation was solid enough to absorb this immense power. Finally, the technique he practiced, the Sukong Jujian Jing, could rapidly distill the metallic essence from the spiritual liquid. Of course, each time he drank, the accompanying pain remained unchanged. Gulp. Another mouthful of spiritual liquid entered his mouth and stomach, instantly vaporizing, transforming into gas that permeated his limbs, bones, meridians, and even every pore and cell. Simultaneously, a brilliant white light emanated from within him, the radiance inherent to spiritual energy. Focusing his gaze within his energy sea, the spiritual energy surged tumultuously, like a raging ocean. While above the surface lay a vast expanse of land, this was his foundation. The thickness of this foundation represented the heights he could potentially reach in the future. At the center of this foundation stood an altar constructed of countless translucent jade blocks, serving as the sole structure atop his foundation. At the center of the altar, a clear spring gushed forth. Sukong Jujian Jing awakened. As the fundamental technique activated, the waters beneath the foundation churned violently, waves crashing against one another. Yet the foundation remained steadfast. In that spring, a glimmer of silver light began to shine. Indeed, this is the metallic spiritual energy I require. Xia Yu used his inner vision technique to witness this scene, his heart swelling with delight. The purpose of cultivating the Sukong Jujian Jing is to forge a realm of 9 swords, a miniature world that provides an unending source of power for the practitioner. The initial step in creating this world is to forge 9 colossal swords that will support the heavens and the earth. The first sword is the Zhengang Jian. The term Zhengang refers to the ability to cut through gold and jade as if they were mere wood, crafted from the spiritual essence of gold and iron. It embodies the quintessence of these materials. As Xia Yu continuously imbibes the gold-infused spiritual water, threads of gold essence are extracted and transformed into a silvery radiance, gradually coalescing on one side of the Deiji platform. A magnificent silver longsword, sufficient to uphold the cosmos, quietly emerges upon Xia Yu's Deiji. However, as his enchanting master has stated, the power required to forge a sword of the gold element far exceeds this mere trickle. When Xia Yu exhausts all the gold essence within his Qi Si and drains the metallic vial of its spiritual liquid, the Zhengang Jin manifests only as a faint ethereal shadow. Nonetheless, the sight remains profoundly awe-inspiring. There, beside the Deiji, stands a gargantuan sword akin to a skyscraper, its tip piercing the heavens, with arcs of lightning cascading from its apex, creating a divine spectacle. Beneath this colossal blade lies an enormous pedestal, reminiscent of a divine artifact, adorned with various magnificent luminescences that evoke reverence. Witnessing this scene, Xia Yu's heart swells with astonishment. One can only imagine the cataclysmic impact if the Zhengang Jian were to be fully forged. Yet, all of this exists solely within his qi. He never anticipated that he could manifest such a remarkable miracle within it. This is indeed an imperial-level technique, far beyond the capabilities of the worldly arts. He yearns to continue his cultivation, only to discover that he has completely consumed the contents of the metallic vial. To his astonishment, how could it have emptied so swiftly? Initially, he had sipped cautiously, fearful that his body could not endure it, but in the end, he found himself gulping it down. After some reflection, he attributed this phenomenon to the influence of the Sikong Jujian Jing. With its aid, the spiritual power rapidly decomposed within him, particularly the harmful gold essence, which is now entirely neutralized, allowing him to consume more freely. Upon closer examination, he noted that his previously forged deiji had now expanded over threefold. It turns out that while crafting the Zhengang Jian, pure spiritual energy was simultaneously accumulating within his deiji and qi, rendering them ever more vast. What of my cultivation level? Xia Yu hastily assessed his progress and was astonished to find that he had advanced from the initial stage of the Lingquan realm to the third tier. Such a rapid ascent of 3 minor realms. Xia Yu was elated. Yet, upon reflection, this was only natural. With the assistance of his enchanting master's miraculous technique and the extraordinary metallic vial, such an enhancement was to be expected. In the third tier of the Lingquan realm, how potent would my Demeng Zhan Xianju be now? In his dreams, he unleashed the full might of the Demeng Zhan Xianju, a force of considerable terror, especially in its final move, Demeng Yichang Kong, capable of cleaving through the very fabric of reality. However, in the realm of reality, his cultivation was still too feeble, thus he could only manifest a fraction of its true power. Indeed, when he previously executed Demeng Yichang Kong and felled 1,000 foes, he merely unleashed a sliver of its potential, approximately 1%. If he could wield 10% of its power, even atop Hanja Mountain, he would have cleaved through a substantial layer. Alas, the spiritual liquid in the vial has been depleted. Xia Yu was deeply engrossed in the joy of cultivation. He desired to continue. Yet the absence of spiritual liquid posed a challenge. Bear in mind, this liquid was accumulated over 8 years. Would he need to wait another 8 years to fill another vial? Just as he contemplated how to accelerate the absorption rate of the vial's contents, the ground suddenly trembled, triggering alarms among the spiritual practitioners present. Chapter 39. The clan elder arrives. Firebird Talisman. The long sword transformed into a rainbow, allowing one to traverse upon it. Upon the arrival of the elder of the Su clan, he did not reveal himself immediately. As a rogue cultivator who has survived for so many years, he has learned countless lessons from life. Although he was already informed that the young man named Xia Yu had merely just entered the Lingquan realm, he remained cautious. A careful approach ensures longevity. Upon reaching Hanja Mountain, the first thing that astonished him was the remarkable funnel-shaped cloud. What kind of practitioner could create such a grand spectacle? The elder of the Su clan was deeply moved. He understood that this world harbors countless geniuses and prodigies. Even seemingly insignificant characters may possess immense backing. Even a poisoned ant can slay a great beast. While he concealed himself among the clouds, a powerful figure approached on a sword. Su clan elder, you have yet to perish? A familiar voice resonated behind him. It was Xia Yuanhao. The elder of the Su clan's eyes darkened. Logically, Xia Yuanhao, being a generation younger, should not pose a threat. Yet, both had lived for hundreds of years, making them akin to peers. If I am not dead, how could you be? The elder of the Su clan replied with a cold smirk. I am naturally younger than you, Xia Yuanhao retorted with a smug grin. You cowardly old fool. What are you observing from up there? Are you too afraid to strike against the descendants of the Xia clan? How could that be? The elder of the Su clan, typically cautious, was reluctant to admit his fear. Then why do you not act? Xia Yuanhao shot back, his eyes narrowing. What about your own descendants? Why do you not take action? The elder of the Su clan countered. It was evident that the immense funnel cloud generated by Xia Yu's cultivation had intimidated them both. Generally, rogue cultivators exercise extreme caution. Lacking powerful allies, they must tread carefully. The scene of Xia Yu's cultivation evoked memories of certain ancient monsters and formidable beings. Xia Yuanhao provoked the elder of the Su clan, aiming to incite him into leading the charge. I will take action, as this is a matter concerning my Xia clan. If I do, you shall have no share in it, Xia Yuanhao declared with a cold snort. In truth, if he were 100 years younger, The elder of the Su clan would prefer to abstain from involvement rather than take risks. However, both were no longer young, and their lifespans were dwindling. Rather than await death, they might as well take a gamble. Perhaps they could seize an extraordinary opportunity to advance their cultivation, thereby significantly extending their lives. With this thought, the elder of the Su clan dove down. While in flight, he tapped his storage bag, producing a talisman in his hand. His eyes sharpened as he waved his hand, his lips moving as he uttered a single word. Swift. Instantly, the talisman ignited, and a massive firebird formed from the blaze. Its great wings unfurled as it soared towards the pinnacle of Hanja Mountain, straight into the heart of the funnel cloud. That old fool, using a second-grade firebird talisman. Xia Yu remarked in admiration. You certainly have the wealth. Although the second-grade firebird talisman is a low-tier spiritual talisman, its cost is tenfold that of a fireball talisman, and its power is vastly superior. The elder of the Su clan wasted no time in launching a surprise attack. If Xia Yu were indeed merely a newly promoted Lingquan cultivator, a single firebird talisman would spell his doom. If I eliminate him, I claim the spoils first. The elder of the Su clan declared coldly. With a thunderous explosion, the tranquil chamber where Xia Yu was cultivating was struck as if by a missile, erupting into a massive fireball, with countless fireballs scattering in all directions, obliterating the chamber in a blaze. Atop Hanja Mountain, a violent tremor shook the ground. Everyone was startled and rushed out in haste. Yunzhu and others, upon seeing Xia Yu's cultivation chamber engulfed in flames, were instantly stricken with fear, shouting, You are. Having just endured the ordeal of her daughter being taken away, now her son faced peril. Had it not been for Xia Kai and Hong Qi restraining her, she would have charged into the flames. On one side of the mountain peak, Lord Lu and General Yi Ying stood frozen in shock. Not long ago, they were still wandering outside the Zhe Gate. Had an attack been launched at that moment, the two would have perished in the flames. A glance exchanged between them revealed mutual astonishment. The disparity among practitioners is vast before a powerful figure of the Lingzi realm. A single firebird talisman could render them utterly annihilated. Having encountered Senior Su and Senior Xia, the city lord of Liuqin restrained his inner trepidation and hastily paid his respects. Both of these individuals possessed cultivation at the Lingzi level, and even with backing, the city lord dared not offend them lightly. Xia Yuanhao snorted coldly and questioned, Why is the city lord present here in the territory of my Xia family, particularly in Hanja Mountain? The city lord could only reply, Senior Xia, under heaven. Is there not a king's land? This land belongs to the Dazu dynasty, and I am free to go wherever I please. Xia Yuanhao's gaze turned icy as he continued, Is the city lord attempting to shield the traitors of my Xia family? I have taken a liking to the young talent, Xia Yu, and initially intended to present him to the ninth prince, which would also be beneficial for the Xia family, the city lord explained. But he chose to say no more. Under the firebird talisman, Xia Yu would either be blown to bits or burned alive. Such words were already futile. Thank you for your kindness, city lord, Xia Yuanhao replied, not wishing to offend the city lord. Senior Su remained silent. After all, Xia Yu was already dead due to his actions, rendering any of the city lord's words moot. He secretly rejoiced at having acted preemptively. Had the city lord insisted on protecting Xia Yu, he would have faced the risk of offending the Dazu dynasty. With a sigh, the city lord lamented. Xia Yuanhao then remarked, Brother Su, your methods are astonishing. I have heard you are skilled in soul refining. Senior Su, filled with pride, responded, Even though Xia Yu is dead, I shall refine his soul for 3 days and nights. At that time, he will not dare to conceal anything from me. That is well, Xia Yuanhao said, his gaze shifting to Yunzhu and Xia Kai in the distance. His eyes narrowed as he coldly declared, Those who betray their family deserve death. The girl named Yunzhu had once visited the Xia family, and he had made an exception to meet her once. Little did he expect that a woman of the branch would prove to be so treacherous. She deserved to die? Senior Su retrieved a treasure resembling an oil lamp from his storage pouch, saying, Brother Xia, you may handle your family matters as you see fit. We shall reduce the flames and enter to collect the souls. Observing Xia Yuanhao approaching Yunzhu with a menacing demeanor, the city lord hesitated for a moment, but ultimately pursued him. Yunzhu, do you still remember who I am? Xia Yuanhao asked icily. In that moment, Yunzhu, overwhelmed with despair and tears streaming down her face, cried out, Senior, why are you so ruthless? Xia Yu is also a descendant of your Xia family. Why must you act this way? Traitors must die, Xia Yuanhao retorted, offering no explanation that the firebird talisman was not his doing, instead coldly stating, Not only must he die, but you all shall die today. Senior Xia, the city lord interjected, May I request a favor? Oh, are you interested in this wretched woman? Xia Yuanhao's gaze flickered. The city lord clasped his fists and replied, I am merely fulfilling a promise. I had previously vowed to protect the mother and subordinates of Xia Yu. His actions were unwise. With Xia Yu already dead, he risked offending Xia Yuanhao further. However, due to his principles, he felt compelled to try. Naturally, if Xia Yuanhao insisted on killing Yunju, he would not risk his life to stop it. Haha. The city lord is indeed a man of his word, Xia Yuanhao mused, contemplating whether it was worth offending the city lord's mansion for Yunju. At that moment, however, Senior Su's expression changed, and he let out a soft gasp. Hearing this, everyone on the mountaintop turned their gaze toward the center of the blazing inferno, where, astonishingly, a flicker of spiritual light danced amidst the flames. All eyes widened as they beheld a seven-colored bubble-like formation at the heart of the fire. No matter how fiercely the flames burned, the protective barrier remained unbroken. Inside the luminous formation stood a young man clad in white, his gaze icy, fixed upon them. You are, Yunju exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Chapter 40, Old Bastard Die? Boom. The protective light of the spiritual array exploded, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged forth, suppressing the surrounding flames before they erupted violently once more. Fiery light soared into the sky. A young man in white emerged, stepping upon the flames, his expression cold. You are, looking at him striding forth. Yunju and the others were filled with elation. The city lord initially felt relief but was soon left astonished. Young Master Xia, your cultivation level. In a single night, Xia Yu had ascended from the initial stage of the Lingquan realm to the third layer, an extraordinary leap. Yet, recalling the funnel cloud, the city lord felt this rapid advancement was not entirely unexpected. You are Xia Yu? Xia Yuanhao's gaze sharpened. Given previous statements and the city lord's demeanor, he surmised that Xia Yu had indeed progressed 3 levels in a single night. A heavenly grade technique was highly likely. Furthermore, Xia Yu's aptitude for cultivation seemed commendable. Having never met Xia Yu before, Xia Yuanhao now felt a surge of admiration. Meanwhile, Senior Su, standing nearby, was filled with avarice. Who are you? Xia Yu emerged from the inferno, his heart aflame with rage. Had it not been for the protection of the spiritual array, he would have faced certain death or grievous injury from the surprise attack of the Firebird Talisman. These 2 old bastards, both of whom were at the Lingzi realm, resorted to such despicable and shameless tactics against a junior. The city lord stepped forward to introduce, Young Master Xia, it is fortunate that you are alive. These 2 elders are the patriarchs of the Xia and Su families, both esteemed practitioners in Liujing City. Esteemed practitioners? Xia Yu scoffed derisively. Xia Yu. Xia Yuanhao barked sternly. If you still consider yourself a member of the Xia family, kneel before me now. Admit your errors and vow loyalty to me and the Xia family, and I may grant you a chance at survival. Xia Yuanhao harbored no resentment towards Xia Yu, recognizing him as a descendant of the Xia family. What he desired was merely the techniques. If Xia Yu obediently complied and surrendered all techniques and legacies, there would be no need to kill him or even cripple his cultivation. Hearing this, Senior Su's expression darkened. If this matter were to come to fruition, what would remain for him? Xia Yuanhao, you did not say such things earlier, he remarked. Brother Su, should we acquire the techniques and combat skills, I shall ensure you receive a copy, Xia Yuanhao promised. That sounds reasonable, Senior Su replied, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. But I wonder what other celestial fortunes he has obtained, such as treasures? Fear not. If there are additional gains, we shall divide them equally, Xia Yuanhao assured. Upon hearing this, Senior Su nodded in satisfaction. Xia Yuanhao then fixed his gaze upon Xia Yu, shouting, wretched descendant, why are you not kneeling? Xia Yu, this is your only opportunity. Do you wish for me to invoke the family law and reclaim the corporeal form bestowed upon you by the Xia family? Dream on. Xia Yu understood the schemes of these 2 old men. The notion of surrendering his techniques and treasures was nothing short of a fantasy. Not only had matters escalated to this point, but even in a more amicable relationship, he would never yield his techniques and treasures. Xia Yu replied calmly. I have long been expelled from the Xia family. My tablet was destroyed, and Xia Yungxiao has publicly declared that I am no longer a member of the Xia family. Everything I have done is unrelated to the Xia family. I am no longer a descendant of the Xia family, and your family law bears no relevance to me. Xia Yuanhao inwardly cursed Xia Yungxiao, then said diplomatically, Xia Yu, all of that can be reversed. Xia Yungxiao's words hold no weight. Here is my proposal. If you surrender all the celestial fortunes you have obtained, I shall make you the head of the Xia family. The bearded patriarch of the Su family interjected, where did you acquire these celestial fortunes, and what items did you obtain? If you hand them over honestly, it may suffice. However, Should you conceal anything, I vow to kill you and your mother, subsequently seizing your souls to refine for 100 years, leaving you in a state of endless suffering, unable to live or die. Xia Yu smiled and remarked, on one side lies the road to the Yellow Springs, and on the other, the path to the Yang Pass. I trust you are a wise individual. The two clan elders were bullying Xia Yu, considering him merely a junior. One lured him with temptations while the other resorted to coercion, pulling him in one direction while pushing him in another. To them, Xia Yu, as a mere novice, should obediently kneel and divulge all the celestial encounters he had experienced, offering them up with both hands. Yet unexpectedly, Xia Yu stood before Yunju, shielding her behind him, and said, "Esteemed seniors, before we proceed, might we first address the matter of your ambush against me?" Both Xia Yu and Elder Su were taken aback. Address? How do we address it? Elder Su inquired. Xia Yu, fully aware of their intentions, sneered, "Those who disrespect their elders and attempt to ambush juniors. Those who wish for my demise must be prepared for their own." Haha, arrogant. Both Xia Yu and Elder Su burst into laughter. Xia Yu sneered. "You wish to court death, don't you?" Elder Su laughed even harder, declaring, "You truly seek your own demise. To think that a mere junior at the 3rd level of Lingquan would dare to wish for our deaths is laughable." After uttering these words, his expression suddenly shifted, and he spat out a single word, "Die?" With a wave of his hand, he unleashed another fiery bird talisman. This time, it was much closer, and the power of the fiery bird talisman was terrifying. Elder Su particularly favored ambush tactics, and with Xia Yu lacking a protective formation, it seemed certain that Xia Yu would perish. Xia Yu's first instinct was to turn and pull Yunju to safety. However, in that fleeting moment, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, bringing forth a wealth of memories regarding the Iron Ruler, originally wielded by the 7th elder of the Su clan. The Iron Ruler had its spiritual energy and memories absorbed by a metallic bottle, which then transferred all this knowledge into Xia Yu's consciousness. Among these memories was a scene depicting a previous owner of the Iron Ruler using it to counter the fiery bird talisman. Yet at this moment, he had no Iron Ruler. This did not deter Xia Yu. He immediately halted his retreat and stood tall with pride. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, and as he focused his thoughts, an immense wave of spiritual energy surged forth. In his chi-si, a vast plain of 100 zhang erupted, the spiritual energy pouring forth in waves, magnificent and majestic. He opened his mouth, and the spiritual energy coalesced into a 7-colored iron ruler. Xia Yu's expression grew serious, his gaze sharp as he pointed forward and uttered a single word, "Big." The 7-colored iron ruler soared forth, charging towards the oncoming fiery bird. The ruler expanded with the wind, instantly growing to 3 zhang in length, resembling a massive iron plate. Just as it was about to collide, the iron plate struck the fiery bird talisman with a resounding clap. Boom! The massive fiery bird was shattered, transforming into thousands of fireballs that were all sent hurtling back, raining down upon Elder Su. Caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events, Elder Su hastily retreated, nearly singeing his white beard with a stray flame. Xia Yu and the city lord Lu also quickly dodged. Meanwhile, Xia Yu's heart soared with joy. Initially believing that the memories gained from the small bottle were of no use, he now realized their potential. This indicated that the memories embedded in these weapons were indeed a treasure trove. Elder Su, your favored combat tactic is ambush, is it not? Xia Yu taunted. At the same time, he gestured with his hand. The iron ruler, formed from spiritual energy, remained intact and shrank back down, spinning gracefully before him. "You little brat. You do possess some skill." Elder Su's eyes glinted with a chilling intent. Simultaneously, Xia Yu spoke in a grave tone. "Xia Yu, you refuse to take the path to survival I offer and insist on resisting to the bitter end. Do you truly believe you can defeat 2 experts at the Lingzi realm?" The city lord Lu moved his lips, employing a form of telepathy to convey to Xia Yu. "Young Master Xia, these 2 are far too powerful. It would be wiser to feign compliance, temporarily preserve your life, and either surrender a portion of your cultivation methods or plead for mercy. Delay until the experts dispatched by the 9th prince arrive, and you may yet remain unharmed." Yet Xia Yu merely smiled coldly. "Lingzi realm, nothing more. These 2 old curmudgeons shall perish." Chapter 41. Brat, return my treasures. After a night of cultivation, Xia Yu advanced to the 3rd level of Lingquan. Not only did he manifest a colossal sword shadow, but he also expanded his foundation to 100 zhang. Feeling invigorated and eager for battle, these 2 old curmudgeons were just in time. Seizing the initiative, he summoned his storage pouch, and the Linghuo sword transformed into a soaring arc, slashing towards Elder Su. It is worth mentioning that his metallic bottle had its own peculiarities. Any weapon belonging to an enemy would automatically drain its spiritual energy. The Linghuo sword had already recognized its master, and resting alongside the metallic bottle, it was unharmed. As the Linghuo sword approached, Elder Su gritted his teeth in anger. This was the inferior spiritual weapon I purchased long ago. Xia Yu, you have gone too far. As he spoke, he expelled a small azure sword, exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate patterns, and crystalline like jade. However, upon its release, it expanded into a 5-foot-long sword, its blade glimmering with a cold light. Elder Su was confident in his weapon, muttering incantations as he formed hand seals. The sword circled around him, appearing quite mystical. When the Linghuo sword transformed into a fiery rainbow and neared him, he sneered dismissively and pointed. Cut. The emerald-long sword darted forth like a nimble serpent, moving at twice the speed of the Linghuo sword. As the Linghuo sword arrived, the emerald sword lay in wait, suddenly transforming into a beam of sword light, striking down. Clang! The Linghuo sword, which had proven effective in Xia Yu's hands, was abruptly severed by the emerald sword, splitting into 2 pieces that fell to the ground, rendered useless. Haha! Elder Su laughed heartily. You little brat, truly unaware of your own insignificance. Xia Yu exclaimed, Elder Su, when you invested heavily in crafting this innate spiritual treasure. Its might is indeed boundless. Today, I have witnessed it firsthand. With a thought, Elder Su summoned the emerald flying sword back, then tossed out another sword-shaped flying spiritual device and stepped onto it. There he hovered in midair, surrounded by a swirling emerald sword light, resembling an immortal. You are doomed. Little brat, Elder Su said coldly. Do you think your meager skills can overcome a Lingzi realm expert? Do not be foolish. Lingzi realm experts wield spiritual treasures while you are armed with mere spiritual weapons. The difference between weapon and treasure is but a single character, yet the disparity in power is vast. Xia Yu shouted, You little brat, kneel down. Although Xia Yu mourned the loss of his Linghuo sword, a glint of greed flickered in his eyes. While these individuals coveted his martial arts techniques, he too coveted Elder Su's spiritual treasure and flying sword. Having traversed to this world at the tender age of 8, and now 15 years later, he had heard countless legends of immortals and longed to soar through the skies on a flying steed, exhaling swords of celestial origin. These sights, spoken of by many, had remained unseen until now. Elder Su was the first true cultivator he had encountered. Elder Su, if you kneel and willingly surrender your spiritual treasures and flying sword, I may spare your wretched life, Xia Yu proposed. Upon hearing this, City Lord Lu nearly fainted. He had initially intended to act as a mediator, to buy time and assist Xia Yu in overcoming this crisis. But to his astonishment, both Elder Su and Xia Yu erupted in laughter, gazing at Xia Yu as though he were a fool. How absurd. An ant remains an ant, Elder Su scolded. Pointing at Xia Yu, you stand on the brink of death, yet dare to covet my innate spiritual treasure? I have never encountered such a fool. Truly, you deserve to die? Xia Yu added, Elder Su, why not use your innate spiritual treasure to slay him? It would be a disgrace to sully your sword. Let me handle this and eliminate this child, so you may claim his soul. Very well, Elder Su nodded. The innate spirit treasure is anything but ordinary. Its creation is arduous, requiring meticulous materials and daily nurturing within one's own body, consuming power with each battle. Should Xia Yu choose to intervene, he would gladly rest. Nizu. Although I have not refined my own innate spirit treasure, I possess several spirit instruments sufficient to take your life, Xia Yu declared, slapping his storage bag, which immediately emitted a brilliant golden light, releasing a resplendent square seal. Upon its emergence, the golden seal soared skyward, reaching the pinnacle of the heavens. Xia Yu pointed with a finger and proclaimed, Big. Instantly, it expanded, transforming into a colossal golden seal, 30 meters in length and width, creating an immense space as it descended upon Xia Yu's head. This was the mid-grade spirit instrument, the Fan Tianyin, belonging to the esteemed Xia Elder. Lord Lu's face turned ashen as he and his companions hastily retreated down the mountain. The gargantuan seal enveloped the mountaintop. If it were to fall, it would not only crush Xia Yu, but also reduce Yun Zhu and others to mere blood and pulp. Nizu perish. Xia Yu's eyes glinted with malice. Despite being a descendant of the Xia family, having lived for centuries dulled his sense of kinship, the death of one Xia Yu meant little to him. Elder Su, soaring on his flying sword, prepared to strike down Xia Yu from any direction he might flee. Sighing, Lord Lu and his followers reached the mountainside. In his estimation, Xia Yu was trapped and doomed. Just then, A dazzling vision caught Lord Lu's attention. He beheld Xia Yu, standing defiantly, his form morphing into a towering silver-long sword, striking toward the heavens with ferocity. This is what the camp commander exclaimed in astonishment. Lord Lu was taken aback, initially suspecting an illusion. He realized others witnessed the immense silver sword light, affirming its authenticity. The sword light appeared and vanished swiftly, soaring into the sky, slicing through the heavens before dissipating entirely, almost as if it were a figment of the imagination. However, the next moment, a thunderous roar resounded as the enormous golden fan Tian-yin split in the sky, crashing down. Was it cleaved by a mere sword strike? Lord Lu and the camp commander were rendered speechless in shock. This was a mid-grade spirit instrument, yet it had been severed by a sword shadow, the cut so smooth, showcasing the blade's sharpness. The fan Tian-yin plummeted to the ground, its vast body reduced to the size of a child's palm upon landing. One piece fell right at Xia Yu's feet. He picked it up, glanced at it, and casually tossed it into his storage bag, standing tall and coldly remarking, "A mid-grade spirit instrument is nothing extraordinary. You wretched beast." Xia Yuanhao was still reeling from disbelief. That was a mid-grade spirit instrument, his most formidable weapon, now utterly destroyed by Xia Yu. Seeking death, Elder Su sneered, convinced that spirit instruments were ultimately inferior, and only his innate spirit treasure could triumph. "Little beast, it seems you possess many tricks. When you become a soul, I will interrogate you thoroughly." Elder Su pointed ominously at Xia Yu, his eyes glistening with murderous intent. "Die!" A resounding boom echoed as the sword light transformed into a vibrant green shadow. Moving faster than the eye could follow, a relentless green beam aimed directly at Xia Yu. "You shall perish for destroying my spirit instrument." Xia Yuanhao growled fiercely. Yet, in that moment, Xia Yu remained unfazed, retrieving his storage bag. Standing proudly, he opened it wide, directing its mouth toward the incoming green sword light. With a sudden snap, Elder Su's prized innate spirit treasure inexplicably lost control, failing to strike Xia Yu, instead diving into the storage bag, never to re-emerge. "What is happening?" Elder Su gaped in disbelief, hastily casting spells to reclaim his innate spirit treasure. However, it proved futile. Moments later, the connection severed, resulting in a backlash of spiritual energy that caused Elder Su to cough up blood. "You insolent wretch, return my treasure." Chapter 42, The Strong Ones of Lingzi, one dead. One escapes. While others could not discern the situation within the storage bag, Xia Yu understood perfectly. At a critical juncture, he employed a metallic vial. Elder Su's hard-earned innate spirit treasure, upon entering the storage bag, was ensnared by the vial, rendered immobile. In a short while, it was drained of its spiritual energy, becoming useless. Xia Yu lamented the loss of such a fine treasure, yet recognized that an innate spirit treasure was different from a spirit instrument. It was specifically crafted for its master, possessing an extraordinary bond akin to a third arm. Its destruction equated to Elder Su losing an arm, and the resulting backlash of spiritual energy left him wounded and bleeding. "Nizu, what treasures lie within your storage bag?" Xia Yuanhao's gaze was a mix of greed and astonishment. He was not foolish. The innate spirit treasure had not simply vanished into the storage bag, but had been claimed by a hidden artifact of Xia Yu's. This young man possessed not only remarkable techniques and combat skills, but also such an enigmatic treasure. Xia Yuanhao contemplated their chances of victory. With Elder Su now wounded, he began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Simultaneously, he received a mental message from Elder Su. "Brother Xia, this fellow is truly sinister. Perhaps we should withdraw for now. I have a senior brother who is a master of the Lingzi sect." Xia Yuanhao felt a stir in his heart. He too had a friend among the loose cultivators, a practitioner of dark arts with equally formidable abilities. Both men began to contemplate retreat. "Nizu, today I shall witness your arrogance." Xia Yuanhao grit his teeth, vowing to spare Xia Yu for the moment. "Wait for it." As he spoke, he slapped his storage bag again, releasing a sword-shaped flying spirit instrument, intending to make his escape. Xia Yu scoffed. "You think to flee so soon? Dream on." After a night of cultivation, he had finally reached the third level of Lingquan and sought to test his abilities against someone. He could not allow them to escape without having truly engaged. "Elder Xia, I owe you a favor. In return, allow me to present you with a blade." With that, Xia Yu stepped forward, resolutely grasping the air. The Demeng Zhan Xianju transformed spiritual energy into a sword. This marked his third use of the technique. This time, his spiritual power was sufficient to conjure not mere strands of sword energy, but a genuine spiritual long sword, albeit still ethereal in form, yet brimming with formidable energy. He advanced a step, his gaze unwavering, as he brought the spirit sword crashing down. As the sword descended, The atmosphere shifted dramatically, spiritual energy surged violently, and the air shimmered with countless sharp sword glimmers, sending chills down spines. Xia Yu paled, sensing the breath of death. How is this possible? He had never imagined that a mere third-level Lingquan cultivator could wield such a sword with such overwhelming force. Having lived for centuries, he was quick to react, immediately slapping his storage bag to summon a small black shield. In the cultivation world, defensive gear is often more precious than weapons, and this small shield was worth as much as the Fan Tianyin. Simultaneously, he unleashed a talisman, activating it with the utmost speed. Instantly, a golden barrier enveloped him, providing protection. The second-grade defensive talisman, Jingguang Fu, was far more valuable than the Huaniao Fu. Xia Yu, fearing for his life, had invested heavily in defensive artifacts, despite lacking the resources to forge his innate spirit treasure. Mizu, I am your ancestor. Bolstered by his protective measures, Xia Yu's courage surged. He bellowed, insolent wretch. Kneel before me and cease your resistance. I shall slay those who seek to kill me. What of ancestors? Xia Yu's pupils contracted with the intensity of a needle's point. At this moment, the Void Nine Swords technique surged within him, bestowing upon him an inexhaustible reservoir of power. He unleashed his most adept sword technique, the Great Dream Slayer of Immortals, entering the dream to sever the immortal. This move was Xia Yu's signature, the most formidable single-target attack among sword techniques, a grand amalgamation of imperial-level cultivation and martial prowess, executed with unparalleled force. In that instant, Xia Yu's body seemed to levitate. Resembling a white-clad god of death suspended in the air, his gaze devoid of emotion, leaving only the sword to dominate the realm. With a decisive strike, Xia Yu felt as though he had slipped into a dream. Time appeared to stretch into eternity as his life flashed before his eyes in vivid scenes. No, this is an illusion, he bellowed, struggling to escape the dreamlike state. Yet, the moment he regained clarity, the sword's brilliance had already reached him. Wherever the sword's light traversed, all was cleaved asunder. This unparalleled strike embodied the true might of an imperial-level technique, far beyond what a cultivator of the minor Thousand Realms could fathom. At the third tier of Lingquan, the sword effortlessly severed the Lingzi realm. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the black shield and the golden barrier protecting Xia Yu were shattered. He could hardly believe that the life-saving equipment he had acquired at great cost was so easily vanquished. These so-called defenses proved utterly ineffective against the Great Dream Slayer of Immortals. Concurrently, Xia Yu's physical form was cleaved in two, blood spraying forth. Xia Yu's strike did not descend directly. Instead, it diagonally bisected Xia Yu, who collapsed to the ground. The flying spiritual artifact he intended to use for escape fell with a thunderous crash. Xia Yu was dead. Heavens! The elder Su of the Su clan was paralyzed with fear upon witnessing this scene. Although he was aware of Xia Yu's sinister reputation, he had not anticipated such overwhelming power in that strike. Fortunately, he stood atop a flying sword and promptly turned to flee. Little did he know that Xia Yu had no intention of sparing him. Allowing these individuals to return alive would only invite more trouble. It was better to eliminate them all to silence their mouths. In that moment, Xia Yu advanced swiftly, reaching out to seize Xia Yu's flying spiritual artifact. His extraordinary mental prowess allowed him to instantly erase the previous consciousness embedded within and replace it with his own. With a deft maneuver, he stood upon the flying sword and controlled it, spiraling through the sky in pursuit of the Elder Su. Witnessing this, the Lord of Lu City and the others were left dumbfounded. What is happening? Is it not said that only those in the Lingzi realm can tread upon swords and traverse rainbows? The general of the wild camp could hardly believe his eyes. The Lord of Lu City marveled, though Xia Yu was merely at the third tier of Lingquan. His mental and spiritual powers had already reached the level of the Lingzi realm. How astonishing! The wild camp general pondered in shock. If Xia Yu were to achieve the Lingzi realm, who could possibly stand against him? Meanwhile, the Elder Su was utterly terrified. He believed that as long as he fled, no one could pursue him, for he was the only one in the vicinity not at the Lingzi level, treading upon his sword, who could catch up with him. He could not have imagined that Xia Yu, at merely the third tier of Lingquan, could also tread upon a sword. He nearly spat blood in disbelief. Is this truly the Lingquan realm? How ferocious! To make matters worse, Xia Yu, fearing for his life, had employed a flying spiritual artifact of superior speed, causing Xia Yu to close the gap rapidly. You little beast, you seek death. The Elder Su exclaimed as he frantically pulled out several Firebird talismans from his storage bag and hurled them backward. Massive Firebirds surged towards Xia Yu. The Elder Su did not expect to kill Xia Yu. He merely sought to buy time for his escape. Yet, Xia Yu let out a cold snort, releasing the spiritual sword from his hand. The seven-colored sword light surged forth like a swift falcon, overtaking the Elder Su in an instant. Boom! A dazzling explosion of spiritual energy erupted in the sky, and the Elder Su's back was shattered, leaving him nearly in pieces. Strangely, as the Elder Su's physical form disintegrated, a radiant orb emerged from his danshin, its surface bearing the visage of the Elder Su himself. A practitioner of the Lingzi realm had already refined their inner Dan. "You little beast, one day I shall take my revenge." The inner Dan of the Elder Su roared defiantly before fleeing. The inner Dan, containing the essence of his cultivation, moved swiftly, far beyond the reach of ordinary flying treasures. Xia Yu's expression darkened, but he quickly sensed something. With no one around, he felt no need for concealment. He produced a metallic vial, uncapped it, and aimed it toward the fleeing inner Dan. "Come back to me." The Elder Su, now aware of the gravity of his situation, realized it was too late. With a pained scream, he was drawn back by an invisible force, crashing directly into the metallic vial. "Young friend Xia Yu, spare me." The Elder Su pleaded, looking up at the vial's exterior, finally grasping the sensation of being trapped in a well. However, the only response was a cold chuckle. The cap was sealed, plunging the interior into darkness. "Spare me. I understand my mistakes." Having captured the Elder Su, Xia Yu descended gracefully on his flying sword. Locating the Elder Su's corpse and retrieving a storage bag along with the flying treasure, he had wielded. After collecting his spoils, he prepared to ascend once more, only to suddenly recall something. Oh no, Xia Yuanhao. He immediately turned his sword back, but it was too late. As it turned out, after Xia Yuanhao's physical form was severed, his inner Dan had hidden within his body and did not escape. Indeed, Xia Yu, lacking experience, had not anticipated the inner Dan's flight and had pursued the Elder Su instead. Only now did Xia Yuanhao's inner Dan emerge, fleeing in panic. The Lord of Lu City watched helplessly, unable to intervene, merely shaking his head in dismay. With Xia Yuanhao's inner Dan escaping, who knew what calamities it might summon? After a brief wait, a streak of light descended from the sky, revealing Xia Yu's figure. Upon witnessing the earlier battle, the Lord of Lu City dared not act aloof and hastened forward, cupping his hands in respect. "Brother Xia Yuanhao's inner Dan has fled." Xia Yu gazed in the indicated direction, but Xia Yuanhao had already vanished without a trace, beyond pursuit. Nevertheless, while Xia Yuanhao's inner Dan had escaped, his storage bag remained. Adding to Xia Yu's loot, he promptly stashed the storage bag away and located the other half of Xia Yuanhao's Tian seal, marking a momentous gain. "Thank you, Senior Lu," Xia Yu expressed with a respectful clasp of his hands. The Lord of Lu City quickly waved his hands, saying, "Brother Xia, there is no need for such politeness. Among cultivators, strength is paramount. Your abilities surpass mine. You are my elder brother. So it is only fitting that I address you as Shixing. How could I be called your senior? It would be an embarrassment to the younger generation." Xia Yu smiled slightly, feeling elated. The world is, in fact, quite simple. It reveres strength. As long as one possesses sufficient power, all shall bow before them. The once lofty and unattainable Lord of Lu City now referred to himself as a junior in Xia Yu's presence, which was rather amusing. After 15 years in this world, Xia Yu finally enjoyed the respect befitting a transmigrator. This was indeed delightful. Xia Yu smiled again, tossing a flying sword to the Lord of Lu City. "This is for you." The flying sword belonged to the Elder Su and was of no use to Xia Yu. Rather than keep it, he preferred to gift it to the Lord of Lu City as a gesture of goodwill, setting aside other considerations. The fact that the Lord had spoken up to protect Yunzhu at a critical moment indicated his trustworthiness. Such a person was worth befriending. "Brother Xia, how can I accept this?" The Lord of Lu City quickly declined. His cultivation was at the 7th tier of Lingquan, still some distance from the Lingzi realm, rendering the flying treasure unusable, yet he understood its value. To his astonishment, Xia Yu offered it freely. He felt a surge of joy internally, though he outwardly appeared modest. "Just accept it," Xia Yu insisted. "I will soon enter seclusion to break through, and I hope you can look after my family." That is indeed true. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Lu City ceased his refusals. Having accepted the benefits from Xia Yu, he resolutely stated, "Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly safeguard your mother. However, do not rush. I have already sent a message to the 9th Prince using the Wanli transmission talisman. He will surely dispatch powerful allies to ensure your safety." "Thank you." Xia Yu expressed his gratitude, yet deep within, he felt unease about relying on others. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and the powerful devour everything. Knowing he possessed martial arts techniques and treasures, who would not be tempted? What could he offer others in return for their protection? Ultimately, it is better to possess one's own strength than to depend on others. I shall speak with my mother briefly before entering seclusion, he declared. Upon Xia Yu's return, Yin Zhu's face lit up with joy. After the explosion caused by the Firebird talisman, she had feared her son had perished in flames. Now, seeing him alive and well, she could not help but shed tears of relief. As for Xia Kai and Hong Qi, their expressions were awkward. Xia Kai could still serve as a steward to protect Yin Zhu, while Hong Qi and his fellow beggars found themselves at a loss. Xia Gongzi, the most perilous times have passed. Our presence may only burden you. We might as well seek alms in the nearby Huangzhou city, Hong Qi suggested. Not so fast, Xia Yu countered. Esteemed friends, you have greatly aided me in a critical moment. It would be an understatement to call it a life-saving grace. Now that the situation has improved, how could I allow you to leave in this manner? Hong Qi sighed. You are all cultivators of high standing, while we are but useless drifters. Haha, look at this, Xia Yu exclaimed, raising a volume of martial arts scriptures. This was a compilation of postnatal and innate cultivation techniques from the Su family, perfectly suited for Xia Kai and Hong Qi. Additionally, he had acquired numerous low-grade elixirs and yuan stones. Here, each of you take one. He produced 3 storage bags, distributing one to Xia Kai, Hong Qi, and Ho San, along with the scriptures and a wealth of elixirs and yuan stones. I will soon enter seclusion, so do not be idle. Go and cultivate. When you have grown stronger, you will be able to assist me. Xia Kai, Hong Qi, and the other beggars were all rewarded, but most importantly, Xia Yu had given them hope for advancement. In this world, who does not aspire to become a cultivator? Who does not dream of soaring through the skies and determining the fates of others? Yet, opportunities are scarce. Xia Kai, as a mere servant, had no access to techniques, elixirs, or yuan stones. After years of serving the Xia family, he had scarcely saved any money, let alone dared to dream of cultivation. As for Hong Qi and the other beggars, merely having enough to eat was a blessing. They had never even considered the path of cultivation. At this moment, Xia Yu was offering them a chance that felt akin to a rebirth. Xia Gongzi, we will surely strive to cultivate diligently, dedicating ourselves to your service. Xia Kai and Hong Qi were moved to tears. They too now had the opportunity to become cultivators. Yin Zhu, observing these individuals, began to harbor expectations. She spoke, I have come to understand. Relying on mountains can lead to their collapse, and depending on others can lead to abandonment. In my lifetime, I have accomplished nothing. All the skills I have learned are in vain. Perhaps I should also pursue the path of cultivation? Xia Yu shook his head. Mother, it is too late for you to begin cultivating now. Although Xia Kai and the others were also late, they possessed some foundational knowledge. Yin Zhu, however, was a complete novice. How could she possibly cultivate? Upon hearing this, Yin Zhu's face turned pale. Yet, Xia Yu continued, once I return, I will help you find some cultivation methods related to the arts you cherish. Those will suit you much better. Such cultivation methods exist? Yin Zhu exclaimed in surprise. The path through music must be there. Xia Yu chuckled. Though uncertain, he had seen enough online discussions about the power of musical attacks, which could rival ordinary martial arts techniques. That will suffice. Yin Zhu felt a flicker of joy within her. She did not wish to be a useless person. Very well, I shall enter seclusion now. Xia Yu's quiet chamber had been destroyed, yet that was of little concern. He had another serene space within a cave on the side of Hanja Mountain. This time, even the Firebird talisman would not be able to reach him. As Xia Yu entered his seclusion, the golden inner core of Xia Yuan House soared through the heavens, descending upon Lujing City. After discerning the direction, the golden inner core plunged down into a courtyard, which belonged to the Xia family. In the Xia family's backyard, the disgraced Xia Yungxiao paced anxiously, troubled not by the great clan elder, but by his own uncertain future. Although he was the head of the Xia family, this branch was not his alone. With his cultivation crippled, he had lost the means to subdue the other members of the Xia family. How could he establish himself now? Master, do not worry too much. The second madam has already sent someone to inform young Master Yang, Steward Xiaofu advised. Regardless, my son is a cultivator of the Yin-Yang sect. With this thought, Xia Yungxiao felt a slight easing of his anxiety. The second madam, seated within, added, my dear husband, rest assured, as long as my Younger is with the Yin-Yang sect, no one can dethrone you as the head of this family. Otherwise, when Younger returns, he will deal with them. That is true. Xia Yungxiao settled down with a sip of tea. Once his own affairs were stabilized, he thought of Xia Yu. This ungrateful child has crippled my cultivation. Were it not for this, how could such a crisis arise? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, rising once more to declare, Why has the great clan elder not returned? I must confront this ungrateful child, as well as that wretched Yunju. As he thought of Yunju, he cursed aloud, yet within, he harbored other intentions. Ever since Yunju had been disfigured years ago, he had grown increasingly disdainful. It had been over 20 years since they had shared any intimacy. Now, seeing her beauty restored, his dormant desires rekindled. The second madam gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "That wretched Xia Yu dares to kill my own brother. He is utterly audacious. I hope the great clan elder will show no mercy and reduce him to fragments." Xia Yunxiao shook his head. He will most likely be captured alive. After all, he possesses formidable martial arts techniques. The great clan elder will need to capture him to extract the secrets of those techniques. Capturing him alive is even better. We shall make sure to torment him. The second madam declared viciously. As they discussed Xia Yu with gritted teeth, a flash of golden light suddenly entered the study. The three were taken aback upon seeing the golden light. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a small golden inner core the size of a child's fist, imprinted with the visage of an elderly face. "Yungxiao, do not panic. It is I," the golden inner core spoke. Xia Yungxiao recognized the face on the inner core and was immediately struck with shock. "Great clan elder? How could you have transformed into such a form?" The second madam and steward Xia Fu were equally astonished, failing to comprehend how such a powerful clan elder could have become a mere ball. "Alas, I underestimated him. I never anticipated that Xia Yu would possess such extraordinary abilities," the great clan elder lamented. "What?" The three from the Xia family were left speechless. "How could this be?" Xia Yungxiao exclaimed in disbelief. "Great clan elder, did you fall to that ungrateful child? Has your physical body been destroyed?" By the heavens! Their shock was palpable. In their minds, the ancestral figure was an unbeatable presence in Lujing City, a powerful being in the Lingzi realm, capable of traversing the skies and killing without a trace. And yet, this was the outcome? The second madam, who had just been contemplating tormenting Xia Yu, now wore a face of incredulity. Xia Yuanhao continued, "Originally, I intended to seek my friend directly, but I was concerned for the situation at home. Which is why I came to warn you. That ungrateful child possesses remarkable strength. Do not underestimate him. Even I, along with the elder from the Su family, could not contend with him. You must not provoke him again." "The elder from the Su family? You mean the great clan elder of the Su family?" Xia Yungxiao was once more astonished. "Indeed," Xia Yuanhao affirmed. "When my physical body was severed, Xia Yu pursued the elder from the Su family. I am uncertain of the outcome, but I sense that the elder from the Su family may be in grave danger." "What?" Xia Yungxiao collapsed into his chair, utterly shocked. He never anticipated that Xia Yu possessed such remarkable abilities. Two practitioners at the Lingzi realm collaborating could not overpower Xia Yu. This was utterly absurd. A profound sense of regret surged within him. It had only been 3 days since Xia Yu's awakening, yet so much had transpired in that brief span. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently. However, it was too late to dwell on the past now. Xia Yuanhao instructed, "I will seek out my friend for assistance. In the meantime, you must help me with certain tasks at home." "Your command, ancestor," Xia Yungxiao replied, quickly gathering his focus. Xia Yuanhao continued, "My friend is not easily persuaded without some incentive. It is futile to merely speak. You must arrange for funds to exchange for spirit stones while he is on his way. Sell whatever assets you can. I need spirit stones. Prepare a welcoming gift for him upon his arrival. I will exert every effort." Xia Yungxiao gritted his teeth. As long as he could exact revenge and eliminate that ungrateful Xia Yu, what did it matter if he sacrificed some external possessions? "Now, I must take my leave," Xia Yuanhao concluded, unwilling to linger. He feared Xia Yu would pursue him, hastily departing to find his nefarious ally, convinced that only such a dubious associate could contend with the malevolent Xia Yu. Once Xia Yuanhao left, an eerie silence enveloped the study. Xia Yungxiao and the second madam were still processing the shocking news that two practitioners at the Lingzi realm were no match for Xia Yu. This revelation left them reeling. "That little monster," the second madam finally exclaimed. "It seems notifying Younger was the right decision." Xia Yungxiao countered, "But Younger is not yet at the Lingzi realm. He cannot confront that ungrateful wretch." The second madam scoffed. "Younger may not be able to defeat the little monster, but as a disciple of the sect, he is incomparable to a wandering cultivator. Moreover, he has seen your brothers and sisters, and if necessary, a master and grandmaster. Xia Yu, that little monster, shall certainly meet his demise." "You make a valid point," Xia Yungxiao sighed in relief. He promptly instructed the steward, Xia Fu, "You must immediately inform all branches to compile a detailed list of the Xia family's valuable possessions and properties. then sell everything to exchange for spirit stones. Understood, Xia Yu replied, exiting the study. The elderly Xia Yu walked some distance before glancing back at the study, a flicker of unease flashing in his eyes. It appeared that the Xia family was on the brink of ruin, and he mused, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Xia Yu ambled away, deep in thought. Similarly, the other prominent family in the city, the Su family, was in disarray, their morale shattered. The death of the Su family patriarch was akin to the breaking of a stabilizing anchor, plunging the entire clan into chaos. The remaining elders, aware they could not withstand the threat, had no choice but to seek help. The patriarch had once been an outer disciple of the Lingzi sect, and over the years had maintained some connections. Thus, it was only natural for them to appeal to the sect for assistance. They set out immediately to the Lingzi sect, seeking aid. Meanwhile, the other families in the city fell silent, as they lacked connections to powerful sects and could only act with trepidation, refraining from any reckless actions. In contrast, the common folk relished the unfolding events, as they had not incurred Xia Yu's wrath. They reveled in the misfortunes befalling the four great families, momentarily elevating Xia Yu to the status of a celestial being, believed to be purging the world of injustice. Some even set up altars at home, praying that Xia Yu would rob the rich and aid the poor, eradicating the oppressive four families entirely. Meanwhile, a hidden faction of assassins, the Finjiu Tower, was equally astonished by the news. Initially, they had intended to act against Xia Yu, but lacking any practitioners at the Lingzi realm, they were still mobilizing their forces. Upon receiving the alarming news, Finjiu Tower momentarily quieted, likely preparing for a more comprehensive strategy. A storm was brewing, yet Lujing City remained unusually tranquil. At this moment, atop Hanja Mountain, through the narrow mountain caves, countless pits dug over the years resembled ant nests, leading deep into the heart of the mountain. At the end of one such passage, there lay a square meditation chamber, a hidden chamber prepared by Xia Yu long ago. Within this chamber, a shimmering array enveloped a figure clad in white, as Xia Yu sat cross-legged. He did not rush into cultivation, but instead retrieved a small metallic vial. The patterns on the vial's exterior now bore an additional leaf, a feature that had not existed before. Previously adorned with cloud-like motifs and resembling branches, it had sprouted several small buds, and now a leaf had emerged. What could this vial possibly be? Was it capable of branching out, flowering, and eventually transforming into a tree? Xia Yu found it utterly perplexing. Nonetheless, this leaf must possess significance. As before, he pressed his finger against it, instantly inundated with a torrent of information. It was astonishing. Chapter 45, The Black Token, A Spoils of War. Light rain fell softly as a youthful figure dashed along the bluestone path. Despite the dismal weather, the boy's spirits soared. Father, mother, he burst through the door, exclaiming joyfully. I passed. The cultivators of the Lingzi sect said I have the aptitude for cultivation. I truly passed. Yet, what awaited him was not the jubilant faces of his parents, but two lifeless bodies sprawled in the courtyard. Father, mother. The boy's parents were tailors in Lujing City, and their family had once been harmonious. Unfortunately, his father had been lured into a gambling den, succumbing to addiction and accruing a significant debt. Today, the merciless creditor had come demanding repayment, and when the family could not produce the money, threats ensued. One of the creditor's henchmen had struck too forcefully, instantly killing the boy's mother, while his father, overwhelmed with regret, fainted on the spot. The boy, who had just passed the assessment to enter the cultivation sect, should have been celebrating, but calamity had befallen his home. After his mother's tragic death, his father eventually regained consciousness. But the boy's heart was filled with hatred. Hatred for the villain who had slain his mother and hatred for his father, whose gambling addiction had led to this disaster. Days later, he accompanied a senior cultivator to the Lingzi sect, becoming an outer disciple and embarking on the path of cultivation. However, this journey proved arduous. Those of exceptional talent were selected for the inner sect, becoming exalted inner disciples, while those deemed lacking were dismissed, stripped of their outer disciple status, and sent home. The boy's aptitude was mediocre, yet he understood that he was homeless. He had no choice but to strive diligently. He fought tirelessly, refusing to succumb. Despite his efforts, his abilities could not secure him a place in the inner sect, and after a decade at the Lingzi sect, he still had not donned the robes of an inner disciple. Fortunately, during those 10 years, he managed to cultivate relationships with various sect officials. When they urged him to return home, one official suggested he become affiliated with an outer family of the sect. These cultivation sects had myriad outer families that provided materials to the sect and assisted in discovering promising cultivators, all while receiving the sect's protection. However, the boy rejected this idea. he had been without a home for too long to consider joining an outer family. Thus, he became a wandering cultivator, drifting through the world. He traversed many places, committing both good deeds and misdeeds, taking lives and saving others, and at one point, nearly becoming cannon fodder for a mere 2 spirit stones. Yet he also stumbled upon some minor fortunes. Over a century, he roamed the great Zhou Empire, serving many, yet remained a solitary drifter. Eventually, he came to a realization: he would no longer run. He returned to his birthplace, Lujing City. His father had long since passed away, and the villain who had killed his mother had died many years ago. Now, he could find no one to exact his vengeance upon. Although his memories of the city were not particularly pleasant, the city nevertheless welcomed him warmly. Several prestigious families sought to marry their daughters to him. For cultivators held a lofty status in this world, even if one were merely a wandering practitioner. Thus, he chose to stay and wed the daughter of the Huang family. However, unwilling to remain subordinate to others, he established his own lineage, leading to the emergence of a new family, the Su family. Through a combination of annexation and procreation, the Su family flourished, becoming increasingly prosperous. Centuries passed, and the Su family's influence ascended to the pinnacle of Lujing City, surpassing even the once mighty Huang family. As the youth gradually transitioned into old age, he found himself nearing death. At this juncture, an old acquaintance, a wandering practitioner, sought him out with news. A shipment of treasures intended for the grand birthday celebration of the Daizhou's Taizheng Emperor was to pass through a nearby city, prompting a gathering of wandering practitioners eager to seize the opportunity. Such endeavors were commonplace among wandering practitioners. Without cultivation resources, how else could one survive? Faced with his impending demise, he felt compelled to take a risk. One fateful night, a group of wandering practitioners ambushed the convoy of the treasure pavilion, resulting in the deaths of numerous guards and soldiers of the Daizhou dynasty, and they made off with a trove of treasures. This incident had far-reaching consequences. The Daizhou dynasty would not let it slide, and the influence of the treasure pavilion eclipsed that of the dynasty itself. Chaos ensued, and many wandering practitioners were inexplicably slaughtered. Remarkably, the youth managed to evade this catastrophe. After the turmoil subsided, he finally acquired precious elixirs that enabled him to break through to the Lingzi realm, thus extending his lifespan significantly. As time progressed, he aged further, and the treasures he had acquired dwindled, leaving him with only an ancient black token. He believed it to be a valuable artifact, yet despite years of study, he could not discern its significance and dared not show it to others. Throughout these years, his seclusion was not dedicated to breakthroughs in cultivation, but rather to unraveling the mysteries of this token. One day, a descendant came to him, revealing that a young man named Xia Yu had slain several of his family's elders deep within the hidden chambers of Hanja Mountain. Xia Yu slowly withdrew his fingers from the metallic vial, as if having witnessed a film. The leaves upon the vial revealed the entirety of Su's elder's life. Every deed he undertook, every cultivation technique he practiced, and every soul he took were laid bare. A lifetime of several hundred years passed in the blink of an eye. After absorbing the elder Su's life story, Xia Yu found himself deeply contemplative, especially regarding the elder's insights into various cultivation techniques and the process of breaking into the Lingzi realm, as well as the crafting of his innate spiritual treasure. It felt as if these experiences had unfolded within Xia Yu himself. This was a form of learning. The elder Su's experiences, his hardships, and the martial skills he acquired were all etched into Xia Yu's mind. He had not anticipated the vial possessed such a remarkable function. Upon reopening the vial, he discovered that the elder Su's inner Dan had vanished. Clearly, all the power contained within it had been absorbed and transformed into sustenance, allowing a leaf to flourish. What could this vial be? Xia Yu's curiosity about the metallic container deepened. It not only absorbed the spiritual energy of weapons, but also the inner Dan of living practitioners, which was indeed alarming. With thoughts that led to no conclusions, Xia Yu ceased his musings and began to organize the storage bags belonging to both the elder Su and Xia Yu and Hao. Clearly, the elder Su had once pilfered royal tributes and was quite wealthy. He still possessed over a dozen Firebird talismans, along with various tomes, rare materials, and elixirs. In addition, the elder Su had accumulated 8,000 spirit stones, a staggering sum for Xia Yu, who had struggled to acquire even a single spirit stone just 2 days prior. Now, he found himself with considerable wealth. In a world where strength reigns supreme, Xia Yu gained a clearer understanding of its rules. Finally, he discovered the black token. It was neither metal nor iron, crafted from an unknown material, and felt heavy in his hand, devoid of any inscriptions on either side. Yet, like the elder Su, Xia Yu recognized its value. The elder Su had sensed its worth through his wandering practitioner experience, while Xia Yu inferred its significance through the metallic vial. Upon grasping the token, the vial emitted an overwhelming aura of hunger, as if a fierce beast had spotted a delectable rabbit. The vial had exhibited a similar aura towards other treasures, but none so intense. Thus, Xia Yu concluded that this token was indeed a valuable item. Naturally, such a treasure should not be squandered by the vial, prompting Xia Yu to prepare 2 storage bags, one designated for the vial and other lesser items, and the other for what he deemed valuable. After sorting through these possessions, he began to examine Xia Yuanhao's storage bag. In comparison, Xia Yuanhao's resources were meager. Xia Yu found only a few hundred spirit stones, yet he also discovered quicksilver ore, rare materials, and spirit iron. It appeared that Xia Yuanhao had been collecting funds to forge his own innate spiritual treasure, having spent his money on materials. Eventually, Xia Yu unearthed a verdant object, square in shape and reminiscent of a green mahjong tile. Was this a jade tablet? This was Xia Yu's first encounter with such a green artifact. However, by conjecture, he recognized it as the legendary jade tablet, intended for recording cultivation techniques. Generally, lower-tier techniques were documented in books or scrolls, as practitioners of lesser rank lacked the spiritual power to utilize jade tablets. Only higher-level techniques warranted the use of jade tablets for documentation. Xia Yu picked up the jade tablet, furrowing his brow as he attempted to infuse a modicum of spiritual power into it. To his astonishment, a myriad of texts and images flooded his mind. The innate sword array. Xia Yu examined it closely, astonished. No wonder Xia Yuanhao, upon entering the Lingzi realm, had yet to forge his innate spiritual treasure. He aspired to create a sword array. A sword array, by definition, comprises more than a single sword. Xia Yu noted that this innate sword array offered options in 3 sizes. The small array consisted of 12 spiritual swords, the medium array comprised 36, and the large array featured 72 spiritual swords. Imagining the might unleashed in battle by summoning 72 spiritual swords was indeed formidable. Even 12 would be quite intimidating. Observing Xia Yuanhao's collection of materials, it seemed he sought to forge a small sword array, yet alas, he had gathered nearly all the materials, only to meet his demise. This stirred something within Xia Yu. He recalled witnessing the elder Su unleash his innate spiritual treasure with remarkable power. His Linghuo sword had been severed in an instant. If 12 spiritual swords were unleashed, their power would be nothing to underestimate. However, despite his aspirations, Xia Yu realized he could not yet embark on this endeavor. The forging of innate spiritual treasures required one to reach the Lingzi realm, for only upon attaining this level could practitioners cultivate their inner Dan, which provided the requisite power to activate innate treasures. Contemplating this, Xia Yu's brow furrowed in concern. The Sikong Jiu Jing he practiced did not mention the cultivation of the inner Dan, clearly indicating a divergence from the methods of others. He resolved that upon his next dream visit, he would need to inquire with his enchanting master for clarity. After organizing his spoils, Xia Yu discarded useless weapons and remnants, offering them to the metallic vial. The vial immediately acted like a magnet, drawing these items in, absorbing their spiritual energy, and rendering them mundane. However, Xia Yu harbored one lingering question. This vial seemed to favor the weapons used by practitioners and their inner dawn, yet it displayed little interest in ores or spirit stones. When he placed a spirit stone on the surface of the metallic vial, it remained unaffected. It is evident that the metallic bottle harbors an aversion to the spirit stones. Curiously, despite its distaste, the power contained within the spirit stones is gradually absorbed, transforming within the vessel into a spirit liquid. Xia Yu harbors a hypothesis. The bottle and the intricate patterns adorning its surface belong to 2 distinct systems. The bottle itself possesses an innate ability to absorb anything placed in an appropriate environment, having resided amidst the debris of abandoned ores for 8 years, resulting in a full bottle of spirit liquid, yet the surface patterns remain unchanged. Conversely, the patterns on the bottle's exterior seem to favor objects imbued with human memory and insight, such as weapons utilized by cultivators, tokens they carry, or even the inner elixirs of practitioners. What is the essence of this bottle? What will the surface patterns eventually evolve into? Xia Yu is filled with anticipation. After examining these enigmas, Xia Yu embarked on his cultivation journey. Sitting cross-legged, he commenced refining the spiritual energy present in the air. In the blink of an eye, 3 days elapsed, and he suddenly opened his eyes. This method of cultivation is exceedingly slow, far too slow. The Void 9 Sword scripture is, after all, the pinnacle of cultivation techniques in the vast universe, demanding an astounding amount of spiritual energy, ideally practiced within sacred sites of the Grand Realms. However, he currently finds himself in a minor world, in a mining area devoid of any spiritual aura, with the environment drastically different. Even if he were to meditate here for a century, elevating to even a minor realm would prove exceedingly difficult. He must resort to utilizing the bottle. At this moment, Xia Yu comprehends the expression of anticipation mixed with disappointment that his beautiful master exhibited when imparting the cultivation technique. It is because she knew that, regardless of his relentless efforts, success would be elusive. The environment is insufficient, the conditions inadequate, and his own aptitude falls short. Achieving mastery of the Void Nine-Sword Scripture in this lifetime appears exceedingly challenging. However, he is fortunate to possess a small bottle. Without hesitation, he poured out all his spirit stones, forming a small mound, and placed the metallic bottle amidst them. This time, he opened the lid, eager to witness the emergence of the spirit liquid. Before long, droplets began to appear on the inner walls of the bottle. Clearly, after absorbing such a myriad of chaotic substances, the bottle's rate of spirit liquid production had significantly accelerated. After a little over an hour, a small amount of spirit liquid had already accumulated at the bottom of the bottle. Xia Yu lifted the bottle and took a sip. This time, the sensation was notably different. Previously, the liquid within the bottle had burned fiercely upon consumption, causing immense agony. Yet now, it tasted far more palatable, with a subtle sweetness lingering within. The primary reason for this improvement is the purity of the spirit stones. The liquid within the bottle now consists solely of pure spiritual energy, whereas the previous liquid had been saturated with excessive metal elements. While the spirit liquid has become more enjoyable, it is not what Xia Yu desires. He currently requires liquid imbued with metal attributes to refine the true steel sword. Without these metal properties, the absorbed spiritual energy can only expand his foundation but cannot enhance his cultivation. Solely relying on spirit stones is insufficient. He stored away both the bottle and the stones, then rose to exit his secluded space. The underground mine resembles a labyrinth. Clad in white, Xia Yu ventured deeper into the mine. At this moment, the mine was inactive, devoid of workers. However, he was intimately familiar with this place and did not require guidance. Heading straight towards the deepest section of the mine, after a considerable distance, he arrived at an abandoned pit marked with a sign warning of danger and prohibiting entry from mining. 8 years had passed, and it remained just as he remembered. Xia Yu's countenance brightened. This location had been excavated during his tenure overseeing the mine, initially uncovering water, then revealing a mineral lake surrounded by high-quality ores. Strangely, miners had perished one after another, leading to rumors of ghosts, though none had ever been seen. Subsequently, Xia Yu had reported this to Xia Yu, who had inspected the site and ordered a sign to be posted, sealing the entrance to prevent further mining. Xia Yu patted his storage bag, summoning a low-grade spirit sword to his hand, unleashing its light to cleave through the obstructing stones and wooden stakes, revealing an entrance. The entrance was shrouded in darkness. Yet as a cultivator, Xia Yu's vision surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to crouch and enter. With a splash, he noted a shadow darting into the water. Various mountain-dwelling spirit beasts are common within this mine, so it was no cause for alarm. He waved his hand, releasing a mining lamp, igniting the oil, which illuminated the entire space. Before him lay an underground cavern, featuring a mineral lake with crystal-clear waters, yet the surface shimmered with a metallic sheen. This indicated a substantial concentration of metals in the lake, aligning perfectly with Xia Yu's objectives. Surrounding the cavern were abundant high-quality iron ores, reflecting a myriad of colors under the lamp's light. Xia Yu set down the lamp and took a few steps within the cavern. He found the mineral lake more favorable. Although the ores within the rocks contained greater metal attributes, the small bottle absorbed at a slower rate. It would be more efficient to place the small bottle in the mineral lake, where absorption would occur at a faster pace. After circling the lake, he soon identified a suitable spot. The shoreline was littered with spirit iron ores, and the metallic hue of the lake's surface was particularly pronounced. He retrieved the small bottle and submerged it in the lake's waters. What followed was a lengthy period of anticipation. However, Xia Yu did not remain idle. He recalled many minor spells from the memories of the Elder Su. As a cultivator, mastering spells is fundamental, yet Xia Yu had yet to learn many of them. In the dimly lit underground cavern, the figure clad in white made a sudden movement as Xia Yu executed a hand gesture to cast a spell. Instantly, a ball of fire materialized from his palm, hurtling forward and illuminating the cavern as it struck the colorful walls. The explosion of the fireball blazed for a moment before gradually dimming. Shortly thereafter, Xia Yu waved his hand again, conjuring a water-blue ice arrow that shot forth. striking the opposite wall and bursting into a flurry of ice crystals. The wall was adorned with a fresh layer of transparent frost. Thus, he mused, this is indeed intriguing. Xia Yu's eyes sparkled with satisfaction at his newfound knowledge. Typically, cultivators entering the spiritual spring realm first learn elemental spells, transforming spiritual energy into forms of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to create offensive techniques, including fireball and ice arrow spells, as well as water condensation and earth spear techniques. As their spiritual energy strengthens, they may even unleash more powerful spells such as Firebird and Ice Arrow Rain at will. The potency of the Firebird technique is comparable to that of the Firebird Talisman. However, in practical combat, cultivators prefer using the Firebird Talisman over the spell, as replenishing their internal spiritual energy requires time. To avoid fatigue during battle, utilizing the talisman is the more prudent choice. Though Xia Yu currently stands at the 3rd level of the spiritual spring realm, his spiritual energy is abundant, allowing him to cast the Firebird technique without difficulty. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, during which he had effectively mastered these lower-tier techniques. Among them, the most crucial spell is the object manipulation technique. Whether controlling a spirit sword for attack or guiding a flying sword beneath his feet, mastery of object manipulation is paramount. Fortunately, Xia Yu had previously learned a more advanced object manipulation technique in his dreams from his beautiful master, requiring minimal practice. Having completed these tasks, he gazed down at the metallic bottle submerged in the nearby water. Through the crystal-clear surface, the bottle appeared unchanged. Yet, he sensed something within. Reaching into the water, he retrieved the bottle and opened the lid, his expression shifting to one of delight. To his astonishment, the bottle contained already 1/3 of the spirit liquid. To comprehend the journey of the bottle, one must note that it was initially placed among the waste ores, taking a full 8 years to absorb a single vial of spiritual essence. Remarkably, this time, it managed to contain 1/3 of a vial in merely 3 days. Xia Yu surmised that this accelerated absorption was not solely due to the liquid's inherent properties, but also because the bottle had undergone an upgrade. Although no explicit indications were provided, he could sense that the bottle had grown significantly stronger, leading to a manifold increase in its refining and absorption speed. Whether this enhancement stemmed from the sheer volume of substances consumed or was a reflection of Xia Yu's own cultivation progress remained uncertain. Choosing not to dwell on the ambiguity, Xia Yu took a hearty sip of the spiritual essence before placing the bottle aside. He then unfolded a meditation mat, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced his practice of the Void 9-sword canon, honing the true steel sword to elevate his cultivation. As he immersed himself in his training, from the crystalline depths of the water, a pair of enormous eyes flickered with an unusual brilliance. Days slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, with a splashing sound, a dark entity emerged from the water's depths, crawling ashore. Time flew by as swiftly as a fleeting shadow. In recent days, Lujing City experienced several snowfalls. The snow grew heavier, and the chill intensified, heralding the arrival of the coldest season of the year. Snow blanketed the mountains, rendering the earth frigid. However, in the eyes of the city lord, this was not entirely a misfortune. The relentless storm and biting cold would inevitably delay even the most formidable cultivators, providing Xia Yu with a precious respite should any ill intentions arise against him. During these days, the city lord resided at Hanja Mountain, where the wild camp soldiers had constructed a rudimentary palace. Not only did he occupy it himself, but he also welcomed Yun Zhu and Xia Kai, along with others, into his company. Witnessing Xia Yu's burgeoning strength, the city lord genuinely sought to befriend him, casting aside any murderous thoughts of seizing his treasures. He treated Yun Zhu and the others with exceptional warmth. However, a source of concern for the city lord was the absence of formidable reinforcements dispatched from the capital, a matter that weighed heavily on his mind. Meanwhile, Xia Kai and his companions thrived during this period. Xia Kai, possessing innate cultivation capabilities, had long abandoned aspirations of advancement due to his mediocre aptitude. Yet, unexpectedly, Xia Yu provided him with yuan stones, cultivation methods, and elixirs, most importantly, instilled in him a renewed sense of confidence. If the young master, who had been in a coma for 8 years, could soar to great heights, then why could he not achieve something remarkable? Thus, Xia Kai diligently secluded himself in training. He progressed through the realms of innate 2nd layer, 3rd layer, and 4th layer. With the continuous supply of power from the yuan stones and the nourishment from the elixirs, his cultivation surged impressively, leaving him astonished by his own advancement. Now, with his newfound strength, he stood as a notable figure in Lujing City, comparable to many heads of minor clans. Should he wish to establish a family, Returning to Lujing City would surely attract numerous suitors eager to invest in him or even marry off their daughters. Yet, he did not wish to halt his progress there. He understood he possessed untapped potential, and only by following the young master could he envision a grander future. Xia Yu had become his idol. The prospect of marrying seemed trivial in comparison. After all, women would merely hinder his swiftness in drawing his sword. Simultaneously, the progress of Hong Qi and the others accelerated even further. These beggars, once destitute and reduced to begging on the streets, now cherished their newfound lives after enduring hardship. Residing within the palace, engaging in discourse with the city lord each day felt akin to paradise. They tirelessly practiced, striving to keep pace with Xia Kai. On yet another day, as snow sealed the mountains and the sky appeared overcast, daylight resembled twilight, with feathers of snow swirling about. The city lord stood within the opulent palace, gazing out at the vast expanse of snow, his brow furrowed with concern. If he was not mistaken, this was the most significant snowfall of the year. The temperature had reached its frigid peak. The city lord murmured to himself, the general of the wild camp. Aware of his worries, lamented that indeed, after this snowfall, temperatures would begin to rise, signaling the end of the coldest season and heralding the approach of spring. With the harshest period behind them, various factions would inevitably stir into action, and once the snow ceased, it was likely that visitors would soon arrive. At that time, Hanja Mountain would again be subjected to a baptism of blood. He hoped that reinforcements from the capital would arrive promptly. With a sigh, the city lord withdrew his gaze. Since the defeat of the Su clan elder and Xia Yu and Hao, he had lost control of the situation. And the next contenders would likely be powerful figures at least of the Lingzi realm. No matter how swiftly Xia Yu cultivated, he could not match those formidable beings. His only hope lay with the reinforcements from the capital. The general of the wild camp jested that perhaps by that day, Xia Yu's prowess would have grown even greater. Although he spoke in jest, each of Xia Yu's advancements had consistently caught others off guard. The city lord shook his head, lamenting the shift in circumstances. The conflicts had once been confined to Lujing City, where the strongest only reached the Lingzi first layer. Now, however, the cultivation sects were poised to intervene. The general's expression grew grave. If the sects truly became involved, the stakes would rise dramatically, and one could only speculate what level of strength might emerge. Young Master Xia, this time, it seems, you are genuinely in trouble, the general sighed helplessly. To still hold faith in Xia Yu at this juncture seemed rather foolish. With the sect's involvement, it remained uncertain whether Xia Yu could weather the storm, and he fervently hoped that those sent from the capital would arrive in time. Chapter 48, The Golden Devourer. The essence of spirit iron mine. In the underground cavern, the mine lamps had long extinguished, leaving the space shrouded in darkness. Illuminated only by the sporadic glimmers of certain ores along the walls. A figure clad in white sat cross-legged, due to the depths of the cavern. He had not employed any defensive formations. This lack of defense unwittingly presented an opportunity for certain entities. A shadow, dark as coal, emerged cautiously from the water, inching closer. The sound of drooling echoed in the dimness. Having tasted blood 8 years prior, it had developed a fondness for that flavor, but since then, it had not encountered such a feast. Today, it once again caught the whiff of meat. Instinctively sensing a threat from this human presence, it refrained from immediate attack. Waiting until the figure was fully engrossed in meditation before it finally crawled out. With utmost caution, it paused, extending its long tongue to taste the saliva that had escaped its mouth. Then, with a fierce glare, it opened its cavernous maw and lunged forward. Just as its enormous jaws were about to clamp down on the man's head, the white-clad figure sprang up. Brandishing a spiritual sword that had appeared in his hand unbeknownst to him, its light shimmering like the moon, and with a single stroke, he cleaved downwards. Xia Yu had long sensed he was being watched, though uncertainty had compelled him to employ a tactic to lure the enemy. One must question, in a cave that had previously witnessed tragedy, how could he practice without setting up a formation? Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying. As Xia Yu's spiritual sword struck against a hard object, sending the dark figure hurtling backward. What could possibly be so resilient? Xia Yu stared in curiosity. The entity he had sent flying was a creature covered in scales, resembling a pangolin, yet its mouth was akin to that of a crocodile, filled with sharp teeth and dripping saliva. The Golden Devourer. Xia Yu recognized it. The Golden Devourer is a common spiritual beast found within the caverns, known for its penchant for consuming various scattered ores. However, this particular Golden Devourer was distinctly different. Not only was it larger in size, but the surface of its scales reflected a dazzling array of colors, as if forged from metal, resembling a metallic monstrosity. Upon the discovery of the monster, It glared menacingly at Xia Yu. The previous strike had inflicted no harm, emboldening it significantly. With a deep growl emanating from its throat, it suddenly propelled itself forward with its stout hind legs, lunging once more at Xia Yu. The clash of sword light erupted in a series of sparks, leaving Xia Yu astonished. The creature's scales resembled the finest quality of spirit iron, rendering his spirit sword utterly ineffective. Attempts to strike its head, abdomen, back, and tail revealed no weaknesses. Its scales were even harder than ore. What could the Tunjin Shou have endured to become so resilient? The standoff persisted for an indeterminate duration, with neither party able to gain the upper hand. Xia Yu found himself in an awkward position. He had slain formidable opponents in the Lingxi realm, yet this beast proved unyielding. It was akin to a lump of iron, devoid of vulnerabilities. Eventually, fatigue overtook the creature, which cast a malevolent glance at Xia Yu before plunging beneath the water's surface with a splash. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Xia Yu began to set up an array. Shortly thereafter, a simple spirit cultivation formation emerged. Upon placing spirit stones within, the array illuminated, casting a 7-colored mist that brightened the cave. With a swift gesture, he retrieved a jade tablet from his storage bag, scrutinizing it closely before extracting various materials. This was the formation Xia Yuan Hao had prepared for crafting his life sword. With materials assembled, and despite his lack of experience in weapon forging, the jade tablet provided detailed instructions, allowing him to proceed step by step. However, the process proved challenging. Xia Yuan Hao had prepared enough materials for 15 attempts, likely aiming to forge 12 flying swords. Yet Xia Yu squandered 5 sets in his initial efforts. Fortunately, the 6th attempt succeeded, resulting in a small sword no larger than half a palm, gleaming with brilliance and exceptional sharpness. Although it fell short of the jade tablet specifications, it exhibited preliminary characteristics of a spirit treasure. The sensation of holding a spirit treasure was indeed distinct from that of a spirit weapon. A spirit weapon felt merely like a sword in hand, requiring significant mental exertion upon release. Conversely, a spirit treasure felt like an extension of oneself, responding to one's will effortlessly. Delighted, Xia Yu inhaled sharply, causing the small spirit sword to be drawn into his mouth, where it resided in a designated area known as the sword pouch, a place for storing and nurturing spirit treasures. While nurturing the spirit treasure, he continued to forge. After succeeding for the first time, he discovered certain techniques, managing to forge 2 additional swords, which he also consumed. Consequently, he possessed 3 spirit treasure flying swords. Despite having a few materials left, Xia Yu recognized that time was of the essence. He could not afford to delay his cultivation for the sake of this beast. Closing the array, he emerged from the water. Below, the Tunjin Shou had been monitoring him closely. It witnessed Xia Yu retrieve a spirit talisman from his storage bag and, with a flick of his wrist, activated it, creating a protective barrier around him. This talisman, found within the storage of Elder Su, was a water-evading talisman. Upon activation, he stepped into the mineral lake, and the water parted before him. Xia Yu descended, encased in a protective bubble formed by the talisman, impervious to the water's grasp. Soon, he discovered a profound cave, presumably the lair of the Tunjin Shou. The creature, lurking within, observed him before launching an aggressive attack. With a splash, the Tunjin Shou opened its massive jaws wide. This time, Xia Yu did not rely on his spirit sword. Instead, he engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Despite his strength, he was quickly overpowered and pinned to the lake bed. The creature's gaping maw descended towards his head, its teeth glinting menacingly. In that moment, however, it caught sight of the cold smirk upon Xia Yu's face. With a sudden exhale, a brilliant light erupted from Xia Yu's mouth, followed by 2 more beams of light. 3 miniature sword lights penetrated the Tunjin Shou's mouth. With a fierce expression, Xia Yu willed the 3 spirit treasure flying swords to expand, causing them to spiral violently. The Tunjin Shou, in agony, relinquished its hold on him and fled into its lair. Though impervious externally, its internal organs were not as resilient. The 3 spirit treasure flying swords wreaked havoc within, slicing through its innards like a meat grinder. Xia Yu followed into the cave. To his surprise, this cavern was exceptionally deep. After descending for some time, he finally reached the bottom. The Tunjin Shou lay lifeless on the lake bed, surrounded by the remnants of its own flesh and blood. Approaching, Xia Yu opened his mouth, and the 3 spirit treasure flying swords promptly returned. With a flicker of his mind, the swords emitted radiant spiritual light, cleansing the remnants of flesh and impurities before returning to him. What a treasure! He grasped the Tunjin Shou's carcass. Its scales were precious materials, suitable for refining into other treasures. If sold, They could fetch a handsome price. Yet, just as he was about to depart, he decided to explore the depths of the underwater cave once more. His expression shifted suddenly. With a tap of his storage bag, a pointed mining pick appeared in his hand. He struck a rock, and upon inspection, his face registered shock. This was no ordinary stone. It was a shimmering ice crystal, exuding a metallic sheen. After years of mining, it was his first encounter with such pure ore. This was spirit iron or essence. The Hong Yishan mining site had historically yielded a single piece of spirit iron or essence, which had been the foundation of Xia Yuanhao's fortune. However, none had been discovered since. To find such abundant spirit iron or essence at the depths of this mineral lake explained the formidable nature of the Tunjin show. Overjoyed, Xia Yu hurriedly emerged to retrieve a metal flask. Days later, with a splash, Xia Yu resurfaced from the mineral lake. With only one water-evading talisman available, he had swum down on several occasions. Upon reaching the shore, he eagerly opened the metal flask. In astonishment, he gazed inside. The spirit liquid contained within was more concentrated, with an increased metal content. Upon uncapping it, waves of silvery spiritual mist billowed forth, an unprecedented sight. Examining the spirit liquid, Xia Yu mused that the heavy metal content was alarmingly high. Would it be safe to consume? After deliberating, he entered the array, contemplating until he finally took a cautious sip, subsequently activating the Su Kong Jiu Jianjing. The results were promising. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The spirit liquid, rich in metal attributes, was not only palatable, but also yielded substantial amounts of metal spiritual power upon consumption. Recognizing its value, Xia Yu no longer hesitated. Drinking deeply and beginning his cultivation. The pain from the metal spirit liquid was more intense than before. It felt as though countless blades were slicing through each meridian. A truly excruciating experience. However, to master this technique, one must endure suffering. As for the potential damage to his meridians, that could be addressed later. After all, advancing his cultivation took precedence. Thus, time passed day by day. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, the Yin-Yang zone flourished. Though it was the midst of a frigid winter, the atmosphere of the sect, situated atop a volcano, was a stark contrast, perpetually ablaze. Yin-Yang zone cultivates yin-yang blood energy, and the practitioners within the sect are all vigorous individuals, their complexions radiant and their vitality surging as they traverse the surroundings. I inquire, where might the inner sect disciple Xia Yang be? A weary figure appears within the sect. This is a messenger dispatched by Xia Yungxiao, who, braving the biting cold and heavy snow, has finally arrived at Yin-Yang zone. Upon hearing that he seeks an inner sect disciple, he is swiftly directed on his way. Thank you. Before long, the servant stands within a spacious pavilion, facing a robust youth with a glowing complexion. Despite the frigid winter, he remains bare-chested, revealing his dark red physique. What? My father has been incapacitated by Xia Yu? Upon seeing this letter, Xia Yang's expression shifts dramatically. In truth, Xia Yang harbors little animosity towards Xia Yu, for in their youth, Xia Yu treated him kindly, and he affectionately referred to him as Brother Yu. After so many years of separation, Xia Yang does not hate Xia Yu. However, upon reading the letter, he becomes somewhat unsettled. The servant laments, "Young Master Yang, the family awaits your return to make a decision. With the patriarch's cultivation rendered useless, it is likely the position of family head will be changed. The second madam has declared that you are now the pillar of the family." When the servant set out, the elder of the Xia family was still alive. Thus he was unaware of the elder's demise. I understand. Xia Yang's expression darkens as he interrupts the servant. Since entering the cultivation sect, his perspective has broadened, and he has come to regard the Xia family's affairs with indifference. Moreover, having ascended to the rank of inner sect disciple, he has the opportunity to remain in Yin-Yang zone indefinitely. The trivial matters of the Xia family do not concern him. Yet, certain contents of this letter stir his interest. He reads it again and solemnly inquires, I must ask you, is it true that Xia Yu possesses heavenly level techniques and combat skills? You must speak the truth. He knows his mother tends to embellish, so he must clarify. The servant responds earnestly, whether it is truly a heavenly level technique, no one knows. Yet, it has spread throughout Liujing City that even if it is not heavenly level, it is still earth level, a claim echoed by the city lord of Lu. Furthermore, if it were not such a formidable technique, how could Xia Yu awaken so powerful after 8 years of slumber? This is indeed a valid point. A glint of intensity flashes in Xia Yang's eyes. Having entered the cultivation sect, he has come to understand the rarity of heavenly level techniques. Even Yin-Yang zone possesses only a scant few earth-level combat skills. There are no basic earth-level techniques, no heavenly level combat skills, and certainly no heavenly level basic techniques. If Xia Yu possesses even an earth-level technique or combat skill, it would already be of immeasurable value. Although Xia Yang has decent aptitude and has become an intersect disciple, he barely qualified and seeks the attention of a certain Long He realm elder to be accepted as a direct disciple. Yet to this day, no Long He realm elder has shown willingness to take him as a pupil. With this news, I can advance further. If I truly acquire heavenly level or earth level techniques, Yin Yang Zong will reward me. Xia Yang secretly rejoices. He immediately addresses the servant. Your efforts are appreciated. You may return now. I am aware of this matter and will hasten back to Liuying City. Yes. Watching the servant depart, Xia Yang squints and turns towards a specific direction. Huolian Lezu is a powerful elder within Yin Yang Zong. Not only does he possess formidable strength in the Long He realm, but he is also skilled in the art of forging, granting him significant status within the sect. The strong man with whom the Xia family has ingratiated themselves is none other than this Huolian Lezu, who receives the finest ores produced by Hanja Mountain each year as an offering. Nevertheless, even so, Huolian Lezu has yet to accept Xia Yang as a disciple. The intersect practitioners vying to become Huolian Lezu's disciples are numerous, and Xia Yang's aptitude still falls slightly short. However, this time, it should be feasible. Xia Yang muses to himself. Within the lair of Huolian Lezu, are you certain it is a heavenly level technique? Huolian Lezu, a master of forging with a bronze complexion and keen, aged eyes, inquires. Xia Yang replies, such tales abound in the city. From my perspective, even if it is not a heavenly level technique, it must be at least earth level. This Xia Yu is my half-brother. Having awakened from an 8-year slumber to display such extraordinary talent, he must possess some celestial fortune. At this moment, an image flashes in Xia Yang's mind during the battle at Hanja Mountain, when Xia Yu shielded him with his own body. Yet, he quickly steals his heart. Brother Yu, if you gain celestial fortune without sharing it with me, and instead kill my uncle and incapacitate my father, do not blame me for being merciless. Moreover, even if you possess a heavenly level technique, you will not be able to keep it. It would be better to let it serve my ambitions. With this thought, he adds, Master, in my humble opinion, this matter is highly suspicious. Better to believe it than dismiss it, even if it is not heavenly level. Earth level techniques or combat skills are still commendable, and the sect would not reject such offerings. I rush to report upon receiving the news. Indeed, Huolian Lezu nods in satisfaction. In truth, he is more aware than Xia Yang that the so-called earth-level combat skills within Yin Yang Zong are actually incomplete. The sect's techniques and combat skills reach their peak at the mysterious level, and if he can truly obtain an earth-level technique or combat skill, he would be regarded as a benefactor by the sect. With this in mind, he rarely smiles and says, Xia Yang, your loyalty is commendable. The old man finds great comfort in this, and when you return, if it is indeed an earth-level or higher technique or combat skill, I shall accept you as my direct disciple and impart to you the secrets of forging, nurturing you with utmost dedication. Thank you, Master. Huolian Lezu continues. I shall not personally intervene for a mere lad in the Lingchu realm. The current issue merely involves several practitioners in the Lingxi realm from Liuying City, which is not a significant concern. I will send Zhao Qingchen and Gu Hongyu along with a few others. You shall guide them. Excellent. Xia Yang exclaims. Master Zhao is in the late stage of the Lingxi realm and is a leading genius among the younger generation in Yin Yang Zong. His involvement will be sufficient. In the eyes of the others, Xia Yu has just entered the Lingchu realm, and his strength is hardly notable, so there is no need for excessive concern. They merely need to suppress the elder of the Xia family and Elder Su. After Huolian Lezu finishes speaking, he waves his hand, and 2 transmission talismans fly out like golden stars. Before long, a young man in his late 20s and a female practitioner arrive together. Both are prominent figures among the younger generation, with Zhao Qingchen being the most valued disciple of Huolian Lezu, a talent that Xia Yang cannot hope to match. I greet you, esteemed uncles. Xia Yang hastily bows. Huolian Lezu tosses the Xia family letter aside, stating, bring back the techniques, and this individual named Xia Yu. Chapter 50, 9-Dan Demon Ring. Please enter the trap. Extremes must reverse, and adversity leads to prosperity. After the final heavy snowfall of winter, temperatures begin to rise. And as the snow melts, spring quietly approaches. Although the Dezhou Empire does not celebrate the new year in the conventional sense, the start of the new year is still marked by numerous festivities. Joyous sounds echo throughout Liuying City. An unexpected visitor also enters the grand hall of the Xia family. Before the Yin Yang Zong members arrive, Xia Yuanhao's friend, Yuding Jinren, arrives at the Xia family. Yuanhao, is this your family? Yuding Jinren, with small eyes yet a fierce gaze, looks at the people as if they were prey caught in the sights of a venomous snake. This individual is not one to provoke, being a rogue cultivator of dubious moral standing. Xia Yu has known him for many years and has always kept his distance. However, this time, due to Xia Yu's excessively sinister means, which have destroyed his physical form, in a fit of rage, Xia Yu seeks out Yu Dingjinren, hoping to counter evil with evil. Naturally, he has also made an agreement with Yu Dingjinren that should they acquire Xia Yu's techniques and combat skills, Yu Dingjinren would assist him in finding a suitable physical body, allowing him to reclaim his life. At this moment, Xia Yu resides within Yu Dingjinren's jade cauldron. Come out, Xia Yungxiao. Where is the master of this house? The inner Dan of Xia Yu flies out from the jade cauldron. Arriving to pay respects to the ancestral forebear, Xia Yungxiao hurriedly emerged from the courtyard, accompanied by his second wife. Upon hearing that visitors had arrived, they initially assumed it was someone from the Yin-Yang sect, only to discover that the guests were individuals brought by Xia Yuanhao. Xia Yuanhao promptly introduced, "This is my friend, Yu Dingjinren, a formidable being at the pinnacle of the third layer of Lingzi realm. Is Xia Yu still at Hanja Mountain?" Indeed, Xia Yungxiao internally lamented. He naturally hoped that individuals from Xia Yang would arrive first, acquire the martial techniques, and thus contribute them to the Yin-Yang sect, enabling Xia Yang to receive rewards and promotions. Should Xia Yu be slain by others, the benefits would not accrue to him. However, Xia Yuanhao was the patriarch of the Xia family, leaving him with no recourse but to say, for the past month, this unfilial son has remained at Hanja Mountain. Yet it seems that Lord Lu stands behind him, providing protection. There is no need for concern, a city lord of the Lingquan realm. Unless he possesses the backing of the 9th prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, I would not have to show him any regard. Xia Yuanhao then turned to inquire, "Brother Yu Ding, when do you plan to take action?" Yu Dingjinren, with his small eyes scanning the individuals present, smirked disdainfully. "Yuanhao, does your family not practice cultivation?" Xia Yuanhao forced a smile. Originally, Yungxiao was at the Lingquan realm, but that wretched creature has ruined his energy sea. Upon hearing this, Xia Yungxiao sighed, realizing the circumstances. "Such misfortune has befallen your family, producing this wretched creature. I am willing to assist you in dealing with this menace, but my services cannot be rendered for free." Despite Xia Yuanhao's grandiose claims of the benefits that would come from slaying Xia Yu, Yu Dingjinren was an experienced rogue cultivator, and affairs were conducted with the expectation of compensation. When he encountered Xia Yu, should he be able to kill him, he would do so. If not, he would flee. Regardless, this journey would not be undertaken without remuneration. "Yungxiao, where are the spirit stones I instructed you to prepare?" Xia Yuanhao barked. Xia Yungxiao's countenance turned grim. It was indeed a vexing matter. He had entrusted all family affairs to the steward Xia Fu, including selling various assets of the Xia family to procure spirit stones. Yet, to his dismay, the funds from the sale of their stores, properties, and quality ores had been embezzled by Xia Fu, who had absconded with his entire family. Now, the Xia family found themselves devoid of funds and personnel. Xia Yungxiao had been troubled by this predicament for the past few days. No money? Upon hearing this, Yu Dingjinren's expression turned ferocious as he seized Xia Yuanhao's inner Dan, squeezing it tightly. "For your sake, I passed up on a treasure-seeking expedition. And now you tell me there are no funds? Are you jesting with me?" Xia Yuanhao felt as though he were about to be crushed and pleaded, "Brother Yu Ding, I truly did not foresee this. Spare me, and whatever you desire from the Xia family, you may take." Xia Yungxiao, alarmed, hastily knelt and bowed. "Senior, please do not be angry. We still possess some properties that can be sold. Do you think I would covet such mundane properties?" Yu Dingjinren retorted sharply. Xia Yuanhao sighed. "Brother Yu Ding, I genuinely did not anticipate this situation. However, you would not come for free. Xia Yu truly possesses unparalleled martial techniques. Unparalleled martial techniques require a life to obtain." Yu Dingjinren's expression remained menacing. "Brother Yu Ding, he is truly only at the 3rd layer of the Lingquan realm." Xia Yuanhao was on the verge of tears. Xia Yungxiao and his wife also bowed. "Senior, spare us." At last, Yu Dingjinren's fury subsided, and he coldly declared, "If there is even a hint of falsehood, I will take your life." "Brother Yu Ding, there is absolutely no falsehood. As long as you take action, that wretched creature is doomed." Although Xia Yuanhao spoke with conviction, Yu Dingjinren remained cautious, refraining from directly challenging Hanja Mountain, instead choosing to linger nearby to gather intelligence. However, Xia Yu, engrossed in his cultivation within the underground mine, did not make an appearance, leaving Yu Dingjinren without an opportunity. Nevertheless, he did make an important discovery. In a forest near Hanja Mountain, Yu Jinren stood motionless upon a stout branch, resembling a statue, undetectable even to those passing below. To his surprise, he spotted members of Xia Yu Tower. While he had not encountered Xia Yu, he discovered that Xia Yu Tower personnel were lying in wait nearby. Clearly, Xia Yu Tower had also received word and were interested in the matter. After grasping this information, Yu Jinren began to believe Xia Yuanhao's words. Yuanhao, it appears you have not deceived me. Even Xia Yu Tower has caught scent of this. I speak only the truth. This lad has been in a coma for 8 years and awakens suddenly powerful. He must possess a celestial fate. Others speculate it is an earth-level martial technique. But I believe it could even be of heaven level. Otherwise, how could he have defeated both me and the Su family elder? Yu Jinren nodded, saying, however, now the mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole waits behind. If I act, Xia Yu Tower will be lurking in the shadows for an opportunity. What shall we do? A sinister smile crept across Yu Jinren's face. I possess a peculiar treasure that is on the verge of completion. With this treasure, I am confident I can contend against the Lingzi experts of Xia Yu Tower. That is excellent. Hurry and complete it, Xia Yuanhao urged. This treasure is called the 9-Dan Demon Ring. Yu Jinren smiled. It is forged from the inner Dan of 9 cultivators. Using true fire to refine the souls of the cultivators within the inner dawn, transforming them into vengeful spirits that exist solely to devour and wreak havoc. Xia Yuanhao felt a chill run down his spine. As a serious cultivator, he had never heard of such a sinister artifact. The notion of refining the inner Dan of living beings sent shivers through him. Suddenly, Xia Yuanhao sensed an impending dread. Indeed, he soon heard Yu Jinren declare, now I only require one more inner Dan. I must ask you, Yuanhao, to assist me. What? Xia Yuanhao was instantly thrown into a frenzy. He had long suspected that this friend was a rogue cultivator, difficult to engage with. Yet in his desire for revenge, he had been led astray. He never imagined that Yu Jinren would set his sights on him. Should he be transformed into a weapon, his fate would be sealed. Moreover, from Yu Jinren's words, he understood that this process would be far from pleasant. The torment of having his living soul refined into a vengeful spirit was unimaginable. In a state of utter panic, Xia Yuanhao sought to escape, only to find that the lid of the cauldron had closed, sealing him within with no avenue of escape. Brother Yu, spare me. Yu Jinren let out a hearty laugh, patting the cauldron. Since you harbor such animosity towards your junior, I am merely fulfilling your wish. Yuanhao, you shall obediently become a component of my 9-Dan Demon Ring. Chapter 51. Lingquan's 6th layer. Are you afraid? As the ice and snow melted, the waters from the mountains cascaded like a gentle stream. Within a damp cave not far from Hanja Mountain, the sounds of anguished howls echoed relentlessly. The key to crafting the 9-Dan Demon Ring lies in refining the souls within the 9 inner dawn into vengeful spirits that attack indiscriminately, thus unleashing its full potential. At this moment, Xia Yuanhao was enduring excruciating torment. Having lived for centuries and faced countless hardships, none compared to this. Brother Yu, spare me. Consider the times we faced life and death together. Brother Yu, you shall face retribution. I will not let you off easily even as a vengeful spirit. Brother Yu, please let me die. Do not torment me so. Xia Yuanhao was filled with regret, transitioning from pleas to curses and ultimately wishing for a swift end. He had lost the strength to speak. Deep inside, he was engulfed in remorse. Had he not coveted Xia Yu's techniques and treasures, he would not be suffering this agony. Had he not frantically sought Yu Jinren's help after his body was shattered, he would not have become one of the 9 Dawn. One misstep led to another. The founder of the Xia family would meet his demise, his inner Dan refined into a part of Yu Jinren's 9-Dan Demon Ring, forever becoming a tool of malevolence. While Yu Jinren busied himself with preparations, the assassins of Xia Yu Tower were also not idle. The assassins arrived at Hanja Mountain, led by 2 black-clad figures of the 3rd tier of Lingzi realm. Their initial intention was to sneak into the mine quietly. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the mine resembled a labyrinth. Even if they searched for days, finding Xia Yu was uncertain. They contemplated a more ostentatious approach to their search. Yet that would inevitably alert Lord Lu. After circling the mountain twice, one of the lead assassins dispatched a messenger to visit Lord Lu. Hand over Xia Yu's mother? Absolutely not. Lord Lu flatly refused. He had promised to protect Yun Zhu and others for Xia Yu, and, more importantly, powerful figures from the capital were on their way. He could not afford to compromise at this moment. Lord, we from Xia Yu Tower have dispatched 2 formidable 3rd-tier Lingzi realm experts. If it were not for your reputation, they would have already acted. The black-clad man sneered coldly. In truth, the assassins from Xia Yu Tower had every right to make such claims. Lord Lu's cultivation was hardly impressive. Were it not for the fear of offending the Dezhou dynasty, they would not hesitate to eliminate him as well. Is Xia Yu Tower truly unafraid of the royal family's wrath? Lord Lu's gaze sharpened. Xia Yu Tower was merely an assassin organization to continue operating within the Dezhou dynasty. They would incur tremendous losses if the dynasty turned against them. Lord Lu, you must be aware that Xia Yu possesses a heavenly grade cultivation technique, which one of our tower masters desires. However, Xia Yu has already chosen to ally with the Dezhou dynasty. You cannot act against the officials of the dynasty. Lord Lu exclaimed in a moment of desperation. In truth, Xia Yu had never declared his intention to become a pawn of the court. At that moment, as the black-clad man fell silent, a chilling laughter emanated from behind. What does the Dezhou royal family matter? Do you think they can monopolize the heavenly grade technique? A formidable figure cloaked in black emerged. Although all were clad in black, this individual exuded immense power, as if surrounded by a formidable magnetic field that suppressed those who drew near. Are you declaring war against the Dezhou dynasty? Lord Lu demanded, attempting to maintain his composure. Foolishness. Do you understand what the heavenly grade technique represents? What of war? The black-clad figure reached out, drawing Lord Lu closer and gripping his throat. Just then, a defensive array erupted at the peak of Hanja Mountain. This was the final line of defense Xia Yu had set before entering seclusion. A protective measure he devised with the guidance of his beautiful master to safeguard his mother. He had anticipated that some powerful figures would come that even Lord Lu could not fend off. Do you really think your defenses will hold? The leader of Xia Yu Tower sneered, splitting his forces into two, one to assault the array and the other to invade the mine. Yes. All the black-clad assassins sprang into action. Deep within the underground mine, after a month of cultivation, Xia Yu's Dao Foundation platform had expanded to 1,000 zhang, and his cultivation had reached the 6th tier of Lingquan realm. Above the platform, the towering Zhungang sword had solidified considerably, its blade and back transforming from mere illusions into tangible form. Anyone who ventured here would undoubtedly be awestruck. At this moment, Xia Yu was not cultivating. Instead, he had entered a dream state. He realized he could no longer continue his training. Beautiful master, the metallic spiritual energy is far too harmful. My meridians are severely damaged. If I continue, I fear I will not endure it, he lamented. The excessive intake of golden spiritual energy had indeed taken a toll, and despite Xia Yu's efforts to endure the pain, he now bore visible scars on his meridians, which he could not afford to neglect. You are cultivating too recklessly. Moreover, absorbing golden spiritual energy should not be done in such a manner. You are pushing yourself. His beautiful master shook her head. In her realm, even the most gifted would not train in such a frenzied manner. It was utterly insane. Though his speed of cultivation was rapid, damaging his meridians would hinder his future development. I have no choice, Xia Yu replied, frustrated. I wish to find a secluded place to cultivate slowly, but it is exceedingly difficult. Not to mention the underground spiritual iron ore, it is hard to come by. I can only utilize the existing resources to enhance myself as much as possible. In truth, Xia Yu felt fortunate. He needed golden spiritual energy and had stumbled upon the spiritual iron ore. Had he departed from Hanja Mountain, he could not foresee how long it would take to cultivate. His efforts not only aimed to guard against unknown risks, but also to cherish the opportunity presented by the spiritual iron ore. Alas, his beautiful master sighed. The 9 swords of the world are best forged simultaneously, gradually. How can you focus on a single element so obsessively? How easy it is to say. Xia Yu shook his head. The resources and environment of his world did not allow for gradual cultivation. Thus, he was compelled to concentrate on a single attribute. His beautiful master continued. In truth, having injured your meridians is not insurmountable. I know of some medicinal formulas. I will provide them to you later. You must find suitable materials to refine the pills. Having said that, she cautioned, your reckless cultivation method cannot continue. The meridians are the foundation of cultivation. The deeper the injury, the harder it is to heal, which ultimately damages your potential. I understand, Xia Yu replied, unwilling to accept his current state. He was merely at the 6th tier of Lingquan realm. His cultivation was far too low. He believed he should at least reach the Lingzi realm. With that thought, he inquired, beautiful master, I have heard that the Lingquan realm lays the foundation, while the Lingzi realm begins refining the inner elixir. However, I have reviewed the contents of the Sukong 9-sword classic and found no mention of refining the inner elixir. Have I cultivated incorrectly? His beautiful master smiled slightly. The so-called inner elixir is merely a place to store the essence of spiritual energy. This is a method of cultivation in the small 1,000 worlds. In the greater 1,000 worlds, the techniques vary widely. One need not be constrained by forms. Do you not perceive that each sword of the world is akin to an inner elixir? Now I see, Xia Yu exclaimed in realization. The Sukong Nine-Sword Classic was indeed formidable. Each sword of the world harbored terrifying power, and if he successfully forged them all, he would possess 9 inner elixirs. How extraordinary! Understanding this, Xia Yu eagerly asked, Master, I know the Sukong Nine-Sword Classic is powerful, but I had no idea of its true extent. Now that I am at the 6th tier of Lingquan realm, how does my strength compare to practitioners of the small thousand worlds? His beautiful master shook her head with a smile. I cannot say for certain. Why not test it out yourself? Xia Yu nodded. They possess inner elixirs. While I have inner swords, I shall see if they fear me. Chapter 52. The Assassin Leader Breaks Stealth. While part of the Finjiayu Tower assassins launched a fierce assault on the array, the others infiltrated the mine in search of Xia Yu. However, the mine resembled an ant's nest, having been excavated for centuries. It was far more intricate than a labyrinth. Deep within a certain tunnel, Xia Yu opened his eyes. The array had activated. His expression turned grave. The protective array he had personally set up also had another function. When activated, it would alert him. The activation of the array signified the loss of Lord Lu's protection and the arrival of intruders. Let me test the power of the 6th tier of Lingquan realm with the Sukong Nine-Sword Classic. Xia Yu stood, his expression cold. The Sukong Nine-Sword Classic indeed possessed extraordinary power. When he had just entered the 3rd tier of Lingquan, his Dao foundation spanned 100 zhang. And now at the 6th tier, it extended to 1,000 zhang. An elevation of 3 tiers resulted in a tenfold increase in strength. This was the distinction between imperial-grade techniques and ordinary ones. Xia Yu felt an inexhaustible reservoir of power within him. He was eager to ascertain his true capabilities. He gathered his belongings and prepared to strike. Before departing, he retrieved a metal vial, placing it into his storage bag, filled to the brim with spiritual liquid. Onward. Within the dimly lit mine, a black-clad assassin advanced swiftly, scanning his surroundings with keen eyes. Unbeknownst to him, there existed a concealed space above his head, where a figure clad in white was gazing down at him. Xia Yu cast a glance upward and noticed that the assassin in black, while fleeing, clutched a talisman in his right hand. However, emboldened by his superior skill, Xia Yu had no intention of letting these assassins escape. To his surprise, the first to arrive was an assassin from Finjiayu Lu. He wondered whether it was the second madam who had commissioned them, or if Finjiayu Lu had taken note of him as well. With a swift motion, Xia Yu leaped down from above, prompting the assassin who had just dashed past to return and investigate the noise. In a flash, the glimmer of a sword revealed that the assassin's head had been severed from his body. This individual was a practitioner at the Lingquan realm. Yet he had not even been afforded the opportunity to counterattack before meeting his demise. Upon his death, the talisman in his hand ignited instantly, and amidst the flames, a golden spark swiftly fled towards the outside of the mine. It became evident that this talisman was meant for communication. Xia Yu's eyes sparkled as he promptly collected the assassin's storage bag and pursued the direction in which the golden light had vanished. The leading assassin from Finjiayu Lu was a formidable figure at the 3rd level of the Lingzi realm, a significant threat among assassins. After all, genuine masters typically preferred to join sects, as only such establishments could provide the most abundant and superior resources. This 3rd-level Lingzi practitioner, however, did not perceive himself as lacking in strength. He regarded Xia Yu merely as a minor practitioner at the 3rd level of Lingquan. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. He had heard tales of Xia Yu defeating and slaying practitioners at the Lingzi realm with his Lincoln-level prowess. Yet he dismissed it as inconsequential. The disparity between the Lingzi realm and the Lingquan realm was vast. Some at the Lingzi realm were indeed formidable, while others lacked combat experience and could easily falter. Furthermore, as a 3rd-level Lingzi practitioner, he was significantly stronger than the average individual of that realm. Rather than entering the mine, he chose to stand at its entrance, awaiting feedback from the communication talisman. Suddenly, his gaze shifted toward a particular direction. In the next instant, a golden spark shot forth from one of the mine entrances. Simultaneously, he mounted his flying sword and dashed into the mine. Not far into the tunnel, he encountered a figure clad in white, standing tall and proud, exuding an aura of sharpness akin to a blade. Good courage, the assassin leader thought to himself, momentarily startled. As he advanced to the 6th level of Lingquan, when he received the report, it had stated that Xia Yu was at the 3rd level. Had the messenger misjudged? Or had Xia Yu truly ascended 3 levels in the span of a month? Nevertheless, after his initial astonishment, he quickly regained his composure. Regardless of whether Xia Yu stood at the 3rd or 6th level of Lingquan, the outcome would be the same for him. Xia Yu, I, a master of Finjiayu Lu, command you to return with us. If you are wise, you will surrender and accompany us without resistance, the assassin leader declared coldly. Otherwise, you know the methods employed by Xia Yu. It appears Xia Yu has chosen to intervene personally, Xia Yu remarked, brandishing his spiritual sword. If you can best my blade, then I shall accompany you willingly. Arrogant fool, the assassin leader thought, his figure suddenly vanishing, an application of Xia Yu's secret technique. With such abilities, he had assassinated even those of higher cultivation levels, which instilled in him an extraordinary confidence against Xia Yu. Indeed, such skill was impressive. At that moment, Xia Yu was taken aback as well. He lacked sufficient combat experience to confront such a formidable foe, especially one capable of invisibility, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Yet, in that instant, a multitude of memories transformed into illuminating wisps of wisdom, floating above his consciousness. Among the recollections gleaned from the esteemed Su clan elder was a segment detailing a confrontation with an invisible adversary. These memories became invaluable assets for Xia Yu. In the next moment, he sprang into action. Without delay, he tapped his storage bag, producing a mid-grade defensive talisman, the Jingguang talisman. Upon activation, a golden barrier enveloped his body, securing his physical form and placing him in an advantageous position. He then bit his middle finger, drawing forth his own blood, and, after a vigorous mix with his saliva, he spun and expelled it around himself. As the assassin leader closed in on Xia Yu, preparing to strike, he found himself caught off guard by Xia Yu's extensive combat experience and swift reflexes. Before he could evade, he was engulfed by the blood mist. This sanguine fog, containing Xia Yu's blood and spiritual energy, allowed him to track the assassin, rendering the concept of invisibility moot. With clarity, Xia Yu could now perceive the figure, shrouded in blood mist, lunging towards him. Upon realizing Xia Yu's capabilities, the assassin leader recklessly disregarded caution, brandishing a long, sharp blade that descended upon him with ferocity. The third level of Lingzi is no match for me, Xia Yu thought, his eyes narrowing as he countered with his spiritual sword. The clash of blade and sword resonated through the mind, a crisp sound echoing in the cavernous space. However, the assassin leader's strike was merely a feint. His true lethal move lay in wait, diverting Xia Yu's attention with the blade's glint. He suddenly opened his mouth and unleashed a grayish shadow that darted towards Xia Yu with blinding speed, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. My innate spiritual treasure. This is the true killing blow. 6th level of Lingquan, perish. In a previous encounter with the Su clan elder's spiritual treasure, Xia Yu had resorted to a metal bottle as a desperate measure against a dire threat. But this time was different. He too opened his mouth, unleashing 3 blinding beams of light. How is this possible? The assassin leader felt as though the ground had dropped from beneath him. An innate spiritual treasure was a powerful skill exclusive to those of the Lingzi realm, the very essence that allowed them to dominate practitioners of the Lingquan realm. Throughout his lifetime, having fought countless battles and slain numerous foes, he had never encountered a practitioner of the Lingquan realm wielding an innate spiritual treasure. Moreover, Xia Yu possessed 3 flying swords as his own. This youth, how could his mental and spiritual energy be sufficient to wield such power? In that moment, the assassin leader realized he had underestimated his opponent and felt a surge of panic, contemplating retreat. Despite his lingering self-assurance regarding his superior cultivation, he believed that even if he could not defeat Xia Yu, escaping would be trivial. Reality proved him wrong. In that fleeting instant, he discovered that he was no longer surrounded by the dark and damp confines of the mine, but rather a vibrant pink peach orchard, where blossoms flourished in full bloom. What is happening? The assassin leader felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Though mere moments had passed, that instant felt eternal. By the time he regained his senses, a blade of light was hurtling toward him. The Great Dream Extermination Sword Technique, perish. Chapter 53, The 10 Great Bandits, the Annihilation Sword. Atop the summit of Hanja Mountain, Lu Chenzu stood with his hands bound, his expression dark and fists clenched, yet he dared not act. The leader of Xia Yu possessed a formidable cultivation at the 3rd level of Lingzi, far surpassing his own. The only reason he had not been slain was out of respect for the Dezhou dynasty. He would not dare to court his own demise. Not far from him, the defensive spiritual array set up by Xia Yu teetered on the brink of collapse. This formation had been sought from his enchanting master. But Xia Yu's own cultivation was lacking, coupled with insufficient materials for its construction, rendering it a rather weak defense. Under the full force of the 3rd level Lingzi expert's assault, the array was now flickering and on the verge of shattering. This meager formation dares to obstruct my path? The assassin scoffed, commanding his comrades to unleash their full power. Yes, over a dozen assassins launched a frenzied assault. At that moment, Despite Xia Kai and Hong Qi having improved their cultivation over the past month, they were no match for the assassins of Xia Yu. Should the array collapse, their fates would be sealed. Yun Zhu sat within the array, her expression devoid of sorrow. She had resolved that when the formation fell, it would be her moment to take her own life. Regardless, with her daughter taken away and her son absent, the two individuals she cherished most had departed. If she were to perish, so be it. She had contemplated that once her son awoke, she could finally embrace death. Her heart had long since ceased to live. Amidst the relentless onslaught of the assassins from Xia Yu, a resounding crash echoed as the formation was ultimately shattered. Leave Xia Yu's mother alive. Eliminate the others, bellowed the leader of the assassins. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. As he turned his gaze back, a deafening blast resonated behind him, leaving him bewildered as to what had transpired. The assassins, poised to attack, halted abruptly, hesitantly glancing back. It turned out that as Xia Yu unleashed his full power to slay another assassin leader, he had inadvertently struck too forcefully, not only vanquishing his foe but also shattering a weighing pillar within the mine. This triggered a minor collapse. Clouds of yellow dust spiraled upwards, and from within this haze emerged a figure clad in white. He stood tall, resembling a sword unsheathed from its scabbard. Xia Yu is indeed a den of cowardly rats. If you possess the courage, confront me directly instead of preying on the weak, Xia Yu declared with pride. Xia Yu, the leader of the assassin's pupils, narrowed to pinpoints. He clearly discerned that Xia Yu's cultivation was not at the 3rd level of Lingquan, but rather at the 6th level. More importantly, another assassin leader had ventured into the mine to seek out Xia Yu, and now he was nowhere to be found. The recent explosion had him questioning whether his comrade had already fallen to Xia Yu's blade. Impossible. Upon entertaining this thought, he immediately shook his head in denial. To slay someone at the 3rd level of Lingzi while being merely at the 6th level of Lingquan was unfathomable. One must not underestimate the 3rd level of Lingzi. It marked the pinnacle of the early stage of the Lingzi realm, and ascending to the 4th level would signify entering the mid-stage. Surely, that comrade must have delved deep into the mine in search of Xia Yu and had yet to encounter him. The recent explosion must have resulted from Xia Yu dispatching a mere ordinary assassin. With this realization, a flicker of disdain ignited in his eyes as he spoke. Xia Yu, our esteemed 5th master of Xia Yu wishes to invite you and your mother for a visit. If you comply and allow me to restrain you with a power-suppressing lock, I shall spare you and your mother. As he spoke, he produced a hooked iron chain from his storage bag. This iron chain, although not a weapon for combat, served as an optimal choice for restraining captives. Once it latched onto the opponent's collarbone, it could suppress all their spiritual energy. Even a formidable practitioner would find themselves utterly powerless when bound by these chains. Such tools were typically employed against prisoners. In the eyes of this assassin leader, Xia Yu lacked the strength to resist. If he were wise, he would kneel and accept his fate. To compel me into submission, you must possess the capability. Xia Yu retorted with a cold laugh. He advanced with unhurried confidence and added, Mayor Lu. I am here, responded Mayor Lu, his face flushing with embarrassment. He had previously promised Xia Yu to ensure Yunju's safety at all costs. Yet, upon encountering a genuine powerhouse, he had immediately cowered, standing by as a mere observer, thus betraying his word to Xia Yu. Consequently, Xia Yu's utterance made him feel exceedingly ashamed, his complexion reddening. However, Xia Yu did not dwell on this. After all, Mayor Lu owed him nothing. While he had professed to assist, in the face of a formidable enemy, it was only natural for Lu to remain passive. Mayor Lu, when I make my move, please protect my mother, Xia Yu implored, not wishing for his mother to be taken hostage during his battle. Mayor Lu glanced up, realizing that if Xia Yu truly held the confidence to confront the assassin leader, his own strength could indeed fend off the other assassins. After all, these assassins were primarily at the Lingquan realm, most of them merely possessing innate cultivation levels, which posed no significant threat. Brother Xia, this mayor shall certainly assist you, Mayor Lu declared, his face once again flushed. Having already faltered in his promise once, he resolved not to do so again, especially after witnessing Xia Yu's prowess. Within a month, he had ascended from the 3rd to the 6th level of Lingquan. Such rapid advancement was unattainable even with heavenly-grade techniques. It was evident that Xia Yu was a prodigious talent in cultivation, endowed with extraordinary potential. Do you still intend to make a move? The assassin leader scoffed, retracting the power-suppressing lock and coolly stating, Do you genuinely believe you can best me? Whether I can or not remains to be seen. I must at least try, Xia Yu proclaimed, his figure erupting forward as he wielded his spiritual sword, unleashing a dazzling arc aimed at the assassin leader. Come at me. The strike was imbued with tremendous force, yet the assassin leader remained unperturbed, even if Xia Yu were to battle beyond his level. He was merely at the initial stage of Lingzi. Meanwhile, the leader himself had attained the third level of Lingzi. Before the sword light descended, he hurled forth a flying sword, soaring into the air. In high-level combat, seizing the advantageous position was paramount. Faced with a practitioner of Xia Yu's caliber, he did not underestimate him. After gaining the high ground, Xia Yu would have nowhere to escape. What he did not anticipate was that after Xia Yu's sword strike fell short, he too unleashed a sword-shaped flying treasure, soaring into the sky. How is this possible? A Lingquan practitioner can ride the sword and engage in battle? The assassin leader's complexion shifted in shock. This revelation heightened his caution, prompting him to summon his innate spiritual treasure without hesitation. Go, he commanded, and a peculiar treasure, imbued with deadly intent, surged forth. This artifact resembled a sword, yet bore the characteristics of a hook. Its blade was dark with a hint of crimson, and the hooked edges were chillingly sharp, unmistakably indicating it was no ordinary weapon. Mayor Lu's expression paled as he blurted out, "What connection do you have with the infamous Mian Jian?" "Huh. I never expected you to be aware of Mian Jian," the assassin leader guffawed. Clad in black robes with masks obscuring their faces, no one knew their true identities. Now that Mayor Lu had uncovered something, he was unconcerned. After all, the 10 great thieves were notorious figures within the Dazhou dynasty, instilling no fear in him. He continued, "Mayor Lu, if you truly consider this lad a brother, you ought to advise him to surrender, otherwise, the pain of death under Mian Jian will be excruciating." Mayor Lu's brow furrowed deeply. The methods of Mian Jian were notoriously brutal. Having committed numerous heinous acts in the Dazhou dynasty, their strength was formidable, and many captains from the Six Doors had perished without capturing any suspects. It was evident that Mian Jian was a formidable adversary capable of battling beyond his level. Could Xia Yu, merely at the 6th level of Lingquan, truly stand a chance against him? Chapter 54, Bloodshed, the Ninth Prince. At the 6th level of Lingquan, your demise is assured. Mian Jian possessed unwavering confidence as he stood in the void, raising his hand to utter a single word of true power. Go. The strange spiritual treasure transformed into a dragon, slicing through the air as it aimed directly for Xia Yu. As Xia Yu faced imminent danger, he also opened his mouth, unleashing 3 brilliant beams of light. Clang, clang, clang. The two parties' innate spiritual treasures clashed midair. What? He possesses an innate spiritual treasure too? Mian Jian was momentarily stunned. Xia Yu, seemingly a mere 6th level Lingquan practitioner, not only could traverse the skies on his sword, but had also forged 3 innate spiritual treasures. Where did he acquire such formidable spiritual and mental prowess? Amidst his shock, Mian Jian narrowed his eyes. He had begun to regard Xia Yu as a worthy opponent of his caliber. Though Xia Yu appeared to be merely at the 6th level of Lingquan, his true strength was likely on par with his own, potentially equivalent to the 2nd level of Lingzi, albeit slightly lower. After making this assessment, Mian Jian's lips curled into a sneer. Even if Xia Yu could battle beyond his level, he must not forget that Mian Jian could do the same. He once launched a surprise attack and decimated several opponents stronger than himself, including a formidable figure from Lingzi's 4th level, whom he confronted face to face and killed. Xia Yu possesses remarkable skill. His Mian sword has earned him the 10th plaque among the top 10 rogues. Is he not capable? With the Lingbao battle technique, Suiguang 2, the Mian sword can triumph over opponents of greater strength, thanks to its formidable mid-level mysterious technique, Suiguang 2, which he acquired unexpectedly while annihilating a declining ancient family. In truth, the Mian sword is notorious for its brutality, as each strike aims to obliterate the opponent's entire lineage, necessitating the accumulation of blood light. Over the years, having slain so many innocents, the amount of blood light on his sword is nothing short of terrifying. This time, let us see if you live or die. A sinister expression emerged on the Mian sword's face. Simultaneously, Xia Yu found himself enveloped in a sea of blood light. This blood light was peculiarly strange, possessing the ability to erode the opponent's mental strength. Wherever the blood light spread, Xia Yu felt his mental clarity falter, and the connection with his 3 Lingbao became intermittent. Those 3 Lingbao, engaged in battle within the bloodlight's confines, could not receive Xia Yu's commands and began to slow, becoming susceptible to being severed at any moment. Xia Yu could only command the 3 Lingbao to retreat closer to his body, making them easier to manipulate. Little did he know, this was the Mian sword's cunning plan. The essence of Suiguang 2 lies in slaughter. By placing the battlefield before himself, he was assuming greater risk. Once the distance reached a certain point, that weapon, resembling a sword and a hook, would unleash a frenzied blow. At that moment, die? The Mianmin sword's expression darkened as it roared, die. In an instant, Xia Yu was enveloped in a vast expanse of blood light, making even breathing difficult. His mental strength unable to penetrate. The Mianmin sword's Lingbao suddenly expanded, transforming into a colossal sword, akin to a mountain collapsing, descending upon Xia Yu. At that moment, danger loomed large. Yunzhu cried out in alarm. The Lord of Lu City lamented in his heart. Although Xia Yu was a genius, he had trained for a shorter time, and his combat power and experience were no match for the Mianmin sword. This time, he feared he would not escape doom. Meanwhile, the Mianmin sword's eyes were filled with a savage glare. You little creature, I intended to capture you alive, but you have chosen your own demise. So be it. Killing you and taking your soul to present to the fifth-floor master will suffice. As Xia Yu was ensnared by the bloodlight and faced peril. Suddenly, from within the bloodlight, a colossal sword shadow stood tall behind him. The moment this giant sword appeared, the heavens and earth changed color. Standing as a titanic presence, its spine dark as night, yet its blade gleaming like snow. Upon its emergence, all bloodlight dissipated into nothingness. The Mianmin sword's innate Lingbao trembled in fear before the giant sword, unable to move, as if a sovereign had descended, compelling all swords to prostrate in submission. What is this? The Mianmin sword's face turned pale with shock. Xia Yu recognized it as the manifestation of his Zhungang sword technique within his energy sea. This entity was formed from the most potent and noble gold element spiritual energy in the world, rendering all metallic substances before it utterly ashamed. Once this manifestation emerged, the Mianmin sword's Lingbao immediately became ineffective. Flash! Xia Yu raised his hand, pointing directly at the Mianmin sword. In the next moment, 3 dazzling beams of light, akin to electric arcs, struck relentlessly at the Mianmin sword. My life is over. The Mianmin sword's face turned ashen with fear. Despite exerting all his strength in battle against Xia Yu, he had underestimated him. Thus, he had not summoned any defensive treasures, now caught off guard. It was too late to produce any defensive artifacts or charms, and he could only attempt to flee backward. However, unexpectedly, a massive spear shadow appeared behind him, spanning almost the entire sky. The Mianmin sword, terrified, could not react in time and was shattered by the spear, his body reduced to a mass of flesh. Fortunately, his inner core escaped, transforming into a golden light that darted toward the sky. At this moment, the Mianmin sword only sought to flee. As long as his inner core could escape, he would have another chance in a few years. Yet, from a nearby mountain peak, a jade cauldron suddenly flew out, possessing an immense gravitational pull, causing the golden inner core to change direction. The Mianmin sword realized the danger and immediately attempted to flee in the opposite direction. But the jade cauldron also flew, following closely behind, quickly catching up to the inner core and drawing it within. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, the onlookers on Hanja Mountain were momentarily stunned. The Lord of Lu City, however, quickly reacted, shouting, "The Emperor Pu National Master has arrived. My heavens! The Emperor Pu National Master has come in person." As he spoke, a cloud-like flying treasure appeared on the horizon, with 2 figures standing atop it. One was an elderly man wielding a massive spear, dressed in luxurious robes, tall and fierce, with curly hair and a bushy beard. Standing beside him was a young man clad in a silver robe, exuding an air of great nobility. Upon seeing this, the Lord of Lu City and General Yi Yingwei immediately knelt, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the 9th Prince." The Lord of Lu City had not anticipated that the 9th Prince would arrive in person. The 9th Prince descended from the white cloud, assisting the Lord of Lu City to his feet, and chuckled, "Uncle Lu, there is no need for such formality. We are all family here." The Emperor Pu National Master also retracted the cloud treasure and stepped down from the void, as if descending from an invisible staircase, a spectacle unlike any other. At this moment, Xia Yu had already withdrawn the Zhungang sword manifestation. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, the Emperor Pu National Master's prowess was extraordinary. Stepping through the void, a clear indication of his status as a powerful figure within the Chenghe realm. If the Emperor Pu National Master intended to target him, he would be in grave danger. However, since these individuals were summoned by the Lord of Lu City, he decided to descend and assess the situation. Thus he too stepped forward on his sword, landing atop Hanja Mountain. After the Emperor Pu National Master touched down, he did not rush to greet anyone. Instead, he commanded, "Finjiayu Tower, a den of filth, how unexpected that you are still entangled with the top 10 rogues. Return and inquire with your 5 floor masters if they still wish to continue living within the Great Zhou dynasty. The assassins from Xia Yu Tower were now without a leader. A black-clad individual at the 8th level of Lingquan bowed before the Emperor Pu National Master, saying, "I acknowledge my mistake and will return to report to the floor master immediately." Though these assassins were fierce, they were also cunning, having suffered severe losses today. With their mission unfulfilled and a powerful figure like the Emperor Pu National Master appearing, they dared not show defiance and fled in panic. After these individuals scattered, the Emperor Pu National Master turned to the nearby forest and called out, "Which friend has come to offer assistance?" Suddenly, a middle-aged cultivator with small yet spirited eyes emerged, bowing and saying, "I am but a passing loose cultivator, named Yu Ding Zhenren. I happen to assist the National Master in retrieving the inner core of the thief, and I am about to return it." The National Master, suspecting this person was not virtuous, waved his hand, saying, "If you have found it, it belongs to you. There is no need for further courtesy." He did not wish to engage in lengthy conversation with Yu Ding Zhenren, shifting his gaze to Xia Yu, and solemnly inquired, "Do you possess a heavenly level technique?" In Chapter 55, the Emperor Pu National Master, Hard Intent Wood, "I do not possess a heavenly level technique." Xia Yu immediately denied it. The Emperor Pu National Master snorted coldly, "Young man, lying is not a commendable behavior, especially in front of a powerful figure. Senior, I sincerely thank you for your assistance just now." After expressing his gratitude, Xia Yu continued, "Senior, I am not lying. I swear I do not possess a heavenly level technique." Clearly, the Emperor Pu National Master did not trust Xia Yu. He produced a wooden fish-like treasure, sneering, "This is made from hard intent wood. It changes color when it detects a lie. If you dare to place your hand upon it and answer my questions, I will believe you. There is nothing to fear." Without hesitation, Xia Yu placed one hand upon the wooden fish. "Do you possess a heavenly level technique?" "No." "Do you possess a heavenly level battle technique?" "No." "Do you possess a earthly level technique?" "No." "Do you possess an earthly level battle technique?" "No." To the astonishment of those present, all of Xia Yu's answers were negative. The hard intent would remained unchanged, indicating that Xia Yu had spoken no falsehood. Huangpu Qiaoshi was taken aback, staring intently and inquiring, "From where do the various cultivation techniques you practice originate?" This question posed a challenge. In truth, Xia Yu's martial arts were of the imperial grade, thus, he had no need to fabricate a response. After contemplating for a moment, Xia Yu replied, "Huangpu Qiaoshi, to be candid, the techniques I practice were imparted to me by my master, and they are neither of the heavenly nor earthly grade. Furthermore, my master has forbidden me from disseminating these techniques. It is not merely a conventional prohibition. Even if I wished to disclose them, I would be unable to do so. Do you comprehend my meaning, Qiaoshi?" Huangpu Qiaoshi observed the unchanged wooden fish and nodded. "I understand now. Your master has sealed the contents of the techniques and martial arts." Xia Yu affirmed this sentiment without deceit. His beautiful master employed a rather unique method of transmission. Even if she desired to teach, it would be impossible. Those who sought to covet these techniques, even if they captured Xia Yu, would find that no amount of torture would yield results. "I believe you," Huangpu Qiaoshi said, retracting the wooden fish. In truth, many powerful sects only impart their teachings to those they deem worthy, and sealing the contents is a common practice to prevent the techniques from leaking. Huangpu Qiaoshi himself followed this practice, hence he held no doubts. His expression softened as he inquired, "May I ask your masteress' name?" "She must be a formidable elder." "Indeed, she is quite powerful," Xia Yu replied. "However, my master is also very mysterious. I do not even know her name. She stated that only when my cultivation reaches a certain level will I be worthy of meeting her." His words were a blend of truth and embellishment. Yet Huangpu Qiaoshi believed them wholeheartedly. In this realm of cultivation, extraordinary occurrences are commonplace, and what Xia Yu spoke of was not unusual. "Your master must undoubtedly be a significant figure. From the techniques you practice, it is evident that, while they are not of the heavenly or earthly grade, they embody some extraordinary method beyond the ordinary. You must dedicate yourself to your cultivation." It appeared Huangpu Qiaoshi had no intention of seizing Xia Yu's techniques, which relieved Xia Yu. Otherwise, he would have found it impossible to deceive a powerful figure of the Changhe realm. Once Huangpu Qiaoshi finished speaking, the 9th prince smiled and remarked, "Xia Yu, it seems your talents are indeed exceptional, for such a powerful individual would not bestow their teachings upon just anyone." Xia Yu humbly replied, "I am merely diligent, nothing more." Afterward, he clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "I am deeply thankful to your highness the 9th prince, and to Huangpu Qiaoshi for traveling such a distance to rescue me. I will forever remember your kindness." Regardless, It was evident that Huangpu Qiuashi and the ninth prince were exceedingly courteous, neither coercing Xia Yu nor directly demanding his techniques. They were clearly individuals who valued reason. Xia Yu was genuinely appreciative. The ninth prince chuckled. What I enjoy most is meeting the prodigies of the world. To encounter you is a source of immense joy. Xia Yu, with your Lingquan realm proficiency, you can traverse the skies on your sword and forge your own innate spiritual treasure. You are precisely the individual I seek. Xia Yu felt somewhat awkward. The ninth prince's straightforwardness was overwhelming. Regrettably, his inclinations in certain aspects were conventional, and thus he could not reciprocate the ninth prince's affections. Your Highness overstates my abilities. I am only interested in individuals of differing genders, Xia Yu quipped. The ninth prince, unfamiliar with the implications of gender, waved dismissively. What does it matter? In the future, you shall join my Dazhu dynasty's ninth prince's residence and serve as a Lingquan attendant. It was evident that the ninth prince was eager to recruit talent. The Dazhu dynasty was akin to the feudal dynasties Xia Yu was familiar with. The emperor was foolish, and princes vied for power. The ninth prince was ambitious, and naturally, he sought to gather formidable individuals to serve him. These individuals would typically reside in the prince's residence, cultivating and being ready to assist the ninth prince when needed. Ultimately, in the struggle for imperial power, these nurtured cultivators would prove far more valuable than ordinary soldiers. The ninth prince had traveled a great distance, accompanied by Huangpu Qiuashi, with the intent of bringing this youthful genius under his wing for careful cultivation, hoping he would one day aid him in seizing the imperial throne. Although Xia Yu was unaware of the political landscape of the Dazhu dynasty, he had watched enough dramas on Earth to discern the ninth prince's intentions. However, Xia Yu was reluctant to ally himself. The television dramas made it abundantly clear that the power struggles within the imperial family were the most brutal, and most individuals would go to great lengths to avoid involvement. Engaging in a struggle for succession often led to dire consequences. Xia Yu hastily declined. Your Highness, I am but a simple villager, wishing only to safeguard my modest mining operation and live a tranquil life. I have no desire to venture into the capital or adapt to such a life. Upon hearing this, Huangpu Qiuashi's expression darkened with anger as he glared at Lu Qinzu, saying, You promised to find a young prodigy for the ninth prince. And we traveled such a distance through wind and snow. Yet, this is the result? Lu Dongxiu, have you deceived his highness? Do you not know your transgressions? Caught off guard, Lu Qinzu hastily replied, No, I did not deceive his highness. The situation was urgent. Urgent or not, you cannot deceive his highness. You deserve a severe punishment. Lu Qinzu was immediately terrified and fell to his knees. Xia Yu understood that Huangpu Qiuashi was merely putting on a show. Yet he could not remain silent. Lu Qinzu had summoned help with good intentions, and Xia Yu had not declined at that time. Now that assistance had arrived and had even dealt with their adversaries, Lu Qinzu could not simply disavow his commitment and burn bridges. Qiuashi, Xia Yu interjected. Please do not punish Lu Qinzu. He indeed acted out of goodwill, though he did not anticipate your highness and Qiuashi would come in person. How about this? I am immensely grateful for the assistance of your highness and Qiuashi. Although I am unwilling to join the prince's residence, I owe your highness a favor. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate. However, such a promise did not satisfy Huangpu Qiuashi. He scoffed, Young man, do you believe your favor holds such weight? Do you think your assistance could alter the course of events? If I require assistance, it would be more effective for me to act myself. Xia Yu smiled wryly. If that is the case, I have nothing further to say. If Qiuashi does not require my aid, then what is it that you desire? I require your loyalty to the ninth prince, Huangpu Qiuashi declared, his aura of the Changhe realm suddenly radiating, suppressing all present, transforming the atmosphere as if the heavens and earth were shifting. Yet at that moment, Yunzhu stepped forward. Bowing, Yunzhu pays her respects to Qiuashi. Huangpu Qiuashi, who had previously overlooked this ordinary woman, was taken aback as he recognized her, exclaiming, You are the Yunzhu? Yunzhu nodded. Indeed, I am the very same Yunzhu from years past. She had once been a celebrated figure in the capital, having been seen by many. And naturally, she was acquainted with Huangpu Qiuashi. Huangpu Qiuashi sighed. I never imagined that after all these years, the courtesan's grace remains unblemished. Your performance of Ni Chong Yu is still spoken of fondly to this day. Although Yunzhu was not a cultivator, her skill on the qin was unparalleled. The notion that music could transcend the heart was true. Even among cultivators, many had a fondness for melodies. I have forgotten the fingerings after so many years, Yunzhu said, bowing her head in lament, and added, I beg Qiuashi to spare my son. Chapter 56. Deceiving to get by, Spirit C of the Wood Domain. Huangpu Qiuashi's expression fluctuated. Upon seeing Yunju, he pondered other matters, casting a glance at Xia Yu before he heaved a sigh. It seems the ninth prince has placed his trust in the wrong person. This trip was in vain. In truth, he was not merely seeking to extend Yunju a favor, but had recalled certain secretive matters. Consequently, he no longer pressed Xia Yu. However, the ninth prince, with his vivacious personality, laughed. How can Kyoshi say such a thing? At the very least, we have made a true friend during this journey. At this point, he took Xia Yu's hand and exclaimed, to traverse the skies on a sword at the 6th layer of Lingquan is truly captivating. Please teach me how to achieve this. The ninth prince's cultivation was higher than Xia Yu's, having reached the 9th layer of Lingquan, just a step away from a breakthrough. Yet he too could not walk upon the sword, hence his admiration. Xia Yu, faced with the ninth prince, who resembled a neighborly little brother, could only smile bitterly. In truth, you could also tread the sword and transform into a rainbow. However, it requires consuming certain elixirs that enhance spiritual and mental strength. He was no longer the novice in cultivation he had been a month ago. Having observed the life experiences of the esteemed Su clan elder and conversed with his enchanting master, he had developed his own understanding of cultivation. The inability to walk upon a sword was not due to a lack of realm, but rather insufficient spiritual and mental energy. The royal master of Huangpu, overhearing his remarks, interjected, Your Highness, the path of cultivation must be taken step by step. Potent elixirs and sinister techniques are merely methods of forcing growth and should not be pursued. From his tone, it was evident that he suspected Xia Yu was practicing a nefarious technique. After all, Xia Yu's rapid advancement in cultivation could not be attributed to celestial or earthly techniques, leaving only one conclusion. He was practicing a sinister art. Such dark or demonic techniques were not sustainable. The ninth prince secretly wished to tread the sword and transform into a rainbow, but upon hearing the royal master's admonition, he abandoned the idea. Xia Yu felt a sense of relief at the master's words. As long as there were no suspicions regarding his possession of celestial techniques, he was safe. However, at that moment, the awkwardly silent Yu Dingjun finally spoke. Young Xia, since your master did not specify the level of the technique he imparted to you, it seems you are unaware of its rank. Why not share the name of the technique, and we shall analyze it together. If it is indeed a sinister art, it would be prudent to cease its practice. Yu Dingjun's words were sharp and incisive. He was subtly reminding the royal master that Xia Yu could discern lies through the hard intent wood. And this did not necessarily mean he was not practicing celestial techniques. If Xia Yu were unknowingly cultivating celestial arts, he could still pass the lie detection. Indeed, the royal master of Huangpu's gaze sharpened immediately. Xia Yu inwardly cursed. This Yu Dingjun, claiming to be merely a passerby, seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Or else he would not have spoken so. With a slight mental shift, he replied with a wry smile. To be honest, master, my technique has reached its limit, and I can make no further progress. It is laughable that so many believe I practice celestial techniques. Such misinformation is absurd. Reached its limit? The royal master's countenance shifted dramatically. Indeed, my meridians have been severely damaged. Let me see, the royal master commanded, seizing Xia Yu's wrist. Xia Yu's voluntary disclosure was made with a gamble in mind. He had many secrets and dared not allow the master to inspect haphazardly. Yet, Yu Dingjun's words had piqued the royal master's interest, forcing him to take a risk. Hoping that the royal master would maintain his composure and refrain from probing too deeply. After grasping Xia Yu's wrist, the royal master immediately released a thread of mental energy, and his face turned to one of astonishment. Your meridians. Within Xia Yu's meridians, the damage was extensive, with wounds resembling those inflicted by a blade, leaving him battered and bruised. In such a state, even drawing upon his spiritual energy was exceedingly difficult, and to continue cultivating would be tantamount to courting death. With a sigh, the royal master released his grip. Xia Yu felt a wave of relief, realizing he had successfully evaded scrutiny. The royal master truly was a straightforward individual, only using his mental energy to inspect his meridians. Had he encountered a more cunning person, they might have used their mental energy to probe Xia Yu's sea of consciousness, potentially revealing the legacy left by his master, Ding Huatian, and prompting an unforeseen reaction. Alas, the royal master lamented, shaking his head. Such a promising seedling, now ruined. After uttering this, he ceased to speak, fully convinced that Xia Yu's remarkable abilities stemmed from the practice of a sinister technique. Now that such a technique had damaged Xia Yu's meridians, his future prospects for advancement were bleak, and with the passage of time, his cultivation would likely regress. Thus, the royal master regarded such a so-called talent with indifference. When Xia Yu asked, Master, is there any possibility of restoring my condition? The royal master shook his head. Although there are spiritual medicines capable of healing meridians, their value is astronomical, far beyond your imagination. Moreover, your meridians, irrespective of their size, are severely damaged. It is likely that no remedy will suffice. The onlookers were struck with shock at the royal master's pronouncement, which effectively sentenced Xia Yu's cultivation career to a dismal end, leaving no hope for future advancement. Hearing this, Yu Dingjunren also shook his head in disbelief. He now believed that Xia Yu neither possessed celestial techniques nor earthly ones, but rather practiced some sinister demonic arts. However, he had also heard from Xia Yu and Hao that Xia Yu possessed a treasure hidden within a storage bag that could absorb an opponent's weapon. When Xia Yu had faced the Su clan elder's lifebound treasure, he had been left with no choice but to open his storage bag and use a metallic bottle within to absorb the lifebound treasure. This single act had led Xia Yu and Hao to suspect that Xia Yu possessed a powerful artifact. Yu Dingjunren thought to himself that even if he could disregard Xia Yu's technique, he must acquire that treasure. The fact that Xia Yu's technique could not advance was fortuitous. It would make seizing Xia Yu's treasure exceedingly straightforward in the future. Contemplating this, he sighed and offered consolation. Young Xia, do not despair. You are still young, and perhaps opportunities will arise in the future. Should you come across any precious healing elixirs, I, Yu Ding, shall certainly deliver them to you. Thank you. Thank you. Xia Yu hastily expressed his gratitude. Regarding Yu Ding, this mysterious passerby, Xia Yu had little faith in his claim of being merely an observer. Yet, given the man's goodwill, Xia Yu found it difficult to refuse. In truth, the royal master of Huangpu felt considerable disappointment at that moment. He had hoped to assist the ninth prince in acquiring a talented ally, only to discover that Xia Yu was nothing but a waste, and a thoroughly ruined one at that. Such a person would hold little value even if brought to the prince's estate. He resolved to depart at once. Your Highness, with this matter concluded, it would be wise to return early. The ninth prince, with his lively disposition, held a fondness for Xia Yu, his peer, and remarked, Xia Yu, although your meridians are gravely damaged, spring is upon us, and my father will host the spring tournament. If you can secure first place in the Lingquan realm, you will receive a third-rank Huishan elixir, along with an opportunity to enter the Muyu Spirit Sea for trials, where the wood attribute spiritual energy is abundant, which may aid in your healing. Xia Yu's expression shifted at the mention of the wood attribute spiritual energy. In truth, he had long contemplated healing elixirs, which were optional, but the prospect of wood attribute energy was compelling. The 9 elemental energies, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, lightning, and stars, were all essential to him. The royal master of Huangpu nodded in agreement. If you manage to obtain the third-rank Huishan elixir, though it may not fully restore you, it will at least prevent further deterioration. Thank you. I will certainly attend, Xia Yu quickly replied with a bow of gratitude. This is splendid. At that point, the royal master summoned a cloud-like flying treasure, allowing the ninth prince to ascend with him, preparing to return to the capital. Before departing, the ninth prince gifted Xia Yu a token inscribed with the characters for worship, granting him the status of an external worshipper of the prince's estate, allowing him free passage into the city lord's residence upon arriving in the capital. Thank you, Your Highness. Xia Yu once again bowed, watching as the two figures grew distant in the sky. Chapter 57. Assisting my mother in cultivation, returning to the city to retrieve the loot. With the departure of the ninth prince and the royal master of Huangpu, City Lord Lu felt a twinge of disappointment. He had initially believed that he had helped the ninth prince find a prodigious young talent, only to discover that Xia Yu practiced a sinister technique, leaving his meridians severely injured, unable to advance, and lacking any future prospects. Remaining with Xia Yu seemed futile. Before leaving, he offered consolation, Brother Xia. Though your meridians are damaged, do not succumb to despair. When the spring tournament arrives, securing a third-rank Huishan elixir could provide some healing. Just be cautious not to continue practicing that sinister technique. Xia Yu readily accepted this advice, responding, City Lord Lu, I appreciate your concern. I shall refrain from practicing it in the future. Then we shall take our leave. With that, City Lord Lu, accompanied by his expeditionary guards, departed from Hanja Mountain, returning to Liuyujing City. For a moment, the Red Cliff Mountain fell into a profound silence. Among the remaining presents was an uninvited guest who lingered as others departed. Xia Yu raised an eyebrow and inquired, Esteemed Yu Ding, may I ask your intentions? Yu Dingjunren chuckled heartily. I am but a wandering cultivator, without a fixed abode, and I call the Four Seas my home. Passing through this area, I found the environment of Red Cliff Mountain quite appealing, especially with young talents like you, Xia Yu. I wish to stay here for a period of cultivation. Are you amenable to this? Xia Yu, feeling inwardly reluctant. Realized that dismissing this man would not be prudent, especially since he had aided in capturing the inner core of the assassin from Feng Yulu. It would be unwise to offend him. Thus, he replied, "If you desire to stay, I shall not turn you away. However, I have my own matters to attend to, so my hospitality may be lacking." "No worries, young friend. Please carry on as you see fit," Yu Dingjunren assured him. Consequently, he settled into a room on the mountain. Xia Yu, feeling rather helpless, understood that while this man was not entirely benevolent, he had little choice but to remain vigilant. Xia Kai and the others, upon hearing of Xia Yu's cultivation of an unorthodox technique that had harmed his meridians, offered their consolation. "Do not be disheartened, young master. We shall procure that elixir from Chunlei." Hong Qi chimed in, "Indeed, though you are merely at the 6th layer of Lingquan, your strength is sufficient to slay those at the Lingzi stage. This elixir shall be ours. Rest assured, I have my plans," Xia Yu replied, urging Xia Kai and Hong Qi to continue their cultivation. Yunju lamented, "Oh, my child, I only regret that I lack the cultivation myself. I once had the chance to cultivate, but alas." She trailed off, feeling that her inability to assist her son rendered her a burden, which troubled her heart. Xia Yu smiled, "Mother, do not be disheartened. I shall find a musical score for you shortly." Yunju retorted, "You jest, my child. I wish to cultivate. Yet you seek to find me a musical score? After so many years without playing, my fingers have grown clumsy. This score will be beneficial for you," Xia Yu explained, having acquired it from his dreams through his enchanting teacher. It was said to be a form of sound attack with a high level of complexity, one that even cultivators of the lesser realms struggled to comprehend. Immediately, Xia Yu returned to his room, fetched paper and ink, and transcribed the musical score. "Mother, the score has arrived." Presenting it to Yunju, she was instantly captivated. Despite her long hiatus from playing, her understanding of the instrument remained intact. The music inscribed within was entirely unfamiliar to her, yet she sensed its beauty and felt an urge to play. "Can this truly aid in cultivation?" Yunju asked, still skeptical. "It is as my mysterious teacher has stated. You can trust me," Xia Yu assured her. Elated, Yunju thought that if she possessed cultivation abilities, she could assist her son instead of being a hindrance. However, she soon realized something. "But my child, where will the instrument come from?" Xia Yu replied, "I recall there is a zither at home that you used to play. I shall retrieve it in the next few days." "That would be good," she acknowledged, remembering how chaotic their departure had been, making it impossible to take the instrument. Yunju suddenly recalled, "You have ruined your father's cultivation. I think it best to let it be, all right? If Xia Yu were to harm Xia Yungziao, it would be a tragedy." And Yunju wished to avert such a scene in their home. Xia Yu comforted her, "Mother, I heed your words. As long as Xia Yungziao remains obedient, I will not act against him. Of course, should he cause trouble, I shall ensure he suffers some consequence." Though he spoke thus, he pondered that while a death sentence could be avoided, inflicting injuries upon Xia Yungziao would still be feasible. Before returning to the city, Xia Yu attended to 3 matters. First, he enhanced the defensive formation at his mother's residence, applying his greater cultivation and abundant spirit stones to strengthen it. Second, he reviewed the spoils of his recent battles. He had dispatched 2 formidable opponents from the Lingzi stage, both prominent figures from Feng Yulu, and their storage bags were bountiful. Xia Yu acquired over 10,000 spirit stones, several spirit artifacts, and 2 life-bound spiritual treasures. However, these treasures could only be utilized by their original owner, rendering them useless to Xia Yu. Thus, he absorbed both life-bound treasures into a metallic vessel, the resulting power causing it to sprout a tender leaf. Placing his finger upon the new leaf, Xia Yu experienced a surge of insight into the methods of refining, utilizing, and nurturing life-bound spiritual treasures. Among the numerous spoils, what delighted Xia Yu the most was a jade slip containing an invisibility technique discovered within the storage bag of the slain assassin leader. This invisibility technique was a profound combat skill, a secret art of Feng Yulu, granted only after achieving merit, and must be returned post-learning. However, the individual who perished had not had the chance to return the slip before being slain by Xia Yu, thus allowing this technique to fall into his possession. Invisibility. Xia Yu exclaimed, exhilarated. This technique was not merely for stealthy observation. It held significant utility in battle, enabling sudden ambushes by vanishing from sight, a true weapon of the Feng Yulu assassins. It became clear to him that the technique was not particularly difficult to learn, primarily involving a few unique hand seals. After dedicating half a day to practice, Xia Yu mastered it completely. "Fantastic!" he exclaimed, swiftly vanishing from view. Releasing the hand seal, he reappeared, realizing why Feng Yulu assassins could engage formidable adversaries. They possessed these peculiar techniques, capable of causing their opponents to vanish mid-fight, instilling fear. The third task Xia Yu undertook was to refine the remaining life-bound spiritual swords. This set of swords had been prepared by Xia Yu and Hao, who had intended to create a small sword formation with a total of 15 materials, planning for 12 swords, while keeping 3 in reserve to prevent failures. However, upon encountering Xia Yu, he had inadvertently transformed 8 of the materials into waste, ultimately refining 7 life-bound spiritual swords. Though they could not form a complete sword formation, their power exceeded that of the original 3. The 7 life-bound spiritual swords could be considered a miniature sword formation, which pleased Xia Yu. After practicing with them, he stored the swords within his sword box for careful nurturing. Having completed these tasks, Xia Yu felt that sufficient time had passed after 7 days, prompting him to emerge from his seclusion with the intention of returning to the city. To his surprise, he encountered Yu Dingjun upon his exit. The latter had lingered, seeking an opportunity to acquire Xia Yu's treasures, yet for the past week, Xia Yu's seclusion had thwarted his plans. Seeing Xia Yu step forth, Yu Dingjun could hardly contain his impatience and swiftly approached, inquiring, "Young friend, where are you headed?" "I intend to return to Lujing City, to the Xia residence, to retrieve some items. Would you care to accompany me, esteemed Yu Ding?" Xia Yu proposed. Truth be told, leaving Yu Dingjun at Red Cliff Mountain made Xia Yu uneasy, hence the invitation. Yu Dingjun, equally eager, responded with a smile, "How fortuitous. I also plan to visit Lujing City. Let us go together." With that, they prepared to depart. Xia Yu laughed heartily, and Yu Dingjun joined in the mirth, declaring, "This is splendid." Thus, both ascended upon their flying treasures, soaring towards Lujing City. Chapter 58. A display of skills, intentions of mutual annihilation. The journey from Red Cliff Mountain to Lujing City spanned approximately 10 miles, taking less than half an hour by horse and merely around 10 minutes by flight. 2 beams of light, like flying swords, streaked across the sky. Yu Dingjun felt a pang of regret. The distance was too short, leaving him without an opportunity to act. He could not afford to wait any longer. Should Xia Yu inquire upon arrival at the Xia residence, his identity would be revealed. Hence, he resolved to strike immediately. "Young friend," Yu Dingjun suddenly called out loudly. "What command does esteemed Yu Ding have?" Suddenly, Xia Yu's figure emerged, standing upon a sword-shaped flying treasure, and he could already see Liujing City. He turned back, gazing at Yu Dingjun with a look of confusion. With a chuckle, Yu Dingjun materialized and said, "My young friend, I must confess, I have come here for a tremendous opportunity. Timing is perfect. It is just the right moment for this chance to manifest." Xia Yu's expression shifted, and he hurriedly inquired, "What kind of opportunity?" Yu Dingjun smiled. "It is beneficial for you as well. About 30 li ahead lies a place called Heilongtan. Despite its name, there is no black dragon there, but rather a black python guarding 3 exceptionally precious herbs. Among them is a plant known as Huiling Chao, which can mend your meridian injuries and is just what you need for healing." Xia Yu felt a chill in his heart, realizing that Yu Dingjun viewed him as a mere child. The notion of 3 precious herbs seemed concocted on a whim to lure him into a trap. While Yu Dingjun intended to make a move, Xia Yu harbored the same desire. Resolving this hidden danger promptly was paramount, lest it continue to trouble him. "Senior Yu Ding, this opportunity clearly belongs to you. I fear I am unworthy of it." Xia Yu protested earnestly. "No need to worry, my young friend. We are like old acquaintances." Yu Dingjun replied with a disarming smile. "Moreover, you will not receive it for free. When we reach Heilongtan, I will distract the black python while you enter the cave to collect the herbs. I will take 2, and you will take 1. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yu's excitement surged. "Huiling Chao is precisely what I seek for my injuries. How fortuitous." "Indeed, my young friend, you are fortunate. Even heaven is on your side." Yu Dingjun laughed heartily. Both were engaged in a web of deceit, with Yu Ding attempting to deceive Xia Yu while Xia Yu chose to play along. After reaching an agreement, they flew towards Heilongtan, one following the other. Heilongtan housed a cave that had long been abandoned, a dead end where Yu Ding intended to trap Xia Yu and seize the treasure unnoticed. After flying for quite some time, Yu Dingjun aimed to exhaust Xia Yu's spiritual energy, knowing that a 6th layer of Lingquan realm could already fly. And after such a long journey, he would likely be fatigued, making him vulnerable. Eventually, they arrived at a valley surrounded by ancient trees, where the light was dim and only a low-lying area revealed a dark pool of water. Behind the pool, concealed by branches and withered grass, lay the cave that was their destination. The 2 descended and transformed back into their human forms. Once on the ground, Xia Yu looked around and thought that this was indeed a perfect spot for an ambush. One could die here and not be discovered for 100 years. Yu Ding Jinren, prepare for eternal rest, he mused. Yu Ding Jinren feigned a thorough examination before stating, at this moment, the black python should be hibernating at the bottom of the pool. I will guard the pool. If the black python stirs, I shall battle it fiercely. Young friend, you should swiftly enter the cave and collect the 3 spiritual herbs. Xia Yu, touched, replied, Senior Yu Ding, you are truly kind. You take on the dangerous task, while I handle the easy one. Yu Ding Jinren blushed, it is only right. After all, my cultivation far exceeds yours. Young friend, do proceed. Not so fast. I possess some strength as well. Why don't we awaken the black python together and eliminate the threat, then gather the spiritual herbs? Xia Yu proposed, unable to suppress his folly. Yu Ding Jinren nearly spat blood. There was no black python in the pool. He had been fabricating tales. Do not act recklessly. He admonished. This black python has cultivated here for 1,000 years and has long since transformed into a demon. You cannot possibly contend with it. It is best to obtain the herbs and depart without being greedy. After some contemplation, Xia Yu conceded, be careful, Senior Yu Ding. They exchanged a final performance of camaraderie before bidding farewell. Xia Yu lowered his head and entered the cave. Only then did Yu Ding Jinren let out a cold chuckle. You won't escape now, brat. The cave was indeed a dead end. Once Xia Yu entered, there was no way to flee. After a brief wait, Yu Ding Jinren followed him into the cave. Young friend, he called, his voice echoing within. Logically, the cave was not long, and Xia Yu should have reached the end by now. However, to Yu Ding's surprise, Xia Yu seemed to have vanished without a trace, offering no reply. Yu Ding Jinren's brow furrowed. Things were not as he had imagined. He hastened his pace and soon arrived at the cave's end, where a lit torch stood in the ground, yet the space was empty. Xia Yu was nowhere to be found. In that instant, Yu Ding Jinren froze. But a moment later, a murderous intent surged. A brilliant sword light sliced through the air from behind, aimed directly at his neck. Fortunately, Yu Ding Jinren was cunning. Xia Yu's sudden strike did not claim his life. A golden light appeared behind Yu Ding, forming a circular shield that deflected the sword strike. As a rogue cultivator, Yu Ding Jinren was shrewd. Sensing something amiss upon entering the cave, he had instinctively summoned the Jiu Dan magic ring. His intention was not to guard against Xia Yu, but rather to prepare for any lurking dangers. This habitual caution had saved his life. Quickly, he turned and unleashed several dark beams of light, which were small sword-shaped flying treasures, swirling in the cave as he sought out Xia Yu. Young friend, I am sincerely here to heal your wounds. Why do you strike against me? He exclaimed, realizing Xia Yu had turned invisible to attack. Clang, clang, clang. The sword light flickered as Yu Ding's dark beams of light were all severed, and Xia Yu's figure emerged from the shadows. Senior Yu Ding, where are the 3 spiritual herbs you mentioned? Xia Yu asked with a cold smile. Yu Ding Jinren burst into laughter. Indeed, young friend, you are remarkably astute. If I am not mistaken, you already knew I was lying on your journey to Liujing City. How bold you are. Your greed knows no bounds. Seeking to kill me for the treasure. You are mistaken. Xia Yu shook his head. I have no interest in your trinkets. My desire to eliminate you stems from your dubious origins and entanglements. It is best to eradicate such threats. Yu Ding Jinren was taken aback. Typically, rogue cultivators kill for reasons, treasure, souls. There is always a motive. It was rare to encounter someone like Xia Yu, intent on murder simply due to suspicions. You are quite decisive. If I kill you, you shall not die unjustly. Yu Ding Jinren's expression turned cold, just as he was about to command the Jiu Dan magic ring to attack. His face shifted drastically, turning pale as he shouted, You insolent brat, dare you destroy my treasure? It turned out that Xia Yu's previous strike had severed a golden inner Dan, and now one of the 9 had been shattered, its golden liquid spilling forth, nearly rendering it useless. Outrageous. Yu Ding Jinren fumed. He had invested heavily in the creation of the Jiu Dan magic ring, and before he could utilize it, one of its inner dawn had been destroyed. As flames flickered, he grinned menacingly. Do you know from whom that inner Dan you just shattered came? Without waiting for Xia Yu's response, he continued ominously. The inner Dan you destroyed belonged to your ancestor, Xia Yuanhao. I have come to kill you. Spurred on by Xia Yuanhao's ghost. Surprised? Shocked? Upon hearing this, Xia Yu was struck with realization. After slaying Xia Yuanhao, the inner Dan had fled. He never expected this wretch would not give up, seeking out Yu Ding Jinren with the intention of killing Xia Yu for revenge. Unexpectedly, Yu Ding Jinren turned out to be a despicable scoundrel, first refining Xia Yuanhao's inner Dan onto a treasure truly deserving of his fate. The intentions of Yu Ding Jinren are self-evident. It appears my instincts were correct. You are indeed detestable. A chilling expression surfaced on Xia Yu's face. Arrogant. No matter how formidable you are. You are merely at the 6th level of Lingquan. If you hand over the mysterious treasure, perhaps I might spare your life, Yuding Jinren further tempted. In truth, luring Xia Yu here was a premeditated plan for murder. However, rather than directly attacking, it would be easier to first deceive the opponent into relinquishing their mysterious treasure, then strike decisively. Yet, Xia Yu chose to ignore him, sneering, at the 3rd level of Lingzi, Yuding Jinren, I find it quite puzzling. As you have seen, those at the 3rd level of Lingzi from Finjiayu Tower are no match for me. On what basis do you so confidently believe you can defeat me? I rely on this. Yuding Jinren's countenance darkened. Although his Jiu Dan Mo Huan had been damaged, he possessed even stronger means. His title, Yuding Jinren, stemmed from this very Jade Cauldron. When the Jade Cauldron appears, the heavenly secrets change. With a thunderous shout, a translucent Jade Cauldron was released by Yuding Jinren. Initially, the cauldron was no larger than a palm, but upon landing, it grew to the height of a person. In the narrow confines of the cave, as the cauldron touched the ground, a vast array of multicolored mist swirled around. Xia Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized the surrounding scenery had transformed. He found himself in an expansive arena, far from the cave. In this arena stood a towering 10-level platform, upon which the Jade Cauldron rested. Exuding an imposing and solemn aura, Xia Yu's expression changed dramatically. This Jade Cauldron was undoubtedly a remarkable artifact, capable of creating an illusory space that ensnared him within. This technique bore resemblance to his esteemed mentor's ability to transform realms. You little brat, although you can fight beyond your level, you cannot escape my Jade Cauldron space. Do you still believe you can defeat me? Yuding Jinren's voice echoed from the heavens, as if this space belonged to him, making him its master, its god. It is merely an illusion. Xia Yu scoffed, throwing his flying sword, preparing to ascend the platform and shatter the Jade Cauldron. Ignorant youth. Yuding Jinren sneered coldly, pressing down with his palm and uttering 2 words, suppress. A tremendous force descended from above, akin to an invisible lid pressing down on Xia Yu's head, relentlessly forcing him downward, preventing his ascent. Furthermore, Yuding Jinren mocked, you brat, die for me. He then spat out a long sword, which expanded to gigantic proportions in the space, slicing toward Xia Yu with great ferocity. Xia Yu's brow furrowed. This Jade Cauldron was indeed filled with mysteries. It not only ensnared him in an illusion, but also diminished his size, making Yuding Jinren's innate spiritual treasure appear colossal. Facing the incoming giant sword, Xia Yu leaped onto his flying sword, swiftly evading as the ground erupted in a thunderous crash, splitting the entire plaza in half and sending debris flying. You have fallen into my Jade Cauldron. There is no chance of escape. Yuding Jinren roared, intensifying the pressure upon Xia Yu once more. However, in the midst of this peril, Xia Yu opened his mouth and unleashed 3 points of cold radiance. The 3 points coalesced into a single sword. Though it could not be said to reach the heavens, it had certainly grown larger and engaged in combat with the giant sword. Refining innate spiritual treasures at the Lingquan level, you are indeed unique. Yet, you are ultimately still at the Lingquan level. Your innate sword formation consists of merely 3 flying swords. You cannot contend with me. Yuding Jinren gloated. With the Jade Cauldron trapping Xia Yu and his innate giant sword poised for the kill, it seemed certain that Xia Yu was doomed, with no escape in sight. Just as victory appeared imminent, a sudden scream erupted from Yuding Jinren. A golden speck of light shot skyward, soaring toward the heavens. Following that, 4 dazzling sword lights burst forth, reminiscent of triumphant generals returning from battle. Yuding Jinren, you are no more than this, Xia Yu sneered. If I am not mistaken, your understanding of the Jade Cauldron's functions is quite superficial. Its origins and powers remain mostly untapped. As Xia Yu had surmised, Yuding Jinren had not fully mastered the Jade Cauldron after obtaining it. He had only activated a portion of its capabilities. Thus, in order to command his innate spiritual sword to slay Xia Yu, he still needed to place his inner Dan within the space. His inner Dan, originally hidden in a corner of the space, was unexpectedly discovered by Xia Yu, nearly leading to his demise. Damn it, how could you know so much? Yuding Jinren ground his teeth. He felt that Xia Yu was far from an inexperienced novice. Rather, he resembled a seasoned veteran of the martial world. Xia Yu chuckled coldly. It seems this Jade Cauldron is indeed a remarkable treasure. Once I acquire it, I shall study it thoroughly. The secrets you cannot uncover, perhaps I can. Dream on. Yuding Jinren, unwilling to place his innate spiritual treasure within, resorted to other means. He summoned the Jiu Dan Mo Huan. Although 1 Dan had been shattered by Xia Yu, the remaining 8 inner Dan held immense power. The Jiudan Mo Huan descended into the space, releasing myriad golden rays, only to be followed by overwhelming black mist. The black mist, a product of the 8 inner dawn refinement, manifested as vengeful spirits, swirling forth with chilling winds, their anguished wails echoing, reminiscent of vengeful ghosts demanding retribution. Each refined inner Dan birthed a ghostly king. 9 inner dawn would produce 9 ghostly kings, which could then combine to evolve into a pseudo-ghost emperor. The ghost emperor was equivalent to a practitioner at the Changhe level among humans. Fortunately, Xia Yu had previously shattered 1 inner Dan, leaving only 8 ghostly kings, which prevented the evolution into a pseudo-ghost emperor, thus significantly diminishing the Jiudan Mo Huan's power. 8 ghostly kings morphed into massive clouds of black mist, charged with the hatred of all living beings, lunging at Xia Yu. Though they had not evolved into a pseudo-ghost emperor, 8 ghostly kings were still formidable. Yuding Jinren's face contorted with rage as he bellowed, "Kill him!" Xia Yu was inwardly alarmed. Had he not previously shattered an inner Dan, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. Even now, dealing with the 8 ghostly kings would not be easy. It seemed he had no choice. Xia Yu raised his hand, retrieving his storage bag. He reached inside, opened a vial, then suddenly flung the bag wide. An invisible force began to draw in all the black, eerie, ghostly energy from the air, as if a pump were siphoning it into the storage bag. In truth, the metallic vial had long been eager for the power within the inner dawn, as these soul energies were its preferred nourishment. That treasure. Yuding Jinren's eyes glimmered with greed. He had previously heard Xia Yuanhao mention that Xia Yu possessed a treasure hidden in his storage bag capable of absorbing innate spiritual treasures. And now it could even drain the ghostly energy from the inner dawn. "No, come back." Yuding Jinren attempted to retract the Jiudan Mo Huan. However, it was too late. All the released ghostly energies had been completely absorbed by the vial. When Yuding Jinren retrieved the Jiudan Mo Huan, the 8 inner dawn had shriveled, their colors dimmed, and they were on the brink of collapse. "Damn it! You destroyed my treasure." Yuding Jinren barked furiously, "Brat! I will kill you." "Is that so?" Xia Yu's figure flickered as he leaped out from within the jade cauldron. Chapter 60. Sacrificing to the heavens. Borrowing power from the sky, Yuding Jinren's face darkened significantly. His most powerful treasure, the jade cauldron, had failed to contain Xia Yu, and now the Jiudan Mo Huan had been destroyed by him. His odds of victory against Xia Yu had diminished greatly. As a rogue cultivator, Yuding Jinren adhered to the principle of not forcing matters when the situation became dire, a philosophy that had allowed him to survive for many years. At this moment, he found it exceedingly difficult to eliminate Xia Yu, for the death trap he had prepared for Xia Yu might very well become his own burial site. He secretly began to reconsider his intentions. "Xia Yu, my young friend, I too have been misled by a single account from Xia Yuanhao. Since we are strangers to one another, why not cease hostilities here?" Yuding Jinren laughed heartily. Indeed, loose cultivators are adaptable. Moments ago, they were in a life and death struggle. Yet now he wore a smile, as if they were long-lost brothers. Yuding's acting skills were commendable. Xia Yu responded with a faint smile, "Elder Yuding, you speak true. It is better to resolve enmities than to harbor them. If you are willing to kneel and beg for mercy, I might spare you this once." Yuding Jinren's expression darkened once more. "Young friend, do not overstep. Do not forget that I am already at the 3rd layer of Lingzi realm." "The 3rd layer of Lingzi realm?" Xia Yu scoffed derisively and retorted coldly, "Every action carries a cost. If you wish to kill me, then do it. If you choose not to, then what do I care for your pride? The 3rd layer of Lingzi realm from Finjiu Tower is no match for me. Do you truly believe you are stronger than them? That is different." Yuding Jinren maintained a stern demeanor. "Xia Yu, today I cannot harm you. Let us part ways amicably. I assure you, I will not trouble you in the future. However, if you seek to eradicate me or attempt to control me, you would be mistaken. If I were to fight with all my might, the outcome would be uncertain." Observing Yuding Jinren's confident demeanor, Xia Yu sensed no deception. Yet he still did not wish to let this man go. This individual was exceedingly cunning and had a formidable presence. If he were to let the tiger return to the mountain, one could fear that this fellow would conjure further schemes. It was better to take the initiative and eliminate the threat. "Then let us see." Xia Yu opened his mouth and unleashed 7 dazzling beams of sword light, creating 7 arcs of death. His gaze sharpened as he raised a hand and declared, "Die?" Yuding Jinren inwardly exclaimed, "What a bold move." Before he could make a move, this Lingquan's 6th layer cultivator had already acted with such lethal intent. However, since Xia Yu had chosen to strike first, he felt no need to hold back. He was ruthless and possessed his own confidence. "Brat, since you wish to confront me, do not blame me for what follows." Yu Ding Jinren declared, releasing his innate spiritual treasure and drawing forth several spirit tools from his storage bag. He prepared to counter Xia Yu's innate sword formation, wielding a small sword in hand. Brat, if you force my hand, it will not be so simple to eliminate me. Yu Ding Jinren's face was shrouded in darkness. After uttering those words, he suddenly knelt before the Yu Ding, chanting incantations. Then, with a sudden burst, he spat forth a mouthful of blood. As the blood sprayed onto the Yu Ding, it was almost instantly absorbed, causing the vessel to glow with fervor, illuminating the dark cave as brightly as day. This is a blood sacrifice. Xia Yu's expression shifted to one of shock. The blood sacrifice was an aberrant technique employed by cultivators, using their own blood as an offering to imbue an artifact with sincerity, unleashing power far beyond its norm. However, this was merely the beginning. After expelling blood, Yu Ding Jinren shockingly severed a portion of his tongue, then used the small sword to extract one of his eyeballs, followed by his ear, nose, and fingers. This was sheer self-mutilation, leaving Xia Yu stunned. After dismembering these parts of his body, Yu Ding Jinren gathered them all and cast them into the Yu Ding. In that instant, the mouth of the vessel erupted with blinding radiance, akin to the sun, as countless voices echoed from within, resonating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, creating a spectacle both grand and awe-inspiring. The light gushing from the Yu Ding surged forth like a fountain, wielding astonishing power, directly shattering the stones above the cave, transforming into a column of light that shot towards the heavens. As this unfolded, the sky responded with thunderous roars, dark clouds rapidly converging. Xia Yu looked up at the sky, his expression grim. He had never anticipated that Yu Ding Jinren possessed such capabilities. No wonder he was so arrogant. This was a flesh and blood sacrifice to the heavens, borrowing power from above. This method was far more potent than a mere blood sacrifice. While blood sacrifices were a form of aberrant technique utilized by many righteous cultivators, a flesh and blood sacrifice to the heavens was a quintessential demonic path technique, exceedingly ruthless, yielding unprecedented enhancements. Though Yu Ding Jinren was a loose cultivator, his mastery of such a terrifying demonic technique was primarily due to this Yu Ding. Ha! Yu Ding Jinren, drenched in blood, laughed uproariously. Despite having bitten off his tongue and being unable to speak, his fierce eyes remained fixed upon Xia Yu, as if to say, "You have forced my hand. This cannot continue." Xia Yu's expression darkened. If Yu Ding Jinren were allowed to complete the ritual and draw upon the heavens, Xia Yu would be doomed. At this juncture, what could be done? The only solution lay in the metal bottle. Without regard for anything else, Xia Yu swiftly retrieved his last resort from his storage bag, the metal bottle. In fact, even now, a greedy aura emanated from within the bottle, reminiscent of a colossal beast eyeing a delectable prey. "Old man Yu Ding, have you not always desired to see my treasure?" Then behold, Xia Yu abruptly uncapped the bottle. To his astonishment, the seven-colored light fountain erupting from the Yu Ding instantly changed direction, all rushing toward the metal bottle before being absorbed within. How could this be? Yu Ding Jinren was momentarily stunned. He had severed his own tongue, eye, ear, nose, fingers, and toes as an offering to the heavens, a brutal and effective demonic technique. If he had succeeded in drawing upon the heavens, he would have swiftly ascended to the third layer of Changhe realm, a matter of mere moments. Under such circumstances, Xia Yu would have been as good as dead. Yet, just as the spell was about to be completed, when the celestial will was about to manifest, an unexpected turn of events occurred. All the spiritual energy was mysteriously drawn into the diminutive bottle. Looking back up at the sky, Yu Ding Jinren saw the dark clouds that had just gathered beginning to dissipate, smoke vanishing into thin air, while the rumbling thunder grew dim and faded away. The sky returning to a state of clarity, unmarred by clouds. "No," Yu Ding Jinren bellowed in fury. "I will not back down." Xia Yu's expression brightened with elation. His bottle was indeed formidable. He was now intensely curious about the true nature of this bottle and its incredible powers. In truth, the strength of this bottle exceeded his wildest imagination. As the spiritual light from within the Yu Ding was drawn into the bottle, the Yu Ding itself began to shift slowly across the ground, inching closer to Xia Yu, until, with a resounding thud, the massive Yu Ding adhered to the surface of the bottle as if it were a piece of iron drawn to a magnet. Subsequently, the spiritual light within the Yu Ding vanished, revealing the spiritual energy coursing into the intricate patterns on the bottle's surface, while the Yu Ding gradually dimmed, its once translucent jade becoming opaque and resembling ordinary white jade. No, Yu Ding Jinren's gaze was vacant, unable to comprehend the scene before him. His most prized treasure, the Yu Ding, was rapidly losing its power, soon to be reduced to mere ordinary jade, worthless. What on earth is this? Yu Jinren stared dumbfounded at the metal bottle in Xia Yu's hand, suddenly realizing that this metal bottle was indeed a treasure. Xia Yu and Hao had not lied. Xia Yu truly possessed an earth-shattering artifact. However, at that moment, one of the 7 dazzling beams of sword light suddenly broke away, hurtling directly toward Yu Jinren. Before he could react, the sword light circled around his neck. Boom! His severed head fell to the ground, and Yu Jinren was dead. Chapter 61. The initial traces of demonic influence. Xia Yang returns home. Seeing Yu Jinren's head roll away, Xia Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. He has gained experience this time and will not allow the Neodin to escape as before. His 6 personal spirit swords are arranged in a sword formation, positioned in 6 distinct directions. No matter where the Neodin of Yu Jinren attempts to flee, it faces certain doom. As golden light flashes, the Neodin emerges. And upon seeing all escape routes sealed off, it can only fly before Xia Yu, pleading for mercy. Young friend, spare my life. Considering my years of arduous cultivation, grant me a path to survival. Xia Yu lets out a cold snort, seizing the Neodin and retrieving a wooden box to place it within, sealing it with runes before storing it in his spatial pouch. After completing these tasks, he turns his attention back to Yuding. The originally lustrous jade ding has been completely drained of spiritual energy, losing all its sheen and becoming an utterly lifeless piece of mundane jade. As Xia Yu merely touches it, it shatters with a sound, disintegrating into a pile of white powder. The ding is destroyed. Xia Yu feels a twinge of regret. He had intended to claim this treasure for himself, to study its origins and uncover any extraordinary functions it might possess. Instead, it has now been handed over to the metallic bottle. Shaking his head, he covers the bottle, sensing that it exudes an aura of satisfaction and drowsiness after consuming the jade ding. How peculiar it is, like a pet, Xia Yu thinks helplessly, still in the dark about the true nature of the bottle. Consequently, he stows away his treasures and collects all the spoils from the scene, then boards his flying artifact, heading in another direction. Initially, he planned to go to Lujing City, but after the recent events, he decides to find a secluded spot to recuperate before proceeding. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, a slender thread of black, demonic energy swiftly approaches. Upon reaching the entrance of the opened cave, the black energy suddenly descends, transforming into a diminutive figure. Despite its palm-sized stature, it radiates an impressive aura, emanating overwhelming demonic energy. Clearly, it is not the true body, but rather a manifestation of a wisp of demonic energy. The figure wears a pitch-black mask, obscuring its features, while its eyes flicker with red light, appearing quite otherworldly. The little figure soars into the air to survey the scene, observing the deceased Yu Jinren and the shattered jade remnants, frowning deeply. I had thought someone intended to transcend here, but it appears otherwise. Someone has conducted a ritual to the heavens. Strangely enough, the deceased is the one who initiated the offering. This implies that the assailant possesses at least the strength of Changhe realm. Yet no one within hundreds of miles is known to have such power. The small figure contemplates for a while, then, in a chilling tone, remarks, "How intriguing." This individual interrupted the ritual before it could be completed and executed their opponent. It is truly unfathomable that, with the will of heaven already communicated and anomalies occurring, the ritual could be disrupted. There must be secrets behind this. Shortly thereafter, the figure transforms into several strands of black, demonic energy, dispersing in different directions. Meanwhile, in Lujing City, early spring brings a mix of warmth and chill. 3 figures tread upon the melting snow as they enter the ancient and weathered city. Among them, 2 individuals, a man and a woman in their mid-20s, exude an extraordinary aura, unmistakably high-level practitioners. The leading figure, however, is a youth of 17 or 18, speaking animatedly. Zhao Shishu, Gu Shishu, this is my hometown, Lujing City. Xia Yang, having practiced at Yinyang sect for over 4 years, returns for the first time. Excitement bubbling within him as he gazes upon the familiar cityscape. Zhao Shishu, Zhao Qingchun, and the female practitioner Gu Hongyu maintain their composed demeanor, nodding quietly. For them, this mission is straightforward. Locate Xia Yu and capture him alive to bring before their master at Yinyang sect for interrogation. Naturally, should he resist fiercely, they would eliminate him, collect his soul, and return with his secrets. Zhao Qingchun feels this task is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Based on descriptions, this Xia Yu fellow had been in a coma for 8 years, awakening to some bizarre transformation that propelled him to the Lingquan realm. It seems plausible that he stumbled upon some sinister cultivation technique, explaining his rapid advancement. Regarding the letter's claim that Xia Yu possesses formidable skills and techniques capable of challenging those above his level, Zhao Qingchen remains skeptical. He has encountered many practitioners capable of challenging opponents a level or two higher. Surpassing an entire realm is truly extraordinary. It is rather generous of their master to send a fifth-layer Lingzi realm expert like him for this task. Walking alongside Zhao Qingchen is Guhong Yu, a genius of the Yin-Yang sect at the fourth layer of Lingzi. However, she feels slightly inferior to Zhao Qingchen, secretly harboring feelings for him but too shy to voice them, given his exceptional talent and status among the younger generation. Zhao Shixing, with you leading the charge. I shall await the successful completion of our mission and the rewards that follow. Guhong Yu suddenly smiles. Zhao Qingchen chuckles wryly, uncertain of their master's reasoning for assigning them this task, feeling it may be a waste of time. Guhong Yu responds. The letter mentions that Xia Yu has the ability to battle above his level. Just how many levels can he truly surpass? He is merely a fledgling practitioner newly entered into the Lingquan realm. I believe Xia Yang could handle this alone. Upon hearing his name, Xia Yang beams with excitement, declaring, Shishu, it is likely he possesses heavenly or earth-level techniques, and our ancestor fears complications. Heavenly techniques? Earth-level techniques? Zhao Qingchen smiles faintly. To him, such notions seem far-fetched. The entire Yin-Yang sect lacks a single copy of heavenly techniques or skills. It is absurd to think they would be found within an ordinary young practitioner from a remote town. Nonetheless, it is their master's command, and he dares not voice dissent. Xia Yang, you need not call me Shishu anymore. Once this mission concludes, you will be a disciple of our master. Henceforth, refer to me as Shixing. Zhao Qingchen smiles again. Though he does not believe Xia Yu will successfully become a disciple, he does not mind extending courtesy to these lesser figures, maintaining his image as the gentle and refined senior brother. Xia Yang, filled with excitement, eagerly responds, Zhao Shixing, I will strive to fulfill the mission. Very well. Zhao Qingchen smiles, though internally, he remains unconvinced. The ancestor has stated that only those who truly possess heavenly or earth-level techniques will be accepted as disciples. Without formidable skills, bringing Xia Yu back would be futile. As they converse, they arrive before a grand and imposing residence in the city. We have arrived at the Xia residence. Please. Esteemed Shishu, enter. Xia Yang excitedly steps into the Xia Manor. Young Master Yang has returned. The previously quiet Xia Manor suddenly buzzes with activity. Recently, the entire Lujing city and Xia Manor seemed shrouded in gloom, as families were preoccupied with mourning. The return of young Master Yang serves as a revitalizing tonic for the family. Young Master Yang has returned with two formidable practitioners. Another surge of encouragement spreads through the manor. Since Xia Yu awoke over a month ago, the Xia family has not encountered any fortunate events. Today, however, they finally experience a stroke of good fortune. Younger has returned? Xia Yungziao exclaims with unrestrained joy. The second lady of the house bursts into tears, rushing out. Young, you must avenge your father and all our ancestors. Within the main hall of the Xia family, a sea of white mourning attire fills the space. As the ancestral tablets of several clan elders remain unburned, incense still offered for their remembrance. Upon entering the hall, Xia Yang's face contorts with rage. Damn you, Xia Yu. We shall never coexist. Chapter 62. Understanding the situation, the city lord delays. My son, you have returned. You must seek vengeance for your ancestors, your uncle, and your father. The second madam emerged from the backyard, clutching Xia Yang, weeping inconsolably. Xia Yungziao followed, supporting the second madam, his face marked by despondency. Father, mother. This is my Shishu Zhao Qingchen, a practitioner of the 5th level of Lingzi, and this is Shishu Guhong Yu, a practitioner of the 4th level of Lingzi. After the introductions, Xia Yang's fury ignited. Father, mother, has Xia Yu gone mad? Why, upon awakening, does he turn such vicious hands against his own family? The second madam's cries abruptly ceased, leaving an awkward silence. Had they not persistently oppressed and repeatedly tested Xia Yu's limits, he would not have acted in such a manner. To discuss the reasons would be difficult for the Xia family to articulate. Was it not simply that he had lost his mind? The second madam exclaimed, the Xia Yu. Who knows if he has been possessed by a yellow weasel? He awakens and begins a spree of murder. Ma Po and your uncle had not wronged him. Yet they fell victim to his wrath. No wonder. Xia Yang gritted his teeth. I remember when I was young, Xia Yu treated me quite well. How could he commit such acts? Human hearts can change, Xia Yungziao sighed. This wretched creature must have acquired a heavenly grade technique in martial arts, which has emboldened him to act without restraint, even denying his own parents. When I confronted him at Hanja Mountain, he even crippled my cultivation. After speaking, Xia Yungxiao's face was filled with frustration. Infuriating. Xia Yang clenched his fist, vowing, "Fear not, for I have also advanced to the Lingquan realm." The second madam gasped, realizing that if her son confronted Xia Yu, it would be akin to sending him to his death. "We must not underestimate him," Xia Yungxiao warned. Xia Yu has now reached the third level of Lingquan and possesses the strength to fight above his level. Both the elder of the Xia family and the elder of the Su family, who are both of the Lingzi realm, have perished at his hands. To kill those of Lingzi while being merely of Lingquan, it appears he indeed possesses extraordinary capabilities. What methods does he employ? Zhao Qingchen inquired. It is true. That little wretch employs ruthless tactics. Xia Yungxiao could not articulate clearly, as he had not been present when Xia Yu killed the two clan elders. Just then, someone arrived for a visit. Lord Lu has come. Upon hearing that the Xia family had a powerful practitioner from Yunyang's sect, Lord Lu hurried over to pay his respects. "I greet the esteemed elders of Yunyang's sect," he said respectfully. "No need for such formality." Zhao Qingchen gestured for everyone to take a seat. He then asked, "Lord, I have heard you share a close relationship with Xia Yu at Hanja Mountain. May I inquire as to the reason?" Lord Lu, not hiding anything, replied, "To be frank, the young man Xia Yu is forthright, and his cultivation speed is remarkable. I have taken a liking to his talent and wish to introduce him to the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty, hence our cordial relationship." The female practitioner Gu Hongyu asked, "But if Lord Lu claims that Xia Yu is forthright, how can he commit such acts against his own family?" Lord Lu responded awkwardly, "This is a matter of family affairs. A clear official cannot intervene in family disputes." Looking at the Xia family members, he sensed their discomfort. It was evident that the Xia family was not particularly amicable towards Xia Yu, thus inciting his retaliation. However, this was not within Zhao Qingchen's purview. He continued, "Lord, what abilities does Xia Yu possess? To slay those of Lingzi at the third level while being merely at Lingquan is no small feat. Not only that." Lord Lu sighed. "What you speak of occurred a month ago. I have just returned from Hanja Mountain. Xia Yu has now advanced to the 6th level of Lingquan and can kill the 3rd level Lingzi assassins of Finjiayu Tower." What? Everyone present was left astounded. Advancing to the 6th level of Lingquan within a month and slaying those of the 3rd level of Lingzi was indeed extraordinary. Xia Yang was particularly stunned. During his years of cultivation at Yunyang's sect, he had looked down upon the ordinary people of the Xia family. He believed himself to be above all. Yet his cultivation had barely improved over 4 years, having only just reached the Lingquan realm. Meanwhile, Xia Yu had progressed from the 3rd level of Lingquan to the 6th level in a mere month. His cultivation seemed as effortless as drinking water. Zhao Qingchen was equally astonished. Even he, a renowned genius of Yunyang's sect, had not cultivated this quickly. Is Lord Lu jesting? Zhao Qingchen furrowed his brow. "Nay," Lord Lu replied. "I spent over a month on the mountain, waiting for the 9th prince and the royal master of Huangpu to arrive personally. They witnessed it all. The 9th prince and the royal master of Huangpu have both come." Xia Yungxiao was taken aback. As a former official, he understood well what the presence of the 9th prince and the royal master of Huangpu signified. He could scarcely believe that such high-ranking figures would come to this remote locale. Zhao Qingchen was similarly moved. They had some knowledge of the great Zhou dynasty and understood that the royal master of Huangpu was a practitioner of the Changhe realm, his strength rivaling that of his own master, Huolian Lazu. "Where is Xia Yu now?" he asked urgently. Should Xia Yu be taken away by the royal master of Huangpu, his mission would remain unfulfilled. Initially, the 9th prince wished to invite Xia Yu to the prince's residence as a guest, Lord Lu explained with a wry smile, but Xia Yu declined. After assessing Xia Yu's constitution, the royal master of Huangpu also deemed it unnecessary for Xia Yu to go, resulting in mutual reluctance. "Do not worry, please speak candidly," Zhao Qingchen encouraged. "Xia Yu remains at Hanja Mountain." The royal master of Huangpu examined Xia Yu's qualifications and discovered that he was practicing a malevolent technique, leading to severe damage to his meridians, rendering him incapable of further progress. Thus he abandoned him. Lord Lu elaborated. Practicing malevolent techniques, damaged meridians, incapable of further progress. The expressions of those present varied. The second madam and Xia Yungxiao felt a surge of relief and schadenfreude. Knowing that Xia Yu's cultivation would be permanently stunted, a tremendous boon for them. In contrast, Zhao Qingchen and Gu Hongyu exchanged glances, both revealing disappointment. Initially, Huolian Lazu had been eagerly anticipating the so-called heavenly grade and earthly grade techniques. Now, it seemed to be naught but a false hope. Zhao Qingchen pondered and asked, "Lord Lu, I have heard that Xia Yu possesses high-level techniques and martial arts." Such rumors were indeed circulating. Lord Lu replied with a bitter smile. "However, When the royal master of Huangpu presented the heartwood, asking Xia Yu to touch it, and publicly inquired whether he possessed any heavenly grade or earthly grade techniques, Xia Yu denied having any. Xia Yang's face paled in shock. He had carried messages to report to Huolian Lazu. If it were proven that Xia Yu had lied, he would be guilty of betraying his master and ancestors. Is this true? Zhao Qingchen asked gravely. The royal master of Huangpu was also wary of the heartwood making a mistake or Xia Yu having the means to deceive it. So he grasped Xia Yu's wrist for examination, discovering that his meridians were severely damaged and he could not progress at all. This cannot be a fabrication, Zhao Qingchen remarked. From the very beginning, I did not believe Xia Yu possessed heavenly or earthly grade techniques. It was likely some malevolent cultivation method. Otherwise, how could he have advanced so swiftly? Lord Lu's words now confirm my suspicions. The royal master of Huangpu's personal examination should be credible. Nevertheless, this revelation left the Xia family and Xia Yang feeling somewhat anxious. If Zhao Qingchen were to abandon the matter, would that not grant Xia Yu a chance to escape? Yet they dared not question Lord Lu, nor the royal master's examination. The second madam could only lament. Regardless, this child practices malevolent techniques, committing evil deeds, and has become a scourge. If he can be vanquished, it would save the citizens of Lujing City. Zhao Qingchen scoffed internally. If Xia Yu truly was a scourge, why had the royal master of Huangpu not acted against him? However, since Xia Yang belonged to their sect, and given the mission of Huolian Lazu, he nodded. Rest assured, this time, we shall confront this wretch personally and bring him back to Yin-Yang's sect for judgment by our master. Upon hearing this, Lord Lu's brow furrowed deeply. Although Xia Yu had not allied with the ninth prince, he had received a token from him. If he were taken away by Yin-Yang's sect, the outcome might be dire. Contemplating this, he smiled. Xia Yu is still at Hanja Mountain. There is no need for haste. The city lord's manor has long prepared a banquet. Chapter 63. The chaos of the demon cultivator and the blossoming of the bottle. Lord Lu contemplated a scheme to prolong the stay of Zhao Qingchen and his companions with a banquet, intending to notify Xia Yu in the meantime, thus fulfilling his obligation. However, Zhao Qingchen, burdened with the task, was unwilling to delay. Furthermore, these cultivators had already undergone fasting and had no interest in feasting. Zhao Qingchen waved his hand and expressed his gratitude for the hospitality, stating that he had a mission to attend to and must first proceed to Hanja Mountain to prevent any unforeseen changes. The second madam and the others concurred, asserting that it would be best to eliminate this little beast swiftly, thereby restoring peace to Lujing City. At that moment, Xia Yungxiao recalled an important matter. He hastily remarked that just the other day, a rogue cultivator known as Yuding Jinren had also gone to Hanja Mountain. This Yuding Jinren was a friend of the family patriarch and had been invited to confront Xia Yu. However, he appeared rather unapproachable. Lord Lu, astonished, exclaimed that he had encountered this individual at Hanja Mountain. Zhao Qingchen immediately stood, exclaiming that it was bad news. If Xia Yu were to be killed or abducted, how could they return to report to their master? As he spoke, Zhao Qingchen stepped outside the hall and hurled a broad-blade flying sword, preparing to soar directly to Hanja Mountain. Xia Yang gazed enviously at the flying sword, for he was merely a junior cultivator of the Lingquan realm and unable to fly. Zhao Shishu, take me with you, he implored. Very well. Zhao Qingchen allowed Xia Yang to join him atop the flying sword, while Gu Hongyu similarly cast forth a flying treasure resembling Zhao's, indicating that this was likely a common style among the Yin-Yang sect. Everyone, I shall return shortly. With that, Zhao Qingchen and Xia Yang ascended on the sword, transforming into a streak of light and shooting into the sky. Following closely, Gu Hongyu also vanished in a flash. Watching their departure, the second madam's face contorted with hatred as she gritted her teeth, declaring that with the likes of Xia Yu at the 4th and 5th levels of Lingzi, this little beast was surely doomed. Xia Yungxiao's gaze lingered upon the sky, his thoughts drifting elsewhere, and he let out a sigh. Perhaps he regretted his actions of that day. Lord Lu, observing the couple, felt a wave of disgust wash over him. The second madam was nothing but a troublemaking shrew, while Xia Yungxiao exhibited a profoundly selfish disposition. His sigh was not for Xia Yu, but rather for the failure to reign in Xia Yu's power. Esteemed couple of the Xia family, I shall take my leave, Lord Lu stated, inwardly lamenting that Xia Yu was likely doomed this time. With formidable adversaries from the Yin-Yang sect in front and the cunning Yuding Jinren poised to launch a surprise attack from behind, Xia Yu was in grave peril. Yet, there was nothing he could do but lament his helplessness. Upon returning to the Lord's residence, just as he prepared to rest, he was met with further reports. My lord, today several individuals in the city have died under mysterious circumstances, while others have inexplicably turned violent. The situation is peculiar, and we suspect a disturbance caused by demon cultivators. Demon cultivators. Lord Lu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The chaos wrought by demon cultivators was no trivial matter. Unlike evil cultivators who employed sinister methods and acted ruthlessly, demon cultivators practiced malevolent techniques that compelled them to commit heinous acts relentlessly. There had been instances of demon cultivators, driven solely by their dark pursuits, annihilating entire cities merely to cultivate a fragment of demonic essence. The emergence of demon cultivators in Lujing City was a dire omen. Investigate at once. If it is indeed demon cultivators at work, we must promptly inform the capital of the Great Zhou, Lord Lu commanded, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation, pondering how many troubling matters could arise in a single day. Meanwhile, miles outside the city, in a hidden subterranean location, after slaying Yuding Jinren, Xia Yu soared to a nearby mountain, excavating a deep pit in the earth with his spiritual sword. He established a formation for spiritual cultivation and settled into a meditative posture. First, he examined the contents of Yuding Jinren's storage bag. Rogue cultivators, often transient, carried all their possessions with them. Upon opening the storage bag, Xia Yu was pleasantly surprised. Indeed, Yuding Jinren was a nefarious individual, amassing considerable wealth. Not only did he possess ordinary spiritual stones, but also 3 pieces of mid-grade spiritual stones. Mid-grade spiritual stones were significantly larger than their ordinary counterparts, containing more spiritual energy and being far more refined. One mid-grade spiritual stone equated to 1,000 ordinary spiritual stones. This was Xia Yu's first encounter with mid-grade spiritual stones, which were resplendent and radiated immense spiritual energy. He marveled at the brilliance of a mid-grade spiritual stone in his hand, noting that 3 such stones amounted to 3,000 ordinary stones. Coupled with the ordinary spiritual stones, Yuding Jinren had amassed a total of 15,000 spiritual stones, providing Xia Yu with a windfall. As he scanned through Yuding Jinren's other possessions, he discovered numerous rare materials and treasures, many of which he did not recognize. Even with the memories inherited from the elder of the Su clan, there remained countless materials he was unfamiliar with. This world was vast, teeming with myriad treasures, akin to that black plaque which the elder of the Su clan had studied his entire life without deciphering. Xia Yu then perused the tomes carried by Yuding Jinren. To his astonishment, he found that Yuding Jinren was also proficient in alchemy. It is known that for cultivators, an alchemist is a rare gem. Medicinal pills are invaluable on the path of cultivation, yet training an alchemist is a daunting endeavor, requiring the destruction of countless batches of pills to gain precious experience. Moreover, each alchemist treasures their experiences and recipes as if they were precious heirlooms, reluctant to share them. Thus, it is rare for rogue cultivators to possess alchemical skills. Even the elder of the Su clan and the elder of the Xia clan, who had lived for centuries, could not master the art of alchemy. Yet, Yuding Jinren was an anomaly. Xia Yu extracted several slips of jade, which contained various alchemical techniques and recipes, along with Yuding Jinren's personal insights on alchemy. This was splendid news. The damage to his meridians had led his beautiful master to provide him with several recipes, instructing him to gather the necessary rare materials to concoct healing potions in the future. However, he had never attempted alchemy before, being utterly clueless. Now, with these texts, the process became much more accessible, as at least he would grasp some introductory techniques, which would greatly benefit him in the future. In comparison to these alchemical texts, the other magical artifacts and treasures belonging to Yuding Jinren seemed somewhat superfluous. It was truly serendipitous. He would make sure to thoroughly study the art of alchemy when he had the time. While browsing through the alchemical insights, Xia Yu discovered that Yuding Jinren frequently mentioned having purchased items at a place referred to as the Cultivator's Ghost Market. Could this Cultivator's Ghost Market be a trading venue for cultivators? Xia Yu felt a surge of inspiration. He needed to gather materials for healing. It would be impractical to search for everything himself. If there existed a marketplace where he could purchase the needed herbs with money, it would be ideal. However, Yuding Jinren did not clearly specify the location of the Cultivator's Ghost Market in his insights. Xia Yu pondered that upon returning to Lujing City, he would seek an audience with Lord Lu, who, as a fellow cultivator, should possess knowledge of the market's whereabouts. After organizing Yuding Jinren's belongings, Xia Yu picked up a slender, sharp little sword, the personal magical treasure of Yuding Jinren. Early on, the crafting of this personal treasure was not particularly valuable, appearing quite rudimentary, yet later, with wealth, it had been reforged. However, this bore no relevance to Xia Yu, as only the creator of a personal magical treasure could wield it effectively. Xia Yu then retrieved the metallic bottle intending to use it to nourish the bottle's contents. To his astonishment, after absorbing Yu Jinren's spiritual energy, the intricate patterns on the surface of the bottle began to blossom into a flower bud. Previously, after consuming the internal core of the elder of the Su clan, the patterns had produced a single leaf. Now, they had manifested a flower bud. What delightful surprises might this flower bud bestow upon Xia Yu? Xia Yu hastily pressed a finger against the flower, and instantly, an overwhelming surge of information flooded into his consciousness. It felt less like watching a film and more akin to being the protagonist within one. Chapter 64. The Pseudo-Dan Wang Ding, Referencing the Magic Ring. This medicinal cauldron is a replica of the legendary Dan Wang Ding. Though it merely simulates its form, it still qualifies as a treasure. The pills forged within it may not transcend the divine, but they can certainly reach the heavens. This cauldron remains nameless. Hence it is referred to as the Pseudo-Dan Wang Ding. The other cauldrons produced alongside it were inferior and were all destroyed. With this cauldron, the likelihood of successfully refining a 9th grade Zhao Hua Dan has significantly increased. My lifespan is limited. I must act swiftly. My dear wife, before I depart from this world, I shall create a 9th grade Zhao Hua Dan for you. Do not be angered, my love. I shall commence the process immediately. Fragments of memories imprinted upon Xia Yu's consciousness, countless shards coalescing into brilliant flashes of wisdom, akin to raindrops cascading into his mind. This jade cauldron has been crafted for millennia, its legacy spanning through time, with countless individuals having possessed it. Its creator was a renowned genius from 3,000 years ago, known as Baju Zhenjun. His prowess, talent, and capabilities were unparalleled, mastering alchemy, the Tao, formations, music, talismans, painting, and craftsmanship. He was a legendary figure. The crafting of this jade cauldron occurred during his later years when he was beset by confusion. Even the mightiest of beings face the inevitable end of their lifespan, and those who suffer mental decline in their twilight years often indulge in fleeting pleasures. Falling in love with a new wife of poor aptitude who required the 9th grade Zhao Hua Dan to absorb myriad spiritual energies and reconstruct her innate potential. The Zhao Hua Dan, being a 9th grade elixir, is considered exceedingly advanced, and even Baju Zhenjun could not guarantee its success. Hence, he devoted immense effort to create this pseudo-Dan Wang Ding, designed specifically for refining the Zhao Hua Dan. He forged 10 such cauldrons. But only this one could connect with the heavens and enhance the success rate of pill creation, leading him to destroy the other 9. Subsequently, he poured his heart and soul into the alchemical chamber, conducting endless experiments, facing numerous failures, until he finally succeeded in refining a 9th grade Zhao Hua Dan. However, upon joyfully seeking his beloved wife to share in his triumph, he discovered her entwined with another man in bed, engaged in illicit acts. In his fervor for alchemy, his cherished wife had developed feelings for his disciple, spending their days together in secret. Enraged, Baju Zhenjun was struck by such betrayal that he spat blood on the spot. The two, terrified, knelt before him, confessing their transgressions. Yet he could not grant them forgiveness. In a fit of fury, he ended their lives, only to find his own time drawing near. After Baju Zhenjun's demise, portions of his wealth and the precious pill were interred with him, while his other treasures were divided among his remaining 3 disciples. The pseudo-Dan Wang Ding was entrusted to his eldest disciple, who had little interest in alchemy. This disciple auctioned the cauldron, and the buyer was soon murdered, leading the cauldron to fall into the hands of a demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator, enamored with the cauldron, attempted to refine demonic pills within it, but faced a low success rate. After numerous failures, he diligently studied the cauldron and discovered its ability to communicate with the heavens. Realizing that the creation of demonic pills was forbidden by the heavens, he devised a plan to offer his own flesh and blood as a sacrifice to gain celestial favor. This demonic cultivator, a true embodiment of madness, willingly sacrificed himself, and, through rigorous study of techniques, ultimately succeeded in harnessing celestial power. Armed with such a formidable ability, he grew increasingly reckless, challenging and slaying his adversaries. Eventually, he encountered a genuinely formidable opponent, and both parties perished in a mutual destruction. The cauldron changed hands several times before landing in the possession of Yu Jinren, who also acquired the remnants of the celestial power-borrowing technique. Xia Yu felt as though he had dreamt, absorbing the entirety of the cauldron's past and experiences. He grasped various powerful alchemical techniques, precious recipes, the method to refine the 9th grade Zhao Hua Dan, the location of Baju Zhenjun's tomb, and the true means of connecting with the heavens, all imprinted within his heart, becoming part of his cultivation wealth. Initially ignorant of alchemy, Xia Yu now felt as though he had transformed into a master alchemist. Regrettably, the cauldron had been destroyed. Nonetheless, the absence of the cauldron was inconsequential. What mattered was the vast array of alchemical knowledge he had acquired. If he were to refine pills, he believed success would come easily. Retracting his finger, he gazed at the flower atop the vial, nodding slightly, filled with anticipation for the revelations that would accompany its bloom. After reflecting briefly on the life of the cauldron, Xia Yu produced a wooden box, opening it to unveil a yellow talisman, from which he extracted the inner Dan of Yu Dingjunren. "Spare me, young friend," cried Yu Dingjunren as he emerged. Xia Yu then produced the 9-Dan magic ring, sneering, "The 9-Dan magic ring is still missing one inner Dan. Did you ever anticipate that your own inner Dan would one day be subjected to the same fate as that of Xia Yuan House?" "No." Yu Dingjunren let out a heart-wrenching wail. He had painstakingly refined 9 inner dawn and was acutely aware of the suffering they endured. He never imagined that one day he would face the same torment. "Young friend, you can do as you please. You may kill me if you wish. Just please do not force me into that agony. Why is it acceptable for you to refine others, yet others cannot refine you?" Xia Yu retorted with a cold laugh, circulating his spiritual energy before unleashing a breath of spiritual fire. "Because this is a demonic weapon. Young friend, you are a righteous cultivator. I beg you, spare me. Kill me instead." Yu Dingjunren cried in despair. "Ha ha." Xia Yu laughed heartily. "I care not for the distinctions between righteous and demonic. As long as it serves my purpose, that is sufficient. My cultivation cannot advance, so I shall enhance my weapon instead." Though the 9-Dan magic ring was undeniably a demonic weapon, its power was formidable. Had Xia Yu not shattered it upon acquisition, the outcome would have been uncertain. At present, he required a powerful means of self-preservation, regardless of its demonic nature. He would forge it first and consider the implications later. The refining method for the 9-Dan magic ring resided within Yu Dingjunren's storage pouch. Following the instructions inscribed within, Xia Yu labored for half a day before finally succeeding. Through his harrowing ordeal, Yu Dingjunren's inner Dan had lost its memories, and its soul had transformed into a vengeful spirit, filled with boundless hatred for humanity. Loyal only to its master, it bore an insatiable desire to kill all other humans. Upon successful refinement, Xia Yu removed Xia Yuanhao's battered inner Dan and replaced it with Yu Dingjunren's. He then proceeded to the next stage of the process. After an entire night had passed, the 9-Dan magic ring had fully formed, emitting inhuman howls from the 9 inner dawn. Following this, the 9 ghostly kings merged into a singular ghostly emperor, equivalent in strength to a human at the Changhe realm. The ghostly emperor did not speak, but instinctively knew its master. No matter how frenzied it became, it would bow before Xia Yu's feet. Excellent. Xia Yu's expression was one of satisfaction. With this treasure, he could be considered invincible beneath the Changhe realm. Even if a strong opponent from the Changhe realm were to strike, this treasure could provide temporary resistance, granting him precious time to escape. "Return," Xia Yu commanded. The ghostly emperor swiftly disintegrated into 9 ghostly kings, retreating into their respective inner dawn. These 9 inner dawn, with prolonged use, would gradually deplete their spiritual energy. However, this posed no issue. Xia Yu picked up a metallic vial and poured several drops of spiritual liquid onto each inner Dan, watching as they gleamed with golden radiance. "This time, who would dare provoke me?" Xia Yu finally stood up, stowing away the Jiu Dan Mo Huan into his storage bag. With the strength of the Changhe realm, he could confidently traverse the streets of Lujing City. After a day's delay, he emerged from his retreat, casting forth a sword-shaped flying treasure, upon which he ascended and soared toward Lujing City. Chapter 65. Purchasing Spiritual Herbs. Terrifying Encounter. The sword light transformed into a rainbow, and the escape light landed. Xia Yu directly descended onto the bustling streets of Lujing City, the most prosperous area within the city. "Young Master Yu? Is young Master Yu back?" exclaimed a passerby, their face turning pale. The news of Xia Yu's return swiftly spread throughout the streets. Recently, his actions had been nothing short of astonishing, having swept through the entire Lujing City, purging its powers. The Su and Xia families among the 4 great clans had lost their elders, leaving the other 2 families with heavy losses, their members gritting their teeth in resentment. Who would have thought Xia Yu would return to the city voluntarily? He entered a local spiritual herb shop, filled with various elixirs, some for healing external wounds, others for strengthening the body, enhancing spiritual power, or detoxifying. "Young Master Yu, what would you like to purchase?" An attendant hurriedly approached. Xia Yu examined the elixirs, all of which were of low quality or inferior grade, unaffordable for him in the past. Now that he had wealth, he was reluctant to buy such subpar items. I am not here to purchase elixirs, Xia Yu stated. I wish to buy some spiritual herbs. Are they available in your store? Spiritual herbs? Please wait a moment. I will fetch the manager, the attendant responded. Moments later, a well-fed middle-aged man emerged, clasping his hands in greeting. Young Master Yu, I am Huang Sanjiu, the manager of the Tiannan Commercial House S branch. It is an honor to meet you. Though Huang Sanjiu bore the surname Huang, he had no connection to the Huang family in the city, as his accent revealed him to be an outsider. Xia Yu returned the greeting and inquired, Manager Huang, I wish to purchase a batch of herbs. Can your establishment provide them? Herbs? Huang Sanjiu invited Xia Yu to sit in the back room, then smiled. Directly consuming herbs yields far inferior effects compared to elixirs. If I am not mistaken, young Master Yu intends to refine elixirs yourself? Xia Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Refining elixirs is not an easy task, Huang Sanjiu lamented. Just answer whether you can sell them, Xia Yu replied directly. Huang Sanjiu felt a bit awkward from the retort, but quickly regained his composure, responding with a smile. Herbs can be sold, though they are seldom purchased, thus requiring pre-order. That is acceptable. I need these herbs. With that, Xia Yu produced a paper filled with numerous names, years, and quantities of herbs. Huang Sanjiu was left stunned upon seeing it. What is it? Does the manager have a problem? Xia Yu asked, puzzled. Not at all. These herbs are exceedingly precious. Huang Sanjiu smiled bitterly, pointing at a line, the 1,000-year-old D-long grass. This is too valuable. Regular D-long grass is rare, let alone one that has grown for 1,000 years. He then pointed to another line, the 1,000-year-old Yi fruit. This item is practically priceless. And even if I were to source it from the headquarters, it would be quite difficult to find. After examining the list for a while, Huang Sanjiu finally handed it back to Xia Yu, stating, half of these are incredibly rare, and several I have never even heard of. I apologize, young Master Yu. This caused Xia Yu's brow to furrow deeply. The list was provided by Mei Rin's master, containing several elixir recipes meant for treating meridian issues. Gathering just one recipe seemed utterly impossible now. Given that, surely there are some common spiritual herbs available? Xia Yu suggested, leaving behind a few names of more common herbs, which could serve as auxiliary materials. Huang Sanjiu glanced at them and nodded. These can be sourced, though they are not inexpensive. Xia Yu inquired, how much? After calculating, Huang Sanjiu replied, a total of 1,800 spiritual stones. Please pay 300 as a deposit, and you may collect the herbs in 3 days. Very well. Xia Yu, possessing nearly 30,000 spiritual stones, found this amount trivial. He retrieved a small black pouch and poured out 300 spiritual stones. Huang Sanjiu accepted the stones with a smile, exclaiming, this transaction marks the largest single order in the history of Tiannan Commercial House's Lujing branch. Thank you for your patronage. Xia Yu chuckled. The business could have been larger had you not lacked this and that. Huang Sanjiu sighed. Tiannan Commercial House is one of the larger establishments of the Zhou dynasty, yet the herbs you seek are simply too rare. I've heard of a ghost market where practitioners trade, Xia Yu inquired. I have heard of it too, but my cultivation is too low to have ever visited. Huang Sanjiu admitted. With that, Xia Yu clasped his hands in farewell and departed, awaiting the herbs in 3 days. After his exit, he was unaware that several groups had entered the shop, inquiring about his recent purchases. Huang Sanjiu, unable to divulge details yet not wishing to offend, merely mentioned their materials for refining healing elixirs. Upon hearing this, the newcomers suddenly realized the implications, understanding that Xia Yu had cultivated forbidden techniques, damaging his meridians and making no progress in his cultivation. It seemed to be true. As this news spread, Xia Yu returned to the Xia family. Young Master Yu, spare me. Upon entering the Xia family gate, all the servants were utterly terrified. 8 years prior, Xia Yu had already gained a notorious reputation, and following his recent awakening, he had slaughtered many, particularly during the ambush at Hongya Mountain. Seeing his return, they feared he had come to exact vengeance on his family. Young Master Yu, please show mercy. The servants either knelt in terror or turned to flee. In the backyard, Xia Yungxiao and the second madam were equally stunned. They were aware that Xia Yang had taken 2 seniors from the Yin-Yang sect to Hongya Mountain, and it had been a day and night since their departure without return, while Xia Yu had returned. Could it be that the second madam fainted from fright? Xia Yungxiao gritted his teeth and stepped out, cursing, disaster cannot be escaped. Since this ungrateful son has ruined my cultivation, let him kill me today. In truth, Xia Yu had merely returned to retrieve his guqin. He swiftly arrived at the small courtyard he had previously inhabited, which had remained unoccupied, retaining its original appearance. He quickly retrieved the ancient guqin from under Yunju's bed. Just as he intended to leave, Xia Yungxiao burst in with his servants, exclaiming, ungrateful son. I am right here. If you have the guts, kill me. Annihilate the Xia family. Do you truly wish to die? Xia Yu's expression turned cold as he opened his mouth. Instantly, 7 of his life-bound flying swords erupted forth, forming 7 radiant arcs, aimed straight at Xia Yungxiao. Exuding a chilling intent, the servants behind Xia Yungxiao all knelt in terror. Xia Yungxiao felt his legs weaken. The murderous aura from the 7 swords was too overwhelming, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. To avoid kneeling, he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, saying, "Ungrateful son, go ahead and kill me." Xia Yu sneered mockingly. Manipulating the flying swords to circle around Xia Yungxiao's neck, the blade-like murderous intent carving small cuts into his skin. Xia Yungxiao, eyes shut tight and trembling all over, waited a long time before sensing the murderous aura dissipate. Upon opening his eyes, he found that Xia Yu had already departed. Ungrateful son, Xia Yungxiao cursed, feeling relieved to have preserved his dignity. However, looking down, he discovered his trousers were soaked through. In his fright, he had lost control. Ungrateful son, Xia Yungxiao, ashamed to face anyone, turned and left. Xia Yu exited the Xia family and headed straight for the city lord's residence. The city lord had already received word of Xia Yu's return and his order for spiritual herbs from Tiannan Commercial House. Upon hearing that Xia Yu wished to meet, he hurriedly came out to greet him. Dressed in white, with his back straight, Xia Yu approached confidently. The city lord clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Brother Xia." Xia Yu chuckled and said, "The title of city lord is too much for me. I feel as if you have aged me with such an address. On the path of cultivation, if we speak solely of skill, should you ascend to the Lingzi realm, I would then have to call you Shishu." City Lord Lu humbly replied, "Though we speak of skill, age must also be considered. You are my senior in years and wisdom. Today, I have come seeking your assistance." Xia Yu smiled and gestured. "Please, do come inside." Chapter 66. News from the Ghost Market, the Demon Extermination Order. Upon entering the grand hall of the city lord's residence, the host and guest took their seats. Xia Yu then remarked, "City Lord Lu, you are older than I and a predecessor in cultivation. Your insights far surpass mine. I have come with a request." City Lord Lu laughed heartily. "Do not speak of requests. If Xia Xiong has something to say, please do so freely." Xia Yu continued, "I have heard of a market where cultivators trade amongst themselves, distinct from the shops on the streets, a place for exchanging goods among practitioners." As soon as Xia Yu mentioned this, City Lord Lu understood. He responded with a smile, "The market you speak of exists in 2 forms. One is the public market, which I visited when I was in the capital. The other is the ghost market, a spontaneous gathering of cultivators that has grown over time into a regular event. Indeed, I have come specifically for this reason, hoping to purchase some herbs at the ghost market, though I am unaware of its location," Xia Yu expressed eagerly. City Lord Lu replied, "You have come to the right person. There is a ghost market located 300 miles from Lujing City, which opens twice a month. Normally, I would lack the opportunity to attend, but coincidentally, the organizer of that ghost market is an acquaintance of mine. I will take you there." "Fantastic!" Xia Yu exclaimed with joy. He knew that this ghost market was precisely what he needed to find the herbs he sought. City Lord Lu continued, "Do you know why such markets are referred to as ghost markets?" "I would like to know more," Xia Yu replied, as he was still a novice on the path of cultivation and unfamiliar with these matters. City Lord Lu then explained with a smile, "Going there alone carries immense danger. Especially when trading valuable items, one might encounter ambushes. Therefore, participants often conceal their identities with masks or veils, and transactions are conducted in a covert manner. Hence the name Ghost Market." "I see," Xia Yu nodded with a smile. City Lord Lu cautioned further, "When you attend the Ghost Market, be sure not to flaunt your wealth. Even with my acquaintance overseeing the market, once you leave, there are still those who would dare to take risks." "I understand," Xia Yu nodded. He felt a sense of reassurance, as he possessed the strength of a Gui Di at the Changhe realm. Those who dared to kill for treasure must also be prepared for retaliation. At that moment, City Lord Lu calculated the days and said, "In 5 days, the first ghost market of the year will convene. You should come in the afternoon, and we will set off in the evening to arrive at night." "Very well. I shall see you in 5 days," Xia Yu said as he stood and cupped his fists in gratitude. As he prepared to leave, City Lord Lu hesitated and added, "Xia Xiong, wait a moment. 2 disciples from the Yin-Yang sect came looking for you yesterday. I would advise you to avoid offending those backed by sections." "What? What happened?" Xia Yu's face paled in shock. He had killed Yu Ding Zhenren the previous day and had no idea that anyone had come looking for him. "You did not see them?" City Lord Lu exclaimed in surprise. 2 cultivators from the Yin-Yang sect, one male and one female, came seeking you. The male was at the 5th level of the Lingzi realm, and the female at the 4th level. They returned with Xia Yang, likely informed by the Xia family. How infuriating. Xia Yu's face turned ashen with anger. Xia Yunxiao did not regard him as his son at all and had the audacity to inform the Yin-Yang sect. Was he trying to get him killed? If anything happened to my mother, the entire Xia family would be buried alongside her. Xia Yu ground his teeth and hastily took his leave. Upon exiting the city lord's residence, he summoned a flying sword and soared away. City Lord Lu, feeling a sense of foreboding, followed suit and called for a swift steed, racing towards Hanja Mountain. Approximately 10 minutes later, Xia Yu arrived at Hanja Mountain. As he landed, he saw Xia Kai and the others busily at work. Noticing Xia Yu's return, Xia Kai greeted him with a smile. Young master, since we have taken control of Hanja Mountain, we cannot remain idle. I plan to recruit a group to restart the mining operations. Xia Yu did not engage in this conversation and instead inquired, "Where is my mother?" Inside the house, Xia Kai replied. Xia Yu hurried into Yunju's room and was relieved to find his mother seated there. Mother, he sighed with relief. Yunju smiled and said, "Even though we have left the Xia family, you are still of their blood. It is best to maintain good relations whenever possible." Xia Yu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Has anyone come by?" Xia Yang, along with his two Shishu, visited yesterday, she replied. It turned out that Zhao Qingchun and the others had arrived at Hanja Mountain, only to learn that Xia Yu had gone back to the city for something, and they had missed each other. Thus, Zhao Qingchun and the others refrained from alarming him, sending Xia Yang to visit Yunju instead. Yunju, unaware of their true intentions, happily entertained them, sharing stories about Xia Yang's childhood. They conversed amiably, and Yunju had no inkling of their ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, Zhao Qingchun and the others hailed from prestigious clans and adhered to certain decorum. Had it been someone like Yuding Zhenran, his mother might have already faced peril. It was evident that he needed to find a secure place for her. "Mother, here is the guqin I retrieved for you," Xia Yu said, pulling it from his storage pouch. Yunju was instantly delighted, having not touched the instrument for many years. In truth, she had long since abandoned the idea of playing, fearing that her skills had dulled and she could not play the tunes of her youth. However, upon receiving the sheet music from Xia Yu and studying it over the past few days, her fondness for it grew, and she found herself itching to play. Seeing Xia Yu present the guqin, she could no longer contain herself and began to play, not even glancing at the sheet music. As it was already etched in her memory, the melodious notes resonated, and Xia Yu felt a weight lift from his heart. His beautiful master had mentioned that this sheet music could aid in her cultivation. Once his mother began her journey, his master would provide more powerful pieces, granting her the ability for self-protection, which would ease Xia Yu's worries. As he exited Yunju's room, he called over Xia Kai and asked, "Where are Xia Yang and the others?" Xia Kai replied. After they arrived, they chatted with the concubine and then wandered about. Later in the evening, the leading male cultivator suddenly exclaimed about a demon head and pursued it on his sword. The female cultivator and Xia Yang followed suit and left, not returning since. "A demon head?" Xia Yu raised an eyebrow. "It seems so," Xia Kai replied, unable to provide clarity, merely stating that the three initially intended to wait for Xia Yu at Hanja Mountain, but then hastily departed upon discovering something. What in the world is going on? Xia Yu was perplexed, but decided to set it aside for the moment. However, shortly thereafter, he saw City Lord Lu galloping toward him. "City Lord Lu, why are you here as well?" Xia Yu inquired, somewhat taken aback. City Lord Lu sighed. "Those three are from high-ranking sections. I fear that you may have incurred their enmity. As independent cultivators, it is best not to provoke disciples of sects, lest they issue a pursuit order. Not even the Dazhou dynasty would dare protect you. Fortunately, they did not harm my mother, or I wouldn't care about their sect affiliations," Xia Yu scoffed. "This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, what does it matter if they belong to a prestigious sect? Better to avoid conflict if possible," City Lord Lu advised, looking around and asking, "Did the three not remain at Hanja Mountain?" Xia Yu then explained. "They initially intended to wait here, but one of them suddenly shouted about a demon head, and they all rushed off together." "A demon head?" City Lord Lu's eyes gleamed with interest. "Recently, there have been reports of demon incidents around Lujing City. Could it be that this demon head fortuitously appeared at Hanja Mountain, and they encountered it?" Xia Yu considered this possibility, realizing it was quite likely. After all, why would the three leave in such haste if they had not discovered traces of a demon cultivator? The Lord of Lu City continued, asserting that these prominent clans bore the responsibility of hunting down the demonic fiend. Encountering them would indeed aid us in purging the evils plaguing Lujing City. After speaking, he inquired, "Brother Xia, they will surely return for you. It would be prudent for you to take this opportunity to leave." At that moment, a brilliant firework ascended from the distant horizon, exploding in the sky and revealing a colossal character for demon amid the radiant haze. The Lord of Lu City gasped, "This is the decree to exterminate demons from the righteous sects." Chapter 67. The Demon Array in the Forest, Brothers with No Mercy. Once the decree was issued, it could be seen for 1,000 miles around, obligating all righteous cultivators to assist in exterminating demons and upholding justice. The Lord's expression turned serious as he remarked, "It seems the three from Yin-Yang sect are no match for that demon. I shall investigate at once." With that, he mounted his horse and turned back to say, "Brother Xia, the trio from Yin-Yang sect has come for you. It would be wise not to offend them. You should take this chance to head to the residence of the Ninth Prince in the capital and await the spring tournament." He then urged his steed onward toward the decree's direction. Xia Yu raised an eyebrow, dismissing the notion of demons as irrelevant to him. What did it matter if these cultivators from Yin-Yang sect were righteous? They were still intent on killing and robbing. Xia Yu would be delighted if they met their demise sooner rather than later. Nonetheless, the Lord of Lu City had been quite helpful, especially in aiding Yun Zhu's protection. Xia Yu felt indebted to him. After a brief hesitation, he drew a flying sword and took to the skies, trailing behind the Lord. Though the decree seemed not far off, it took the Lord over 2 hours of galloping to arrive at a secluded valley. Despite it being daytime, the valley was shrouded in ancient trees reaching hundreds of meters, creating a foreboding atmosphere. The Lord, at only the 5th level of Lingquan, began to regret his decision upon arriving. If Zhao Qingchen and the others at the 5th level of Lingzi were not their match, what chance did he have? However, since he was already there, the Lord released his spiritual weapon and ventured deeper into the forest. Xia Yu immediately employed the invisibility spell from Finjiayu Tower to follow closely behind the Lord. After a short while, the crisp sounds of clashing weapons echoed from the depths of the valley, indicating a battle was underway. The Lord quickened his pace. Soon, he emerged from the forest of giant trees, only to be surprised to find not a battle, but a group assaulting a pitch-black formation. This formation blocked the valley's entrance, obstructing all passage, and emanated a potent demonic aura that repulsed the righteous cultivators, inducing nausea. Among the attackers were over 10 righteous cultivators, clad in various garments. Notably, 3 with dark red faces donned azure robes with fiery red sashes. These were the trio from Yin-Yang sect. Respected seniors, the Lord of Lu City approached briskly. Zhao Qingchen, who was fiercely assaulting the formation, glanced back to acknowledge him with a nod, but offered no words. Xia Yang, lacking the prowess to engage in combat, stood nearby. Introducing the situation to the Lord, Uncle Zhao discovered traces of demonic cultivators at Hanja Mountain yesterday, and we pursued them here, engaging in a fierce battle lasting 300 rounds. Ultimately, the demon was defeated and has now taken refuge in this formation. It is indeed formidable. We have been attacking for an entire night without breaking through, hence the issuance of the decree to summon powerful allies from all directions. The Lord nodded. Realizing why these individuals had hastily departed Hanja Mountain, they had indeed encountered the traces of demonic cultivators. The demon was cunning, having established a demonic array deep within the forest. If not for Zhao Qingchen's sensitivity, it would have been difficult to discover its location. What are these individuals? The Lord inquired. Xia Yang replied. These are all righteous cultivators who came in response to the decree. Those in green robes are elders from Lingzi sect. The others are scattered cultivators from nearby Huangzhou city. Lowering his voice, he added, "It seems they have also come for Xia Yu." The Lord of Lu City felt a surge of concern. He wondered whether Xia Yu had already left. Remaining here could spell great trouble for him. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Yu was standing not far away, employing the invisibility spell to overhear their conversation clearly. Lingzi sect and the scattered cultivators from Huangzhou city have come for me. Xia Yu's expression darkened. It was evident that the people from Lingzi sect had been summoned by the Su family. As for the scattered cultivators from Huangzhou city, they were likely informed by the Huang family. The 4 great families of Lujing city deserved to be eradicated. In fact, he felt a sense of gratitude toward the demon. Otherwise, how could he handle so many powerful figures descending upon Hanja Mountain alone? At that moment, the surface of the besieged formation began to tremble, indicating that it was on the verge of collapsing. Zhao Qingchen's face lit up with joy as he declared, "Fellow righteous friends, we must not delay in slaying the demon. This fiend has harmed countless lives by hiding here, practicing some dark arts. Let us muster our strength to break the formation and vanquish the demon. Kill!" The crowd shouted in unison, resuming their fervent attack. As the formation's barrier neared collapse, dark blood began to seep out, sizzling as it touched the surroundings, incinerating all flora in its path. Zhao Qingchen stepped back and bellowed, Which demon cultivator dares to reveal themselves? And why should I? Do you think you stand a chance? A chilling laugh echoed from within the formation. An elder from Lingzi's sect retorted, I am Lu Fan from Lingzi's sect, at the 7th level of Lingzi. Do you dare to emerge and face me in battle? When I am at my peak, you are all but ants. Came a long sigh from within the array. Do not heed this demon. It is merely putting on a show. Zhao Qingchen shouted, focus on breaking the formation. Kill. The group resumed their relentless assault, and after half an hour, the formation could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered like a bubble. The formation is broken. The crowd cheered. However, Zhao Qingchen observed the surging demonic energy within and cautioned, this demon is formidable, and the array is quite sinister. We must not let our guard down. A scattered cultivator from Lingzi laughed. With over 10 of us, nearly all at the Lingzi level, what is there to fear? Let us charge in and slay it. They say demon cultivators are wealthy. We scattered cultivators could make a fortune. It became clear that these righteous cultivators were not solely motivated by the desire to eliminate demons, but were also driven by significant economic gains. Nevertheless, Zhao Qingchen remained composed, sternly advising, do not underestimate the demon cultivators. They are cunning and deceitful. We must exercise utmost caution when we enter. He then turned to the Lord of Lu City and Xia Yu, instructing, you two have the lowest cultivation levels. It would be best if you do not enter. Guard the entrance of the demonic array. If anyone else arrives, be sure to send me a message. Though Xia Yu wished to join the fray, he recognized his limitations and could only clasp his fists in compliance. The Lord of Lu City readily bowed, affirming, as you command, esteemed elder. Shortly thereafter, over a dozen righteous cultivators filed into the demonic array, leaving only Xia Yu and the Lord of Lu City at the entrance. The two moved a large stone to barricade the entrance. The Lord then spoke, young Master Yang, I have watched you grow. It is surprising to see you become a cultivator of Yin Yang sect. I hope to count on your support in the future. Lord, you flatter me. Xia Yu replied with a smile. My family is under your jurisdiction, so it is I who should seek your guidance. Ha, no need for such modesty. The Lord of Lu City returned the gesture and continued, young Master Yang. Today Xia Yu has gone to Lu Jing City. Oh, how are my parents? Xia Yang's expression shifted. He only returned to retrieve Yun Zhu's ancient zither and did not trouble your parents, the Lord assured him. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The Lord of Lu City then advised, young Master Yang, under normal circumstances, I should not interfere in the matters of the Xia family. However, Xia Yu is your half-brother. Although he has committed certain deeds and taken lives, you are unaware that those individuals harbored murderous intent towards him. Furthermore, after awakening from an 8-year coma, he discovered that his biological mother was being maltreated, and your father, without seeking clarity, expelled him from the Xia family. If you were in his position, how would you respond? Xia Yu was previously ignorant of these circumstances, but now he comprehends the madness that has consumed Xia Yu. Nevertheless, he has already reported this matter to Huolian Lezu. Should he succeed, he would become Huolian Lezu's cherished disciple, but failure would render him the subject of Huolian Lezu's disdain. Therefore, his expression turned icy as he declared, City Lord Lu, your words are futile. Huolian Lezu has already dispatched someone to apprehend Xia Yu and bring him to the sect for judgment. Eliminating this scourge is imperative. Once that is accomplished, it will be for the ancestor to determine his fate, which has no bearing on me. Chapter 68. Xia Yu's Tactics. Striking while the iron is hot. Very well, Xia Yu, concealed by an invisibility spell, stood not far away, absorbing every word. In his memories, Xia Yu was merely a child, trailing behind him, calling him Brother Yu. Yet now, Xia Yu has completely forgotten the care Xia Yu had bestowed upon him in the past. During the battle at Hanja Mountain 8 years ago, it was Xia Yu who shielded Xia Yu from the ambush by the Su family. The very reason Xia Yu fell into a coma was, at least in part, due to his desire to protect Xia Yu. Yet, Xia Yu has forgotten it all. Not only has he betrayed Xia Yu to Huolian Lezu, but he has also brought 2 formidable experts from Lingzi to capture him alive. What infuriates Xia Yu further is that, in the face of City Lord Lu's earnest counsel, Xia Yu displays not an ounce of brotherly loyalty. It is the ancestor who shall determine my fate, and it is of no concern to you. Very well. Xia Yu silently savored these words, his gaze sharpening, perhaps sensing the murderous intent within Xia Yu's eyes. Xia Yang's expression shifted as he glanced around and spoke in a low voice. City Lord Lu, that monster may unleash its demonic blood avatar. We must remain cautious. While the demonic blood avatar was absent, there was indeed a vial of mesmerizing incense. Xia Yu chuckled coldly as he stealthily moved to a position upwind. This mesmerizing incense originated from the storage pouch of Yuding Jinren, a practitioner of nefarious arts, which contained many unscrupulous items, including the incense that is particularly effective against those of lower cultivation and women. As Xia Yu reached the upwind position, he extracted the mesmerizing incense, igniting it with a flick of his wrist. The thin wisps of smoke danced in the wind, and soon infiltrated the nostrils of both City Lord Lu and Xia Yang. Both were minor cultivators of the Lingquan realm, and were utterly defenseless against such underhanded tactics. Within mere moments, they both collapsed to the ground. Xia Yu approached, placing the mesmerizing incense once more before their noses, ensuring they inhaled deeply. Only then did he reveal himself, gazing at the ominous and foreboding demonic formation. Xia Yu immediately set to work. What Zhao Qingchun and the others had breached was not the entire formation, but rather the main gate. In Xia Yu's eyes, this formation was fraught with danger, a veritable gaping maw, and those hidden within were undoubtedly formidable foes. He promptly employed the formation techniques taught to him by his beautiful master, rearranging the formation at the entrance to create an even sturdier barrier, impervious to entry or exit. Those within could not escape, nor could outsiders gain access. Only Xia Yu, as the master of the formation, could come and go freely. Having completed this, Xia Yu stepped outside the formation, seized Xia Yang, and then re-entered the formation. He did not venture far, for he sensed an unsettling aura within the formation. The atmosphere was chillingly terrifying, saturated with a dense fog of demonic energy. The ground was barren, stained with dried blood, a testament to the countless lives claimed by the malevolent entities within. After taking a few more steps, he was further shocked by the sight before him. Before him lay a dense forest of bamboo stakes, each one adorned with a human corpse, irrespective of age or gender, all stripped bare and drenched in blood. An uncountable number of them. Xia Yu's scalp tingled in horror, while the common folk of Lujing City referred to him as a god of slaughter. In comparison to these demonic practitioners, he was still but a child. As he pressed onward, he heard the sound of blades clashing, followed by heart-wrenching cries. Clearly, this forest of corpses served as a demonic array, entry into which posed immense peril. Xia Yu had no desire to partake in this macabre spectacle. He tossed Xia Yang onto a blood-soaked patch of ground, casting a cold glance his way. I can save you, but I can also take your life. Anyone wishing for my demise must be prepared to face their own death. Xia Yu, at his core, was a product of the modern world. Devoid of feudal notions of loyalty and righteousness, he upheld but one principle: treat others as they treat you. He had extended every possible mercy to Xia Yang, while the latter only sought to betray him, wishing him dead. He would not leave behind any survivors. Just then, from the bamboo stake forest, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed. Xia Yu was taken aback, swiftly invoking his invisibility spell and concealing himself behind a massive rock. Indeed, moments later, Zhao Qingchen and his junior sister Gu Hongyu emerged. In stark contrast to their earlier bravado, both appeared disheveled and bloodied, as if they had endured a fierce battle. Damn it! I never anticipated that this demon would be so formidable. Several lives were lost, and we haven't even caught a glimpse of the monster. Zhao Qingchen cursed. Their entire group had rushed into the forest of bamboo stakes, only to fall victim to the formation, witnessing several of their fellow cultivators perish. Fortunately, Zhao Qingchen managed to grab Gu Hongyu's hand, and they hastily fled. Upon their escape, they spotted the unconscious Xia Yang on the ground. What are you doing here? Zhao Qingchen quickly helped Xia Yang to his feet. Xia Yang, unconscious, was smeared with dark, viscous blood. Gu Hongyu inserted a pill into his mouth. Just as Xia Yang began to regain consciousness, several cultivators clad in green robes also emerged. These were the formidable practitioners of Lingzi's sect. Brother Zhao, you have escaped. Zhao Qingchen clasped his fists in greeting. Lu brother, seeing you all emerge brings me great relief. I sent out a demon-slaying decree asking for assistance. Yet this demon is fierce. If it claims the lives of everyone, I would find it unbearable to bear. The leader of the Lingzi sect, an elder named Lu Fan, was a 7th-layer Lingzi cultivator, the most powerful among them. Lu Fan sighed. I did not expect this demon to possess such abilities. Alas, it is regrettable for our friends from Huangzhou City. They were fortunate to have escaped, while those scattered cultivators likely met their demise within the bamboo stake forest. Zhao Qingchen scoffed. Lu brother, there is no need for self-reproach. Those scattered cultivators came for the sake of spirit stones. Their deaths are a mere consequence. Unlike us, the disciples of high-ranking sects are inherently noble. We cannot afford to perish. Lu Fan nodded. Regardless, we shall avenge them. Indeed, Xia Yu, concealed behind the massive rock, observed the scene with disdain. These disciples of sects prided themselves on their noble cause of slaying demons, yet they were utterly hypocritical, selfish to the core. The scattered cultivators died for profit, their lives deemed expendable, while sect disciples, born into privilege, could not afford to die. Such statements were devoid of shame and humanity. However, this world is not Earth, their values are simply different. The lack of rights for scattered cultivators is a universally acknowledged truth, even among the scattered cultivators themselves, who felt inferior to sect disciples. Therefore, Zhao Qingshan's words were hardly surprising. Lu Fan continued, now that the demon is injured, it likely possesses the strength of a Changhe realm practitioner, and with this bizarre demonic formation, it is beyond our capability to confront. They have suffered greatly, and their fighting spirit has waned. In other words, everyone has become cowardly. Zhao Qingshan concurred. The only course of action now is to temporarily retreat and send word to our sects, requesting assistance from the ancients. Given our current strength, we would likely face only a dead end if we remain. Lu Fan had yet to utter a word when a sudden crashing sound emanated from the bamboo forest behind them, followed by a torrent of blood gushing forth. As the blood flowed, it emitted a hissing sound accompanied by curling green smoke, absorbing all spiritual energy and life force, transforming into charred remains. Lu Fan's expression altered dramatically as he hastily exclaimed, "Brother Zhao, we must quickly exit the formation." "Very well," responded Lu Fan and his companions, who then took off in a frantic dash. Zhao Qingshan, however, was still cradling Xia Yu, who remained unconscious. "Damn it, how can this brat still be out cold here?" Zhao Qingshan exclaimed, abandoning his usual refined demeanor to curse vehemently, while he continued to carry Xia Yu and flee. Before long, they all reached the entrance of the demonic formation, only to be met with a shocking sight. The previously breached entrance was now firmly sealed once again. It was as if they were trapped in a barrel, destined for doom. This demonic cultivator has cunningly ensnared us in this formation while resetting the array at the entrance. Zhao Qingshan cursed. Wait a moment. Lu Fan pondered. This formation bears a different color and principle from the demonic array. It appears to have been set by someone else. Aside from the demonic cultivator, who else would commit such a treacherous act? Zhao Qingshan retorted. Chapter 69. It must be him. The demon lord has appeared. The former demonic formation was composed of demonic energy, seamlessly integrated with the surrounding dark energy. However, the current formation radiated a bright white light, with faint seven-colored shadows flowing within, unmistakably crafted by a practitioner of the righteous path. Lu Fan, well versed in such matters, recognized that this was not the handiwork of the demon lord. Damn it, this is utterly despicable. If only I knew who was responsible, I would crush them. He seethed. Who could it be, and why would they aid the demonic cultivator? The disciples of various sects erupted in curses, especially after realizing that their attacks on the formation were met with even more resistance than against the previous demonic array. Curse it all. This is a trap, shouted a disciple from the Lingzi sect. Who did this? It's truly despicable. As they watched the blood flow steadily towards them from the bamboo forest, panic set in. Lu Fan and the others fell silent, relentlessly assaulting the formation. At that moment, Xia Yu stirred from his slumber. Where am I? He murmured, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Guhong, you snapped. I told you to guard the entrance properly. Look at the predicament we're in now. We're all trapped in this formation and facing certain death. But I was clearly outside, chatting with City Lord Lu. Xia Yu pondered, suddenly realizing. Could it be City Lord Lu? He had been conversing with City Lord Lu, and now he found himself ensnared in the array, while Lu's whereabouts remained unknown, making him the prime suspect. Zhao Qingshan replied with skepticism. That's unlikely. City Lord Lu doesn't seem to be that kind of person, and besides, his strength and cultivation wouldn't allow him to set such a formation. Then it must be the demonic cultivator, Xia Yu continued. While I was speaking with City Lord Lu, I felt a subtle presence watching me. That doesn't add up, a disciple from the Lingzi sect interjected. The demonic cultivator would undoubtedly employ a demonic array. Yet this is clearly a formation set by a practitioner of the righteous path. Who could it be? Everyone was left in confusion. Yet the pressing issue was not who had set the formation, but how to escape it. Unable to ascertain the culprit, they resolved to break the array with all their might. However, this formation proved even more impenetrable than before, and their bombardments seemed futile. As the blood surged closer, encroaching upon their limited space, even Lu Fan, the strongest among them, began to despair. It's over. We can only fight to the death now, he declared, relinquishing his attacks on the formation to unleash his most powerful innate treasure, preparing for battle. Xia Yu stood behind the others, overwhelmed with fear. He had just entered the Lingquan realm and had not yet faced many battles. Now, with the blood encroaching and demonic energy surging, he was already terrified before the fight even began. At that moment, a thought struck him. 8 years ago, during the battle at Hanja Mountain, Xia Yu had led their group to ambush the enemy, trapping the Su family in a dire situation. The memory of that event was strikingly similar to their current plight. Realizing this, he nearly shouted, "Could it be him? How could it be wrong? It truly is him. What on earth are you talking about?" Gu Hongyu scolded. "This is undoubtedly the work of Xia Yu. This is his style," Xia Yang declared. "Xia Yu?" Zhao Qingchen's expression shifted. Having never encountered Xia Yu, he found it hard to believe. The others from the Lingzi sect also reacted with surprise. Lu Fan inquired, "I have heard this individual possesses a heavenly level technique. Is that true?" In fact, the members of the Lingzi sect had come to Lu Jing City for Xia Yu, but upon seeing the demonic order here, they had rushed over first. Zhao Qingchen countered, "We went to Hanja Mountain, and if Xia Yu wasn't there, how could he possibly be here? Moreover, his cultivation is merely at the Lingquan realm." No, Xia Yang insisted. "If City Lord Lu could come, why couldn't Xia Yu? Furthermore, why was I thrown into the formation while City Lord Lu was not?" Everyone's expressions changed. Xia Yang had originally been outside the formation but had been deliberately thrown in to face death, while City Lord Lu had managed to avoid such a fate. This strongly suggested that Xia Yu was behind it all. "It must be him," Xia Yang reiterated. "This is his typical method. That scoundrel. He's seeking his own demise." Zhao Qingchen's face turned ashen with fury. Initially intent on capturing Xia Yu alive to present to the fire-refining ancestor of the Yin-Yang sect, they now found themselves ensnared in a perilous situation, with their lives hanging in the balance. Lu Fan lamented, "It seems this young man is indeed the culprit. Look at yourselves. Who among you did not come for him? His methods of retaliation are ruthless. He spares no one and does not involve the innocent. He is a formidable character." All present, including the fallen rogue cultivators, had gathered here for Xia Yu. It now appeared that he was indeed the architect of their current predicament. However, knowing this was of little consequence now, as the blood continued to spread. A disciple from the Lingzi sect felt the blood envelop his foot, and in an instant, his shoe was corroded, his flesh turning to bone amid the acrid smoke. "No!" The unfortunate disciple screamed in agony. The others hastily summoned their flying treasures, unwilling to touch the ground. Xia Yang joined Zhao Qingchen on his flying treasure. Witnessing the disciple's body turn to bone, which was subsequently disintegrated, sent chills down everyone's spine. Yet even on their flying treasures, they were not safe. The blood on the ground surged like waves, crashing upwards. Simultaneously, the demonic energy above coalesced into wicked apparitions, lunging at them. To their astonishment, Xia Yang, who had previously been submerged in the blood, found the blood on his body multiplying, corroding his clothes and flesh. "No!" Xia Yang's face turned pale with terror as he hastily began to shed his garments. But it was too late. The blood had already enveloped him completely. Seeing this, Zhao Qingchen's face went white with fear. After hesitating for a moment, he kicked Xia Yang off the flying treasure. "No! Master Uncle, save me!" Xia Yang cried out in despair. But the hissing continued as the blood consumed him, green smoke rising, a foul stench permeating the air. His demise was inevitable. "Brother Yu! I was wrong. Brother Yu, spare me!" Xia Yang's cries gradually faded. The other cultivators were not faring any better. With blood surging from below and demonic energy descending from above, they were caught between a rock and a hard place. Unable to break the formation behind them, truly a dead end. "Xia Yu the little thief, I will not rest until you are dead," one shouted. "If I escape, I will ensure the annihilation of the Xia family. You scoundrel, aiding the tyrant, becoming a lackey, open the formation at once. Otherwise, we will not rest until you are dead." Listening to the distant shouts, Xia Yu's expression remained cold. These people had come for him. While it could not be said they were all intent on killing him, they certainly had their agendas. If he were captured or taken away, his fate was all too clear. He felt no sympathy for these individuals, slaying as many as came his way. However, at that moment, a chilling voice echoed behind him. "Kid, should I thank you, or should I slay you?" Xia Yu was startled. He had not noticed the approach of this figure, whose power was extraordinary. He turned abruptly to see a blood-red miniature figure, approximately 1 meter tall, standing not far off. This blood-colored figure seemed to be composed of blood itself, its features obscured. Yet it possessed the ability to speak with a voice that bore the weight of age. "Senior demon cultivator, you should certainly express gratitude to me." Xia Yu replied with neither humility nor arrogance. "Had I not intervened, these individuals would have escaped. Once they leave, they would undoubtedly summon more allies, including formidable figures from the Chenghe realm, and you would be doomed." "Ha ha ha. You make a valid point. The blood-colored figure chuckled heartily. Xia Yu continued. We have no conflicting interests. There is no need for us to harm one another. How about this? Once all these people are dealt with, you allow me to leave. And we part ways amicably, each having achieved our goals. Ha ha ha. The demon cultivator laughed again, then ominously added, from their conversation, it seems they have come specifically for you. I am now curious about what you possess. Why not allow me to inspect your sea of consciousness as a token of my gratitude? Inspect my sea of consciousness. Senior demon cultivator, are you jesting? Xia Yu maintained a smile, though his body tensed. Observing his defensive posture, the blood-red figure was unperturbed, grinning with arrogance. What? Do you think your strength can contend with mine? Did you not witness how those others perished? To the demon cultivator, subduing Xia Yu seemed effortless. After all, Xia Yu was merely at the 6th level of Lingquan, while he could easily eliminate someone like Lu Fan, who was at the 7th level of Lingzi. Why would he fear a 6th level Lingquan cultivator? Submit to my inspection of your sea of consciousness, and if you truly have no secrets, I shall grant you a path to survival, perhaps even take you as my disciple for my own use. Indeed, the demon cultivator was injured, and certain matters were inconvenient. He truly required a subordinate. Witnessing Xia Yu's ruthless actions, he felt a twinge of desire. However, Xia Yu harbored numerous secrets and would never permit anyone to inspect his sea of consciousness. His expression darkened as he replied, Senior Demon Cultivator, is there truly no room for negotiation on this matter? Ha! Do you think you can simply walk away? The blood-red figure erupted in laughter. Only then did Xia Yu notice that the ground around him was covered in a thick layer of blood. This blood appeared to be a multitude of savage beasts, glaring hungrily at Xia Yu, ready to tear him apart at their master's command. Follow me, commanded the blood-colored figure. Believing Xia Yu to be defenseless and not taking the situation seriously, he suddenly plunged into the blood, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the blood beneath Xia Yu's feet began to shift, compelling him to move forward. Aware of the blood's formidable nature, Xia Yu had no choice but to follow its lead. As he traversed through the bamboo forest, he entered an open area, where the air was thick with a crimson mist, obscuring visibility and reeking of blood, emanating an aura of malevolence. Xia Yu dared not breathe, even closing all his pores, standing before the blood-red fog. Moments later, a flicker of red light danced within the mist. An ancient voice spoke, Young man, I harbor no malice. Rather, I admire your methods. Those of the demon path must be free in thought and action. Xia Yu replied with a faint smile, if one is to act freely, why does the senior not reveal his true form? The demon cultivator was momentarily speechless. Young man, sharp-tongued words can lead to peril. The flickering red light in the blood mist retorted. I have been ambushed and sustained minor injuries. However, if you believe you have the chance to counterattack, haha, then feel free to try. With that, the ancient voice erupted in laughter. Clearly, this demon cultivator did not regard Xia Yu as a threat. It was not arrogance, but rather a profound confidence in his own might. Xia Yu's countenance darkened, and he pressed his lips together, realizing he had landed in a predicament. The demon cultivator was pleased with Xia Yu's demeanor, exclaiming, let me inspect your sea of consciousness, a technique known as soul-searching. As long as you harbor no issues, I will not harm you. His tone had shifted dramatically, now infused with a powerful demonic resonance. Xia Yu's eyes began to glaze over. Young man, do not struggle or resist, simply allow it to happen. The voice grew increasingly enticing, accompanied by a red light slowly emerging from the depths of the fog. As the red light approached, about to touch Xia Yu's forehead, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, simultaneously releasing 7 dazzling beams of light, his 7 innate flying swords, slicing towards the red light. He then reached into his storage bag, producing a talisman, igniting it with a flick of his wrist, which burst forth in a brilliant golden light. A mid-grade talisman, the Golden Light Talisman. Instantly, a golden barrier enveloped Xia Yu, shielding his body. Ah, little beast. The red light within the blood mist was struck and recoiled, clearly having suffered a minor setback. However, this only served to infuriate the demon cultivator further. In heaven, there is a path you refuse to tread. Instead, you seek death. You, a mere Lingquan realm, possess a natal spiritual treasure. It seems you indeed have secrets. Since that is the case, I shall kill you and refine your soul. With a thunderous roar, the vast expanse of blood mist contracted inward, while the surrounding blood rapidly converged, ultimately coalescing into a colossal blood-colored giant. The pulsating red light flickered within the giant's chest. At the heart, die. The demon cultivator was truly enraged this time. His fist descended, shaking the earth, while Xia Yu stood upon his flying sword. and the ground beneath him caved into a massive pit. Very well, a Lingquan realm can traverse on a sword. You have many secrets. The demon cultivator barked. Senior demon cultivator, initially, we had no conflict. You help me deal with my adversaries, and I assist you in sealing the formation. We could have cooperated harmoniously. However, if you choose to turn hostile, do not blame me for being ungracious. Xia Yu stood firm upon his flying sword, devoid of any fear. You are not yet qualified to speak to me in such a manner. The demon cultivator snorted coldly, the giant taking a step forward, its blood-red hand crashing down, expanding as it descended. Merely an ant. Just as the demon cultivator believed Xia Yu was doomed, he noticed Xia Yu remaining unflustered. With another motion to his storage bag, Xia Yu hurled forth an object. Upon release, it radiated golden light, blossoming like a rising sun within a demon's lair. Upon closer inspection, it was a circular treasure adorned with 9 resplendent and glossy golden inner elixirs, emanating golden light. As this treasure was unveiled, a sinister aura rapidly spread, releasing vast amounts of dark energy from the inner elixirs, clearly an unwholesome artifact. 9 Dan Demon Ring. The demon cultivator recognized the item, exclaiming, "You are not a practitioner of the righteous path. What is righteous or demonic? As long as it is useful to me, it is my path," Xia Yu declared, standing upon his flying sword, golden light enveloping him, pointing at the blood-colored giant as he commanded, "Shatter it." With a roar, 9 fearsome ghost kings converged into a singular entity, transforming into a being larger than the blood-colored giant, the Ghost Emperor. With a resounding impact, the Ghost Emperor struck the sky, obliterating the descending blood-red hand, which shattered into a rain of blood, cascading down. Then, the Ghost Emperor, baring its fangs and claws, lunged once more at the blood-colored giant. The Ghost Emperor's strength was equivalent to that of the Changhe realm, and under Xia Yu's nurturing with spiritual liquid, it had become extraordinarily powerful. With a tremendous clash, the blood-colored giant was knocked to the ground. "It must be you, the anomaly of the Black Dragon Pond, borrowing strength from the heavens. It must be you, right?" The demon cultivator screamed in realization. His recent discovery by Zhao Qingqin and others stemmed from his pursuit of the celestial anomaly, seeking to find the one who borrowed strength from the heavens. However, he never anticipated that this individual would be Xia Yu. He shouted loudly once more, "Young man, perhaps we can discuss a collaboration. You teach me the art of drawing strength from the heavens, and I will impart to you the ways of demonic cultivation. Don't dream on. I have no interest in wanton slaughter of the innocent." Although Xia Yu was decisive and ruthless in battle, he would never succumb to demonic corruption, nor would he kill indiscriminately for the sake of cultivation. "Kill him," Xia Yu commanded again. From the Ghost Emperor came an inhuman roar as he lunged fiercely at the Crimson Giant. All present were of the Changhe realm. Yet the Crimson Giant was clearly no match for the Ghost Emperor. Seeing the Crimson Giant repeatedly felled, the demonic cultivator shouted sternly, "Young man, cease immediately. I will let you go as if nothing happened." Xia Yu laughed heartily. "Very well. But first, allow me to inspect your spirit sea. To be honest, I am quite intrigued by your secret." "Foolish death." The demonic cultivator roared furiously, "Since you are stubborn, we shall die together." As he spoke, a dazzling red light burst forth from the Crimson Giant's chest. A strange object glowing intensely rose above them. Demonic explosion. The demonic cultivator bellowed. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura emanated from the strange object, instilling in Xia Yu a profound sense of impending death. The demonic cultivator's voice turned wild and ferocious. "If I cannot live, then we shall perish together." Chapter 71. Demonic Armor Bracers, Blossoming Bottle. The blazing red demonic artifact suddenly unleashed cataclysmic power, its crimson radiance illuminating the surroundings, as if igniting the very demonic energy in the sky. Demonic explosion. Boom. The demonic cultivator's wild roar echoed, his resolve to perish alongside his foe unmistakable. Yet Xia Yu did not desire death. Since awakening, this was the first time he had sensed such a mortal peril, an overwhelming terror unlike anything he had ever experienced. Even the once arrogant Ghost Emperor now cowered, pressed to the ground, trembling. "Die!" The blinding red light surged with violent force, the fiery demonic artifact swelling explosively, shaking heaven and earth as if about to shatter into fragments. In that moment, Xia Yu mounted his flying sword and charged toward the demonic artifact. What? The demonic cultivator was dumbfounded. He had thought himself reckless, often willing to die alongside his enemies, but he never expected Xia Yu to be so fearless, advancing rather than retreating. Is he eager to die quickly? Clearly not. Against the overwhelming pressure, Xia Yu rapidly closed in on the artifact, which was on the verge of explosion. its expansion at its limit, life and death hanging by a thread. Suddenly, Xia Yu produced a metal cup. With a soft clink, the palm-sized demonic artifact, as if a piece of mundane iron drawn to a magnet, adhered to the outside of the cup. Then, the wild energy unleashed by the artifact was astonishingly absorbed by the cup, the earth-shaking power instantly drawn inside. Xia Yu clearly observed two leaves sprouting swiftly on the cup's surface, and between them, a flower bud began to grow. As the bud flourished, the artifact's crimson hue faded. Only then did Xia Yu realize the artifact was actually an ancient, weathered bracer, adorned with profound and intricate patterns, an artifact of unknown antiquity. At that moment, the air was still and calm. The dreadful suppressive energy vanished without a trace, and everything returned to tranquility. Impossible. The demonic cultivator was utterly stunned. What treasure is that cup of yours? The demonic cultivator never imagined that his most treasured weapon, his ultimate trump card, would be undone by a mere bottle. This is my greatest secret. Xia Yu stood proudly upon his flying sword, lowering his gaze to observe. He noticed that the demonic cultivator was gravely wounded, his physical body destroyed, leaving only a nascent soul. This demonic cultivator's nascent soul usually hid within the bracer, conjuring corporeal manifestations from boundless blood to wreak havoc. So that's it, the demonic cultivator suddenly comprehended. He fully understood that the celestial anomaly witnessed that day was caused by others seeking to kill Xia Yu by borrowing strength from the heavens. And it was also due to this very bottle that the ritual was interrupted, granting Xia Yu victory. Xia Yu nodded slightly, impressed by the demonic cultivator's insight. You are correct, but I shall grant you no reward. He then raised his hand, pointing sharply at the demonic cultivator's nascent soul, commanding sternly, 9-dan demonic ring. Finish him off. Upon entering the Changhe realm, a cultivator's inner core evolves into a nascent soul. Yet the nascent soul itself possesses little combat power, relying heavily on treasures and spells. With his treasure confiscated by Xia Yu, the demonic cultivator could only employ his blood demon art. However, the blood demon art was no match for the Ghost Emperor, a genuine Changhe realm powerhouse. Thus, the demonic cultivator's fate was sealed. Young friend, spare me this once for the hardship of my cultivation. The demonic cultivator immediately ceased resistance, falling to his knees to plead. He had never imagined that Xia Yu possessed not only the 9-dan demonic ring surpassing the Changhe realm, but also the mysterious and formidable bottle. Knowing he was no match, he chose to beg for mercy. I have great demonic techniques to offer, the demonic cultivator wailed. That depends on your conduct, Xia Yu replied, grabbing the nascent soul in his hand. Please spare me. Seeing his submission, Xia Yu produced a small wooden box and sealed the nascent soul inside, then affixed a suppression talisman to its surface. Thus, the demonic cultivator was captured alive by Xia Yu. All the demonic energy and blood mist from all directions lost their master and began to dissipate. Thus, Xia Yu had eradicated a great evil. He extended his hand, summoning the 9-dan demonic ring to swiftly return, and the 9 ghost kings retreated into the inner core, vanishing without a trace. Xia Yu did not rush to leave, but approached the core of the demonic formation and sat cross-legged. The demonic cultivator's body had been shattered by an unknown assailant, and lacking many treasures, he was powerless to resist once his bracer was confiscated, thus surrendering readily. As for the nascent soul, Xia Yu had other plans. In the 9-dan demonic ring forging method taught by Yuding Jinren, it was mentioned that forging a 9-infant demonic ring was possible, with power 100-fold stronger. Hence, Xia Yu preserved the nascent soul for future use. What concerned Xia Yu most was the pattern on the bottle. After absorbing the false Dan King cauldron, a flower bud had sprouted on its surface but had yet to bloom. Yet the power contained within the bracer was even greater. Xia Yu clearly sensed that the bracer's grade far surpassed that of Yuding. Moments later, the energy within the bracer was completely absorbed, and the once blazing red bracer transformed into a piece of silver mundane iron, its surface adorned with exquisitely ancient patterns. Xia Yu picked up the artifact and crushed it with his hand, discovering it to be as fragile as decayed tofu, crumbling to dust. What on earth was this thing? Xia Yu looked again at the flower on the bottle's surface, now swollen to its limit, as if about to bloom at any moment. The power contained within the bracer was astonishing. It had directly nurtured a blossom. Xia Yu's heart brimmed with anticipation. This was the first time the flower on the bottle had bloomed. What benefits would it bring once it blossomed? Eagerly, he placed his finger upon the flower's surface to sense the memories contained within. His expression turned shocked. The memories of the false Dan King cauldron could be traced back 3,000 years. But this bracer was over 10,000 years old. The demonic armor of a great demonic emperor. The demonic armor was a complete set. And this bracer was but a small component. Xia Yu saw legions of demonic soldiers clad in black battle armor adorned with demonic horns, densely covering the sky and earth, with the demonic emperor standing proudly amidst the scene. Against this backdrop, the demonic armor was forged into shape. The demon emperor, clad in his demonic armor, traversed the lands, annihilating countless nations, and in that era, he ascended to become a true sovereign, while the righteous could only act like frightened mice, shrouded in secrecy. It was an age unequivocally dominated by demonic cultivators, a time that belonged to the demon emperor. As Xia Yu immersed himself in these memories, he was engulfed by an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, blood, and light, a sight that could instill terror in the hearts of many. The memories contained within were incredibly rich and complex, filled with visions of slaughter and chaos, drenched in blood and malevolence. The demon emperor, who had ruled the world for countless years, had wrought unimaginable carnage, rendering the righteous incapable of resistance, leaving them to beseech the heavens for mercy. Eventually, the skies tore open, and massive flying palaces descended, heralding the arrival of ancient and powerful beings into this realm. We, the Ji family of Donghuanjiao. We, the Yun family of Qianwan Valley. We, the Zhou family of Dadao City. We, the Dao Academy of the Ancient Stone Kingdom. Today, we heed the pleas of the righteous cultivators from the lower realm to vanquish the evil. Demon Emperor, your malevolence has reached a point of universal condemnation. You must be eradicated. With a tremor of his hand, Xia Yu released the bottle, overwhelmed by the intensity of such high-level combat that he dared not engage. For his mind was already destabilized. The spectacle far surpassed his mental capacity. Witnessing such a battle could drive a person to madness. However, he noticed an elder emerging from the fray, claiming to be from Donghuanjiao. The manner of the sky's rending was reminiscent of the event that had whisked away Xiachan. Indeed, the Ji family of Donghuanjiao was older and more formidable than the legend suggested. In that moment, Xia Yu comprehended the gaze and demeanor of the couple from the Ji family. Compared to them, everything in the lower realm was akin to ants. While Xia Yu was lost in these thoughts, he suddenly noticed that the flowers on the surface of the bottle had reached their limit, and with a resounding pop, they bloomed. Chapter 72, Blossoming and Bearing Fruit. The bottle's function. The bottle had flowered. Xia Yu was both astonished and elated as he looked down to find a small, yet strikingly beautiful flower. Crucially, at the heart of the flower, there resided a bright black that seemed to float on the bottle's surface. After a moment's hesitation, he reached to pinch it. To his surprise, he was able to grasp this black dot, which revealed itself to be a black wristband the size of a grain of rice, almost identical to the original demonic armor wristband, merely scaled down several hundred times. Upon a mere thought, the wristband vanished, only to reappear on Xia Yu's wrists as a pair of jet black armlets. Within these armlets surged an immense power, not of demonic energy, but a force Xia Yu had never encountered before, powerful, tyrannical, and utterly contemptuous. With a swift motion, Xia Yu struck a solid rock before him with the wristband, shattering it into fragments without even using spiritual energy. Remarkable, he thought, filled with delight. He gazed at the bottle, still uncertain of the nature of its engravings, but he cherished the newfound capabilities it bestowed. If his assumption were correct, after that small flower bloomed, he would also acquire a precious Dan Wang small cauldron. Truly, a treasure passed down through generations. The more Xia Yu examined the bottle, the more satisfaction it brought him. He opened the cap, only to be disheartened by the state of the water within. Initially clear and somewhat metallic in hue, it had become a viscous black liquid, exuding a nauseating aura of demonic energy. Xia Yu feared that consuming this water would instantly transform him into a great demon, a fate that was far from his aspirations. Thus, he took out the 9-Dan demon ring and poured the black liquid over it. Ah! Roar! The 9 inner Dan emitted otherworldly cries, clearly reveling in the concentrated essence of demonic energy. Xia Yu had no intention of retaining this liquid, so he devoted time to emptying the bottle of the murky water, subsequently cleansing it with fresh water. Under the cleansing influence of this precious concentrated demonic liquid, the 9 inner Dan began to mutate, transforming into 9 pitch-black inner Dan, each adorned with faintly visible, menacing demonic visages. The 9 ghost kings had all become true demons. Though still 9 in number, each had experienced a meteoric rise in strength, nearing the realms of Chang'e. If the 9 ghost kings united, they would form the Black Demon Emperor, whose power would at least rival that of the late Chang'e realm. Xia Yu was ecstatic. With such strength, even the ancestors would be unable to contend with him. Yin-Yang sect, Lingji sect, and those rogue cultivators, should you dare to trouble me again, Do not blame me for dealing with your ancestors as well. Although he felt emboldened, Xia Yu chose to remain discreet. The demonic energy of the 9-Dan demon ring was formidable, and should it be revealed, others might mistake him for a great demon. He proceeded to sort through the possessions left by the demonic cultivator, but found little of value, only a little over 1,000 spiritual stones. Finally, he arrived at the core of the demonic formation, placing his hand upon the central jade pillar to sense the situation within the array. All disciples from the Yin-Yang sect and Lingzhi sect were dead, their remains utterly obliterated, reduced to mere blood and water, including Xia Yu, who had met his demise without a trace. Their souls had been absorbed into the bamboo forest, where many souls of cultivators and ordinary folk drifted, trapped within the formation. Unable to reincarnate, Xia Yu opened the demonic array, releasing the demonic energy and allowing the souls to disperse, including those of Xia Yu and others. After all, grievances and hatred could be settled in this lifetime. This also served to benefit him, with the souls released. Should the powerful members of Yin-Yang sect and Lingzhi sect come to investigate in the future, they would not find any trace of Xia Yu. Before departing, Xia Yu destroyed all the array nodes, dissipating the demonic formation, ensuring that no one could exploit it for harm again. He dismantled his own confinement array as well. Upon exiting the valley, 3 days had passed. The city lord of Lu had long since departed. Xia Yu calculated the time. It was now time for him to head to Lu Jing City to receive the spiritual herbs. As he mounted his sword, he made his way directly to Lu Jing City. The spring sunshine was radiant, heralding a new year. With the melting of the snow, spring gradually took precedence, and the city of Lu Jing became lively. Although the 4 great families had recently been embroiled in upheaval, the common folk remained unaffected, instead finding new topics of conversation surrounding Xia Yu. As he re-entered the city, many unfamiliar citizens greeted him with cupped fists. Young Master Yu. Although Xia Yu did not recognize these individuals, he nodded politely in acknowledgement. Observing his amiable demeanor, the people began to speculate wildly, and rumors began to circulate. Whispers spread that Xia Yu had annihilated the 4 great families and was destined to become the sovereign of Lu Jing City. Others suggested he would establish himself at Hanja Mountain and return to Lu Jing City. Some even contemplated offering gifts of money and women to ingratiate themselves with this emerging leader of Lu Jing City. Upon entering the Tiannan Commercial House's Lu Jing branch, the manager, Huang Sanjiu, immediately approached him. Young Master Yu, please, let us speak in the back. Very well. Xia Yu took a couple of steps and said, in the future, do not call me Yushe, simply refer to me as Xia Gongzi. Understood, Xia Gongzi, came the reply. Xia Yu had severed ties with the Xia family and wished to establish his own identity, hence he embraced the title of Xia Gongzi. Once settled, he poured himself a cup of tea. Shortly thereafter, Huang Sanjiu presented him with numerous bundles of herbs, all of which were the spiritual medicines Xia Gongzi had ordered. Upon inspection, Xia Yu found that the herbs were indeed the ones he required, ample in quantity and remarkably fresh, as if they had just been harvested. The spiritual herbs distinctly differed from ordinary wildflowers and grasses, emanating a subtle aura of spiritual energy and a faint medicinal fragrance, indicating their aged quality. Xia Yu inquired curiously, were these herbs gathered from the mountains? Huang Sanjiu, with an awkward smile, replied, Xia Gongzi, you jest. These herbs were not foraged from the mountains, but rather extensively cultivated by the Lingzhi sect. Our Tiannan commercial house procured them from the Lingzhi sect. Xia Yu suddenly understood. It was worth noting that he had recently caused the demise of several practitioners from the Lingzhi sect. However, this did not deter him from utilizing their herbs. I had previously provided a deposit of 300 spirit stones, and now I shall offer an additional 1,500 spirit stones. Is that correct, shopkeeper? Indeed. That is correct, the shopkeeper confirmed, visibly excited. It was the first time in many years that the Tiannan commercial house had secured such a substantial transaction in Liujing City. Moreover, Xia Yu did not engage in excessive haggling, allowing the shopkeeper to earn a modest profit of 20%, along with a significant bonus. A customer of Xia Yu's caliber was certainly worth retaining. The shopkeeper then presented a silver jade token with both hands, smiling as he said, Xia Gongzi. Our Tiannan commercial house has branches throughout the Daizhou dynasty and the surrounding barbarian and demon nations. This is our VIP token. Wherever you go, you will enjoy a 10% discount at any Tiannan branch. That is wonderful. Thank you. Xia Yu accepted the token, as he would inevitably travel. Having a familiar establishment was indeed advantageous. Subsequently, Xia Yu collected the spiritual herbs and bid farewell to the Tiannan commercial house. Chapter 73. 8,000 miles of sound transmission, Annihilation of enemies. In Liuyujing City, at the City Lord's Manor, a golden light shot into the sky like a golden sword piercing through the air. Upon reaching the zenith, it transformed into a sparkling star, altering its course toward the Daizhou Imperial City. In the courtyard of the City Lord's Manor, Lord Lu gazed anxiously at the sky, muttering to himself, "I hope the court will send someone soon to eradicate the demonic cultivators. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." The signal he had just dispatched was known as the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman, a highly expensive item, with each city allocated only one or two for the most urgent military matters. Previously, he had refrained from using the talisman even to inform the Ninth Prince about Xia Yu's situation. However, this time, he resorted to the precious talisman due to the threat posed by the demonic cultivators. Upon returning to the main hall, a guard approached to report, "Xia Gongzi is here." Lord Lu's expression brightened, and he quickly invited Xia Yu in. After purchasing the spiritual herbs from the Tiannan commercial house, Xia Yu had immediately come to the City Lord's Manor to gauge Lord Lu's attitude and whether he would uncover anything. "City Lord." Xia Yu entered with a respectful fist salute. "Xia Xiong, your timing is impeccable," Lord Lu exclaimed, hastily grasping Xia Yu's arm. "Do you know that a grave matter has arisen?" "Oh," Xia Yu responded, feigning ignorance. Lord Lu continued, "Yesterday, at Hanja Mountain, you witnessed the demon extermination order alongside me. Do you recall?" Xia Yu nodded. "I indeed saw it. You mentioned that the order was issued by a powerful practitioner from the Yin-Yang sect, indicating they had discovered the traces of a demon, and you hurriedly left afterward." "Precisely." Lord Lu urged Xia Yu to take a seat and further elaborated. "Upon arriving at the demon's hideout, we indeed found a demonic formation standing guard, with several powerful practitioners from the Yin-Yang sect and Lingji sect attacking the entrance." He recounted his experiences, concluding, "When I regained consciousness, I realized Xia Yang was missing. Moreover, the demonic formation had sealed off the area. I exerted all my strength against the formation, but it was incredibly sturdy. My attacks were like an ant trying to shake a tree." "Is that so?" Xia Yu exclaimed in shock. "Was it the work of the demonic cultivators? How cunning. Did the righteous practitioners who entered the formation manage to escape?" "No." Lord Lu sighed. "In the end, I heard a tremendous commotion within the formation, accompanied by a sense of earth-shaking upheaval. By midnight, a massive surge of demonic energy erupted into the sky. Realizing the danger, I had no choice but to retreat." At this point, Lord Lu expressed his regret, saying, "I assure you, I did not flee from the battlefield. I merely felt that staying would mean certain death." Xia Yu thought to himself, "This city lord is quite earnest. He still feels remorse for seeking his own survival at such a critical moment." He comforted him, "City lord, I believe you acted wisely. The powerful practitioners from the Lingxi realm were no match for the demon. What good would your presence have served? It was crucial for you to return and convey the news." "I thought as much," Lord Lu agreed. "Upon my return, I contemplated for a long time. The threat posed by the demonic cultivators is extremely grave and could very well retaliate against Liuyujing City. Thus, I decided to use a 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman." "Oh, whom did you notify?" "The Dezhou court," Lord Lu replied. Xia Yu nodded. "You did well not to directly inform the Yin-Yang sect and Lingji sect. Otherwise, it would have been detrimental to you. Think about it. If everyone else perished and you alone survived, what would that imply?" Lord Lu appeared puzzled. "I cannot fathom who incapacitated me and why they left me alone outside. If it was the work of the demonic cultivators, they should have killed me too." After pondering for a moment, Xia Yu shook his head and said, "City Lord, I believe you should broaden your thinking. Why assume that Xia Yang's disappearance means he entered the formation? Perhaps he colluded with the demonic cultivators. That is something I cannot casually assert." Lord Lu waved his hand. He had entertained such doubts, yet Xia Yang was a disciple of their sect, and he dared not make baseless accusations. "However, City Lord, it would be wise for you to formulate an explanation," Xia Yu advised. Lord Lu nodded. "Naturally, I will speak the truth. That was the situation at the time." "Very well." Xia Yu did not press further. As long as the Dezhou court dispatched assistance, Lord Lu would undoubtedly be safe. Lord Lu added, "Once I send out the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman, powerful individuals from the capital will arrive either tomorrow or the day after. At that point, Liuyujing City will be much safer. During these days, I ask you, Xia Xiong, to remain in the city for defense against potential demonic mischief." "That is agreeable." Xia Yu readily accepted, adding, "But regarding our agreement to go to the ghost market the day after tomorrow, rest assured, once business is concluded, I will accompany you," Lord Lu assured him. Xia Yu had come with two intentions. First, to prepare for a visit to the ghost market, and second, to gauge the sentiments of Lord Lu. It seemed he had been overly concerned. Lord Lu harbored no suspicion toward him and even requested his assistance in safeguarding Liujing City. Xia Yu readily agreed. In that case, Xia Xiong, you shall stay at the city lord's manor today. Should any situation arise, we can respond together. Agreed. That night, Xia Yu took up residence at the city lord's manor. With the responsibility of defense, he would gain a clearer understanding of the city's security arrangements and simultaneously undertake his own endeavors. In the dead of night, the situation took a drastic turn. The four prominent families, including the Xia, Su, and Huang families, suddenly erupted with overwhelming demonic energy. Fiery demonic flames surged, and ghostly apparitions appeared, attacking anyone in sight. Xia Yu and Lord Lu hurriedly emerged, tirelessly battling against the demonic apparitions and driving them from Liujing City. Ultimately, they expended a substantial sum to activate the city's protective formation, successfully keeping the demonic cultivators at bay. In the aftermath, it was reported that several ladies from the Xia family had perished at the hands of the ghostly apparitions, while some servants and young warriors from the Su family had been drained of their life force by the demonic energy. The last remaining elder from the Huang family also met his demise on the spot. Additionally, a medium-sized family in the city, the Zheng family, was completely annihilated. These ghostly apparitions were truly heinous, committing unspeakable atrocities in their pursuit of demonic cultivation. The citizens were gripped with fear, hiding within their homes, expressing gratitude to Xia Yu for his intervention and praying for his safety. Little did they know, in the dark corners outside the city, Xia Yu retrieved the Jiudan Mo ring, capturing several ghost kings within it. This entire incident of demonic assault on the city was orchestrated by him. The primary target eliminated was the second wife of the Xia family. It can be asserted that the significant oppression suffered by the Yunzhu family stemmed from this wicked woman, the root of all calamities. Without her demise, Xia Yu's heart would remain unsettled. Subsequently, this nefarious woman even hired assassins from Fengyu Lu to pursue them. And she was the one who hastily summoned Xia Yang back. The second wife had long been marked as a target for Xia Yu's vengeance. As for the Zheng family, which had been exterminated, they were the second wife's maternal family, and none of them were virtuous individuals. Xia Yu intended to leave no survivors. Complete annihilation was the only option. Regarding the Su family, the deceased were primarily those martial artists who had ambushed him at Hongya Mountain. Xia Yu had been rendered unconscious for 8 years due to their actions, and he planned to settle accounts with them as well. The deaths of several strong members and an elder from the Huang family were not unjust. After all, they had disseminated news of Xia Yu's whereabouts throughout Huangzhou City, and their demise was well-deserved. Those who harm others will inevitably bring harm upon themselves. Thus, the list of those deserving of death in Liujing City was virtually cleared. Initially, Xia Yu contemplated eliminating Xia Yunxiao as well, but upon reflection, he decided to spare him, recognizing him as the original father's kin. Without the clan elder and any cultivators in the Xia family, Xia Yunxiao would likely lead a dismal existence. After accomplishing all this, Xia Yu returned to the city lord's mansion. On the third morning, the great Zhou dynasty indeed dispatched several powerful individuals, led by a middle-aged man wearing a tall crown, who was met with great respect. The third prince had arrived in person, and Lu, representing the entire city, expressed profound gratitude. The third prince's gaze was exceptionally sharp as he nodded and said, "This time, I have come alongside Grand Master Qin to assist Liujing City in ridding itself of the fiends. Please recount the events in detail." City Lord Lu promptly began his narration, yet both the third prince and Grand Master Qin exhibited a haughty demeanor, failing to acknowledge Xia Yu with even a glance. Xia Yu, preferring to remain low-key, observed as City Lord Lu guided them to the Demon Cultivator Valley. He chose to wait at the City Lord's mansion for Lu's return to the Ghost Market. In the afternoon, Xia Yu awaited City Lord Lu's return to take him to the Ghost Market. However, to his surprise, the third prince and Grand Master Qin returned. Upon their arrival at the magical formation, they discovered the place already deserted, leaving behind only chaos and destruction. Grand Master Qin carefully surveyed the scene and searched the surroundings for some time before concluding that the demon cultivators hiding there had sensed danger and fled in advance. Although they had not located the demon cultivators, driving them away was a significant achievement. With the matter resolved, they decided to return and report back. This was precisely the outcome Xia Yu desired. With the third prince and his entourage departing, he could finally accompany City Lord Lu to the Ghost Market. However, he was taken aback when the third prince summoned him before leaving. This left Xia Yu feeling perplexed. The third prince, who had not deigned to spare him a glance previously, now sought him out for a conversation. Had he discovered something? Feeling anxious, Xia Yu entered the main hall to find the third prince seated in a position of authority, flanked by several loyal guards, with no one else present. I am Xia Yu, honored to meet your highness, the third prince, he stated. You are Xia Yu? The third prince scrutinized him. Xia Yu sensed an unfriendly glint in the third prince's eyes, but could only respond respectfully. Indeed, it is I. Your father is Xia Yu? The third prince inquired. Yes, Xia Yu replied, internally relieved that the conversation did not revolve around the demon cultivators. Your mother is Yunju? Yes, he confirmed. Upon hearing this, the third prince's gaze shifted elsewhere, revealing a complex expression of resentment mingled with satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, he looked back at Xia Yu and asked, I have heard that you, despite being at the 6th level of Lingquan, possess the strength to challenge the Lingzi realm? That is indeed the case, Xia Yu affirmed. However, I have been practicing the tiger-wolf technique, which has damaged my meridians. After an examination by the royal master of Huangpu, it has been determined that I will not make any progress in cultivation in the future. Xia Yu lowered his head. That is of no consequence. The third prince chuckled heartily. If you pledge your loyalty to me, I will naturally assist you in finding healing elixirs to restore your strength. My prince's household is in need of talent, and you shall not be treated poorly. Though the third prince's demeanor was amiable, it was akin to Xia Yunshao's previous attitude, intended to make Xia Yu a mere pawn. In contrast, the ninth prince was far more agreeable than the third prince. Xia Yu had already declined the ninth prince's invitation, so how could he submit to the third prince? Moreover, the third prince's words were merely empty flattery, devoid of sincerity. He promptly clasped his hands and stated, Your Highness, my cultivation is stagnant, rendering me no different from a useless person. I fear I would be of no assistance at the prince's residence. So I wish to live out my days peacefully in Lujing City. This was a clear rejection. The third prince's expression darkened as he said sternly, You refuse to pledge your loyalty to me, but what have your parents told you? Xia Yu's heart stirred, realizing that the third prince harbored a grudge against Xia Yunshao. He recalled the time when Xia Yunshao was accused of treason in the capital and nearly lost his life there. It was only thanks to Yunju, who sacrificed her appearance to enlist the aid of the capital's leading courtesan, that a prominent figure was persuaded to allow Xia Yunshao to return home. It now appeared that this third prince was also a key player in that event. Understanding this, Xia Yu was even less inclined to serve the third prince. He felt unperturbed by the third prince and boldly declared, Your Highness, I do not comprehend your words. My parents have not mentioned you. My decision not to go to the prince's residence is purely personal, as I desire a life of freedom. Then you may leave. The third prince swiftly turned hostile, gesturing for Xia Yu to depart, nearly uttering the word scram. Xia Yu clasped his hands and turned to exit. The third prince's character was utterly contemptible. Why would he serve such a man? He had no intention of serving anyone in this lifetime. As Xia Yu departed, he encountered an elderly man in white robes wearing a tall crown entering the hall, who remarked with a smile, Your Highness, there is indeed a resemblance in Xia Yu's features to the beauty of Yunju in her youth. You jest, Grandmaster. The third prince shook his head with a sigh. How did I treat Yunju back then? Yet that wretched woman chose to follow Xia Yunshao, that imbecile. Grandmaster Qin chuckled. In his youth, Xia Yunshao was indeed spirited, following the old General Baiyu into numerous battles, a veritable young general, brimming with vigor. Many naive maidens were captivated by him, Yunju included, no doubt. The third prince burst into laughter, gritting his teeth. Those foolish women are truly beyond comprehension. I have heard that Yunju disfigured herself for Xia Yunshao, and upon returning, he treated her with contempt. Recently, he even expelled her and Xia Yu from the Xiao estate, severing ties and becoming strangers. Hearing all this makes me want to laugh. If Yunju had initially chosen me, she would have enjoyed wealth and glory, and would not have faced such hardships today. Indeed, it can only be said that these women are both blind and foolish. Grandmaster Qin laughed heartily and then inquired, Your Highness, I heard Yunju was the most beautiful in the capital and played the zither better than anyone else. It is said that on one occasion, she entered the prince's residence and played the zither for you throughout the night. Upon finishing, he wore a shameless grin. However, the third prince's expression twisted into a snarl. That foul woman, he cursed. I had promised her that if she granted me one night of pleasure, I would release Xia Yunshao. Yet not only did she refuse, but she even came at me with a knife, disfiguring herself. Seeing her bloodied visage, I was so enraged that I had no inclination to relent. I ended up striking her several more times and unleashed a bit of spiritual fire, ensuring she would never recover. Grandmaster Qin, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. Realizing that contrary to public belief, Yunju had not disfigured herself in a plea to another courtesan. Rather, she she had done so within the prince's residence. Upon hearing this, the third prince glanced around and said, "Grand Master, such matters should only be discussed here. If they were to spread, it would tarnish my reputation." Grand Master Qin hurriedly assured him, "Your Highness, rest assured, I am not one to speak indiscriminately. I have complete confidence in your character," the third prince replied. The third prince rose from his seat with a smile, initially intending to mold Xia Yu and Yunzu's son into his own loyal hound to annoy the two of them. However, given that Xia Yu was such a worthless person, he decided to abandon that plan. Master Qin nodded in agreement and added, "Your Highness, once matters here are concluded, we should return to the capital promptly. While we are away, the other princes will undoubtedly seek to slander us before His Majesty." The third prince strode out with great confidence. Shortly thereafter, he and Master Qin departed from Liujing City with a large entourage, restoring the city to its former tranquility. By the time the city lord of Lu was free, night had already fallen. "Brother Xia, we must set off quickly, otherwise it will be too late." "Then I shall trouble you," Xia Yu responded, eagerly awaiting this invitation. The city lord had originally intended to ride, but due to the delay caused by the third prince, he requested Xia Yu to fly on his sword, escorting him. It was Xia Yu's first time guiding someone on a sword, a privilege he had hoped to reserve for a beautiful maiden. However, circumstances dictated otherwise, and he had to take the city lord along. The two ascended the sword, transforming into a streak of light as they sped towards the ghost market, located several hundred miles away in Lingquan village. Once a site of a miraculous spring where ancient practitioners gathered to drink its waters and exchange treasures, the spring had long since dried up. Yet, the market continued to thrive, holding transactions twice a month. Such markets typically required strong enforcers to maintain order, as unruly behavior such as theft or robbery would render the market unsustainable. In Lingquan village's ghost market, the enforcers were a pair of brothers, both possessing formidable strength at the Chenghe realm, making them the most powerful loose cultivators within a 1,000-mile radius. Thus, the market was remarkably safe, attracting many practitioners who enjoyed trading there, evolving into a bustling hub over the years. Upon their arrival in the ghost market, it was already night, with the bright moon illuminating the scene. Torches and braziers were ablaze, creating a lively atmosphere. In the ghost market, a dilapidated, desolate street was dotted with bonfires, where several practitioners sat on the ground. Various items were displayed before them, but there was no noise or haggling. Both buyers and sellers engaged in quiet discussions, crouching to inquire and negotiate prices. Xia Yu observed that all participants wore long robes and black veils, deliberately speaking in hushed tones. Their features were obscured, rendering it impossible to discern their age or cultivation level. In the flickering firelight, these shadowy figures moved about, resembling a procession of spirits, which made Xia Yu reflect. No wonder it is called the ghost market. The city lord of Lu, familiar with the place, explained, although the Du brothers oversee the ghost market, once one leaves, they do not intervene. Therefore, everyone is reluctant to reveal their cultivation level, fearing malevolent intentions. Xia Yu nodded in understanding. The world was inherently a place where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, devoid of laws. Those who came to trade, if they possessed low cultivation and exposed their wealth, could easily attract the attention of predators, leading to perilous encounters with other loose cultivators during their return. The path of cultivation was rife with deceit, treachery, and the ruthless pursuit of power at any cost. Fortunately, Xia Yu was accompanied by the city lord, backed by the Du elder, which likely deterred anyone from targeting him. More importantly, he possessed unwavering confidence. "Elder Du, this is my friend Xia Yu." The city lord introduced as they approached an elderly man seated by a well in the center of the street, surrounded by a pile of spirit stones. Black-clad individuals approached him, depositing spirit stones as transaction fees. The Du brothers profited handsomely from controlling this market, and though only one brother was present today, he radiated a powerful aura that intimidated even the weakest cultivators passing by. "Greetings, Elder Du," Xia Yu quickly offered a bow. The elder opened his eyes, sharp and discerning, assessing Xia Yu before remarking, "You carry demonic energy." Xia Yu was taken aback. This elder possessed considerable skill, having evaded detection from Master Qin, who was also at the Chenghe realm. However, he quickly replied, "Elder Du, I recently collaborated with the city lord to repel some malevolent cultivators, which may have resulted in my acquiring some demonic energy." Although he explained, the elder was not easily fooled. His penetrating gaze seemed to see through Xia Yu's facade. Just as Xia Yu felt increasingly uncomfortable under scrutiny, the elder inquired, "What brings you to the ghost market?" The city lord hastily interjected, "Elder, my friend seeks to purchase some medicinal herbs for treating damaged meridians." Damaged meridians? Elder Du shook his head. That is not easily remedied. And we do not have the required herbs here. Xia Yu promptly produced a note, smiling. Elder, I need these herbs for personal refinement of healing elixirs. Elder Du glanced at the list and replied, I can help you find 4 of these. However, the most difficult to procure will be the millennium-grade silverleaf fruit. Xia Yu's brow furrowed. The silverleaf fruit was essential for the elixir's formulation, and without it, success was unattainable. Nevertheless, Elder Du added, since you are a friend of Xiao Lu, I can assist you in acquiring it over the years and notify you when I succeed. Xia Yu expressed his gratitude. Realizing this increased his chances significantly. You may follow him to find these 4 herbs, Elder Du instructed, returning the note to Xia Yu. Before he could finish, a figure in black approached and gestured for Xia Yu to follow. He accompanied the black-clad individual into the depths of the ghost market. While the city lord sat by the well, engaging in light-hearted banter with Elder Du, the black-clad guide swiftly led Xia Yu to several stalls selling medicinal herbs, each priced at several hundred to over 1,000 spirit stones. Although he had the backing of the Du brothers, Xia Yu was cautious about revealing too much wealth. Instead, he offered some acquired spiritual artifacts and rare materials for trade, even exchanging the remains of a Jin Jiao beast he had slain in the depths of the Hanja mountain mine. After an hour, he successfully acquired all 4 types of herbs, having traded a collection of unused artifacts and materials, spending very little actual spirit stones. In reality, such exchanges among practitioners favored barter. Each cultivator practiced different techniques and sought diverse treasures, with many items being priceless yet unavailable for purchase even with wealth. Thus, other practitioners were often willing to trade for rare goods. As Xia Yu followed the black-clad guide through the market, he sensed the metallic vial in his storage pouch responding with various intentions. In the presence of certain precious items, the vial exuded a strong craving. If the items were not sufficiently valuable, the urge diminished significantly. Ordinary items elicited a complete stillness from the vial. Xia Yu felt a surge of excitement. Utilizing the vial's sensitivity, he could effectively seize opportunities to acquire treasures at minimal costs. This practice of finding bargains was well known among cultivators, and if one managed to score a deal, they would be envied for their luck and insight. However, today, Xia Yu was intent on keeping a low profile, avoiding drawing attention to himself or the Du brothers. Thus, he suppressed his desire for bargains, content with acquiring the 4 herbs before returning alongside his guide, awaiting another chance to return incognito in the future. At that time, a significant profit could be realized. Xia Yu pondered as he returned to the Ling Quan well. Thank you, Senior Du. I have successfully acquired all 4 types of herbs, Xia Yu expressed with a cupped fist gesture. Elder Du directed his gaze towards Xia Yu and solemnly inquired, refining pills is no trivial matter. Without a solid foundation from a family or sect, it is incredibly challenging to cultivate an alchemist. Young friend Xia, are you certain you can refine pills? Xia Yu smiled and replied, Senior Du, I have never refined pills before, but I was fortunate enough to gain the favor of a predecessor who shared his insights on the art of alchemy with me. Therefore, I wish to give it a try. I see, Elder Du nodded. The art of pill refining fundamentally relies on experience. I have reviewed your list of herbs. They are all precious spiritual medicines, which would be a waste to experiment with. I possess some materials for inferior Huang Long Dan. You may take them for practice. A gift from me. With that, he waved his hand before him. Utilizing a storage ring, he swept away all the spiritual stones in sight, and what appeared instead were neatly categorized low-grade herbs. Though they were low-grade herbs, they still required payment. Xia Yu quickly cupped his fists and expressed, Thank you for the generous gift, Elder Du, but I cannot accept these without compensation. I shall pay the market price for them. A gift from a senior cannot be declined. Elder Du snorted coldly. However, Xia Yu felt quite troubled. It was his first visit, and he had no prior relationship with this elder. If the assistance with purchasing spiritual herbs was due to the favor of City Lord Lu, then what was the reason behind gifting the herbs? Xia Yu dared not accept something of uncertain origin. You young man are quite ungrateful, Elder Du sighed, then remarked. If you truly possess alchemical skills, I may have to seek your assistance in the future. At this, Xia Yu suddenly realized that the elder likely wished to refine a certain type of pill, but lacked the necessary skills, hence the small expenditure. Hoping Xia Yu would surprise him. With that understanding, Xia Yu no longer declined and accepted the sizable collection of low-grade herbs, chuckling, Senior Du, I do not even possess a pill cauldron yet. Elder Du nearly spat blood upon hearing this, severely doubting his investment. Nevertheless, he instructed, Du Gang, go to the market and buy a decent pill cauldron. A black-clad man named Du Gang complied promptly, returning with an ancient bronze pill cauldron. Senior, you are truly remarkable. Xia Yu expressed his gratitude. This fellow had neither herbs, experience, nor even a pill cauldron, and yet dared to boast about refining precious pills. One could only wonder where his courage originated. Elder Du, suspecting he had made a poor investment, chose not to engage further and waved Xia Yu away. Xia Yu, understanding the situation, bowed alongside City Lord Lu and then exited the ghost market, returning on his sword. During the journey back, City Lord Lu remained silent. In stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, Xia Yu surmised that the City Lord was undoubtedly harboring suspicions. City Lord Lu was a man of integrity, but certainly not a fool. Elder Du had mentioned that Xia Yu bore demonic energy, to which Xia Yu had explained it was due to battling a fierce ghost. Yet, City Lord Lu had also participated in the skirmish last night. Why did he not carry any demonic energy? Moreover, Elder Du had keenly observed that Xia Yu's demonic energy was not ordinary, but rather abundant. Connecting the dots with the situation within the demonic formation, City Lord Lu could surmise a few details regarding Xia Yang being thrown into the formation. Moreover, Xia Yu had one glaring vulnerability. The majority of those who perished last night in Lujing City were individuals with grievances against Xia Yu. Some matters simply had not yet been considered. Should they come to light, a chain of evidence would easily form, making it impossible for Xia Yu to evade responsibility. What astonished City Lord Lu even more was how Xia Yu managed to command the actions of the demonic cultivators. What was the nature of his relationship with them? City Lord Lu found himself perplexed. Upon arriving at Lujing City, he dismounted from his flying sword and could not help but say, "Brother Xia, even if your meridians are damaged, you should strive for recovery rather than willingly descend into the demonic path." Xia Yu recognized that City Lord Lu was suspicious. However, possessing the ghost emperor of the Changhe realm, he felt no fear and calmly replied, "City Lord, you are overthinking it. I have never considered cultivating the demonic path. As for my damaged meridians, I will restore them in due time. My path of cultivation is clear to me." City Lord Lu felt somewhat reassured. His greatest fear was that Xia Yu would pursue the demonic path. He nodded and advised, "That is indeed excellent. However, those demonic cultivators are all wicked and ruthless. Do not engage with them deeply." Xia Yu laughed heartily. "City Lord, I certainly know who to associate with and who to avoid. Rest assured, Lujing City will not face another demonic invasion." He provided City Lord Lu with a sense of reassurance. City Lord Lu sighed with relief before cupping his fists and bowing deeply, expressing gratitude. Afterward, he turned and entered the City Lord's residence. He did not specify the reason for his gratitude, but both he and Xia Yu understood it was a thankfulness for sparing his life. At that moment, he had been rendered unconscious, and Xia Yu could have easily cast him into the demonic formation, resulting in a fate akin to Xia Yang's death without clarity. Yet, Xia Yu spared him, providing him a chance at life, for which he felt grateful. This matter would remain a secret, never to be disclosed to anyone. A faint smile appeared on Xia Yu's lips. City Lord Lu was perceptive enough. Had he been the type to harbor a vengeful and explosive temper, Xia Yu would not have hesitated to act once more. After all, eliminating witnesses was something anyone could do. Leaving Lujing City, he returned to his residence at Hanya Mountain. Upon arriving at Hanya Mountain, it was already late at night, around 2 or 3 in the morning, the hour when all was quiet and still. To Xia Yu's surprise, he heard the faint sound of a guqin from the mountaintop. Is mother still playing the guqin? Xia Yu wondered, slightly taken aback. He pushed open the door and entered Yunzhu's room, discovering, indeed, that under the candlelight, Yunzhu was delicately plucking the strings, producing enchanting melodies. What astonished Xia Yu even more was the sight of a cup of water placed before the guqin. With the music, the water within was vigorously swaying, creating countless ripples. In just 2 days of practice, she has achieved such power. If she continues to cultivate, this will surely become a formidable sound attack technique. Xia Yu marveled silently. The techniques bestowed by his beautiful master were truly exceptional, and with his mother's outstanding playing skills, the combination was nothing short of perfect. You have returned. Upon seeing her son, Yunzhu immediately ceased playing, her face lighting up with joy. Are you hungry? I can make you some noodles. Mother, I am not hungry. My current cultivation allows me to go without food, and once I reach the Lingxi realm, I can sustain myself solely on air. Xia Yu explained, then added, Mother, I know you enjoy playing the guqin, but you must also take care to rest. Playing at such an hour might give others the impression of a haunting. What haunting? Look at what you were saying. Yunzhu retorted playfully. I love the guqin and wish to assist you as soon as possible. As for playing at midnight, there is no issue. Guqin music varies greatly. The piece I played was soothing and calming, not disturbing anyone's dreams. On the contrary, it aids in their cultivation. Is that so? Xia Yu reflected. The Guqin piece his mother had just performed, while powerful, was indeed gentle and conducive to others' cultivation. In that case, mother, please continue. As the saying goes, entering the Tao through the Guqin is the expression, while the Tao is the essence. The latter part of that Guqin score contains the methods of cultivation. You must perceive the spiritual energy and incorporate it into your finger techniques. That is the true path to the Tao. I understand, my dear. After conversing with Yunzhu for a while, Xia Yu returned to the depths of the mind, where he had established his cultivation space. The primary reason for this choice was to absorb the metallic spiritual energy using a bottle. In the depths of the mind, within the formation, Xia Yu sat cross-legged, facing a bronze pill cauldron, with a pile of low-grade herbs beside him. Gifts from Elder Dudu Laodu was not mistaken. The art of alchemy relies heavily on experience. Xia Yu possessed ample experience in alchemy. He had acquired the alchemical methods of the unparalleled Jinjun from the memories contained within Yu Ding, which now resided in his consciousness, becoming an integral part of his memory. However, even with such knowledge, Xia Yu needed to practice with a tangible object to truly integrate the teachings of the unparalleled Jinjun. The Jinjun utilized the pseudo-Dan Wang Ding. And although the bronze medicinal cauldron before him appeared to be of decent quality, it was still far inferior to the pseudo-Dan Wang Ding. After some contemplation, Xia Yu eventually decided to use a vial. The bud that had initially sprouted on the vial had yet to bloom, despite Xia Yu having absorbed numerous substances into it. The bud remained stubbornly closed. He deduced that similar items were required for it to open. Thus, the bronze medicinal cauldron gifted by Du Laodu was firmly absorbed by the vial. Moments later, the spiritual energy within the bronze cauldron was completely drained, rendering the cauldron nothing more than common bronze, a useless object. Upon looking down, Xia Yu's expression turned to one of ecstatic joy. His speculation had indeed been correct. For the flower to bloom, a similar item was essential. After depleting the bronze cauldron, another flower blossomed on the vial, and at the center of this flower, a tiny 7-colored miniature cauldron emerged, resembling a fruit. The pseudo-Dan Wang Ding. As Xia Yu pinched this object between his fingers, he was instantly enveloped by a sense of profound connection. The treasure born from the flowering vial possessed extraordinary power, rivaling that of the original Yu Ding. More importantly, it resonated with Xia Yu's spirit, making it impervious to theft by others. With a mere thought, he drew the pseudo-Dan Wang Ding into his body, and with a wave of his hand, a jade medicinal cauldron, towering at a height suitable for one person, materialized before him. Splendid. This medicinal cauldron could commune with the will of heaven, enhancing alchemical efficacy and significantly increasing success rates. It was an extraordinary treasure. Additionally, this cauldron had another function. It could be used to offer sacrifices to the heavens, borrowing strength from the celestial realm. However, Xia Yu had no intention of resorting to such a method. The gruesome techniques employed by the Yuding Jinren, such as severing tongues and gouging eyes, were far too terrifying. With the medicinal cauldron in hand, Xia Yu wasted no time and began concocting inferior Huang Long Dan using the herbs provided by Du Laodu. He wondered whether his skills would yield success. It was his inaugural attempt at alchemy. Chapter 77. Superlative elixirs, fragments of ancient treasures. Wisps of smoke swirled, and the fragrance of elixirs wafted through the air. Deep within the subterranean caverns of Hanja Mountain, a jade-colored medicinal cauldron was exuding elixir mist. The mist, denser than air, cascaded from the cauldron like a white waterfall, flooding the ground and creating an ethereal scene. Xia Yu, clad in white, stood amidst the elixir mist, his gaze fixed upon the cauldron before him. Suddenly, he sprang into action, opening the cauldron and collecting the elixirs. His movements were swift and fluid, revealing no hint that this was his inaugural attempt at alchemy. In truth, having absorbed the alchemical techniques of the unparalleled Jinjun, Xia Yu felt a glimmer of confidence even when attempting to concoct a 9th-grade Zhao Hua Dan, let alone an inferior Huang Long Dan. The inferior Huang Long Dan was not even classified as a 1st-grade elixir. It was a low-grade, substandard concoction suitable for innate martial artists. A series of transparent, crystalline elixirs appeared in Xia Yu's hands, their surfaces glistening like porcelain, exuding an enticing aroma. Xia Yu was elated. He placed one in his mouth, crushed it, and closed his eyes to savor the experience for a moment before nodding slightly. Indeed, this first batch of elixirs not only succeeded, but far surpassed the ordinary Huang Long Dan. In terms of efficacy, it could be classified as a 2nd-grade Huang Long Dan. To produce a 2nd-grade Huang Long Dan using the materials for an inferior Huang Long Dan was not only a testament to Xia Yu's exceptional alchemical skills, but also a reflection of the capabilities of the pseudo-Dan Wang Ding. This was a cauldron that could commune with the will of heaven, enhancing the probability of success, and after being optimized by the vial's absorption, it could further elevate the quality of the elixirs. In this endeavor, Xia Yu successfully produced a total of 10 Huanglong Dan, 5 of which were graded as second grade and 5 as first grade. He consumed one of the second grade elixirs, while the other 9 were gifted to Xia Kai and Hong Qi. Among others, these individuals had remained loyal to Xia Yu during perilous times, and he was determined to nurture them. With these elixirs, it was only a matter of time before they entered the Lingquan realm. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Xia Yu had devoted this time to refining elixirs, depleting all the herbs provided by Du Laodu, producing a batch of Huanglong Dan, which he generously distributed to his subordinates. Xia Kai and Hong Qi had already entered seclusion to break through to the Lingquan realm. On this day, the Lingquan ghost market was once again bustling. Xia Yu had prepared in advance, first cleansing himself of demonic energy in the mineral lake, then donning a black cloak that concealed his visage. He even threw out an unused flying sword before soaring toward the location of the ghost market. Upon arrival, the market had just commenced. Many cultivators had arrived and were setting up their stalls along the roadside. Xia Yu also possessed numerous items he had acquired, including weapons, armor, talismans, elixirs, and over 10 storage bags. He found an empty space and displayed some items for sale. A figure cloaked in black approached, asking in a deep voice, "Will you pay the stall fee all at once or per item sold?" Xia Yu inquired about the flat fee. "A flat fee of 10 spirit stones, regardless of how many items you sell tonight. If paid per item, we will take half of the sales proceeds, and for trades, we will determine the sales value. Then I will pay the flat fee." Xia Yu promptly handed over 10 spirit stones. Very well. The cloaked figure planted a small flag in the ground, signifying that Xia Yu would not incur additional stall fees, regardless of how many items he sold. Xia Yu aimed to liquidate these items, so he set reasonable prices, turning his stall into a popular spot as many cultivators flocked to take advantage of the bargains. It was worth noting that these cultivators were primarily scattered practitioners, and given their modest means, they seized the opportunity to purchase Xia Yu's wares at reduced prices. In no time, all the items before Xia Yu were sold out, including the storage bags, yielding him over 5,000 spirit stones, a substantial sum. Xia Yu collected the spirit stones and began to pack up his stall, preparing to conclude his evening sales. In truth, he still had many items left in his storage bag. However, those items bore unique markings, such as the Lingjian from Yinyang sect and the storage bag from Lingzi sect. Selling these would be tantamount to courting disaster. After dismantling his stall, he began to wander through the market. His primary objective today was to acquire a storage ring. Having seen Du Laodu use one previously, he found it remarkably convenient, far superior to a storage bag, allowing for effortless retrieval of items with a simple wave of his sleeve, exuding an air of sophistication. However, it was evident that storage rings were exceedingly valuable. Xia Yu scoured the market but found no one selling them. He did see a few cultivators wearing them, but they were unwilling to part with their rings, and Xia Yu could not resort to theft. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something. The metallic vial had stirred. Another purpose for Xia Yu's visit today was to seek out hidden treasures. As he walked, the vial had remained relatively quiet, but upon reaching a secluded corner, it suddenly emanated a greedy aura. Following the vial's guidance, Xia Yu approached a stall where a fragment of a treasure was displayed, shimmering with golden light, though it was clearly not a complete artifact. "What is this?" Xia Yu inquired. The individual seated at the stall, also cloaked in black, spoke in a woman's voice, deliberately lowering her tone. "This is a fragment of an ancient treasure. What function does the ancient treasure fragment possess?" Xia Yu asked again. "I am but a novice and do not comprehend its functions. I merely await a fated individual to take it and explore its mysteries, perhaps uncovering extraordinary celestial fortune." Although the woman claimed this, passers-by regarded her with disdain. An ancient treasure fragment, devoid of any functionality, what use would it serve? Everyone here is a resource-strapped loose cultivator. Why would one take back a worthless item? Xia Yu frowned, showing his disinterest. He had come to understand that the bottle was interested in 2 types of treasures. The first was powerful artifacts imbued with potent spiritual energy, and the second was ancient relics rich in memories and history. The latter was what he currently faced. While the bottle had a great need for it, Xia Yu had no interest. Nevertheless, during his initial attempt to negotiate, he inquired about the item, bluntly stating that it was a mere useless trinket. He proposed a lower price, hoping to take a gamble. The woman responded, stating that she would not sell, only trade. She sought breakthrough elixirs for the Lingzi realm, specifically Tianquan Dan or Ruxi Dan. Those present shook their heads. A piece of junk, and yet she expected breakthrough elixirs? Dream on. Even 10 spiritual stones seemed too steep. Xia Yu also found it expensive, but fortuitously, he possessed such elixirs. Over the past fortnight, he had been diligently crafting pills. Although they were all Huanglong Dan, their quality had improved, and he had managed to refine several third-grade Huanglong Dan. Xia Yu spoke up, offering one of his third-grade Huanglong Dan for the ancient relic, but asserted that the relic was not of sufficient value. How about this? The elder interjected, smiling. I have a Tianquan Dan. Let us trade your third-grade Huanglong Dan for my Tianquan Dan, and you shall take this fragment of the ancient relic. Xia Yu considered this and nodded in agreement, but insisted that the ancient relic fragment lacked weight. Could you perhaps add something more? The elder smiled slightly and produced a black cloth pouch from his storage ring. How about this? He asked. Xia Yu opened the pouch and was instantly taken aback. Inside was a substance resembling both iron and crystal. Although there was not much, it was undoubtedly a valuable item. Do you recognize this? The elder inquired. Xia Yu nodded. This was gungjing, a highly sought-after material in artifact crafting. Just a small amount could significantly enhance an artifact's durability and sharpness. With this, he could strengthen his own magical sword array considerably. Do you believe this addition makes the trade for the third-grade Huanglong Dan worthwhile? The elder pressed. Absolutely, Xia Yu exclaimed, recalling the significant value of gungjing from his memories of various treasures. It seemed that the elder was at a disadvantage in this exchange. Yet he was adamant about acquiring the Huanglong Dan, and Xia Yu would certainly oblige. Refusing would be foolish. Thus, he produced the third-grade Huanglong Dan. The elder examined it, his expression revealing his astonishment. To refine Huanglong Dan to this level is no simple feat. Your alchemical skills are remarkable. May I inquire where you practice? Xia Yu smiled. I usually operate near Huangzhou City. You can seek out Yuding Jinren. Excellent. We shall prosper together in the future. The elder accepted the Huanglong Dan and handed the woman a small porcelain vial. Upon opening it, her expression brightened. It was indeed Tianquan Dan. Thank you, esteemed elder, she exclaimed, promptly handing over the ancient relic fragment before departing. The elder then presented both the relic fragment and the gungjing to Xia Yu, declaring, the trade is complete. Splendid, Xia Yu replied, nodding slightly. Although he had benefited greatly from this transaction, an uneasy feeling lingered in his heart. Gungjing was exceedingly precious, far surpassing the value of a third-grade Huanglong Dan. The elder's willingness to take a loss was perplexing. Yet, perhaps the elder genuinely needed that Dan? With these thoughts, Xia Yu continued to wander through the market. As he strolled, the metal bottle once again reacted. His eyes brightened upon arriving at a stall adorned with an array of inconspicuous trinkets. Among them lay a black token, devoid of markings and made of neither metal nor wood, yielding no detectable spiritual energy. Xia Yu recalled possessing a similar token, acquired after defeating an elder from the Su family, who had stolen it from royal tributes. This token's value was evident. How much for this item? Xia Yu inquired, holding a piece of copper ore. The stall owner, shrouded in black, flatly replied, I do not sell items individually. The lot is 30 spiritual stones. 20 stones. Xia Yu countered. 30 stones, fixed price. The stall owner asserted resolutely. Very well. Xia Yu, feeling fortunate, suspected the stall owner might have robbed someone. Hence the collection of miscellaneous items. While the other items were worthless, he only desired the black token. However, upon handing over the stones, the owner extracted the black token from the pile, preparing to wrap the rest. Xia Yu frowned. Didn't you say 30 stones for everything? Oh, this is a family heirloom, lost among the ore. This piece is not for sale. Frustrated, Xia Yu thought to himself, damn it, I was only interested in that token. Friend, this is rather unprincipled. Include the token for the trade to be completed. Apologies, but the token is not for sale. The stall owner remained firm, meeting Xia Yu's gaze with intensity. Tell me the origins of this token and how you recognize it, and I may reconsider. Xia Yu's heart raced as he locked eyes with the stall owner. He smiled and replied, I have no familiarity with this object. I simply found 30 stones to be a bargain. If you refuse to sell, then so be it. With that, he pocketed his stones and turned to leave. True to his instincts, he felt a presence trailing him shortly after. This pursuit was subtle, yet the metal bottle continuously indicated the follower's position. Planning to kill for treasure? Quite the clever tactic. Little do you know, I share the same ambition. Xia Yu scoffed. This black token was evidently of great value, and he was determined to acquire it. However, he could not stoop to murder for it. Now that the follower was intent on pursuing him, Xia Yu found himself in a favorable position. Having wandered through the Lingquan ghost market, night had deepened, and Xia Yu, satisfied with his modest gains, decided to depart. He exited the market and summoned a flying sword, soaring away. Behind him trailed several streaks of light. Such a crowd? Xia Yu mused, surprised. Initially believing himself to be followed by one person, he now realized he was being pursued by a group, which posed a considerable problem. After a moment's contemplation, he altered his course towards Hilangton. This was where he had dispatched Yuding Jinren, and it seemed a fitting locale for mischief. Under the cloak of night, the surroundings of Hilangton were shrouded in darkness, the water as black as ink, concealing unfathomable depths. Suddenly, a bright light flickered in the distance. Xia Yu's figure emerged at the entrance of the cave by the pool. As he landed, 6 figures materialized simultaneously, their movements swift and elusive. 4 of them were clad in identical black garments, while the other 2 bore the garb of scattered cultivators. Upon landing, they all exchanged startled glances, having pursued Xia Yu, only to find such a multitude of companions unexpectedly present. One of the scattered cultivators, upon seeing the 4 in black, blurted out, "Black-clad guards?" Another gasped in astonishment. The black-clad guards were the imperial hounds of the Daizhou dynasty, a most secretive espionage group, merciless in their killings, a covert blade of the empire. Encountering them here, and in such numbers, was unforeseen. Among the 4 black-clad figures, a leader emerged, the very vendor who had sold the token. He spoke solemnly. "The black-clad guards are on official business. Bystanders, step aside." The 2 scattered cultivators immediately became uneasy. Originally, they had seen Xia Yu as easy prey for robbery, but they had not anticipated the presence of the black-clad guards. One muttered, "I did not expect the black-clad guards to engage in such affairs. Truly, the world declines. Since that is so, we shall depart." Recognizing they could not overpower the black-clad guards, they prepared to leave. At this moment, Xia Yu spoke, "Gentlemen, I understand your intentions. Traveling by night, you seek wealth. If you remain to assist, all the possessions of these 4 will be yours, along with an additional reward of 1 to 2,000 spirit stones each." Both cultivators inhaled sharply. The sum was astronomical for those in need of funds. Both were masters at the Lingzi stage. With Xia Yu's aid, the 3 might stand a chance against the 4 black-clad guards. Though their reputation was formidable, in actual combat, fear was mutual. Among the 4, only 2 were truly strong. The others had just entered the Lingzi realm. Slaying these guards would yield great profit, allowing them to depart the Daizhou dynasty without remorse. Enticed by this prospect, the 2 cultivators hesitated. Faced with this shift, the black-clad guards leader said coldly, "Today we investigate the ancient case of the Taishang Emperor's birthday gift robbery. If you noble warriors aid us, all spirit stones on this man shall be yours." He then cast a disdainful glance at Xia Yu. "Thief, you are implicated." "Implicated? Pray tell, esteemed imperial hounds, what are you insinuating?" Xia Yu feigned ignorance. The leader sneered. "That ironwood token, ordinary folk would not recognize it. Your journey here was no coincidence. You came for that token. Do not tell me you do not know it." Amused, Xia Yu retorted, "Is it a crime to want to purchase your goods?" Yet inwardly, he was shaken. These imperial hounds possessed uncanny insight, seeing through his demeanor. It was evident now that the stall with the ironwood token was a trap. Anyone drawn to the token was a target for the black-clad guards. A cunning stratagem indeed. "Ironwood token," Xia Yu murmured, the name new to him. "I merely thought the token was neither metal nor wood," suggesting significance. "Is that a crime?" "At least you are a suspect," the leader sneered. "You would do well to submit quietly. If we find you uninvolved, the black-clad guards will grant you mercy." A scattered cultivator interrupted, "Enough talk. Seize this fellow. When you find the token, we shall claim the spirit stones." "Agreed? Attack." The leader waved his hand, and all 6 Lingzi masters with the strongest at Lingzi Stage 8 surged forward, overwhelming power compared to Xia Yu. Yet, at this dire moment, Xia Yu did not resist. Instead, he called out, "Senior, if you do not emerge, I shall perish here." "What? Another ally?" The 6 changed countenances abruptly. Suddenly, a white-robed elder floated in, ghost-like, his feet barely touching the ground. The elder laughed softly. "Young friend, you are indeed intriguing." Xia Yu smiled wryly. "Senior, do not tell me you also seek to kill and steal." This elder was the very person who had exchanged gung essence for a 3rd-grade yellow dragon pill. Xia Yu had sensed something amiss in that transaction. Now it seemed the elder had orchestrated it, tampering with the gung essence and following thereafter. "Our matters can wait. First, let us deal with these foes," the elder declared, releasing a small sword from his mouth. Unlike ordinary innate spiritual treasures, this sword pulsed with spiritual energy, appearing almost alive under the night sky. Upon seeing this weapon, even the black-clad guard's leader bowed his head slightly and said gravely, "Senior, we intend no conflict with you." "Why aid this youth?" The elder snorted coldly, "Because I wish to." The 2 scattered cultivators retreated, pleading, senior of the Changhe realm, may you spare us? We shall keep today's event secret. The elder, a Changhe realm powerhouse, exuded an aura that cowed all present. Young friend, these two scattered cultivators are yours to handle. Do not disappoint me. With that, the elder vanished in a flash, employing a Changhe realm teleportation skill to strike at the black-clad guards. Senior, this is a misunderstanding. The leader's face paled as he shouted, block them. Then, unexpectedly, he fled. Meanwhile, the two scattered cultivators hurled flying swords, attempting to escape. Xia Yu snorted and pursued. He unleashed 7 streaks of icy light. His innate spiritual treasure moved swifter than ordinary flying swords, ensnaring one scattered cultivator. Raising his hand, he manifested a sword imbued with 7-colored spiritual radiance, slaying the other. Initially concealed beneath a black hood, Xia Yu's cultivation and identity were now revealed. The scattered cultivators gasped, "You are at the Lingquan stage?" They had never imagined a Lingquan cultivator wielding an innate spiritual treasure and capable of sword flight. Most remarkable was Xia Yu's dream-slaying immortal slash. One strike shattered the attacker's dreamlike trance, sending him tumbling from his flying sword. The fleeing cultivator sought to escape with his inner core, but Xia Yu waved his hand, releasing a 7-colored jade cauldron that swiftly absorbed it. The other cultivator, panicked, abandoned his body, releasing a soul banner to divert Xia Yu's attention as his inner core fled. However, the elder teleported after it instantly, seizing it. Haha, young one. You still fall short of me. Xia Yu turned to see all 4 black-clad guards slain with astonishing speed. Senior, you are a supreme Changhe realm expert, while I am but a mere Lingquan cultivator. The disparity is vast. Naturally, I cannot compare, Xia Yu chuckled. Haha, you rascal. The elder stood in midair, folding his arms. If you guess my identity, I shall grant you a gift. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Yu ventured, Senior, if I am not mistaken, your surname is Duo? The elder was visibly surprised. Why such a guess? Xia Yu grinned. It is said that within 3,000 li, the Du brothers are the strongest in the world. I have met one Du senior. You must be the other. Haha, very well. The elder touched his face, peeling off a mask. This mask was a spiritual treasure of extraordinary nature, capable not only of altering appearance, but also of disguising one's cultivation aura. The elder, with his skin peeled away, appeared transformed, bearing a striking resemblance to the Du brothers previously encountered. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the elder brother, Du Bao, stationed at Lingquan Ghost Market. And this is my younger brother, Du Jiao. After the elder spoke, he gazed at Xia Yu with great interest, muttering to himself, at the 6th level of Lingquan. One can traverse the skies on a sword, and even forge one's own spiritual treasures. More importantly, you are also an alchemist. Hee. Xia Yu smiled courteously. Yet within his heart, he remained vigilant. If this old man were to strike at him, he would undoubtedly unleash the Ghost Emperor and fight to the death. Although Du Bao was intrigued, he refrained from making a move against Xia Yu. After all, it was undeniable that someone so young could become an extraordinary alchemist. His origins must be remarkable, undoubtedly backed by a significant family. He regarded Xia Yu as an exceptional scion of the world. After finishing his words, he reached out and produced a small black pouch, tossing it to Xia Yu. This is a gift for you. Upon receiving the black pouch, Xia Yu opened it and was instantly delighted to find a millennium silver leaf fruit. This was the main ingredient he needed for the healing elixir he had been seeking for quite some time. How much is it? He inquired. I commissioned my elder brother Du Jiao to acquire it, so payment is necessary. Payment? Du Bao scoffed. This item was procured from a dear friend of mine after a long journey. Thus, I owe him a favor. How much do you think such a favor is worth? Xia Yu was rendered speechless. However, this did reveal that the Du brothers genuinely sought his assistance. Otherwise, they would not be so generous. For a junior, they traveled such distances to procure medicine. One's own father would hardly go to such lengths. Elder, if there is a task, I am willing to brave fire and water. Xia Yu declared earnestly, bowing his fist. Indeed, this was the very response Du Bao had been waiting for. He nodded, saying, You are quite astute. You should be able to deduce that my brother and I require a particular elixir. If you can assist us in refining it, we shall certainly repay you handsomely. Xia Yu inquired, What elixir is it? It is the 5th grade rebirth pill, Du Bao replied solemnly. Xia Yu's expression shifted. The rebirth pill was a precious elixir that extended one's lifespan. You two do not appear to be in need of such a remedy, he remarked. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Just tell me if you can refine it, Du Bao retorted. Chapter 80. Strength is paramount, the Dingmei Eye pill. Having fully absorbed the memories of the dominant true monarch, Xia Yu was confident in his ability to concoct a 9th grade creation pill. How much easier would it be with a 5th grade elixir? Yet, he hesitated before responding. Elder Du, I have yet to refine a 5th grade elixir. I will need some practice first. This time, Du Bao's expression fluctuated. After a moment's contemplation, he sighed. To be honest, the person in need of the 5th grade rebirth pill is someone very important to both my brother and me, and we only possess a single set of materials for it. Xia Yu understood, then, that Du Bao had been unable to find anyone capable of refining the elixir. 5th grade elixirs fall into the category of mid to high tier elixirs and are exceedingly rare, ranking among the upper echelons within the small 1,000 worlds. Moreover, possessing only a single set of materials meant that failure was not an option. Who would dare undertake such a risky endeavor? Who would be willing to bear such responsibility? To risk failure would invite enmity. Hence, the Du brothers were in desperate straits, ultimately turning to Xia Yu in hopes that he might give it a try. Xia Yu, however, was undaunted, having previously refined Huanglong pills without a single failure. And with the alchemical techniques of the dominant true monarch bolstered by the divine favor of the Jade Cauldron, he believed failure would be unlikely. I refer to practice as the elixirs I consume myself, which are on par with 5th grade quality. If successful, I shall assist Elder Du in refining the rebirth pill. What do you think? The elixir he intended to concoct was a formula provided by his exquisite master, immensely precious and of a higher grade than the 5th grade rebirth pill, with a far more complex refining method. Du Bao nodded. Very well. If you can assist my brother and me in this endeavor, you shall become our great benefactor. Do not hesitate to voice any needs you may have. Xia Yu smiled. I have a need at present. The Ironwood Order held by that court hound has been the focus of my research lately. That is easily arranged. Du Bao promptly retrieved the spoils of battle and located the Ironwood Order among them. Just as he was about to toss it to Xia Yu added, Elder, you and your brother both possess storage rings. Let me have the court hound storage ring as well. Du Bao, quite agreeable, tossed the storage ring of the black-clad captain directly to Xia Yu. Upon receiving the storage ring, Xia Yu infused it with his consciousness and slipped it onto his hand. Feeling rather affluent, he continued, and I also require the inner core of that court hound. I wish to ascertain the nature of the Ironwood Order. The black-clad guards kept their mouths sealed. The inner cores of the 4 fell into my hands and self-destruct. Xia Yu nodded, feeling helpless. Indeed, the black-clad guards were ruthless, self-destructing their inner cores, leaving no information to be gleaned. As for the Ironwood Order, I have never even heard of it, Du Bao remarked, his focus solely on alchemy. How long will you need for practice? I shall bring the materials to seek you out. 3 months, Xia Yu decided upon a time frame. In truth, he did not require such an extended period. He aimed to utilize the time to enhance his own power, for in the event of a mishap, he must possess the strength to protect himself. Very well, let us part ways for now. Du Bao was about to take his leave when he heard Xia Yu call out, Elder, wait a moment. What is it? Xia Yu produced the black pouch, smiling wryly. Elder, should you wish to find me, go to the Red Cliff Mountain outside Lujing City. Do not resort to such means. Du Bao chuckled as he accepted it. Exhaling a breath of spiritual fire, under the glow of the flames, a triangular mark appeared on the black pouch, which transformed into a wisp of azure smoke upon burning. Done. Du Bao returned the pouch to Xia Yu, who did not take it back, but instead smiled. Elder, you should inspect it once more. It dawned on Du Bao at last. He reopened the pouch and extracted a small bug from the pile of refined essence before bursting into hearty laughter, nearly forgetting. Xia Yu chuckled ruefully. Elder, I dare not accept your items. What is there to fear? I harbor no ill will towards you. Simply assist me in refining the elixir. Du Bao declared, tossing the pouch back to Xia Yu and vanishing in an instant. Xia Yu accepted the black pouch and soared away on his sword, heading straight for Red Cliff Mountain. Upon returning to his underground retreat, Xia Yu sat cross-legged. This outing had proven quite fruitful. However, the most significant takeaway was the reminder of the treacherous nature of this world, rife with peril. One misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Clearly, he still had much to learn. He had thought he had disguised himself well, but upon arriving at Lingquan Ghost Market, the Du brothers had seen through him, and later, the Ironwood Order had led the black-clad guards to identify him. It could be said that his attempt at subterfuge had been a complete failure. It was exceedingly challenging. Each cultivator appeared more cunning than the last. Yet, he could not afford to remain idle. To break this impasse, the most crucial factor remained his own strength. With the Ghost Emperor at his disposal, he felt considerably more at ease. Otherwise, it would be difficult to navigate such circumstances. First, he would refine the elixir. With suitable materials at hand, Xia Yu commenced the alchemical process. The formula was provided by his exquisite master and was known as the Silverlight Dingmei pill. Among the various formulas offered by his master, the Silverlight Dingmei pill was the least advanced, requiring readily available materials. Naturally, its efficacy was somewhat inferior. Yet, Xia Yu had no other choice. He could only gather the necessary materials for the Silverlight Dingmei pill, as the materials required for superior elixirs were beyond his current reach. He would manage with this for now. Xia Yu settled into a meditative posture, exhaling a breath of spiritual fire, which blazed brightly. He began to introduce the individual ingredients into the flames for refinement and purification. Before long, the materials were thoroughly cooked and melted, floating before him. With a focused gaze, he continuously executed incantations, gathering the ingredients in sequence. Soon, he observed the various components unite, transforming into a liquid form. Xia Yu opened his mouth to inhale the spiritual fire, causing the medicinal materials to begin their transformation from liquid to solid. During the process of solidification, he deftly divided the mixture into 3 portions, continuously kneading them until they formed 3 perfect spheres. At last, with a flick of his mind, he summoned a jade cauldron. Towering to the height of a person, he waved his hand, and the 3 pills entered the cauldron, entering the most crucial phase of alchemy. Days turned into weeks. In the back mountain of the Yin-Yang sect, within a certain cave dwelling, flames roared fiercely, radiating an intense heat. An elderly man, bare-chested, emerged from his meditation chamber. Steam rising from his robust physique as if freshly forged from steel, informed the sect master that after 2 months of seclusion, I have finally fulfilled my mission by successfully forging the sword prototype. As he spoke, the fire-forging ancestor handed a wooden box to a young disciple standing before him. Thank you, Master Fire Forging. The young disciple accepted the box and hurried away, renowned for both his profound cultivation and exceptional craftsmanship. The fire-forging ancestor was highly esteemed in the Yin-Yang sect, often sought after by the sect master for his creations. Once seated in his chamber, he pondered aloud. Qing Chun and Hong Yu have been gone for quite some time. Why have they not returned? A disciple hesitated before kneeling and replied, Master, you are unaware. Senior brother Zhao Qingchun and senior sister Gu Hongyu went to Lujing City and unexpectedly discovered traces of demonic cultivators outside the city. They ventured forth to exorcise the demons, but tragically, they fell within the demonic formation. What? The fire-forging ancestor was instantly taken aback. Zhao Qingchun and Gu Hongyu were his most capable disciples. He had presumed this mission to be a trivial matter, yet both had perished. Why send them to confront a rogue cultivator? His expression darkened as he inquired, what of the one named Xia Yang? Has he returned? Xia Yang also perished in the demonic formation. Nonsense. The fire-forging ancestor's face turned pale with anger. I sent them to complete a task, not to hunt demons. They failed to differentiate between urgency and caution, sending themselves to their doom. Despite his fury, he couldn't help but covet the so-called heavenly-level techniques and earthly-level combat skills. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, summon your senior brother to me. Alas, time and again, it is my eldest disciple who acts with prudence. Yes. The disciple complied and departed. Chapter 81. The Great Zhou Changes, Xia Yu's Healing. The fire-forging ancestor's eldest disciple, named Zhou Cheng, was a member of the great Zhou royal family. As he progressed in his cultivation of the celestial path, he set aside worldly matters, devoting himself entirely to his spiritual pursuits. After years of diligent practice, he had attained the status of an elder in the Changhe realm, his white hair and beard suggesting he was even older than the fire-forging ancestor. Greetings, Master. Zhou Cheng entered and bowed. The fire-forging ancestor stated, I have a task for you. If you accomplish it well, I shall grant you the authority to establish your own sect and become an elder of the Yin-Yang sect, with the privilege to accept disciples and create a cave dwelling. Thank you, Master. Zhou Cheng exclaimed joyfully. While the Yin-Yang sect's rules stipulated that one could claim the title of elder upon reaching the Changhe realm, Zhou Cheng, being the fire-forging ancestor's disciple, could not establish his own cave dwelling without his master's approval, lest he be accused of betraying his teacher. The fire-forging ancestor continued, recently, a disciple from the Xia family in Lujing City came to me, claiming there is a rebellious child in their household. Given Zhou Cheng's advanced age and extensive experience, he frowned and remarked, if Zhao Qingchun and the others arrived in Lujing City, they should have sought out Xia Yu immediately. Why were they delayed on the way? And why did they encounter demonic cultivators? The fire-forging ancestor nodded in agreement, pleased with Zhou Cheng's insight. Precisely. I need you to investigate this matter thoroughly. Whether Xia Yu possesses heavenly-level techniques and earthly-level combat skills, or has delved into demonic practices, bring him back to me. We shall lock him in the fire prison and extract the truth from him. Indeed, Zhou Cheng replied. The fire prison was a notorious place of torment within the Yin-Yang sect, where the imprisoned faced daily suffering from the molten earth, an experience few could endure. Those confined within for an extended period often succumbed to madness. I will undertake this task immediately and journey to Lujing City, Zhou Cheng affirmed, bowing before retreating to the entrance and turning to leave. Watching him depart, the fire-forging ancestor growled, Xia Yu, if you are indeed responsible for the demise of my beloved disciples, I shall ensure you spend a lifetime in the fire prison. Simultaneously, in the Lingquan Ghost Market. The market opened only once every half-month, and at all other times, it lay desolate, winds blowing through the yellow sands of this abandoned village. However, looking down into the Lingquan well, one could see a small palace carved from the depths, where the Du brothers and their subordinates resided. Reporting to the ancestor, we have completed the investigation on the one named Xia Yu. In the grand hall, Du Bao and Du Jiao sat cross-legged, while a man in black knelt before them, holding a jade tablet with both hands. Let me see, Du Bao commanded, extending his hand to grasp the tablet, which flew into his possession. After scanning its contents with his mind, he found it perplexingly simple. After reading, he passed it to Du Jiao for his review. Du Jiao chuckled. This young man undeniably has an intriguing background. Du Bao questioned. He is merely a scion of a minor family, having been in a coma for 8 years. With parents of limited cultivation, I see nothing remarkable. Du Jiao replied with a smile. Elder brother, did you not notice that he has adopted a younger sister? A descendant of the Ji family from the eastern wasteland? Yet she has already been taken away. It is not that simple, Du Jiao continued. Why would a descendant of the Ji family end up before Xia Yu, and why would his mother raise her? These events, seemingly coincidental, suggest deeper reasons at play. What reasons could exist? Du Bao inquired. Du Jiao speculated. What if Xia Yu's 8-year coma was due to the reincarnation of a significant figure or a soul-seizing rebirth? Du Bao gasped at this notion. If that were the case, Xia Yu's origins could indeed be extraordinary, potentially linked to the Ji family or an entity of comparable stature. In the struggle between powerful families, the placement of pieces is crucial, and Xia Yu might be a pivotal player. Upon hearing his brother's analysis, Du Bao nodded. If so, it explains his prowess in alchemy. He then reflected, I am glad I have treated him with respect. Our relationship has been amicable. Du Jiao set down the jade tablet and remarked, since he possesses such an impressive background, we need not investigate further. We shall simply wait for the 3-month deadline to pass, and then we will invite him to refine pills for us. With a sigh, Du Jiao added, the old master does not have much time left. We cannot afford to delay. Du Bao bore a similar expression, muttering to himself. The old master has shown us immense kindness. If this endeavor succeeds, it is likely that the entire situation in the great Zhou dynasty will undergo a transformation. Du Jiao scoffed. It is laughable how those princes fight amongst themselves, believing they can truly become emperors. Their laughter echoed through the air. Meanwhile, deep underground, Xia Yu had been refining pills for a month. The process of creating the Yin silver pulsing pill was not exceedingly difficult, yet it was rather demanding, requiring 3 separate refinements. In the words of his beautiful master, this was known as a 3-turn spirit pill. Xia Yu had once inquired whether it was more challenging to refine a 9th-grade pill or a 3-turn spirit pill. His beautiful master had informed him that the 3-turn spirit pill was a technique not grasped by the small 1,000 worlds. Any ordinary pill refined through 3 turns would rival that of a 9th-grade spirit pill. It was then that Xia Yu realized just how rare the techniques his beautiful master had taught him truly were. After a month of refinement, the final day for pill collection had arrived. Open! Xia Yu uttered the incantation. Standing amidst the white pill mist, he waved his sleeves, causing the lid of the cauldron to lift, unleashing a torrent of pristine white mist. His eyes sparkled with intensity. Within the swirling mist, 3 points of silver light gradually ascended, and as they emerged, vibrant colors of spiritual light flashed around them, drawing forth an influx of spiritual energy from all directions. Gather! Xia Yu's swift reflexes allowed him to swiftly grasp the 3 gleaming silver pills. As he opened his palm, 3 perfectly round silver elixirs appeared, encircled by a halo of 7 colors. This was the essence of the elixir. Xia Yu was astounded. He had previously heard from his enchanting master that only elixirs imbued with essence were deemed the finest. The 3 silver pulse stabilization pills were successfully refined. After their creation, he immediately ingested one and sat cross-legged, commencing the treatment of his meridian injuries. For practitioners, the meridians and the qi are irreparable, once damaged. They are nearly impossible to restore. The royal master of Huangpu had instructed Xia Yu to acquire the 3rd-grade revitalization pill, but it was merely a euphemism. How could such a low-grade elixir possibly mend meridians? At best, it could only prevent further deterioration. However, the silver pulse stabilization pill was extraordinary. Upon ingestion, its medicinal power swiftly coursed through his meridians. Wherever the silver energy flowed, the visible wounds in Xia Yu's meridians began to heal. Utilizing his inner vision technique, he observed with increasing delight as what others deemed irreparable injuries gradually healed. The areas of his meridians, previously severed by metallic spiritual energy, were slowly regenerating and growing. Regrettably, the human meridians are numerous and extensive, and the silver energy could not traverse them all before it was entirely exhausted. Xia Yu dared not hesitate and quickly consumed another pill. Time passed swiftly, and the bustling activity resumed at Hanja Mountain. With Xia Yu's dominance over Hanja Mountain, Xia Kai and others felt it inappropriate to remain idle. Thus, they summoned a large number of workers to continue mining and extracting ores. The diligent miners moved busily up and down the cliffside, all having been warned not to enter the mining tunnels occupied by Xia Yu. On this day, an elderly cultivator clad in white, with white hair, stood at the foot of Hanja Mountain. He gazed up at the fervent scene of labor atop the mountain, chuckling heartily as he ascended the mountain path. Chapter 82, Celestial Phenomenon, Lingzi Realm. Zhou Cheng arrived at Hanja Mountain, but refrained from seeking out Xia Yu immediately. He possessed his own methods of handling matters. Upon ascending the mountain, he introduced himself as a friend of Xia Yu, here to pay a visit. Yun Zhu and Xia Kai, perceiving the elder's amiable demeanor and having received Xia Yu's prior instruction that an ancestor of the Chenghe realm would visit in a few months, treated Zhou Cheng with utmost hospitality. This allowed Zhou Cheng to gather a wealth of information. This youth is capable of fighting beyond his level, and the level he surpasses is significant. He has been assessed by the royal master of Huangpu and deemed to have cultivated nefarious arts, damaging his meridians. He possesses remarkable alchemical skills, able to refine second-grade pills even for his servants. This youth is indeed exceptional. The more Zhou Cheng learned, the more astonished he became. Not only was Xia Yu's cultivation remarkable, but his alchemical prowess was also unparalleled. At such a young age, he could effortlessly produce second and third-grade elixirs, a feat unattainable by any young talent in the Yin-Yang sect. Moreover, what was even more legendary was that Xia Yu had awakened after 8 years of unconsciousness, suddenly acquiring such abilities. This youth must have encountered some extraordinary celestial opportunity, regardless of heavenly-grade techniques or earthly-grade combat skills. Even obtaining such alchemical skills would constitute a tremendous fortune. Although Zhou Cheng was the eldest disciple of the fire-refining ancestor, his age was only slightly fewer than that of the ancestor. The adage of the crafty old fox holds true. Those who have lived long enough develop their own thoughts. Zhou Cheng resolved to first investigate this celestial opportunity for himself. If indeed there were heavenly-grade techniques or earthly-grade combat skills, he would certainly keep it a secret. After careful consideration, he did not rush to take action but settled in at Hanja Mountain, awaiting his chance. Deep within the earth, a splash of water resounded. Xia Yu emerged from the mine lake, holding a metallic vial. After consuming 3 silver pulse stabilization pills, his meridians had healed by 70 to 80%. Although not fully restored, he was now able to continue his cultivation. The metallic vial had been absorbing metallic spiritual liquid from the depths of the mine lake, and upon retrieving it, he found it filled with a liquid exhibiting a 7-colored sheen. Any ordinary person would hesitate to consume it due to the high metallic spiritual energy content, which could easily lead to heavy metal poisoning. However, for Xia Yu, who practiced the Sukong Jiu Jing, the first sword of the world required such spiritual liquid. Setting up the formation, he sat cross-legged within it, drinking the liquid in succession as he began to cultivate. Even for individuals in the vast universe, cultivating the Sukong Jiu Jing is no simple feat. However, Xia Yu possessed a unique advantage, the metallic vial. An endless supply of metallic spiritual energy flowed into his meridians, ultimately arriving at his Qi, where the foundational area expanded from 1,000 square zhang to 2,000 square zhang. The straight-standing true steel sword, shimmering silver and exuding a sharp brilliance, resembled a towering skyscraper, increasingly solidifying. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Zhou Cheng had harmoniously interacted with Xia Kai and others, occasionally offering guidance to those newly entering the Lingquan realm and sometimes listening to Yun Zhu's piano playing. Yet, a sense of impatience began to brew within him. Xia Yu remained in seclusion, and was he to wait here for a lifetime? Just as he pondered whether to stealthily enter the mine, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Look! The miners within the cave rushed out, gazing skyward as vast white clouds rapidly converged from all directions, blanketing the sky like an immense white quilt. Zhou Cheng stared in astonishment, perplexed by this celestial phenomenon. If someone were undergoing tribulation, dark clouds would gather. What could this sky of white clouds signify? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, the white clouds in the sky parted to reveal a clear blue sky, within which a silhouette of a person gradually took shape. This individual stood proudly, their back straight and hair tied high. Though their face remained unseen, one could discern a rebellious young figure. Who is this? What could be the cause of such a celestial phenomenon? Zhou Qing stood dumbfounded. Having lived for hundreds of years, he had witnessed countless celestial occurrences, but had never encountered anything like this. Was this a favored child of heaven, a recognized prodigy destined for greatness? Zhou Cheng was unfamiliar. Yet those around him recognized the figure, even the miners laboring in the cave. This was the young master. Young Master Yu. My heavens. The young master's silhouette has ascended to the heavens. Even the heavens acknowledge young Master Yu. At first glance, I could tell it was young Master Yu's silhouette. Long live young Master Yu. In Lujing City, at the Xia family estate, the head of the family, Xia Yu, and others emerged from the main hall, gazing up at the sky. Upon beholding the familiar silhouette, even a fool would comprehend that Xia Yu was destined to ascend to greatness. Standing among the crowd, Xia Yu looked up at the sky, his expression shifting from one of astonishment to a sigh of resignation. Who could have predicted that Xia Yu would possess such celestial fortune? Initially, he had placed all his hopes on Xia Yang. But who could have known that Xia Yang would perish? Instead, he had offended Xia Yu, and now he regretted his past actions. Realizing that had he known this day would come, he would not have acted so ruthlessly. Just then, an elder from the Xia family stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to Xia Yungxiao's face, berating him, "Useless. Fool. You were once the outstanding disciple of the Xia family, destined to lead us to soar. Yet now it has come to this. You cannot escape blame." Second uncle. Xia Yungxiao stood in shock. This was a second uncle from a collateral branch, who had always supported him, yet now had unexpectedly slapped him in public. Slap. Another strike came from the opposite direction, sending Xia Yungxiao crashing to the ground. He turned back in astonishment. Eighth brother. What is the meaning of this? His eighth brother, who had always been his enforcer, had been subservient and dealt with family matters for him, treating him like a pet. However, with the collapse of the wall, the crowd turned against him. Xia Yungxiao had been stripped of his cultivation and had seized the position of family head, leading to long-held grievances finally spilling forth. Yungxiao, all the troubles stem from your actions. What qualifications do you have to continue as the head of the family? Xia Yunting questioned sternly. The other members of the Xia family emerged, voicing their condemnation, eager to overthrow Xia Yungxiao. It was Xia family's second uncle who took the initiative, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, grant Yungxiao a moment. If he can persuade Xia Yu to return to the Xia family, then allow him to retain his position as the patriarch." Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, pointing fingers at Xia Yungxiao and berating him. Xia Yu is the pride of the Xia family, regardless of the means. You must bring him back. Otherwise, you may as well relinquish your title as head. These individuals had remained inactive when Xia Yu was in distress. Yet now that he was on the rise, they all sought to align themselves with him. Xia Yungxiao cursed inwardly, but feeling powerless, he gritted his teeth and declared, "From today onwards, I shall prostrate myself with every step, taking 3 months to travel from Liujing City to Hanja Mountain. I hope that Yunzu's heart will soften and she will agree to return." The Xia family members were finally satisfied. Indeed, Xia Yungxiao had a strategy. If he could appeal to a woman, then as long as Yunzu's heart softened, Xia Yu would have no choice but to return. Xia family's third uncle nodded with a smile. "Very well, let it commence today." Atop Hanja Mountain, the summit was a jubilant sea of revelry, with everyone shouting in unison, "Long live young Master Yu." Observing the festivities enveloping Hanja Mountain, Zhou Qing's aged gaze flickered uncertainly. An extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the sky, related to Xia Yu. Could it be that he had advanced again? To the 7th level of the Spirit Spring Realm? Unlikely. Could it be the Spirit Stream Realm? Hadn't he suffered injuries to his meridians, rendering him unable to progress? Even with healthy meridians, such rapid advancement seemed implausible. Zhou Qing's expression was one of incredulity. He had initially planned to wait for Xia Yu to emerge from seclusion, but now impatience gripped him. With Xia Yu's cultivation elevating so rapidly, if he delayed any longer, would he still stand a chance against him? Seizing the opportunity amidst the surrounding cheers, Zhou Cheng executed a swift teleportation and discreetly infiltrated the cavern. In recent days, he had acquired substantial knowledge about the mine, aware of which path led to Xia Yu's secluded meditation spot, and he hurriedly descended. Chapter 83. The First Battle of the Spirit Stream. true toughness of the Dharma form. Within the array's luminous barrier, Xia Yu, clad in white, sat cross-legged. At this moment, he was employing an inner vision technique to observe his qi. At the center of the vast qi, the foundational base stood firm. Now measuring 3,000 zhang in area, vast and boundless. Beside the base, the world sword stood tall, piercing through heaven and earth, its apex hidden from view. And at the center of the 3,000 zhang foundation, a single spirit spring had now expanded 100-fold, transforming into a spirit stream, flowing gracefully across the expansive foundation. The clear waters gurgling over stones, creating a melodious sound. At this instant, the foundation was stable, and the true toughness sword had solidified. This was Xia Yu's Spirit Stream Realm foundation. I have also attained the Spirit Stream Realm. Xia Yu rejoiced within. The Spirit Stream Realm allows for the condensation of inner elixirs, traveling upon swords, and forging one's life treasure. Even for a prodigy, entering the Spirit Stream Realm is no easy feat, yet Xia Yu accomplished this in merely half a year. One word, swift. Such a rapid pace of cultivation was unforeseen even by his beautiful mentor, as this was an imperial-level technique. No prodigy in the vast world had achieved such progress so quickly. Xia Yu had benefited greatly from the assistance of a metallic vial. No longer would he need to absorb the metal essence. Xia Yu now harbored a deep aversion to the metal spiritual essence. After this period of frenzied cultivation, his recently healed meridians had once again been severely damaged, and for the foreseeable future, he would likely be unable to cultivate. Of course, even if he wished for the metal spiritual essence, it would also pose some challenges. The spiritual iron essence at the bottom of the mine lake had recently been voraciously consumed by the metallic vial and was now depleted. The rate at which the vial refined the spiritual essence had significantly slowed. For now, it is no longer needed. Xia Yu stored the metallic vial away. Meanwhile, an ethereal figure of an elder appeared at the outer edge of the array deep within the earth. This person was the Long River Realm ancestor, Zhou Cheng. Just in time, Zhou Cheng's expression brightened. Generally, practitioners require time to stabilize their realm after breaking through to a major level. This stabilization period can last from a couple of days to a few hours. Xia Yu had just entered the spirit stream realm. This moment was crucial for stabilizing his foundation. Zhou Cheng had arrived at the perfect time, intending to seize the opportunity while he was vulnerable. With this thought, Zhou Cheng's figure shifted, and in an instant, he appeared before the array, raising his hand to strike it with the palm. The blow from the Long River Realm ancestor shook the very ground. To his astonishment, he discovered that the array had not been breached. How is this possible? This is clearly a very ordinary cultivation array. However, he paid it little heed, reaching into the void to grasp, producing an exceptionally sharp, high-quality spiritual sword. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he prepared to strike. With the cultivation of the Long River Realm, coupled with this fine, high-quality spiritual sword, breaking through Xia Yu's cultivation array should be a trivial task, or so he thought. Yet he was mistaken. As he swung the sword down, to his shock, the spiritual sword rebounded. The array proved remarkably resilient, unyielding. How could this be? Zhou Cheng was once again taken aback. This was merely a standard cultivation array. Yet its defensive capabilities were astonishingly formidable. Gazing at the faint outline of Xia Yu within, he perceived a treasure trove. Weapons, techniques, arrays, all within reach. With this thought, Zhou Cheng's desire intensified, disregarding all else. He suddenly opened his mouth and exhaled. A square iron hammer engulfed in roaring flames emerged. This was not an ordinary life treasure, but rather a treasure that could only be forged by a Long River Realm master. The power of a treasure far exceeds that of a spiritual item. Break! Zhou Cheng uttered a true word of command. The square hammer swelled to a colossal size, engulfed in fierce spiritual flames, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! The earth trembled as if a 9-point earthquake had occurred, the thunderous sound resonating through the mine like a roaring echo, the array's luminous barrier quaking violently. Yet it still remained unbroken. Break! Zhou Cheng, unwilling to concede, lifted his hand once more. However, before the massive hammer could descend, the array's luminous barrier opened on its own, revealing a figure clad in pure white. Long River Realm Elder, is this all the strength you possess? Your life treasure cannot even breach my cultivation array. Xia Yu remarked disdainfully. Zhou Cheng's expression darkened. Despite being a major realm above his opponent and wielding a treasure, he had failed to breach the opponent's array. He chuckled dryly. Young friend Xia Yu, I am Zhou Cheng. I was simply too impatient earlier and may have overstepped. Elder Zhou, Xia Yu stepped beyond the array's confines, retorting with a cold smile. Your apology lacks sincerity. Zhou Cheng stroked his white beard, laughing heartily. Young friend, Given my strength, such an apology is more than sufficient. Is that so? Xia Yu responded with laughter. Zhou Cheng, always grinning, was in truth a cunning fox. Often smiling while taking lives, it was his usual demeanor. Yet he did not anticipate that Xia Yu would also burst into laughter. This left him feeling somewhat displeased. And he coldly retorted, "What are you laughing at?" "I laugh because I am joyous. I have just broken through, eager to test my strength." "And you arrived as the perfect target," Xia Yu replied. "You." Although Zhou Cheng did not understand the term target, he grasped the implication. Xia Yu intended to use him for practice. "You are indeed audacious." Zhou Cheng's countenance darkened. Xia Yu paid him no mind, raising his hand to summon a flash of golden light, which was soon followed by myriad beams of golden radiance. Countless tendrils of ominous, black, ghostly energy seeped forth. Interwoven with demonic aura, 9 vengeful ghost kings materialized, coalescing into a towering ghost emperor whose strength was not inferior to that of a Long River realm elder. The 9-Dan demon ring? Zhou Cheng turned pale at the sight. In his youth, he had encountered a formidable practitioner of an evil sect who had crafted this very treasure. During that battle, he had fled in terror, nearly losing his life. Now, once again, he faced this deadly creation. In his eyes, the Guadi wielded by Xia Yu was even more ferocious, imbued with the aura of the demonic path, embodying the essence of malevolence and brutality. The presence of a Guadi indeed suggested that you possessed the audacity of hubris. Zhou Cheng's countenance turned grim. However, Xia Yu merely shook his head and commanded the Guadi, forbidding it from engaging in battle without his explicit instructions. What? Zhou Cheng was taken aback. According to Xia Yu's intent, he intended to fight without the Guadi. This young man was utterly reckless. Zhou Cheng was at the Changhe realm, while Xia Yu had just entered the Lingxi realm, a staggering difference of 1 major realm and 9 minor realms. Was this truly a battle of such disparity? Young man, it seems you have indeed acquired an extraordinary inheritance. Zhou Cheng smiled, but his approach became increasingly cautious. With a flick of his hand, Zhou Cheng unleashed the colossal hammer of his magical artifact once more, crashing down with thunderous force. Excellent. Xia Yu's figure shifted, and he exhaled his innate spiritual treasure. Indeed, the distinction between spiritual treasures and magical artifacts was monumental. When the giant hammer struck, all 7 of his spiritual swords were sent flying. Haha, so it is. Zhou Cheng's expression hardened as he pointed at Xia Yu. Roaring die? The colossal hammer grew even larger, unleashing a barrage of fiery projectiles that transformed the surroundings into a blazing inferno. Perish. Zhou Cheng's face contorted with malice. Faced with the hammer, akin to a mountain collapsing, Xia Yu took a half-step back, his mind racing. If one were to peer into his qi, they would witness the vast expanse of Ling Shi evaporating, an astonishing spiritual force radiating outward. The towering Zhengang sword, however, had mysteriously vanished. This innate treasure was nothing more than this. Xia Yu's gaze sharpened as he focused on the descending hammer, bellowing, one of the 9 swords, Zhengang Dharma form. In that instant, an incredibly sharp aura emanated from Xia Yu, and behind him appeared a colossal silver sword, standing tall and imposing. His fighting spirit surged to its zenith. In that moment, he resembled a divine warrior clad in white, impervious to any challenger. With a fierce glare, Xia Yu raised his hand, directing his attack at the giant hammer. Chapter 84, Slaying the Changhe Realm. The Zhengang sword, forged from the purest metallic spiritual energy, was extraordinarily sharp, capable of cleaving through all. A beam of icy light erupted, slicing through the heavy mountain, bursting forth from the peak of Hanya Mountain, soaring towards the heavens. This strike was not merely slicing through iron as if it were mud, but rather severing mountains and splitting peaks. Wherever the sword light traveled, nothing could withstand its might. How is this possible? Zhou Cheng, who had been smiling, now widened his eyes in disbelief. As a practitioner of the Yin-Yang sect, adept in the art of forging, and with a master renowned for his skills, Zhou Cheng was quite knowledgeable about weaponry. Yet, he had never encountered, nor even conceived of, such a remarkably sharp weapon. What kind of divine armament is this? Zhou Cheng was overwhelmed with shock. With such weaponry in hand, Xia Yu's combat prowess had escalated to a terrifying level. How much confidence did he truly have in victory? Realizing this, his resolve to retreat began to form. Yet it was too late. Clang! The sword light flashed brilliantly, slicing through the massive flaming hammerhead effortlessly, cutting through gold and jade. The enormous black hammerhead was cleaved diagonally, exposing its smooth metallic interior. As the 2 halves of the hammer crashed to the ground, puff! Zhou Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood. His prized innate treasure could not withstand a single strike from Xia Yu, being cleaved in twain and utterly obliterated. He suffered significant backlash as well. This is bad. This young man indeed possesses formidable means. Zhou Cheng's heart raced in panic. He understood that victory was beyond his grasp and sought to flee. But the Guadi had already blocked his escape route. Now he comprehended Xia Yu's reasons for unleashing the Guadi. Young friend, heed my words. Zhou Cheng wiped the blood from his lips and smiled. I have been at Hanya Mountain for over a month, and your mother has seen me multiple times. If you kill me, the consequences for them will surely be dire. Very well. Xia Yu's expression turned icy. Clearly, this old rogue had been cunningly scheming against Yunju, preparing for contingencies. Under the current circumstances, these tactics had indeed taken effect. This is unavoidable, Zhou Cheng sighed. I do not wish to be your enemy, but my master, Huolian Laozu, has commanded me to bring you back to the Yin-Yang sect for questioning. Again with Huolian Laozu, Xia Yu's expression darkened. Last time, Huolian Laozu dispatched Zhao Qingchun and others, whom he had sent to their demise within the demonic array. He never anticipated that this old fox would remain relentless, sending an even stronger Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng continued, I have secretly placed measures on your mother and your subordinates. If you accompany me to the Yin-Yang sect, I can naturally resolve their issues. What say you? You expect me to walk into the Yin-Yang sect, a lamb to the slaughter? Do you think me a fool? Xia Yu's gaze flickered. Truth be told, Yunju, as a mother, had treated him exceptionally well, and he would repay her kindness wholeheartedly. However, as a traveler from Earth, he could not sacrifice his own life for Yunju. Thus, Zhou Cheng's threat held no weight whatsoever. Observing Xia Yu's unflinching demeanor, Zhou Cheng mistakenly believed he had gained the upper hand. Chuckling, Xia young friend, I see your extraordinary talent in alchemy and artifact forging. Upon reaching the Yin-Yang sect, your master may take a liking to your abilities. Not only will you avoid punishment, but you may also be favored. Is that so? Xia Yu smirked faintly. Then suddenly his expression shifted. Then you shall die first. With that, a sword light surged forth, piercing the heavens and the earth. My life is forfeit. Zhou Cheng's face turned pale with fright. In truth, he had long since prepared an earth escape talisman. At the slightest hint of danger, he would activate it to flee. However, upon witnessing Xia Yu's choice, he knew he had no option but to escape. Flee, flee, flee. Yet just then, he heard Xia Yu's calm voice. Demeng Zhanxianju, Rumeng Zhanxian. What is happening? Zhou Cheng was utterly bewildered. In that instant, he felt as if he had entered a paradise of peach blossoms, surrounded by trees laden with blossoms, all bathed in pink hues. He wandered through the orchard, momentarily losing his sense of direction. This is bad. When he finally regained his senses, the dream was shattered by a single stroke of the sword, and all the pink blossoms vanished, leaving only a terrifying beam of light that seemed as ancient as time itself. No, he let out a piercing scream. Unable to fathom how a Changhe realm elder like himself could not only be defeated, but utterly humiliated. Before Xia Yu, he had no power to retaliate. He didn't even have the chance to activate his escape talisman. Bang! Amidst the blood mist, a golden yuan ing fled in desperation. Attempting to escape is futile. With a chilling laugh, Xia Yu unleashed a torrent of ghostly mist, forming an inescapable net, ensnaring the golden yuan ing. Xia young friend, spare my life. Zhou Cheng finally became compliant. He pleaded loudly, I will help you resolve the poison and the curse. I only ask for my life. You still dare to negotiate with me? Xia Yu's expression was frigid as he seized the yuaning. I dare not. Zhou Cheng implored, I will assist you immediately. Spare my life. As he begged for mercy, laughter echoed from a nearby cave. Such trivial poison and curses have long been dispelled by my brothers. As the words reached him, two figures emerged, the notorious Du brothers, the masterminds behind the Ling Quan Gui Shi. As the third month approached, the Du brothers had intended to seek out Xia Yu, but upon witnessing the celestial phenomena today, they were elated to see Xia Yu's silhouette projected against the clouds. Both were filled with joy. Xia Yu's breakthrough in cultivation indicated the success of his alchemical endeavors. Since his alchemical success was assured, they decided to pay him a visit, requesting him to refine the 5th grade rebirth pill. Upon reaching the summit of Hanya Mountain, they introduced themselves, causing Yunju and Xia Kai to panic. These two individuals are indeed the ones Xia Yu has been waiting for. The previous elder likely harbors ill intentions. Du Bao possesses extraordinary insight and immediately perceives that Yunju and her companions are afflicted with poisonous insects. Since they require Xia Yu's assistance, it is only fitting that they exert themselves as well. Thus, they promptly take action to extract the poison from Yunju and Xia Kai. Upon hearing commotion from below, they hastened to lend their aid. However, to their astonishment, In that brief interval, Xia Yu has already slain Zhou Cheng and captured his Yuan-ing. Xia Xiao. I wondered where that demonic aura emanated from. This Jiu Dan demon ring radiates with an overwhelming malevolence. Du Jiao exclaimed with hearty laughter. Xia Yu offered a wry smile. Esteemed seniors, this demonic energy is not of my cultivation. I am not a demonic cultivator, so please do not misconstrue. Haha. I care not whether you are a demonic or wicked cultivator, as long as you refrain from causing havoc in my Lingquan ghost market, Du Jiao replied candidly. Du Bao then raised his hand, and several grotesque green insects emerged. He sneered. As a Long He realm powerhouse, how dare you employ such sorcery against an unarmed woman? Zhou Cheng, you truly have no shame. Seeing that the two were acquainted, Zhou Cheng widened his eyes and exclaimed, Esteemed protectors, you must plead for my case swiftly. I am the 17th prince. The 17th prince, haha. You still remember your title, yet we have long since forgotten, Du Bao retorted with a laugh, dismissing Zhou Cheng entirely. He elaborated to Xia Yu. Zhou Cheng is the 17th son of the Supreme Emperor. He entered the Yin-Yang sect in his youth and has had no further ties with the royal family. The Supreme Emperor holds no affection for him. Xia Yu did not inquire further, placing Zhou Cheng's Yuan-ing into a wooden box. With the addition of the Yuan-ing he had previously captured from a demonic cultivator, he now possessed 2 Yuan-ing. If he could gather 9 Yuan-ing, he would be able to forge the Jiu-ing demon ring, which would possess even more terrifying power. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your rescue, Xia Yu expressed with a deep bow. It was but a trifling matter, Du Bao replied, crushing 2 of the cursed insects with a flick of his hand. Later, we shall procure a superior protective treasure for your mother from the ghost market. Wearing it will ensure her safety. I see, Xia Yu nodded, acknowledging his own inexperience. He felt fortunate that Yun Zhu had been lucky, otherwise she might have perished multiple times. After exchanging pleasantries, the Du brothers finally inquired, Xia Xiao, what is your confidence in concocting the 5th grade rebirth pill? Chapter 85. Refining the Sword Array, 5th grade elixir. Xia Yu pondered deeply regarding the 5th grade rebirth pill. In truth, the Silverlight Meridian pill surpassed the 5th grade significantly, and he had great confidence in refining the 5th grade rebirth pill. However, he could not simply agree outright, as the risk of failure in alchemy remained. Seeing him deep in thought, the Du brothers wore anxious expressions but dared not rush him. Previously, they had looked down on Xia Yu to some extent, but now they dared not offend him. Xia Yu alone had eradicated the Long He realm Zhou Cheng. He also possessed a ghost emperor imbued with overwhelming demonic energy, equivalent to a Long He realm powerhouse. Should Xia Yu choose to turn against them, they would be powerless. Xiao Leidai, the 5th grade rebirth pill is for a senior who has greatly aided us. We implore you, no matter what, please assist us. Du Jiao urged. Du Bao added, Xiao Leidai, you must help us. Consider it an obligation I owe you. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Had it been 3 months prior, the Du brothers would never have spoken to Xia Yu in such a subservient tone, but circumstances had changed. Xia Yu, capable of dealing with 2 Long He realm powerhouses alone, had put them in a position where, even united, they could not subdue him. If Xia Yu truly chose to refuse them, they would be helpless. Fortunately, after a moment of contemplation, Xia Yu declared, Esteemed brothers, I can only promise to do my utmost, but I cannot guarantee success. Still, the principle remains, strength is paramount. 3 months ago, Xia Yu would never have dared to speak so boldly, but now he possessed such confidence. The Du brothers exchanged hesitant glances, but finally, they resolved to act. Du Bao reached into the void, retrieving a collection of herbs, and presented them to Xia Yu. This is the formula and materials we have prepared for the 5th grade rebirth pill. Due to the rarity of 2 ingredients, we only have 1 set of materials. He could not compel Xia Yu to ensure success, and could only smile wryly, saying, if this set of materials is wasted, my brother and I fear we may never have the chance to gather another set. The gratitude owed to that senior may never be repaid. Xia Yu laughed heartily. Du Lizu, I owe you a favor for your timely assistance at Healing Pond. This time, if you require my aid, I shall do my utmost to achieve success. That is splendid. Du Jiao rejoiced. Du Bao, however, sighed, Xiao Leidai, please do not mention it. Even if I had not intervened that day, once you unleashed the Jiu Dan demon ring, those people would have surely met their end. In truth, Xia Yu owed the Du brothers for their assistance, and thus he agreed to refine the elixir for them. However, it now seemed that Xia Yu needed no assistance. Aiding the brothers in alchemy had transformed into a favor they owed him. Xiao Leidai, from this day forth, we shall owe you a favor. Ready to go through fire and water at your command. Du Jiao proclaimed. Xia Yu was taken aback by this declaration. The Du brothers were willing to promise such a favor for someone else. For whom was this elixir being refined? This person has saved both of us. Without their help, we would have perished long ago and would not have attained our current cultivation. Du Bao explained. Yet he continued. Having served him for so many years, and with this elixir, our debt of gratitude is nearly settled. From now on, we owe you, Xia Yu, a single favor, which is why we dare to claim we would go through fire and water for you. I understand, Xia Yu reflected. The two brothers were indeed men of their word. Only after repaying a significant debt of gratitude could they dare to promise such loyalty, indicating their sincerity. Your words are commendable, Xia Yu nodded, acknowledging the importance of the elixir to them. I shall exert my utmost effort. I will visit my mother briefly and then prepare to commence alchemy. Very well, Xia Yu, concerned for his mother's well-being, exited the cave to meet Yun Zhu and Xia Kai, ensuring their safety before returning underground to begin the alchemical process. While Xia Yu focused on his alchemical endeavors, the Du brothers remained atop the mountain, fearing the emergence of another reckless individual like Zhou Cheng. Should harm befall Yun Zhu, they would find it difficult to face Xia Yu. Thus, they established a formation at the summit of Hanja Mountain, allowing no one entry, lest enemies infiltrate. As a result, Xia's family members were effectively barred from entry. It is worth noting that Xia Yunxiao was making his way from Lujing City, bowing with each step, pleading for Yun Zhu's forgiveness. Xia Yunxiao did not wish for this course of action, but felt compelled to do so. Each day, as he prostrated himself, he dispatched several members of the Xia family to convey his message to Yun Zhu, hoping she might forgive him sooner. However, upon their arrival at the summit of Hanja Mountain, they were met with a formidable barrier resembling a colossal yurt, completely encompassing the area. All were barred from entry. What could they do? They could only relay the news back to Xia Yunxiao. Employing a strategy of self-inflicted hardship, he aimed to soften Yun Zhu's heart, hoping to evoke her compassion. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Yun Zhu was entirely oblivious to his efforts. Was he not toiling in vain? Would he return empty-handed? Xia Yunxiao, already in this predicament, feared that to abandon his quest midway would render him a laughingstock. Therefore, he steeled himself, declaring, even if Yun Zhu cannot see me, I will continue to bow with every step toward her. This is the only way to demonstrate my sincerity. I believe that by approaching her this way, she will surely forgive me. Thus, Xia Yunxiao resolutely advanced toward Hanja Mountain, bowing with each step. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had elapsed. In truth, the refinement of the Wupin Zizao Dan does not necessitate an entire month. It is not akin to the Sanzhuan Danyao, as it can be completed within 7 to 10 days. However, Xia Yu remained unhurried, for a swift success might incite undue speculation in the minds of the two elderly gentlemen. Thus, for the initial 20 days of this month, Xia Yu devoted himself to the crafting of his innate spiritual treasure. His innate spiritual treasure is a formation of swords. Previously, he had only forged 7 flying swords. Nevertheless, as he had recently taken the lives of many foes, he had acquired an abundance of materials, gradually amassing a considerable collection. More importantly, he had obtained a substantial piece of Gung Jing from Du Bao, which, when incorporated into the crafting process, would elevate the power of the spiritual treasure to rival that of magical artifacts. Consequently, during these 20 days, he concentrated on refining his innate sword formation. Despite possessing ample materials, he ultimately succeeded in creating a small-scale sword formation consisting of 12 flying swords. Xia Yu's ambition, however, was to forge a medium-sized sword formation, one comprising 36 flying swords. Alas, while he had a plethora of other materials, he had exhausted the Gung Jing. Having acquired superior flying swords, he was disinclined to craft inferior ones, hence he settled for 12 for the time being. Even so, the enhancements this brought forth were monumental. The sword formation, composed of 12 flying swords infused with Gung Jing, wielded an incomparably greater might than before. What delighted Xia Yu further was that within the Demeng Zhan Xianju, there existed a formidable sword technique that could only be executed with a sword formation. With this set of swords, he could now unleash that technique. He felt an eagerness for a target to practice upon. Xia Yu was curious about whom Huolian Laozu would send after learning of Zhou Cheng's demise. Would it be Huolian Laozu himself? Huolian Laozu, a top-tier expert of the late stage of the Changhe realm. Xia Yu harbored a certain trepidation towards such a formidable figure. Yet, this trepidation only fueled his desire to test his own prowess. Once he had refined the 12 flying swords, Xia Yu then commenced the crafting of the Wupin Zizao Dan. Before long, another 10 days had elapsed. On the summit of Hanja Mountain, within the tranquil chamber, The Du brothers, seated in meditation, simultaneously opened their eyes. At that moment, a golden star-like point flew in from outside. Du Bao raised his hand to catch the golden point, and his expression transformed into one of joy. Xia brothers, let us descend. The time to collect the Dan has arrived.